Chapter 71. Since the gods taught magic to the ancestors, magic has undergone countless innovations. The most primitive magic has been continuously improved and perfected by later magicians, and the current magic system has gradually been established. However, no matter how those great magicians have improved the basic magic, they have not deviated from the scope of the four magics. Today, Angus saw the buds of the fifth magic on these pieces of paper. After earth, fire, wind, and water, the fifth branch of magic appeared. Although combined magic is still based on the four magic elements, its power is more powerful, breaking the barriers of magician levels, making it possible for magicians to crush the same level or challenge the level above. Since the existence of magic in the Shannon continent, magic has never made such great progress. Angus has personally experienced the power of combined magic. With his knowledge as a great magician, it is not difficult to see that magic is about to usher in a new era. The mysterious magician named Chen Luo opened the prelude to a new era with these thin pieces of paper. At this moment, he is not just a little magic apprentice, he is the founder of combined magic and the minter of the new era. Chen Luo smiled at Angus and said, "It's not as serious as what Mr. Angus said. This is still a kind of application of 4 series magic, and it has many restrictions. Most magicians can't learn it. The new era created by Mr. Chen Luo belongs to the era of genius." Angus looked at him and asked with a smile, "The era has never belonged to most people, right? The value of the complete theory of combined magic is much higher than the upgraded water ball technique proposed by Chen Luo last time." Under Angus's order, the senior deacon and 2 vice presidents of the Magic Association are certifying and evaluating his combined magic theory. Except for President Angus, none of them have the talent to cast dual-element magic. Even Angus, who majored in earth and also studied fire, can only verify the combined magic of fire and earth. But Chen Luo also proposed a new concept in the combined magic system. A single magician cannot cast dual-element magic, so what about 2 or 3? Although the magician's mental power is mutually exclusive, and it is impossible to summon the fire meteorite at one time through cooperation, it is also possible to let different magicians cast fire and earth magic first, and then merge them. Although this method takes longer, and is not powerful enough, it is enough for verification. Combined magic is likely to establish a new magic system outside the 4 magics. This level of certification is not something that the Yabo City branch can decide. After the initial certification, they will send it to the headquarters of the Royal Capital Magic Association for final certification. Once the Magic Association certification is successful, Chen Luo will be the pioneer and founder of the combined magic system. This kind of contribution should be enough to upgrade his membership level several levels, and he will also enjoy higher level resources in the future. Because of this material about the combined magic system, the Magic Association suddenly became busy, and President Angus was the busiest. Not only did he have to coordinate everything in the Magic Association, but he was also responsible for the practical certification of all the combined magic proposed by Chen Luo and their variant magic. After all, in the entire Magic Association, except for Jasmine, he was the only one who could perform dual system magic at the same time. Jasmine, a magic apprentice, who could only cast fireballs and water balls, naturally could not verify those high-level magics. She accompanied Chen Luo, and came to the 2nd floor of the library again. Last time, Chen Luo was short of money, so he could only choose the 2 most useful variant magics. But today, he just made a fortune from the Mathematics Association, and he is rich. Now he can buy everything he liked but didn't buy last time. Chen Luo walked to the bookshelf, pointed, and said, "This, and this." Molly glanced at him, and asked tentatively, "Don't you want these?" "I want all of these." Chen Luo could finally say this with full confidence. In his 2 lives, this was the first time he felt the feeling of sudden wealth. No wonder so many people were willing to give up their moral integrity and choose to work 10 years less. Molly was stunned for a moment, and then whispered, These require a lot of gold coins." Chen Luo put down the heavy bag and said, "It doesn't matter, I want all of the ones I just mentioned, until I spend all the gold coins." Chen Luo didn't plan to keep any of the gold coins he got from the Mathematics Association. If he took so many gold coins home, he would have to find a way to explain to teacher Brittany and Isabella. Blair's identity meant that he had no source of income. All his money came from teacher Brittany and Isabella. In addition, Chen Luo would keep accounts every time he bought groceries. Isabella and teacher Brittany could check the accounts at any time, so Isabella and teacher Brittany knew exactly how much money he had left. In this case, even 1 extra gold coin would be a problem for him. The staff of the Magic Association moved quickly. After a while, Jasmine came over and handed him a small bag, saying, We have bought all the ones that Mr. Chenluo wanted. There are still 15 gold coins left. Please keep them. 15 gold coins were a lot for Chenluo in the past, but now they are of no use. They can't even buy the cheapest things in the Magic Association, but will become funds of unknown origin that he can't explain. Chenluo waved his hand and said, "These are considered as commissions for Miss Jasmine." Jasmine waved her hands again and said, "These are what Jasmine should do. I can't accept your commission." Chenluo thought about it, and felt that he was a little presumptuous just now. 15 gold coins were the reward for Chenluo to solve a problem, but for her, a small assistant deacon, it might be half a year's salary. He was so generous that the little girl might think he had some bad intentions towards her. Chenluo thought about it, and said, "Then the remaining gold coins will be deposited with Miss Jasmine first. If someone buys improved magic, or the Magic Association's bounty comes down, please ask Miss Jasmine to keep those gold coins for me first, and I can pay a certain amount of remuneration as the cost of safekeeping." In any case, he couldn't take the money back. Jasmine showed hesitation on her face. No magician had ever asked her to do this. She could see that President Angus attached great importance to combination magic. The reward from the Magic Association would definitely be a lot. It was very likely that it would be gold coins that she had never seen in her life. If she didn't keep it well and something happened, I'm afraid that even Lord Chenluo couldn't afford to pay her back after selling her to Bu. She looked up at Chenluo and asked, "Lord Chenluo, is it inconvenient for you to keep it yourself?" Chenluo nodded and said, "Not very convenient." Jasmine looked at him, seemed to realize something, lowered her head, and whispered, okay, I will keep it for you." Chenluo smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Jasmine." This time, Chenluo spent 500 gold coins at the Magic Association and bought more than 10 variant magics, covering every department. Although they were only the power of apprentice magic, each one was a new training and experience for mental strength, which should be enough for him to break through to the level of a primary magician. He could not take these materials out of the Magic Association, but the Magic Association had a record of them. After purchasing them, he could read them anytime he wanted. Angus was particularly busy today, but when he learned that Chenluo was leaving, he still came to see him off in person. Your combination of magic has created a new series, which needs to be approved by the headquarters of the Magic Association. This may take some time, at least 2 months. You can leave your address first. If there is any progress, I will let you know. Chenluo shook his head and said, "I will come to the Magic Association during this period." Angus looked at Chenluo, as if he wanted to see his face under the mask. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Angus will not forget your kindness. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me." Getting the promise of a great magician was Chenluo's biggest unexpected gain today. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Angus." He thought for a while and said, "I just happen to have a small matter, and I would like to ask Angus for help." Angus looked at him and said, "Please tell me, Chenluo." Chenluo looked at the back and said, "Deacon Jasmine is very good. I hope Angus can take care of her more on weekdays." Angus looked at Chenluo meaningfully and said with a smile, "This is a small matter, don't worry, Mr. Chenluo." Chenluo and Angus chatted for a few more words, and then left the Magic Association. After several contacts, he had a very good impression of Jasmine, and the little girl also helped him a lot. For Chenluo, it was just a matter of words to slightly improve her situation in the Magic Association. Jasmine stood at the door of the Magic Association, watching Chenluo leave. When she saw Angus coming over, she immediately said, "President Angus." Angus looked at her and asked, "Your name is Jasmine, right? You are an assistant deacon now?" Jasmine nodded, but she didn't know why President Angus suddenly asked her name. Angus looked back at the direction where Chenluo left, and when he looked at Jasmine again, he said, "From now on, you are a junior deacon. Go to Vice President Elton to handle the procedures later." Although there is only a difference of 2 words between assistant deacon and junior deacon, their status is very different. The former is just an assistant to the junior deacon, helping him share some chores when the junior deacon is too busy, while the latter is the real management of the Magic Association. Jasmine came back to her senses and immediately said, "Thank you, President Angus." Angus waved his hand and said, "Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Mr. Chenluo." Chapter 72. After leaving the Magic Association, Chenluo walked around 2 alleys to make sure no one was following him. Then he found a remote place and changed into his own clothes. After returning to school, he did not go back to his residence directly, but first put the school bag containing the magic robe in the classroom, and then slowly walked towards the dormitory building. He left home very early today. Even if he spent a lot of time in the Mathematics Association and the Magic Association, it was not yet noon, so it was not too late to come back to cook. Teacher Brittany had just discovered topology, and was currently perfecting the theory at the desk. Chen Luo greeted her, and walked into the kitchen. Every time he saw Teacher Brittany, Chen Luo would feel a little shocked. The most incredible thing about Teacher Brittany was not her magical talent that defied the heavens, but the incredible thing that she could master all kinds of magic without much effort in learning magic. This was the most shocking thing about her. Fortunately, Chen Luo still has Isabella to compare with. Living under the shadow of Teacher Brittany every day will have a great impact on his confidence in learning magic. After dinner, Chen Luo returned to his room as usual. He gained a lot in the Magic Association today, and he was already impatient to practice. However, when he was about to close the door, Isabella walked in from outside. She stood at the door, looked at Chen Luo, and pretended to ask casually, "Blair, where did you go this morning?" Chen Luo could not hear Isabella's temptation. He could not say that he had been to the Magic Association. Facing Isabella's gaze, he did not change his face, and said, "I went to the old house to see if I had forgotten anything." Isabella asked, "Didn't you go to the Magic Association?" "No." Chen Luo glanced at him and said, "Why should I go to the Magic Association? It's not on the way." Isabella looked at him with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said, "Say something for me." "What?" "This beautiful lady, you recognize the wrong person." Chen Luo looked at Isabella and said, "Senior Isabella, I know you are beautiful, but you don't have to show off so much." Isabella frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense, say it quickly." Chen Luo shook his head firmly. "It's too embarrassing, I won't say it." Isabella glared at him, then suddenly took a few steps closer, sniffed quickly, and said affirmatively, "It seems to be this smell." When she wanted to continue to confirm, Chen Luo took a step back in time and distanced himself from her. Isabella stepped forward again, and Chen Luo continued to step back. Isabella took a step forward, and Chen Luo took 2 steps back. When he retreated to the bedside, Chen Luo finally had nowhere to retreat. Isabella took a big step forward. Chen Luo could no longer retreat. She hit him in the chest, and he fell on the bed. Isabella's body also lost balance and pressed directly on Chen Luo. The faint lily scent that belonged to her disappeared, replaced by another stronger masculine scent. Isabella was stunned for a moment. Brittany, who had just stepped into the room, stared at the scene in a daze. The next moment, she turned around and said, "I'm sorry, I will remember to knock on the door next time." The principle of floating is very simple. Just summon the wind element to wrap the object you want to float. Isabella's mental power is strong enough. I will teach you some skills later. It is not difficult to do this. Not long after the meal, Teacher Brittany started her magic class on the roof of the teacher dormitory building. She seemed to think that the topic was too embarrassing, so she kept silent about the fact that she had accidentally discovered Chen Luo and Isabella's affair. Isabella's mental power has reached the peak of a magic apprentice. She majored in the wind system. As long as she learned a levitation spell, she could go to the Magic Association to certify a junior wind magician. When her mental power is strong enough to make her float, she will be close to an intermediate magician. As a junior wind magic, levitation still requires a high level of mental power. Although Chen Luo can make a fireball in one hand and a water ball in the other, and can even make a powerful blue fireball when he is forced, his current mental power cannot make a fist-sized stone float. Brittany taught Isabella the technique of levitation, asked her to practice on the side, and then walked to Chen Luo's side. "How is Blair's fireball skill going?" Chen Luo performed a fireball skill simply and cleanly, and 6 fireballs of the same size floated in the void in front of him, burning steadily. "You can already summon 6 fireballs." Brittany's face showed a hint of surprise, and she said, "Blair, your mental power is growing so fast that it's incredible. One more." Isabella was terrified watching from a distance, and her magic gestures changed even faster. She had to learn the floating skill as soon as possible and complete the certification of the junior magician. If Blair was promoted to the junior magician faster than her, she would not have the face to see Teacher Brittany, nor would she have the face to face herself. You are already very proficient in fireball magic. Just continue to improve your mental power. Brittany looked at Chen Luo and said, "You should have discovered that learning new magic is very beneficial to the growth of mental power. Since you have already learned the 4 series apprentice magic, I will teach you 2 more variant magics." Brittany summoned a fireball, floating quietly in the void. She looked at Chen Luo and said, "This magic is called bursting fireball." As her voice fell, the fireball suddenly burst without warning, sparks flew everywhere, and instantly covered a large area, except for the place where Qianluo and Brittany were standing. Qianluo was shocked when he saw it. This was the variant magic that really increased the power. Compared with the bursting fireball, the Firebird magic chain fireball was weak. This was a single fireball upgraded to a group battle magic that could cause large-scale damage. A single fireball can be dodged, but a fireball that suddenly explodes cannot be dodged at all. The fire element starts burning when it touches the clothes. An exploding fireball can directly block all the enemy's retreat routes. If it is Qianluo's blue fireball, once it is splashed by the sparks of the fire element's complete combustion and explosion, you can prepare for the aftermath. Qianluo did not see the exploding fireball in the Magic Association, and teacher Brittany was not worried about the Magic Association's accountability at all, which means that this magic did not come from the Magic Association, and it is more likely that she created it herself. Qianluo has no reason not to hold onto her thighs as a genius who can create this kind of variant magic. Brittany told Qianluo how to cast the exploding fireball and reminded him, the exploding fireball has a large attack range, but it is also easy to hurt yourself. When you release it, remember not to get close to yourself. Qianluo nodded. He did not have the elemental control like teacher Brittany. If he cast the exploding fireball at close range, he would die faster than the enemy. Exploding fireball, you can wait until you can release 9 fireballs before you start practicing. Brittany continued, I will teach you another whirlwind spell, which is a variant of the basic wind magic. With the improvement of mental power, the power of magicians of different levels will also be different. Soon, under the demonstration of teacher Brittany, Qianluo witnessed a small man-made tornado. He only knew one breeze spell in the wind magic, and its greatest use was to blow the dust to a fixed direction when sweeping the floor. The whirlwind spell, as its variant, was to create a tornado that could spin on its own, and the technique was much more complicated. Teacher Brittany wanted the whirlwind to move in the same way, but Qianluo found it difficult to do this. After failing several times, although he could release the whirlwind, he could not control it. The whirlwind he summoned seemed to have its own thoughts and moved quickly in a certain direction. Not far away, Isabella held down her lace skirt, revealing a section of her smooth calves. She looked at Qianluo and angrily said, Blair, where is your wind blowing? Chapter 73. Qianluo temporarily put aside the practice of whirlwind magic, planning to wait until no one was around. At present, his mental power is not enough to control the whirlwind. If he uses wind magic recklessly, Isabella will easily think that he is a hooligan who lifts the skirt of a girl under the pretext of practicing magic. Qianluo now has nearly 20 variants and improved magic in his mind, but if he thinks about it carefully, the most powerful ones are still the 2 that teacher Brittany taught him just now. Most of the variant magics of the Magic Association are actually useless. Compared with basic magic, their power has not been greatly improved, and even weakened. The significance of their existence is just to allow magicians to break through the bottleneck of mental power. But bursting fireballs and whirlwinds are not. Bursting fireballs turn single-shot fireballs into large-scale attack magic. The range of a fireball explosion is large enough. 10 or dozens of fireballs explode together, which is simply the best weapon for group battles. And this kind of large-scale attack magic is generally mastered by advanced magicians. As for the whirlwind spell, it is not a variant of the Wind Apprentice magic. Its power will continue to increase with the improvement of the magician's level. The specific situation varies from person to person. Qianluo's whirlwind spell can only be used to lift skirts. Teacher Brittany's whirlwind spell can summon a super strong tornado and destroy a town without the wind magician to stop it. What kind of magic talent does the magician who can create this variant magic have? This made him more determined to hold on to teacher Brittany's thighs. Thinking of this, Qianluo couldn't help but look at Brittany, who was chatting with a female teacher. Teacher Brittany is over 1.7 meters tall, and her legs are long. From a distance, she looks very beautiful. The female teacher is not short, and her height is close to that of teacher Brittany. Her figure is also very slim, but when the two of them stand together, her legs look obviously shorter. This is the problem of body proportion. The gods are indeed unfair. They give some people beautiful looks, proud figures, golden ratios, and magical and mathematical talents that defy nature. These people are born to be the favorites of God. Isabella quietly came over from the side and asked, Is teacher Brittany pretty? Good. Qianluo glanced at Isabella and said, Practice magic well, I go back to cook. Isabella stood in Qianluo's position, looked in a certain direction, and secretly spit in her heart. Blair is too good at choosing places. From this angle, teacher Brittany's perfect figure is undoubtedly revealed. This weekend, Qianluo stayed at home except for the first morning when he went to the Mathematics Association and the Magic Association. The new magic he bought from the Magic Association was enough for him to learn for a long time, not to mention the things that teacher Brittany taught him. For at least a month, Chen-Luo didn't need to go to the Magic Association again. Isabella went home once and returned to school before dinner. Some time ago, Isabella suddenly became diligent and hardworking. She gave up mathematics and pursued Chen-Luo's enthusiasm in learning magic and fighting. Judging from the speed at which Isabella learned levitation, the reason why she was still at the level of a magic apprentice was actually because she was too playful. If she had worked as hard as she does now, she would have been a junior magician long ago. Although Chen-Luo was somewhat envious of this, he was not in a hurry. He had already found a magic path that suited him. Becoming a junior magician was only a matter of time. Even if he became a great magician or a holy magician, he could still look forward to it. In the new week, Chen-Luo got up early as usual and prepared breakfast. After breakfast, he went to the teaching building with Isabella. Isabella got up late today. Chen-Luo waited for her for a while, and was almost the last one to arrive in the classroom. When he walked into the classroom, Toby and others were gathered together, discussing something enthusiastically. "Blair, you came so late today." Toby greeted him, then looked back at Trish and asked, "Then go on." "I don't know what happened later." Trish shook her head and said, "In the past 2 days, the mathematicians in Yabo City have been looking for this person, but no one has found him. Trish's grandfather is the deacon of the Mathematics Association. She is the most informed person in the class about the news in the mathematics world." Chen-Luo sat down in his seat. Toby looked at him and asked, "Blair, do you know that something big has happened in the Mathematics Association again?" Chen-Luo shook his head and said, "I don't know." Toby leaned towards him and said, "I heard that someone has solved all the difficult problems offered by the Mathematics Association." Chen-Luo had a blank expression and asked, "Really?" What Trish said should be true. Toby touched his chin and said, "Do you think he is a great scholar?" But Trish said that the great scholar didn't solve any of the difficult problems. "Doesn't that mean that the man is many times more powerful than the great scholar?" Chen-Luo said casually, "The great scholars are not omniscient and omnipotent. There are many problems they cannot solve. This kind of comparison is meaningless." Toby's face showed a look of realization. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder those people call him Luotian. They say that it is something that only gods can do. Chen-Luo waved his hand. "He is at most a little better than the great scholars." "God is a bit exaggerated." Toby nodded in agreement and said, "I also think the guy is not a god, but a monster. His brain must be different from ours." Chen-Luo looked at Toby and asked, "Have you practiced the movements I taught you?" Toby shook his head, "Not yet." "If not, practice well. If you don't practice well, you don't have to eat today." Facts have proved that Chen-Luo's idea is correct. When you are in the world, you use a trumpet to save your life. He is just after the huge bounty of the Mathematical Association. There is no need to risk his life. Given the enthusiasm of those mathematical researchers, if Blair had done this, St. Donis College would have been surrounded by those mathematical scholars today. In addition, if his identity was exposed, it would definitely attract the attention of those great scholars. Chen-Luo still understood the principle of shooting the first bird to stick its head out. However, what kind of nickname is Luotian? It sounds effeminate. But thinking about his other nickname, Chen-Luo was soon relieved. After all, compared with devil, this new name is not so difficult to accept. Although the word God is a bit exaggerated, if someone solves all the problems accumulated in a certain field for many years at once, for the researchers in that field, he is no different from God. What he did in another identity did not cause much of a stir in the class. After all, except for Trish, who treated it as exclusive information for chatting, few people would pay attention to the things in the mathematics world. They were more concerned about the gossip of Senior Isabella or the size of Senior Alice. Some people even asked Chen-Luo the second question indirectly. The person who asked this question was simply a lunatic. Chen-Luo knew Isabella and Brittany's clothes. Chen-Luo had accidentally seen them when they measured the size of clothes. He was not familiar with Alice. After school, Chen-Luo came to the big office of the mathematics teachers of each grade with the math homework collected in the morning, and found that the atmosphere here was a bit weird. The office, which was unusually noisy on weekdays, was unusually quiet at this moment. It was already after school, but no one had left. Everyone, including teacher Brittany, was thinking hard. Chen-Luo walked into the office, and finally someone couldn't help but speak. "So this question needs to be solved this way. This method is simply unheard of." In order to prove this problem, he actually proposed and proved 2 new theorems. Either of these two theorems is more meaningful than the original question. 23. He actually solved all the questions by himself. Chen-Luo, is he really a god? All the math teachers had confusion and shock on their faces. The news they just learned shocked them more than the emergence of irrational numbers. They even began to doubt the existence of God. No one can do all this. No one can solve all the mysteries in the history of mathematics in recent years by their own strength, not even great scholars. Except God. The God of mathematics. Chen-Luo silently put the math homework on teacher Brittany's desk, did not disturb her, and prepared to quietly leave. Isabella stood at the door holding a stack of math homework and said in surprise, Chen-Luo, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Where? Ah, Blair, what are you doing? Chen-Luo pulled her out of the door, made a gesture to her to keep quiet, and said, Speak softly, don't you see that teacher Brittany is thinking? Chapter 74. Isabella then realized that the atmosphere in the office was a little wrong. Teacher Brittany was thinking deeply, and other teachers were talking seriously. It seemed that something big had happened. She carefully put the homework on the table, then slipped out again, looked at Chen-Luo, and asked, What happened? Chen-Luo shook his head and said, I don't know. Isabella listened to the people inside talking, and a puzzled look appeared on her face again. She murmured, Where have I really heard the name Chen-Luo? Where is it? At a certain moment, her face suddenly showed a look of realization, and said, I remember that day in the Magic Association. The man wearing a mask and a hat covering his head was called Chen-Luo. I almost mistook him for you. Chen-Luo? Who knows Chen-Luo? Where is Chen-Luo? Isabella did not deliberately suppress her voice. After she finished speaking, there was a sound of tables and chairs overturning in the office. Chen-Luo took a glance and found that many math teachers stood up. He waved to Isabella decisively and said, I'm going back to cook. Goodbye, Isabella. When Isabella was surrounded by the crowd, Chen-Luo, who saw that the situation was not good, had already slipped away. More than half an hour later, Isabella, who was sitting at the dining table, had not yet come back to her senses. She took the chopsticks, looked at Brittany, and asked, Teacher Brittany, is that Chen-Luo really that amazing? Brittany nodded and said, The math problems that were rewarded, including those of great scholars, countless math researchers have not solved them. How could someone do such a thing? Is he really the incarnation of the goddess of wisdom? Cough, cough, cough. Brittany looked at Chen-Luo, who was choking on water, and comforted him. Blair, don't be discouraged. That mysterious scholar has surpassed countless great scholars, and stood at the pinnacle of mathematics. We don't need to compare with him. Chen-Luo nodded and said, I know. Mathematics is, after all, a field studied by a few people. Most people in Yabo City don't know that a mysterious scholar named Chen-Luo has become a god in the hearts of mathematical researchers in Yabo City. At the same time, countless magicians in the Shinin continent don't know that the fifth system of magic is budding in a remote branch of a small principality magic association under the command of the OS Empire. Angus sat behind the table, put down the information in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and murmured, Is he really just a magic apprentice? The information about combined magic provided to the Magic Association by the mysterious magician named Chen-Luo has been verified. So far, no errors have been found. Those that have not been verified are only because even he cannot release 3 or 4 magics at the same time, not because the other party's theory is wrong. It is hard to imagine that such a great idea that can change the magic landscape was proposed by a magic apprentice. And this further highlights his greatness. Although his voice is pretending to be deep, Angus can still see that he is not old. When he was still a magic apprentice, he had such a great idea. When he becomes a senior magician, a great magician, or even a mage, a great mage. This is beyond Angus's imagination. He temporarily suppressed his shock. The proposal of combined magic was a major event in the magic world. He had to set off immediately to the headquarters of the Magic Association in the capital and report the matter. As the president of the Yabo City branch, he had a great contribution. In addition, inspired by Chen-Luo, he killed a great magician spy from the enemy country with the unexpected combined magic, and he also had to return to the capital to accept the king's reward. Angus smiled. He owed this Lord Chen-Luo a lot. A figure walked to Angus's door, knocked on the door, and said, Lord Angus, there is something that I think you should be interested in. Angus looked at the intermediate deacon standing at the door, and said, Deacon Baron, what are you talking about? The deacon named Baron walked in, stood opposite Angus, and said, It's about Lord Chen-Luo. Hearing Chen-Luo's name, Angus was refreshed and asked, Have you found out his identity? Baron shook his head and said, It's not just us, There are many people in Yabo City who are looking for but nothing came of it. Chenluo doesn't seem to be his real name. He has concealed his true identity from us." Angus was not surprised by this, nodded, and said, "He doesn't even want to show his face, so it's not surprising that his name is fake." "What are you talking about him?" 2 days ago, a mysterious scholar solved all the bounty problems of the Mathematical Society, and took away hundreds of gold coins from the Mathematical Society. At this point, Baron showed a trace of disbelief on his face, and said, "This matter is simply unbelievable. Even great scholars can't solve any of the problems that the Mathematical Society has rewarded." Angus knew that Baron was a deacon of the Magic Association, and that mathematics was his interest, but he obviously would not talk to him about the Mathematics Association for no reason. As if he realized something, he suddenly stood up, looked at Baron, and said, "You mean?" Baron nodded and said, "On the same day, Mr. Chenluo spent more than 500 gold coins to buy more than 10 kinds of variant magic from us, and the scholar who took the bounty from the Mathematics Association was also named Chenluo. I think they should be the same person." Angus showed surprise on his face. He also knows mathematics. Not only does he know, he has a high status in the hearts of mathematical scholars. Baron's face was complicated, with some indescribable emotions on his face, and said, "Sir Angus may not know that what he did is of great significance to the mathematical world." Angus smiled and said casually, "Is it more significant than combination magic to magicians?" "Far more than that." Baron took a deep breath and then slowly said, "Mathematical researchers called him God. In the land of divine grace, God is supreme. Magicians believe in the gods of magic, and scholars believe in the goddess of wisdom. Using the word God on humans means that they have reached the pinnacle of a certain field and cannot be surpassed." "God?" Angus looked solemn and asked uncertainly, "Do you think so too?" Baron was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, "Although it is hard to believe, I have to admit that the evaluation of Mr. Chenluo by that group of scholars is not exaggerated at all. This..." Angus opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. After a long time, he sat down again and said, "Go and get Deacon Jasmine." After a while, Jasmine knocked on the door, walked in slowly, lowered her head, and said softly, "Mr. President." Angus pointed to the chair opposite and said, "Sit down." Jasmine sat upright on the chair. Angus looked at her and asked, "How much does Deacon Jasmine know about Mr. Chenluo?" Jasmine was stunned for a moment, slowly looked at Angus, and asked tentatively, "Is there any problem with Mr. Chenluo's certification magic?" "No, Mr. Chenluo's idea of combined magic is perfect." Angus smiled and said, "I just want to know more about him. Deacon Jasmine seems to be very familiar with him. When Mr. Chenluo left last time, he asked me to take care of you, so I want to ask you about him." "Take care of me." Jasmine was stunned for a moment, and then he fell into thought and said slowly, "Mr. Chenluo is different from other magicians. He is very gentlemanly, very polite, and also very rich." Angus nodded and asked again, "The name Chenluo does not seem to be his real name. I wonder if Deacon Jasmine knows his true identity." Jasmine looked at Angus with a blank look on her face. "Ah, does Mr. Chenluo have other identities?" "It seems that Deacon Jasmine doesn't know either." Angus smiled slightly and said, "Okay, Deacon Jasmine, go and get busy. If Mr. Chenluo comes to the Magic Association in the future, please receive him in person. In addition, if you encounter any trouble in the association, you can come to me or Vice President Elton at any time." "I know." Jasmine nodded and said, "Thank you, President." After Jasmine slowly withdrew, Angus stood up again. He walked to the window, with a deep look of doubt on his face. "God, Mr. Chenluo, who are you?" Chapter 75. Chenluo expressed his shame for being called God. Although the development of mathematics in Shannon continent is still in its infancy, the backwardness of mathematics does not mean that they do not have the ability to raise questions. Some mathematical problems proposed in ancient Greece have not been solved until the 21st century. Chenluo should be thankful that they have not thought of trisecting angles, doubling cubes, and squaring circles. Otherwise, let alone Chenluo, even Euler and Gauss would not be able to solve them. In fact, each of the 20 or so questions is very high level. The reason why no one, including the great scholars, has solved them is not because they are incapable, but because they are too young. As long as they live another 1,000 or 2,000 years, until the theorems and formulas proposed and discovered in modern times appear, these questions can be solved by even Isabella. However, in a sense, Chenluo has also promoted the progress of mathematics in disguise this time. Although his purpose was not pure, and he solved the problem just for the reward, those theorems and formulas were true, and could help scholars avoid many detours. It was like Chen Luo directly put the mathematical laws that might be discovered hundreds or thousands of years later in front of him. His behavior was a miracle for mathematical researchers, who were still struggling step by step, and could only achieve a little research results after many years. Of course, the consequences of this behavior were also serious. Teacher Brittany had never praised anyone, but she mentioned to Chen Luo and Isabella more than once in 2 days that she would never catch up with a scholar named Chen Luo in mathematics. The mathematics scholars in Yabo City are looking for him all over the city. Every day, countless people are blocking the outside of the Mathematics Association. In the circle of mathematics scholars, there are suddenly more people wearing magic robes and masks. Wearing masks and putting the hat of the magic robe on their heads has become a popular trend in a very short time. This is a good thing for Chen Luo. When he appears in his real identity next time, he will not be so conspicuous. People will at most think that he is a crazy fan who likes to cause idols, and will not think that he is the real Chen Luo. The only thing Chen Luo is worried about is Isabella and Brittany. Last time in the Magic Association, he was almost exposed by Isabella. Although she has almost dispelled her suspicion these days, if something like last time happens again, her suspicion may double. Teacher Brittany is even more difficult to deal with. Teacher Brittany also knows about the combination magic. Although she doesn't pay much attention to the Magic Association, once she knows, it is hard to guarantee that she will not associate it with Chen Luo. Once she knew that he was Chen Luo, there was no way to hide the matter of the Mathematics Association. Teacher Brittany was at least 100 times smarter than Isabella. Chen Luo was confident that he could hide it from Isabella, but he was not sure that he could hide it from her. If you tell a lie, you have to use countless lies to cover it up. You can confess the matter of the Magic Association to Teacher Brittany, but if you let Teacher Brittany know about the matter of the Mathematics Association, the god in her heart is actually her student. How can the two of them get along in the future? Chen Luo regretted that he should have created a new account in the Mathematics Association, so that he would not have buried a huge hidden danger now. Brittany was teaching them fighting skills. Seeing that Chen Luo was distracted, she asked, "Blair, what are you thinking about?" Chen Luo came back to his senses, and found that Teacher Brittany was looking at him. He changed the subject and said, "Vice President Calvin has been gone for so long, and I don't know how the Edwin Award is going." Brittany smiled and said, "There are many outstanding mathematicians in the entire Lauren Kingdom. We are not the only ones nominated for the Edwin Award. Everyone has to go through layers of screening by the jury. These things are not something we can control. You don't have to worry about them. Focus on magic and advance to a junior magician as soon as possible." Chen Luo nodded and said, "I understand. It will take a long time for the Magic Association to certify the improved magic. Chen Luo doesn't have to worry about his identity being exposed for the time being. What he needs to worry about is that he will still have to worry about gold coins in the near future after spending all the bonus from the Mathematics Association. The variant magic purchased by more than 500 gold coins is enough for Chen Luo to advance to a junior magician at the fastest speed. But the elementary improvement and variant magic are more expensive than the apprentice level magic, and Chen Luo exhausted all the problems in the Mathematics Association at once, completely cutting off his own source of income. According to his guess, the income of the Magic Association should not be much. After all, there are too few geniuses who can do two things at the same time. Maybe at the beginning, the name of combination magic will attract some curious magicians, but when they find that normal people cannot learn this kind of magic, no one will be stupid enough to throw money in vain. In addition to improving magic, the Magic Association also has a faster way to make money. The Magic Association has close ties with the kingdom officials and often issues tasks for magicians. When magicians complete the tasks of the Magic Association, they can not only receive the gold coins for the corresponding tasks, but also earn points, upgrade their honorary membership level, and obtain higher permissions. Chen Luo has paid attention to the task list of the Magic Association. The bounties of those tasks are indeed tempting, but the tasks with rich bounties are usually like this. Provide information about an intermediate magician who resells the resources of the Magic Association, and reward 50 gold coins and 50 points. Capture a kingdom fugitive at the level of a senior magician, and reward 1,500 gold coins and 1,500 points. Kill an enemy spy at the level of a great magician, and reward 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 points. This is not something a human should do. Although 10,000 gold coins are more tempting than Senior Sister Alice, it is more difficult to get, and it is risking one's life, so it is not within Chen Luo's consideration for the time being. In addition to using contributions and gold coins to obtain the resources of the Magic Association, there is another way. When a magician of the Kingdom of Lowland breaks through to the level of Saint Mage, all the resources of the Magic Association of the Kingdom of Lowland will be open to him for free. In other words, if Chenluo is promoted to Saint Mage, he can get the Magic Association for free. The senior management of the Magic Association, who set this rule, must be mentally ill. Chenluo's goal is very clear, so he needs to plan ahead. He can reach the level of junior magician by the end of this semester at the latest. It is obviously too late to consider how to make money by then. Inside the classroom, Alice looked at Chenluo, who was lost in thought, and whispered, "Brother Blair?" After Chenluo came to his senses, he remembered that he was explaining a question to Alice. He coughed lightly and said, "Sorry, let's continue." Alice blinked at Chenluo and asked, "Brother Blair, have you found a partner for tomorrow's extracurricular practice?" Students above the second grade of St. Dona's College have an extracurricular practice every semester to truly test the students' mastery of magic. This extracurricular practice is somewhat dangerous and requires students to complete it in pairs of 3. Originally, this combination required at least one senior or senior in the 3rd grade, but teacher Anthony affirmed Chenluo's magic strength and allowed their team to be an exception. Chenluo was busy with other things these days and did not find a partner, but Toby would definitely follow him. As the last candidate, Toby planned to invite Linda. Since Toby thought that Isabella and Alice were Chenluo's people, he began to be attentive to Linda. Chenluo couldn't refuse Alice, so he looked at Toby and asked, "Have you found?" "No." Toby shook his head without hesitation and said, "We are still missing a companion." Chenluo looked at him in surprise and asked, "Didn't you invite Linda?" Toby looked at him in confusion. "Linda? What Linda? This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere." Alice looked at Chenluo, smiled, and asked, "It just so happens that I haven't found a companion either. Can I join you?" Chapter 76. Alice can't find a partner for extracurricular practice, which is the biggest joke of St. Dona's. As long as she says that she needs a partner, people who are attentive to her can line up from the school gate. She is so close to Chenluo just because she is greedy for his mathematical knowledge. Speaking of which, the relationship between Isabella and Chenluo is more natural than Alice's. If there is no instruction from the family behind her, how can Alice, the beautiful and big girl of St. Dona's College, the goddess in the eyes of countless students, approach a poor boy like him? Although Isabella is a little straightforward, she has no tricks, otherwise Chenluo would not be able to cheat money from her so smoothly every time. In other words, Isabella is much simpler than Alice. Chenluo was too lazy to expose Alice. Tomorrow is the day for extracurricular practice. Isabella has not come to him for so long. She must have found a partner long ago. In principle, a team member must have at least one senior student. Although teacher Anthony gave him privileges, it is better to abide by the rules of the college. Besides Isabella, senior student Chenluo only knew Alice and Fitch, and it seemed that there was no other choice. Chenluo nodded and said, "Welcome Alice to join us." Alice smiled at him and said, "Then Blair, see you tomorrow." Chenluo waved at her, "See you tomorrow." After Alice left, Toby looked at Chenluo and said, "Blair, you have to thank me." Chenluo glanced at him and asked, "Thank you for what?" Toby said, "How could Alice not find a companion? She is so close to you, she must like you. I created the opportunity for you." Chenluo looked at him and asked, "Aren't you doing this for yourself?" Toby slapped the table and said angrily, "Blair, I gave up even Linda for you, and you actually doubted me." Chenluo said lightly, "If you don't tell me your purpose, you won't have a chance in the future." Toby immediately said, "After you date Alice, can you ask her to introduce some friends to me?" As soon as Toby finished speaking, Isabella walked in from outside. Toby immediately sat up straight with a serious face. Isabella walked to Chenluo and said, "Blair, tomorrow's magic practice requires 3 people. Remember to find another companion." The class was about to start, and she left immediately after telling Chenluo a word. For Isabella, Chenluo was her junior, a close junior who slept in the same place and ate at the same table every day. This time, the magic practice happened to be the turn of Class 5 of Grade 2 and Class 1 of Grade 3. Each team needed a senior student. If Blair didn't choose her, the senior sister, would he choose Alice, the annoying little fox? Chenluo looked at Isabella and left, and understood her implication. She tacitly agreed that he would definitely team up with her. This tacit agreement was reasonable even in Chenluo's opinion. She obviously didn't choose Isabella, the senior sister, but chose Alice instead. This was a traitor's behavior and was unforgivable, but the problem was that Alice came earlier than her. But Isabella would definitely not listen to his explanation, and she didn't understand what first come first served meant. Luo had a headache for a while, regretting that he had agreed too early. Being with those two women was always a sure field. But she had already promised Alice, so it was hard to go back on her word. Although he had not promised Isabella, Isabella did not give him the choice to refuse. At this moment, Toby sighed, patted Luo's shoulder gently, and said, "Blair, I may have a stomachache tomorrow. I probably won't be able to go to tomorrow's magic practice." Toby has been focusing on learning fighting these days, and his magic has not improved much. Even if he participates in extracurricular practice, he is at the bottom. Magic tests and extracurricular practice, which test their real magic ability, are what Toby and Blair dislike the most. Luo also wanted to pretend to have a stomachache like Toby, because he would rather face a bunch of math problems than face Alice and Isabella at the same time. When the two of them did not meet, they were both goddesses of St. Donis College. When the two goddesses met, a battle of gods would begin. However, it was impossible to escape. After all, Luo had promised Alice, not to mention that he was also quite interested in tomorrow's extracurricular practice. 3 people are 3 people, at most I just need to avoid them. After lunch in the afternoon, Luo went to the market with Isabella and Brittany to buy vegetables. 2 days ago, there was a small episode in the matter of cooking. Isabella and Brittany suddenly had a sudden whim and wanted to try cooking by themselves. Luo did not stop them. After all, this would also reduce his burden. However, he still overestimated Isabella and Brittany's talent in cooking. Brittany's magic talent is unmatched, and her mathematical talent is also amazing, but her cooking skills really can't be praised. Eating her food is worse than eating bread. As for Isabella, the dark food she cooked was not even eaten by the dogs in the school. The two wasted most of the ingredients, and in the end, Luo had to do it himself to fill the stomachs of 3 people. After that day, teacher Brittany and Isabella never mentioned cooking. Isabella wanted to learn cooking from Luo, but it was over before she even started. If they hadn't wasted too much food, Luo wouldn't have to go out to buy food today. Walking on the road, Isabella thought of tomorrow's practical class and asked, "Blair, there is another companion for tomorrow's extracurricular practice. Who do you choose? Is it the fat guy sitting next to you?" Luo didn't answer because it was a death question. Isabella saw his strange expression and asked, "If it's not the fat guy, then who is it?" Luo looked at her and said, "Guess." Isabella glanced at him and said, "As long as it's not Alice, you can choose anyone." At this moment, Luo looked at Isabella and felt like a 2-timing scumbag. He looked at Isabella awkwardly and said, "What if it's really Senior Alice?" Isabella was stunned for a moment. In the short silence, Luo had an illusion that the temperature around him had dropped a few degrees. Isabella looked at him and gritted her teeth and said, "Blair, you traitor." From Isabella's perspective, Luo's behavior was betrayal. It was like Isabella abandoned Luo and teamed up with Fitch, and Luo must have been very unhappy. Isabella was obviously angry and walked in front alone. Brittany and Luo walked side by side. At a certain moment, she finally couldn't help it, turned her head and looked at Luo, and asked, "Blair, if you choose a girl as your wife, would you choose Isabella or Alice?" This is a roundabout way to ask him which one he likes, Isabella or Alice. However, children often make choices. Adults will choose to have them all, but they usually have no choice, because whether it is a beautiful girl or a girl with a good figure, it has nothing to do with them. Isabella is the daughter of the city lord, with noble status, beauty and wealth. Alice comes from a family of scholars, has a wide range of friends, and is elegant and polite. Isabella approached Luo to eat for free. Alice approached him to make friends. Only teacher Brittany gave him one-sided efforts without asking for anything in return. If he could choose, Luo would certainly want to choose her. It's a pity that teacher Brittany didn't give him this option. "I don't choose any of them." Luo shook his head, his eyes firm, and said, "Just like Brittany devoted herself to mathematics, I have long decided to devote everything to magic." Brittany smiled and said, "But you have to get married." Luo asked back, "Isn't Brittany married?" Brittany said, "I'm not in a hurry." Luo said, "I'm not in a hurry either." Isabella happened to hear this sentence, standing not far away and looking at them, revealing a look that had seen through everything. Chapter 77. Although most people in the God's Grace continent can use some simple magic, only when they reach the realm of advanced magicians can the power of magic be initially revealed. For most magic apprentices, magic cannot be used for fighting. Long chants and gestures can only cast a slow little fireball, which is worse than using fists and feet directly. In order to further cultivate students' magic ability and let students apply magic theory to practice, St. Donis opened extracurricular practice courses. The place for extracurricular practice is on a mountain outside the city of Yabo. This mountain was bought by the college from the kingdom. Every blade of grass and every tree on the mountain, every rabbit and every pheasant, are the property of Saint Donis. Private property is inviolable. This is a law recognized by the 4 empires and kingdoms of the God's Grace continent. This mountain belongs to Saint Donis. Although the college does not prohibit others from entering, it is against the law to cut down trees or hunt on the mountain. Saint Donis College bought this mountain to use it as a place for students to practice extracurricularly. Every month, the college arranges one class each from the 2nd and 3rd grades to practice extracurricularly here. Toby asked for a leave today and did not come. The students in the class arrived at school half an hour in advance, and then, led by several teachers, left the school and went out of the city to the temporary camp at the foot of the mountain. The leader of Chenluo's class is their magic teacher Anthony. After bringing the students here, he first explained to everyone the precautions for this extracurricular practice. Extracurricular practice is mainly safety-oriented, supplemented by the training of magic strength. This is what he particularly emphasized. After all, this is not a school. Although most of the dangers in the mountain have been cleared by the college to ensure the safety of students, there are still some small risks that cannot be avoided. The academy can ensure that students will not encounter tigers, leopards, jackals, and other ferocious beasts within the limited scope of the academy, but the terrain in the mountains is complicated, and students walking on their own sprained ankles and bumped into trees are beyond the control of the academy. In addition, he also explained in detail the rules of this extracurricular practice and the students' tasks. Anthony looked at the absent-minded students and frowned and asked, "Did you hear what I just said clearly?" "I heard it clearly." The boys and girls aged 16 and 17 answered quickly, but their attention was obviously not on Anthony. Compared with sitting in class every day and listening to the boring lectures, extracurricular practice is obviously more interesting to them. As a teacher, Anthony certainly knows that these students are absent-minded. Except for Blair, almost everyone's mind is elsewhere. Regarding Blair, Anthony likes and fears this student. He likes it because Blair has a good talent. His grades in magic theory and practice are the highest in the whole 2nd grade. This kind of score is very rare for a godforsaken. Anthony could imagine what kind of efforts he had made outside of class. The reason for his fear was that Blair would always ask him some very strange questions. For example, why did it take spells and gestures to communicate with magic elements? Why couldn't humans communicate with elemental impurities as easily as magic elements? How could Anthony know these questions? It was difficult to communicate with elemental impurities using spells and gestures. It had always been like this. How could he know why? When Teacher Anthony was talking, Chenluo listened very carefully. He has always been serious about magic. Extracurricular practice is a course that aims to enhance students' practical magic skills, not to let them go on a picnic. Students need to collaborate to complete a task in order to pass this course. The content of this task is to catch rabbits. This task sounds a bit strange, but it is still very challenging for magic apprentices. In the Shinin continent, magic is not a talent unique to humans. Here, humans who can rub fireballs with their hands are everywhere, and rabbits that can spit fireballs are also not uncommon. Not only rabbits, but many animals in this world have the ability to communicate with magic elements. Humans can communicate with 4 magic elements, while animals, due to certain restrictions, can generally only communicate with 1. As far as Chenluo knows, species of the rabbit family seem to be friendly to the fire system. They can communicate with the fire element and release fireballs like humans, but the difference is that they can only release fireballs. The fireballs spit out by rabbit species are very small and move slowly, so even ordinary people can easily dodge them. If the magic apprentice's mental power is condensed enough, he can easily seize the control of the fire element of the rabbit species and capture them. After the control of the element is seized, these rabbits will be stunned and slaughtered. Of course, not all animals are as weak as the rabbit species. The magic ability of animals is generally proportional to their body size. Some large carnivorous animals can even rival high-level magicians when they go crazy. Of course, there are no such beasts in the extracurricular practice area of the college. There are only rabbits with low attack power raised here by the college, which are convenient for students to condense their mental power. Chenluo has seen too many incredible things here. A rabbit that can spit fireballs can no longer subvert his worldview. What he finds difficult to understand is why animals, including rabbit species, do not need spells and gestures to release magic. Even humans, as highly intelligent creatures, need to communicate magic through spells and gestures. To some extent, The most powerful magician in Shenin continent is not as good as a rabbit. What makes Chenluo most indignant is that, from the facts, humans and animals, he is more like the latter. He walked up to Anthony and said, "Teacher Anthony, I have a magic question to ask you." Anthony's heart jumped when he heard this, but as a teacher, he couldn't refuse. He glanced at Chenluo and asked nervously, "What's the question?" Teacher Anthony just said that humans are the favorites of the gods. In magic, we have higher magic talents than animals, and a wider space for improvement, but why do we need spells and gestures to release magic, but animals don't? Chenluo looked at Anthony and asked the doubts in his heart. From this fact, it seems that animals are more like the favorites of the gods. After Chenluo finished speaking, several students around him were stunned, and their faces showed doubts. This question sounds a bit strange, but if you think about it carefully, it seems to make some sense. They need to use spells and gestures to release magic, but when the rabbit spits fireballs, it can do it with its mouth open. There is no reason why they are not as good as a rabbit. Several students walked over here, looking at Anthony, waiting for his explanation. Anthony looked at Chenluo and wanted to block his mouth. Is this a problem? Humans need spells and gestures to cast magic. Do rabbits have hands, and can they make such movements? As for why rabbits can cast magic without spells and gestures, this is also a question he is curious about. Seeing a group of people coming here from a distance, Anthony immediately pointed to the students and said, "Your seniors are here, go and choose your companions." Although rabbits have no combat power, the academy still asks them to form a team of at least 3 people in order to consider the students to the greatest extent. At least one of them is a senior student. At the same time, there will be several teachers patrolling in the forest to deal with any emergencies. Chenluo sighed. Teacher Anthony still did not solve his doubts. However, it is not scientific to compare people with animals. Dogs have more sensitive noses than humans, bats can use echolocation, and snakes can last a whole day rolling in the grass. Some talents and abilities of animals are indeed beyond the reach of humans. On the other side, after the third-year students arrived, those students had long stopped thinking about why the rabbit didn't need spells and gestures. Extracurricular practice requires the third-year students to be in a group. They had already set their sights on several beautiful and well-built seniors. In order not to be preempted by others, many people walked over quickly almost as soon as Teacher Anthony finished speaking. Even if they couldn't develop anything with them, this was a rare opportunity to get in close contact with the goddesses. Several boys who were quite confident in themselves had already sent invitations to the 2 goddesses of the college. Senior Alice, Senior Isabella. However, they stopped talking before they finished. Isabella didn't even look at the people who invited her, and walked straight in a certain direction. Alice smiled apologetically at the people around her, and walked in the same direction as Isabella. No matter where they were, Alice and Isabella were the focus of everyone's attention. The eyes of nearly 100 people followed them to a certain direction. At this moment, Chenluo was the center of attention. It's Blair. Senior Isabella and Senior Alice both chose him. Damn it, this Blair, it's not enough to have Isabella, he also wants to snatch our Alice. Feeling the murderous intent in some people's eyes, Chenluo hid behind Teacher Anthony. He suddenly felt that compared to catching rabbits with Isabella and Alice this weekend, taking a leave at home, chatting with Teacher Brittany, and cooking seemed to be a better choice. Chapter 78. Extracurricular practice. Each team needs at least 1 senior student. If the second-year students do not make contact in advance, the teachers will help them to make the assignment. Of course, the number of third-year students is about the same as that of second-year students. Some teams have 2 or 3 senior students. Isabella and Alice have already walked to his side. Chenluo can't keep shrinking his head. He squeezed a smile on his face and greeted them. Isabella snorted lightly and didn't say anything. It was obvious that she was still angry with him. When Alice came over just now, she knew that their other companion was not the fat second-year student, but Isabella. But she didn't say anything, but smiled at Chenluo and said, "I thought the last companion was that classmate Toby." Chenluo coughed lightly and said, "Toby is sick and didn't come today." Isabella glanced at Alice and said, "You still have time to regret now. Anyway, there are still many people waiting for you over there." Alice looked at her with a smile and said, "There are also many people waiting for Isabella there." The eyes of the 2 met in the air, and invisible sparks burst out. Chenluo sighed in his heart. These 2 women were tit for tat when they met. The smell of gunpowder was so strong that it was simply torture to team up with them. Those guys didn't know anything, but they envied him. In comparison, Chenluo would rather team up with Toby. He was too lazy to get involved in the war between the 2 women, and stood quietly aside to watch the show. After Isabella and Alice exchanged a sentence, they ignored each other, but the smoke between the two did not dissipate, and the atmosphere became more tense. Vice Dean Achior stood at the front and raised his voice and said, "After everyone finds a companion, you can go up the mountain. Be sure to pay attention to safety. In addition, all teachers, please be responsible for your own area and protect the students in your area." The college still attaches great importance to the personal safety of students. In addition to arranging several teachers with at least intermediate magician strength for each extracurricular practice, there will also be a vice dean in charge. The 4 vice deans of St. Donis are all senior magicians. And the dean, that Chen Luo has never seen, is said to have been promoted to a great magician. After Vice Dean Achior announced, Chen Luo walked towards the mountain. Although he was not interested in catching rabbits, this was a good opportunity for him. An opportunity to verify many ideas in his mind. Vice Dean Archer watched groups of students go up the mountain. Several teachers followed them and left. Only Teacher Anthony stood there, seemingly in deep thought. He walked over and asked Teacher Anthony, "Do you have anything else to say?" Anthony looked up at him and said, "Dean Archer, I have a magic question to ask you." Anthony was only an intermediate magician. Archer had stayed at the intermediate magician level for more than 10 years. He thought he had some magic problems, and said casually, "What is the problem? Tell me." Anthony asked, "Dean, do you have to use spells and gestures to communicate magic elements?" Archer looked at him in surprise and said, "Teacher Anthony, are you serious?" Of course, spells and gestures are needed to communicate magic elements. This is something that magic apprentices all know. Anthony looked at him and asked, "Then why don't rabbits need it?" Akil was silent for a moment and said, "Teacher Anthony, you should go and protect the students." Anthony said, "But you haven't answered my question yet." Akil was furious and said, "What question do you want to answer? Is your question more important or the safety of the students? Don't you want this month's bonus? Go now." Under the reprimand of the vice president, Anthony left in a panic. Akil stood there, with a deep look of doubt on his face, and murmured, "Why?" What St. Donis College bought was a hilltop with a large area. There were only more than 100 students in the 2 classes. After entering the mountain, they chose different directions, and were inevitably a little scattered. For their safety, they naturally couldn't let them run around aimlessly. Therefore, the school not only demarcated the students' range of activities, but also divided the area into multiple areas. Each area was patrolled by teachers to deal with emergencies. Generally speaking, there would be no emergencies in extracurricular practice. The academy had long cleared the surrounding beasts that might threaten the students. The most powerful beasts in the mountain might be the rabbits that could spit fire. Not to mention the magic apprentices who had been exposed to magic. Even normal people could not catch them, nor would they be hurt by them. For top students like Alice and Isabella, who were only a thin barrier away from being a junior magician, extracurricular practice was not very meaningful. But for those students whose mental strength was not concentrated enough, and who could not even control the fireball spell, this was indeed a rare opportunity. Chen Luo certainly didn't need to use this method to concentrate his mental power. He practiced various magics every day, and his mental power was already concentrated enough. The main reason why he participated in this extracurricular practice was to verify some of his conjectures. Those conjectures that he was not convenient to verify on Toby. He walked alone on the narrow mountain road, and Isabella and Alice were not far behind him. At a certain moment, there was a rustling sound in the bushes not far to the left of Chen Luo. Soon, a white, furry thing came out of the bushes. Seeing someone in front, the rabbit was obviously startled, and it spit out a fireball from its mouth and attacked Chen Luo. The rabbit species are very timid and belong to the bottom of the food chain in nature. For self-protection, they will subconsciously spit out fireballs to protect themselves when they are frightened or encounter enemies. However, although they condense magic quickly, their power is small, and the attack speed of the fireball is also slow enough for the magician to communicate with the fire element and deprive them of the control of the fireball. Chen Luo turned his back to Isabella and Alice, made a few symbolic gestures, and then easily controlled the small fireball. The fireball he spit out was controlled by others, and the rabbit was scared and stayed where it was. Chen Luo dispersed the fireball, and finally understood why the academy chose to catch rabbits as the content of extracurricular practice. High-level magicians can deprive low-level magicians of their elemental control, but there are no magicians lower than the magic apprentice level. They are not strong enough in spirit, so they can only bully low-level creatures like rabbits to satisfy their desire. Chen Luo did not catch the rabbit. He dispersed the fireball. The rabbit turned around and was about to run. Chen Luo dodged and blocked it. Bang! As expected, the frightened rabbit vomited another fireball. This time, Qianluo did not control the fireball, but condensed a wall of nitrogen in front of him. The reason why it was not carbon dioxide was that compared with carbon dioxide, the content of nitrogen in the air was obviously higher. Although it was less dense than the average density of air, Qianluo controlled it with mental power. The small density of nitrogen and the disadvantage of floating in the air would be compensated, and it would immediately become the most convenient fire-extinguishing gas. Qianluo's eyes were fixed on the fireball, and he saw that the fireball was annihilated silently after entering the nitrogen wall. The dependence of fire elements on oxygen was more serious than Qianluo imagined. Their combustion would be extinguished at the moment of lack of oxygen. The success of this experiment proved that he had found a more convenient shortcut to restrain fire magic. At present, Qianluo can only affect the composition of the air very close to him, and as his mental power becomes stronger, the range of control will become larger and larger. Facing a fire magician, he can easily create a large-scale fire barrier. The range that his mental power can cover will be the forbidden area of the fire element. At that time, he will become a real nemesis of the fire system. After completing the fire-extinguishing experiment, Qianluo continued to verify his next conjecture. He picked up the frightened rabbit and used his mental power to extract the oxygen in the air around it. In a very short time, the rabbit in his hand first breathed rapidly, and then the spirit gradually became weak, and the struggling movements changed from violent to slow, and finally motionless. After Qianluo gathered a lot of oxygen around it, it gradually recovered, but it had no strength to struggle anymore. Even if Qianluo put it on the ground, it did not run away immediately. If the experimental subject is a human, the effect should be the same. Under the premise that people have not yet generally understood oxygen, Qianluo can do all this without anyone noticing. On this rabbit, Qianluo completed the experiment that he was not convenient to do on Toby. Although combination magic is called the fifth branch of magic by Angus, it is still based on the 4 series magic. Compared with combination magic, what Qianluo is using now is the real 5th series magic, the 5th series magic that belongs to him alone. Qianluo was thinking about this in his heart, and suddenly there was a quarrel behind him. Mine is big. It's obviously mine. It's obviously yours. Yours is small. Qianluo turned around and saw Isabella and Alice each holding a rabbit in their arms, and they had a dispute over whose rabbit was bigger. The poor rabbit trembled under the mental pressure of 2 women who were close to junior magicians and couldn't even spit out a fireball. Isabella and Alice have been enemies for many years. They compete with each other in looks, body shape, magic talent, subject scores, and even whose rabbit is bigger. Qianluo turned his head away. He didn't want to get involved in the dispute between the 2 women, but Isabella and Alice obviously didn't want to let him go so easily. Blair. Isabella walked over quickly with her rabbit in her arms and said, "Tell me, between me and Alice, whose rabbit is bigger?" Chapter 79. Qianluo looked at Isabella's rabbit, then at Alice's rabbit. Obviously, no matter what rabbit she was talking about, Alice's rabbit was bigger. It was true that Alice's rabbit was bigger, but telling the truth would offend Isabella. If Qianluo stood on Alice's side, Isabella might not talk to him for several days. Although this would make Qianluo's side quieter, there would be no one to warm his bed every night. Qianluo shook his head and said against his conscience, "It's about the same. I can't tell which one is bigger." Fortunately, although the war between the 2 women was raging, it did not affect innocent people. They did not force Qianluo to make a choice between them. You can't compare whose rabbit is bigger, but you can compare who catches more rabbits. Each area on this mountain has a location designated by the college. After completing the tasks of the practical class, students can hand in their rabbits there. After Isabella and Alice handed in the 2 rabbits to the designated location, they started a new round of competition. Although the rabbits here can spit fireballs and run fast, they are too cute, and it is not difficult to catch them. The competition between Isabella and Alice is a good thing for Qianluo. They don't bother him, so he can continue the next experiment. After being tossed by Qianluo several times, the rabbit lay weakly on the grass, and has not recovered yet. Qianluo took advantage of this time to gather some hydrogen. The content of hydrogen in the air is not much, and it is not as easy to gather as nitrogen and oxygen. Mental power plays the role of condensing hydrogen and oxygen, and can act as a closed container. As long as the content of hydrogen reaches a certain level, a violent explosion can occur. He carefully mixed hydrogen and nitrogen in a certain proportion, hid his whole body behind a big tree in the distance, and finally summoned a little spark to ignite the gas. Boom! Qianluo, who was hiding behind the tree, clearly heard a loud noise coming from the front, and then he walked out from behind the tree. For his own safety, Qianluo only condensed a small air mass, but even a small air mass was more powerful than Qianluo expected. A charred depression appeared on the ground, surrounded by scattered soil, and it looked messy. As for the rabbit that had been tortured by Qianluo several times, it was completely freed. This was when Qianluo deliberately controlled the power of the explosion. If he let go of all his strength, even if he hid behind the tree, his fate would not be much better than that of the rabbit. Qianluo sighed, picked up the rabbit, and then took out the seasoning bag from his pocket. He had prepared this yesterday. During the extracurricular practice, many students would accidentally kill rabbits. The school would bury them on the spot after collecting them. Qianluo thought this was a bit wasteful. It was lunchtime, so he simply used local materials. Rabbit meat is also a kind of meat that nobles often eat, but their cooking is really bad. In Qianluo's hands, this kind of thing, whether roasted or fried, is a delicious dish. Extracurricular practice will last a whole day. Students will prepare bread by themselves. After learning that the content of the practice is to catch rabbits, Qianluo didn't even bring food. Magic is convenient. Qianluo used the knife he had prepared long ago to deal with a rabbit, cleaned it with water magic, and then applied seasoning and marinated it for a while, then hid behind a large rock that no one noticed, and set up a grill. The grease was roasted by the flames and dripped onto the firewood, making a sizzling sound. Qianluo turned the stick in his hand, and suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Blair, what are you doing here?" Qianluo turned around and saw Isabella and Alice standing on the stone, looking at him curiously. Isabella jumped down from the stone, looked around, and asked, "Blair, where is your rabbit?" Qianluo pointed to the things roasting on the fire and said, "Here." "Blair, you killed it." Isabella was startled and said, "Blair, the rabbit is so cute, you actually killed it." This time, Alice stood on the same front with Isabella, which was rare. Looking at Qianluo, she said in disbelief, "Brother Blair, how can you be so cruel?" Qianluo shook his head and said, "I just used it to test magic and accidentally killed it. It would be a bit of a waste if I don't eat it." Isabella pointed to the seasoning on the ground. Bag, and asked, "How do you explain this?" Qianluo looked at her and asked, "As a chef, is it strange that I carry seasoning bags with me?" Isabella said angrily, "Then you shouldn't eat it. In fact, rabbits are not as cute as you think." Qianluo looked at Isabella and Alice and said solemnly, "You don't know that a long time ago, rabbits were a symbol of evil." Seeing that he was full of crooked logic, Isabella said angrily, "I think you are the symbol of evil." Qianluo was too lazy to argue with her, and waved his hand. "Just don't eat it." After that, he ignored the two women and concentrated on grilling meat. Isabella sat angrily opposite Qianluo, and took out bread from a small bag she carried across her body. Alice sat on the other side of Qianluo, keeping a distance from Isabella, and also took out the bread she brought. Qianluo tore off a rabbit leg, took a bite, and showed satisfaction on his face. Although he hadn't done it himself for a long time, his barbecue skills were still there. When he was in school, he would go out for a picnic with a few friends when he had time. His barbecue skills were practiced at that time, which were much better than his cooking level. Isabella smelled the aroma of barbecue and ate the bread without any taste. Judging from the expression of the guy opposite, rabbits are not only cute, but may also be delicious, at least better than the bread in her hand. Qianluo ate 2 rabbit legs and half a rabbit. Although he was not full, he was a little greasy. He glanced at Isabella and Alice and found that after such a while, Isabella had only taken a bite of her bread and Alice had only taken 2 bites of her bread. He looked at Isabella and Alice and said, "There are 2 rabbit legs left. If Isabella and Alice don't want to eat them, I will throw them away." Although they have all eaten rabbit meat, it is the first time they have seen a live rabbit become food in front of them. The roasted rabbit is obviously not as cute as before. Isabella coughed lightly, picked up a rabbit leg, and said, "Food cannot be wasted." Alice picked up the other one and smiled at Qianluo. "Thank you, Blair." From Isabella and Alice's behavior, if Qianluo opened a restaurant here, perhaps the business would be very hot. But unfortunately, nobles would not eat in such restaurants, and ordinary civilians could not afford it. In the land of God's grace, selling knowledge is the fastest way to make money. After a simple lunch, Isabella and Alice started their unspoken competition again. They both majored in wind magic, and they both began to learn levitation. This kind of magic does not have the function of attack, but it is very useful to affect the actions of rabbits. In just over an hour, each of them has caught more than a dozen rabbits. They have almost caught all the rabbits around, and it is no longer as easy to encounter as at the beginning. Isabella and Alice tacitly swept deeper into the forest. You two, don't go any deeper. Chen Luo followed them, pointed ahead, and said, the woods ahead are no longer within the scope of activities designated by the Academy. Isabella looked at Alice and asked, how many are you? 16. Alice looked at her and asked, how many are you? 16. Whoosh. A white shadow, under the gaze of the three, quickly flashed into the woods ahead. Isabella said, mine. Alice glanced at her and said, I saw it first. The two finished their words and ran towards the depths of the woods. Women. Chen Luo shook his head, expressing his helplessness towards the two women who were competing with each other, and followed in. Although Isabella and Alice majored in wind magic, their levels were too low to use wind magic to increase their speed. After chasing into the woods, they could not see the rabbit for a while. This place is already outside the scope of the Academy's activities. If you go further, you may encounter unknown dangers. The two looked at each other, and were about to turn back when a strange sound suddenly came from the bushes in front of them. Isabella and Alice's eyes showed joy, and they were ready to catch the rabbit with floating magic. The next moment, their expressions were stunned at the same time. Because it was not a rabbit that came out of the dense forest in front, but a person. It was a middle-aged man. He looked a little embarrassed. His clothes were tattered and covered with stains. If it wasn't a magic robe, the two people would have thought that the other party was a wild man living in the mountains. This man was obviously not a wild man, because a wild man could not wear a magic robe. There were 3 wavy silver lines on the chest of the magic robe. This is a senior magician. The man didn't expect to meet 2 beautiful ladies here. He took a look at their school uniforms and asked, students of St. Donis College? Isabella and Alice didn't know why there was such a senior magician in the deep mountains, but they obviously couldn't stay here any longer. Isabella grabbed Alice's arm and said, the teachers are just ahead, let's go back. Alice glanced at the man. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and nodded, well, let's go. However, the two had just turned their heads, and walked a few steps, when a wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of them. As soon as the wall of fire appeared, it quickly spread to the surroundings, and finally formed a circle, surrounding them and the senior magician. The man looked at Alice, a smile appeared on his face, and said, beautiful lady, since you have recognized me, do you still want to leave like this? Chapter 80. The wall of fire burned fiercely, and the temperature around it rose suddenly, causing sweat to quickly ooze out of Alice and Isabella's foreheads. Alice looked at the man opposite with a pale face, and said in a trembling voice, my lord, I don't know you. Please let us go, our teachers and deans are not far away. Several deans of St. Donis. The man smiled and said, do you think I'm afraid of those old guys? Alice gritted her teeth and said, Lord Baird, please let us go, we will never leak your information. Isabella held Alice's hand tightly, and her face immediately lost color when she heard Baird's name. Few people in Yabo City don't know Baird's name. He is a native of Yabo City, and he is also a criminal wanted by the kingdom and the Magic Association. As a senior magician, he massacred the entire family of another magician in Yabo City half a year ago, committing a serious crime and being wanted by the kingdom and the Magic Association. This case was a hot topic at the time. For a long time, his portrait was posted on the wall of the Magic Association. Anyone who provided information about him could get a generous reward. However, in the past 6 months, no matter how hard the kingdom and the Magic Association searched, they could not find Baird's trace. It turned out that he was hiding here. Judging from his clothes, he should have been hiding in this deep mountain for a long time. Baird hid here to avoid being hunted down. She and Alice found his traces. How could the other party let them leave? And the 2 magic apprentices of them could not be the opponents of the senior magician at all. Now you admit that you know me? Baird looked at Alice and Isabella for a few times, and the smile on his face gradually became weird. He said, you can let me go, but I don't want to kill 2 beautiful ladies. Hearing Baird's words, Isabella and Alice not only did not feel relieved, but became more desperate. They found Baird's trace. This cruel criminal would never let them go. There were only 2 outcomes for them, being killed directly by him, or being killed after being insulted by him. Alice and Isabella looked at each other, and soon, several fireballs appeared around them. However, the direction of the fireballs was not Baird, but themselves. Isabella's face showed regret. She regretted that she should not have made a bet with Alice, and should not have disobeyed Blair's words. At the last moment of her life, she was not afraid, but just hoped that Blair would not chase her. However, the fireballs they summoned only trembled a few times, and flew towards the surrounding fire wall. Senior magicians can easily take away the control of elements from magic apprentices. In front of Baird, they can't even die. Baird slowly approached Isabella and Alice and said, "Two beautiful ladies, if you don't want to be tortured, just be obedient." Before he finished speaking, his brows suddenly frowned and he said, "Another one." Isabella's face changed and she shouted, "Blair, run." However, her reminder was too late. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding fire wall suddenly disappeared and turned into countless fireballs, like a rain of fire, shooting towards the bushes. "Blair! Blair, be careful!" Isabella and Alice shouted and ran quickly in that direction. After running for more than 10 steps, they saw a figure standing there not far away. Qianluo came out of the invisible nitrogen mask. When he was chasing Isabella and Alice, a dense fireball suddenly flew from the front. If he hadn't condensed a nitrogen mask in time, he might never see Teacher Brittany again. "Blair, you're okay. Blair." Isabella and Alice saw Qianluo standing there intact, with ecstasy on their faces. They ran over quickly, shouting, "Blair, run. Where do you want to run to?" A cold voice, like a basin of cold water poured over their heads, extinguished all their hopes. Baird stood in front of them, looking at him coldly. Even if a high-level fire magician doesn't know wind blades, he can easily learn intermediate wind magic. Their speed is not comparable to that of magic apprentices. Qianluo looked at the beggar in front of him and asked, "Who is he?" Alice said anxiously, "Brother Blair, be careful. Baird is a criminal with a reward of 1,500 gold coins from the Magic Association. He is a high-level fire magician." Qianluo looked at Alice fiercely. "What did you say?" Alice said palely, "He is a high-level fire magician." Qianluo grabbed her wrist and asked, "How much gold coins do you think he is worth?" At a time of life and death, Alice couldn't care so much. She said in a trembling voice, "His reward is 1,500 gold coins. This person is extremely dangerous." Qianluo looked at the beggar in front of him, and he was so excited that he couldn't suppress it. He spent a whole week, and didn't know how many brain cells died, to earn only 500 gold coins from the Mathematics Association. This time, it tripled. Baird didn't act immediately, but looked at Qianluo with suspicion and surprise, and asked, "How did you avoid my rain of fire?" Fire-based high-level magic, the rain of fire, is a magic with a very wide attack range. Not to mention a little magic apprentice, even a junior magician can't survive the attack of the rain of fire. But the boy on the opposite side not only survived the attack of the rain of fire, but also remained unscathed, which is something that an intermediate magician can't do. But at his age, he can't be a high-level magician. The most talented magician in the Shinin continent can't become a high-level magician at the age of 16 or 17. The first magic genius of the Lauren Kingdom, the one from the Stern family, was also over 20 years old when he was promoted to a high-level magician. Qianluo did not answer Baird's question, staring at him intently, and asked, "Are you really worth 1,500 gold coins?" Bairder's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Boy, answer my question." Qianluo then realized that he was a little excited. He glanced at Isabella and Alice and said, "I will hold him. You go quickly and find Dean Archer. You are a magic apprentice. How can you hold him?" Isabella stood beside him and said, "I won't leave. Let's die together." Isabella wanted to die, but Qianluo didn't want to die yet. If they didn't leave, Qianluo would not only be unable to perform, but also have to distract himself to take care of them. This 1,500 gold coins is only for a high-level magician and a fire magician. If he is a wind magician, today's matter is really a bit troublesome. What kind of high-level magician of the fire system is pretending to be a strongman here? Qianluo glanced at Alice. Isabella was stubborn, but Alice's mind was more mature. She believed that Alice could understand what he meant. Alice looked at Qianluo, bit her lower lip tightly, and her eyes were already full of tears. She grabbed Isabella's arm and cried, "Let's run separately and find Dean Archer. This is our only chance. Maybe one of us can survive, otherwise all three of us will die." Isabella's expression was stubborn. "I don't." Alice grabbed her shoulders hard and shouted, "Do you want Blair to sacrifice in vain?" Isabella's body shook violently. Looking at Qianluo, tears flowed uncontrollably. How could a magic apprentice resist a senior magician? Blair bought them a short time. She and Alice fled separately. Perhaps one of them had a chance to survive, but he would definitely die. Blair used his death to exchange for their glimmer of hope. Qianluo looked at them and urged, "Go!" Isabella and Alice's faces were already tearful. They took a last look at him, bypassed Baird, and ran in the direction they came from with all their strength. There is no doubt that Blair could not stop him. Baird would catch up with them soon. Perhaps they would be caught up and killed by him, or another one would be caught up and killed by him, or perhaps neither of them could escape. But in any case, they had a glimmer of hope that Blair had exchanged for his life. Bailder looked at Chenluo calmly and asked, "Before you die, do you have any last words?" He was not worried that the two beautiful ladies could escape, because it only took him a moment to kill the magic apprentice in front of him. How far could they run at this moment? He even had time to ask him if he had any last words. "I only have one question." Chenluo looked at Baird from a distance and asked, "Are you really worth 1,500 gold coins?" Chapter 81. Baird looked at the magic apprentice opposite him, and frowned again. He didn't know why the humble magic apprentice was not afraid at all when facing him, a senior magician. Was he not afraid of death, or was he confident that he could escape from his own hands? Delay time? Baird had rich combat experience, and quickly figured out his purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to chant the spell. The person opposite used the most clumsy way to delay time. After knowing his purpose, Baird didn't intend to say a word to him. He used the fastest speed to release a fire rain spell, and the overwhelming fireballs emerged from the void and shot forward. Last time he was able to escape, this time, he will definitely die. Baird didn't even check the result, and was ready to perform the flying spell to chase the taller girl. The speed of the magic apprentice was far from comparable to his. Today, the three people who discovered his whereabouts will die. However, just as his feet left the ground, a voice came from behind him. "Don't run away, you haven't answered my question yet." Baird's face changed, and he turned around and saw that the magic apprentice was standing there looking at him, neither hurried nor slow, calm and composed. The ground under his feet was already charred and full of mess, but the boy was still standing there intact, and even his clothes were not stained with a trace of flames. "This is impossible." Baird was shocked. "How did you avoid it?" Chenluo looked at Baird, and his eyes were hot, as if there was a flame burning. This bit of enthusiasm, of course, is not only because of the 1,500 gold coins, but also because the opponent is a real high-level fire magician. Chenluo has rich theoretical experience, but he is extremely lacking in practical experience. It's not because he can't find an opponent, but because some of his abilities are not suitable for showing in front of others. His trump cards are all life-saving tricks in life and death crisis. The high-level fire magician on the opposite side is truly his first opponent since he came to the Shenin continent. This is his first battle. He really wants to see what level his current strength can reach. That's why he urged Isabella and Alice to leave as soon as possible. Only when they leave can Chenluo go all out. The magic apprentice on the opposite side was a bit weird, and the development of the situation began to get out of his control. Baird finally showed a trace of anxiety on his face. If the two students escaped and attracted the vice president of St. Donis College, even if he was not afraid of the other party, his whereabouts would be exposed, and he would soon be surrounded by many senior magicians of the Magic Association, and even attract great magicians. At that time, he would definitely die. They must be dealt with as soon as possible. Go to hell. Baird's face showed a trace of cruelty. Soon, a thick pillar of fire, with the thickness of an adult body condensed in the void, and hit Chenluo fiercely. Baird looked at Chenluo indifferently and said, "May you gain eternal life in the flames." However, the next moment, the scene in front of him completely scared him. Before the thick pillar of fire hit the magic apprentice, it flew to a certain void and suddenly disappeared from the head of the pillar of fire. It was as if there was an invisible black hole in the void, and his pillar of fire crashed into the black hole. Chenluo used his mental power to maintain the nitrogen layer, touched his slightly hot face, and made a preliminary estimate of his strength in his mind. In a direct battle with a high-level fire magician, although he could not create a large fire element restricted area, he could form a protective area around himself, and high-level fire magic could not break through his defense. The fire element's dependence on oxygen was beyond his expectations. As long as an air barrier without oxygen was created, even high-level fire magic could not break through. Of course, this method was only aimed at fire magicians. If he encountered water and earth magicians, he would encounter great trouble, but there was still a possibility of escape. If he encountered wind magicians, there was a high probability that he would not even have a chance to escape. Baird looked pale, staring at Chenluo, and shouted, "What did you do?" The fire rain spell was ineffective. The fire dragon spell was ineffective. He released 3 high-level magics in succession, and his mental strength was already overdrawn at this moment. But what scared him more was that a little magic apprentice could make his high-level fire magic dissipate. Even a great magician, who was 1 level higher than him, couldn't do this, unless he was a mage. No, impossible. At this moment, Baird had forgotten the two girls, looked at Chenluo with extremely frightened eyes, and shouted, "What the hell are you?" The scene he saw today was too incredible. Baird's face showed fear, but he was a high-level magician after all, and he had encountered countless crises in his life and escaped danger. He quickly calmed down and said sternly, "No matter what you are, die." He quickly changed his gestures, wanting to cast magic again, but Chenluo did not give him this opportunity. The moment Baird lost his mind because of fear, Chenluo had already approached. Baird had never thought that this magic apprentice actually knew fighting skills. When his magic was interrupted, he could only resist with fighting skills. However, what frightened him was still to come. His fighting skills were far inferior to those of the magic apprentice in front of him. After a few moves, he was at a disadvantage. Chenluo unexpectedly discovered that not all senior magicians' fighting skills were as good as teacher Brittany's. This senior magician named Baird was a complete fighting rookie. Think about it, magicians are busy enough learning magic. At most, they learn a few fighting skills for self-defense. How could every magician have time to study fighting in depth? Within such a close distance, it was completely Chenluo's domain. The magician level had no effect on him. Not to mention senior magicians, even if they were great magicians, Chenluo could send them to see the magic gods at any time. Because in the state of fighting, magicians had no way to release magic, but Chenluo was not affected by this. The instant blue fireball, at this distance, the great magician had no time to defend. However, Chenluo did not do so. It was not easy to meet an opponent of the high-level magician level. He could not waste this opportunity. He wanted to see what other tricks this high-level fire magician had. For this reason, Chenluo once again distanced himself from Baird. Chenluo stood 5 meters away, watching Baird start chanting and condensing a nitrogen shield again. However, the next moment, he froze in place. He watched Baird perform magic, and also watched his body slowly float up and suspend in the air. Baird actually performed not advanced fire magic, but levitation. Levitation is a basic wind magic, but to be able to levitate oneself like Baird, one needs to be a mid-level wind magician. And advanced wind magicians, like teacher Brittany, can even levitate the enemy. Obviously, Baird does not have this ability. Chenluo did not expect Baird to do this. A senior magician, facing a magic apprentice, actually levitated himself in the air. This is bullying him, because he does not know how to levitate. Chenluo pointed at him and said, "Come down." Seeing that the evil magic apprentice was still standing there, obviously not knowing how to levitate, Baird breathed a sigh of relief, looked down at him, and said, "Come up." This magic apprentice was really too evil. He could devour fire magic, and had very strong fighting skills, restraining him everywhere. Baird had great strength, but could not do anything to him. Fortunately, he was just a magic apprentice, and didn't know the levitation technique. Otherwise, it would be uncertain who would be killed by whom today. Being in a safe place, Baird also breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Chenluo and said grimly, "Boy, I will remember you. I will kill all your family members, and those two beautiful ladies." Chenluo looked up at Baird and asked, "Are you really not coming down?" Baird sneered, "Come up if you have the ability." If Baird didn't come down, Chenluo couldn't go up either. He looked at Baird angrily and chanted, "Water element floating in the world, please listen to my call and come here." Water ball technique. Baird looked at him from above and laughed. "Why are you summoning water ball technique? Are you washing my face?" He was using the levitation technique at the moment and couldn't use magic, but the water ball technique was a water apprentice magic. Even if he was hit in the face by the water ball technique, it would not cause any harm to him. Looking at the gestures of the magic apprentice, he was actually performing the water ball technique. A mocking look appeared on Baird's face. Although the guy's method was a little weird, he was a fool. But the next moment, the mocking look on his face disappeared, and doubt and confusion appeared. Because the magic apprentice summoned it with the gestures and spells of the water ball technique, it flew towards him quickly, and it appeared in front of him almost instantly, not a water ball, but a fireball. A blue fireball. Chapter 82. Looking at the blue fireball, Baird was stunned in the air, and instantly fell into confusion. He couldn't figure out how that evil magic apprentice could chant the spell of water ball magic and release a fireball. This was not in line with common sense. Moreover, why was the fireball blue? This strange blue fireball gave him a very dangerous feeling from a distance. Before it flew in front of him, a strong heat wave hit him in the face. Baird subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the speed of the fireball was very fast, and he couldn't dodge it at all. He wanted to control the fireball, but he was already performing the floating spell, and could no longer control the fire element. So, the blue fireball hit him directly in the face. Chen Luo stood below and watched Baird go from a beggar to a beggar with blue fire all over his body. He fell from the air and didn't even have time to scream. In just a moment, a human-shaped trace appeared on the ground. If he hadn't used the levitation spell, there would still be a slight chance of survival at this distance. But he gave up the advantage of being a high-level fire magician, bullied Chen Luo for not being able to use the levitation spell, flew into the sky, and made himself a target. Chen Luo stared at Baird on the ground in a daze, with a complicated mood. He had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time he killed someone. He watched a living person turn into a handful of ashes. At this moment, Chen Luo's emotions were very complicated, but he didn't feel any guilt. If Baird didn't die today, Chen Luo and Isabella would die, and perhaps Alice would also die. The Shenan continent is a world where the strong prey on the weak, where strength is respected. A high-level magician has extremely strong destructive power. The power of the strong who do not limit themselves is a disaster for the weak. Chen Luo still has a dream, and he still has a long way to go to achieve this dream. His life will not end here. He released a whirlwind spell on Baird's ashes. After a while, there was nothing left on the ground except a large area of charred black. Grinding bones and scattering ashes sounds a bit cruel, but Baird himself is not a good person. He deserves to die. In addition to protecting himself, Chen Luo can also be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Chen Luo picked up a blackened iron plate from the ground. There was Baird's name on the iron plate, as well as the mark of the Magic Association, and a string of numbers on the lower right corner of the back. This is something that proves Baird's identity, and it is also the certificate for Chen Luo to receive the 1,500 gold coins. Putting the iron plate away, Chen Luo patted the dust on his clothes and walked in the direction he came from. He walked a long distance before an anxious voice came from above his head. "Student Blair! Student Blair!" Chen Luo raised his head and shouted, "Dean Archer, I'm here." Ekel flew down from the sky and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Luo. He asked, "Student Blair, are you okay?" Blair's significance to St. Donis is unquestionable. Calvin had told him before he left that this year's Edwin Award must go to him and teacher Brittany. This is not only their honor, but also the honor of St. Donis. If the Edwin Award winner gets into trouble, it will be an irreparable loss for St. Donis College. What's more, he has a teacher who protects his shortcomings. If Blair gets into trouble, Archer will definitely not be able to bear the anger of teacher Brittany. Although the two have the same magic level, wind magicians above the advanced magician level are the nightmares of other magicians. Chen Luo smiled and said, "I'm fine." Isabella and Alice said you were in danger. Archer looked around vigilantly and asked, "Where is Baird?" Chen Luo had already thought of a pretext and said, "When he was about to kill me, a mysterious magician suddenly appeared." Baird turned around and ran away when he saw the mysterious magician, and the mysterious magician also chased him. Mysterious magician? Archer was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it should be the master of the Magic Association who was chasing Baird. If it weren't for him, Blair might have died in Baird's hands. This cruel magician had extremely bad means of killing. After he used fire magic to burn innocent people to death, he would also scatter their ashes. He was simply a demonic existence. Even he himself was not sure of defeating Baird. Akur looked at Chen Luo and said, "Student Blair, let's go back first. This extracurricular practice has ended early." This extracurricular practice ended early for some reason. All the students were gathered together by the teachers and taken down the mountain as quickly as possible. After counting the number of students, a teacher looked at Anthony and asked, "Teacher Anthony, my students are not missing. Are your students here?" Anthony looked pale and said, "Only student Blair is missing." The teacher looked at him and finally just sighed. "I'm afraid that student Blair is in danger." Baird's cruelty was known to all the children in Yabo City. How could Blair, a little magic apprentice, survive under his hands? However, Blair's sacrifice was not meaningless. He sacrificed himself to save the lives of Isabella and Alice. This selfless act deserves everyone's admiration. At this moment, all the students at the foot of the mountain lowered their heads and said nothing. They had learned about Blair from their teacher. When facing a fierce criminal like Baird, he used his life to protect Isabella and Alice and exchanged their chance to escape. Now, Blair may have died in Baird's hands. They didn't like Blair before. He went from a magic waste to the most outstanding genius in the academy in a short time. This made them, who had never looked at Blair in the eye before, extremely envious. More envy is still to come. In just 2 months, Blair not only turned from a waste into a genius, but also won the favor of teacher Brittany and Isabella and Alice. Isabella and Alice are the two goddesses of St. Dona's College. Their closeness to Blair turned envy into jealousy. They envied Blair's talent, his luck, and his being liked by the two goddesses of the college. They didn't understand, besides being good-looking and good at studying, what other advantages did Blair have? Now they know. If it were any of them, they would not use their lives to exchange for Isabella and Alice's chance to escape when their lives were in danger. Even though they like Isabella and Alice, they like themselves more. At this moment, although they still don't like Blair, it doesn't affect their admiration for him. Such a person is worthy of admiration. At the front of the crowd, Isabella and Alice held each other's hands tightly, their faces equally pale. The tears on Isabella's face were not dry, her eyes lost focus, and she said hoarsely, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on catching that rabbit, Blair wouldn't have." Alice's eyes were equally empty, and she murmured, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't always compared myself with you, I would have killed Blair." Isabella suddenly stood up and said, "I'm going to find him." But she took a few quick steps, and suddenly stopped. Although she wanted to find him, she was afraid to face reality. She was afraid to see Blair's body, or not even a body left. Alice wiped her tears, and gritted her teeth, and said, "Dean Archer is gone. Junior Blair will be fine. He will be fine." When Dean Archer rushed there, a long time had passed. How could a little magic apprentice last so long under the hands of a senior magician? Alice didn't dare to believe the facts, nor did she want to believe it. She could only deceive herself like this. Everyone at the foot of the mountain believed that Blair was dead, and the atmosphere was particularly cold. At a certain moment, a second-year student looked up at the mountain in front of him inadvertently, suddenly stood up, and exclaimed, "Dean Archer is back." Everyone looked forward, and after a brief silence, it immediately turned into an uproar. Who is the person next to Dean Archer? It's Blair. Blair is not dead. How is this possible? Baird is so cruel. He is a senior magician. Amid the uproar of the crowd, two figures had already rushed forward. Senior Isabella, Senior Alice. Chen Luo had just greeted Isabella and Alice when they rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Woo-woo. Blair, you're not dead. Brother Blair, you're okay, so good, so good." Isabella and Alice cried bitterly, not caring about the eyes of the crowd at all, hugged Chen Luo tightly, as if he would disappear in front of them if they let go. In the distance, the boys from the two classes looked at this scene with complicated expressions. At this moment, no one envied Blair, because he deserved it. The sudden hug caught Chen Luo off guard. Isabella and Alice's embrace was fragrant and soft, but Chen Luo didn't have the heart to feel it. He hurriedly said, "Senior Isabella, don't wipe your snot on me. I just changed my clothes this morning." "Senior Alice, be gentle. I can't breathe." Chapter 83. That was the situation at the time. Baird wanted to kill me, but was scared away by the mysterious magician who suddenly appeared, so I walked back by myself. Chen Luo explained to Isabella and Alice the same words he gave to Archer. Fortunately, they did not doubt it. After all, apart from this possibility, there was no reason for him to stand here and talk to them in tact. After such a thing happened, the extracurricular practice could no longer continue. Vice Dean Archer was worried that Baird would come back, so he ended the practical course early and ordered the teachers to escort the students back to school. Only Chen Luo knew that Baird would never come back. The guy had died in his hands, and he even scattered his ashes. "Blair, you really scared us to death." Triss was so scared that she cried just now. "Blair, you are so brave. You are willing to sacrifice your life to save seniors Isabella and Alice. Blair, you are a real man." In the team where Chen Luo was, the noisy voices had never stopped since he came back. The boys looked at him with the same envy as before, but there was a hint of something that Chen Luo couldn't explain. The girls surrounded Chen Luo. Many of them had red eyes, and Linda, Triss, and others were even in tears. This made Chen Luo feel a little emotional. A few months ago, Blair was still hated by everyone in the class, but now, he has finally integrated into the class. In front, in the third grade team, Isabella walked with her head down and said nothing. In her eyes, Blair has never been a gentleman, or rather, his gentlemanly manners were all given to teacher Brittany. However, what happened today made her doubt her evaluation of him. He could be so ungentlemanly as to cover her mouth when she cast magic, but he could also give up his life without hesitation when their lives were threatened, in exchange for the chance for her and Alice to escape. Isabella knew very well that the boys in the college, who liked her, would run faster than anyone else when they encountered what happened today. Blair didn't like her, but he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. She thought she knew Blair very well, But today she realized that she had never seen through him. Alice and Isabella walked side by side, and deep confusion also appeared in their eyes. She knew better than Isabella that none of the gentlemen who liked them in the college would make the same choice as Blair when they encountered the situation today. She approached Blair and made friends with him on the orders of her family. During this time, Alice deliberately approached him for the sake of the family, but at this moment, in addition to being impressed by his wisdom, Alice also began to have a different feeling in her heart. Today was originally the weekend, and the teachers brought the students safely to the school gate and dispersed on the spot. Dean Archer believed that Chen-Luo had been greatly frightened by Baird, so he gave him, Isabella and Alice a few days off to let them heal their mental trauma. Chen-Luo did not refuse this. Although Baird should have been frightened, the days without classes would give him more time to learn magic. Alice walked to Chen-Luo, her eyes still a little red, and said, "Brother Blair, thank you for saving me." "You're welcome." Chen-Luo smiled and said, "Senior Alice is my partner." Alice looked up at him. Not to mention that they were just temporary partners. Even if they were good friends, how many of them would sacrifice themselves to help others when facing a life-and-death crisis? "It's over." Chen-Luo waved to Alice and said, "I'm going back to school first." "Goodbye, Senior Alice." Seeing Alice's touched look, Chen-Luo was really worried that she would pledge herself to him. Although he saved Isabella and Alice, he didn't risk his life at all. To be exact, it was Baird who was risking his life to hunt them down. Isabella followed behind Chen-Luo, and someone. After a moment, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Blair, why?" Chen-Luo turned around and asked, "Why?" Isabella looked at him with an unbelievable look on her face. Such a big thing happened, he almost lost his life. Why did he still look so indifferent? Is he really not afraid of death? She shook her lower lip and asked, "Why did you save us?" Chen-Luo glanced at her and asked back, "If I don't save you, do I have to run away alone?" Isabella said angrily, "But you will die." Chen-Luo said, "I'm not dead, am I?" "Blair, you fool, big fool." Isabella stomped her feet, left Chen-Luo, and ran away quickly. When Chen-Luo returned home, Brittany looked at him in confusion and asked, "Blair, what's wrong with Isabella?" "She just came back crying." "Did you bully her? By the way, didn't you go to extracurricular practice today? Why did you come back so early?" As soon as Brittany finished speaking, Vice Dean Archer appeared at the door. He looked at Brittany with an embarrassed expression and said, "Teacher Brittany, there was a little accident in today's extracurricular practice." After a moment, Brittany turned pale and asked, "Is this a little accident?" "Blair, almost." Her figure instantly appeared beside Chen-Luo, grabbed his wrist, and asked, "Blair, are you okay?" Chen-Luo shook his head and said, "Teacher Brittany, don't worry, I'm not hurt. When Baird wanted to attack me, the mysterious magician just appeared." Brittany blamed herself and said, "It's all my fault. I should have gone with you." Chen-Luo has not fought many high-level magicians. Baird is one, and Teacher Brittany is also one. After fighting with Baird, Chen-Luo realized that there was a big gap between high-level magicians. Baird, a high-level fire magician, would be killed instantly when he met Brittany, who was not only proficient in all kinds of magic, but also had super fighting skills. If Chen-Luo had Brittany's fighting ability, Baird would not be burned to death today, but beaten to death directly. Isabella came out of the room and cried, "It's all my fault. I didn't listen to Blair." Worried that the scene would become more chaotic, Chen-Luo immediately said, "I'm fine, the matter has passed, don't mention it again." After checking up and down, and confirming that Chen-Luo was not injured, Brittany finally put her mind at ease. She looked at Chen-Luo and said, "Blair, you are too stubborn." Chen-Luo smiled and said, "I think if I were Brittany, I would do the same at that time." Brittany moved her lips, but didn't say anything in the end. She couldn't say Chen-Luo was wrong, because even she was impressed by his spirit. She was proud to have such a student. Although this extracurricular practice caused quite a stir, fortunately it did not cause too serious consequences. The Academy informed the Magic Association of Baird's news on the same day. For this reason, the Yabo City branch sent several senior magicians to capture Baird, but they searched for a long time, and could not find any trace of Baird. At St. Donis College, Chen-Luo heroically saved the beauty, fearless of death, and rescued the two prides of the Academy from the hands of the vicious senior magician. On the first day of the new week, the news spread to the 3 grades and 15 classes of St. Donis College. Chen-Luo, who had been low-key for a long time, became famous again. After becoming a hero who saved the beauty, Chen-Luo's popularity in the Academy soared significantly, especially popular with girls. According to Teacher Brittany, there are countless girls who come to the classroom to see him every day. Fortunately, Qianluo did not go to the classroom these days. He finally got a few days off, and he used his free time to learn new magic. Chapter 84. Qianluo didn't use much effort to deal with Baird, but he did it by taking advantage of the situation. In terms of real strength, he was several orders of magnitude behind Baird. In this case, it would be fine if he met a high-level magician, but if he met a great magician, they could roast him to death by surrounding him with a wall of fire. Moreover, the mental power of a great magician was very strong, and they would usually study other magics as a minor. It was not uncommon for a great magician of the fire system to release ice cones or wind blades. Taking advantage of the situation certainly allowed Qianluo to challenge higher-level magicians, but in the final analysis, the path of magic still depended on real strength. He spared no effort in learning magic. After his almost crazy practice, he was finally able to release 7 fireballs at the same time last night. If he continued at this incredible speed, Qianluo might really be able to advance to a junior magician earlier than Isabella. 2 days ago, Isabella brought him many gifts from home, as well as the gratitude of her family. Alice's family also asked Alice to give Qianluo a generous gift to thank him. In addition, the city lord whom Qianluo had never met, and Alice's family, also planned to prepare a thank-you banquet for Qianluo, but Qianluo refused. Qianluo didn't need gifts and banquets. What he needed was gold coins, a lot of gold coins. He had already spent all the bounties from the Mathematics Association. The dozen or so variant magics he bought were only enough for him to advance to a junior magician. Baird's identity badge allowed him to exchange 1,500 gold coins from the Magic Association. These gold coins sounded like a lot, but they should not be enough to support his advancement from a junior magician to an intermediate magician. The proposal of combined magic will soon allow him to get a large sum of money from the Magic Association. Together with the 1,500 gold coins, it will be enough for Qianluo to not worry about the gold coins before he is promoted to an intermediate magician. But after being promoted to an intermediate magician, Qianluo's mental power growth rate is 10 or 100 times faster than that of ordinary magicians, but this is almost achieved by him using gold coins. If he wants to take this path for a long time, he needs a steady supply of gold coins. Qianluo feels that he should be the first person to take this path since the establishment of the Magic Association. After all, in the Divine Grace continent, from ancient times to the present, no one has been able to learn so much magic in such a short time. No one would be willing to spend so much money on useless variant magic like him. After he solved all the problems, the gold coins of the Mathematics Association should not be easy to earn. Qianluo originally hoped for various awards, but since he learned from Calvin that the Edwin Award did not even have a gold coin prize, he had no hope for this matter. In terms of setting the prize, the Mathematics Association obviously did not do well enough. Compared with magicians, scholars are poor. Some of them can't even eat enough, so how can they do academic research? Generous bonuses are not only an incentive for them, but also provide them with a living guarantee. When he has a say in the mathematics world in the future, he must make them change their bad habits of being stingy. Speaking of which, the selection of the Edwin Award seems to be just a few days ago. According to Calvin, he and teacher Brittany should have no problem winning this Edwin Award. But the big prize without bonus is not as attractive to Qianluo as Isabella. The Kingdom of Lowland, the capital. The capital is the political, cultural, and economic center of the Kingdom of Lowland, as well as the center of academia. Not only are the 5 famous schools of the kingdom located here, countless scholars gather here, and the headquarters of the Kingdom Magic Association, Mathematics Association, Science Association, Medical Association, Astrology Association, and other associations are also located here. These associations are independent of each other. Although they must abide by the laws of the kingdom, the associations are not subject to the jurisdiction of the kingdom. Even His Majesty the King is not qualified to interfere in the internal affairs of the associations. The headquarters of the Mathematics Association of the Kingdom of Lowland is located on the most prosperous street in the capital. The Mathematics Association has a relatively transcendent status among many associations, because whether it is alchemy, astrology, or scientific research, mathematics is indispensable, which also makes scholars from other associations very polite to mathematical scholars. In recent days, the Mathematics Association has experienced the biggest crisis in many years. Until yesterday, after 3 great scholars jointly came forward to eliminate the panic of scholars, the situation gradually calmed down. A few days ago, the headquarters of the Mathematics Association welcomed Calvin, the vice president of the Yabo City branch, and also welcomed the number of the devil. Calvin brought a number, and said it could not be expressed as a ratio of integers, and gave a rigorous proof process to prove that this number really could not be expressed as a ratio of integers. This horrible discovery violated people's common sense and hurt the feelings of all mathematicians, causing great panic in the Mathematical Association. Later, the three great scholars summoned Calvin at the same time, and after discussing with the elders of the association for a day and a night, they announced a message to all scholars. There is a new number in the world that cannot be expressed by the ratio of integers. From now on, mathematicians should correct their understanding of numbers, and abandon the wrong ideas and claims of the number school. Although this incident caused a serious blow to the number school, under the comfort of the three great scholars, the other mathematicians gradually accepted the fact and the emergence of this new number. Because this type of number was discovered by an honorary scholar named Blair. In his article, he proved in detail that this type of number cannot be expressed by the ratio of integers, and for the first time used irrational numbers to describe this type of new number. After discussion, the great scholars recognized his definition of this type of number, and decided to name this type of number a rational number. At the same time, in order to commemorate the contribution of this scholar, irrational numbers are also called Blair numbers. The Mathematical Association of the Kingdom of Loren will inform the entire mathematical community of the Shannon continent of this discovery. The discoverer of the theorem, or problem, has the right to name his discovery. This is the consensus of mathematical associations everywhere. That is to say, from now on, whether in the Kingdom of Loren, other kingdoms, the four empires, or even the Divine Grace continent, this type of number is called a rational number or Blair number. Of course, there are also many scholars whose faith was almost defeated, secretly calling this number the number of the devil. When mentioning irrational numbers, Blair numbers, and the number of the devil, scholars all know what kind of numbers these are, and these names have gradually become a consensus among people. Some people also use mathematical methods to make a simple deduction for this. Irrational numbers are equal to Blair numbers, which are equal to the number of the devil. It can be easily deduced that Blair is equal to the devil. In fact, in the eyes of many people whose faith has been destroyed, he is a devil. At this moment, in a very spacious conference room at the headquarters of the Mathematical Society, dozens of well-known scholars in the mathematics community are selecting this year's Edwin Award. In previous years, branches in various places would recommend at least 2 candidates for the Edwin Award. After multiple screenings by the jury, only 5 were left for the final selection. The Edwin Award is not only an honor for the candidate scholar, but also related to the resource tilt of the headquarters of the Mathematical Society to the scholars branch in the next year. Therefore, each association will try its best to compete for the Edwin Award every year, so it is not uncommon for them to fall out. However, the atmosphere of this year's selection was particularly harmonious. The solver of the Ravis puzzle. The solver of the 9 bridges problem. The discoverer of irrational numbers. Even if one of these achievements is taken out separately, it can compete for the Edwin Award, let alone the superposition of 3. How can other candidates compete with them? The significance of just an irrational number far exceeds the Edwin Award. Even their competitors think it is inappropriate not to give him the Edwin Award this year. Even if there are 2 nominees from the Yabo City branch, breaking the rules of the Edwin Award in previous years, no one raised any objections. This year's Edwin Award ended in a harmonious atmosphere. Brittany and Blair, the master and apprentice, won the Edwin Award unanimously in a way that has never happened in the mathematics world. Chapter 85. The discoverer of irrational numbers is a scholar of the Yabo City Mathematics chapter. The winners of the Edwin Award have also joined the Yabo City chapter. There is no doubt that the Yabo City chapter has made great contributions to the association and the mathematical community this year. When Calvin walked out of the conference room, he still felt like he was dreaming. In all the years of the Edwin Award selection, there has never been a situation where a candidate was elected unanimously. In previous years, he didn't know how much saliva he wasted and how long he argued with others, but he couldn't win an Edwin Award for the Yabo City chapter. But this year, he didn't say a word, including the president and the senior leaders of the branch where other candidates were. Everyone voted for them. Calvin was not surprised at all. If this year's Edwin Award was not taken away by the master and apprentice, then the Edwin Award would lose its meaning. Winning the Edwin Award is not Blair's honor, but the honor of the Edwin Award. Of course, the Yabo City Mathematics branch can also receive some honors, and receive resources from the Mathematics Association in the coming year. Calvin let out a long sigh, and when he looked up and looked forward, his expression suddenly froze, and he said in surprise, "Audrey, aren't you in Yabo City? How come you are here?" Because the discovery of irrational numbers is too significant, Calvin and another vice president personally brought the paper to the Capitol this time, and the last vice president Audrey was in charge of the Yabo City branch. Calvin never thought that he would meet Audrey in the capital. After a moment of surprise, he smiled and said, "Are you worried about the Edwin Award?" "Haha, you don't have to worry about this at all. The selection of the Edwin Award has just ended, and Mr. Blair and Ms. Brittany were elected unanimously." Audrey did not mention the Edwin Award at all, but solemnly handed a stack of manuscripts to Calvin and said, "Take a look at this first." Audrey's strange reaction diluted Calvin's joy. He took the stack of manuscripts with a puzzled look on his face. The first page of the manuscript recorded a question. Calvin remembered very clearly that this question of finding the optimal route was a reward question he personally handled not long ago. This question stumped many scholars. Although many people proposed their own answers, scholars could not make a strict proof for it, so the association has not adopted their answers. However, the solution he saw at this moment took a different approach and cleverly used the method of symmetry to simplify the problem. Whether it was the axiom of the shortest line segment between 2 points or the theorem that the sum of 2 sides of a triangle is greater than the third side, it can be proved that his answer is correct. Calvin looked at Audrey and asked with interest, "What a strange idea. Who solved this problem?" Audrey shook his head and did not answer, saying, "Keep reading." Calvin turned a page and looked over, his expression slightly surprised. Another. This question was a conjecture proposed by a senior honorary scholar of the association not long ago. Mathematicians have studied it for a year, but have not been proved. Today, here, on this piece of paper, Calvin saw the rigorous and perfect proof process for that conjecture. In order to prove this conjecture, he even proposed and proved a new theorem. After reading these 2 questions, Calvin seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly looked at the manuscript in his hand and began to turn the pages one by one. Then his expression changed from slight surprise to shock, extreme shock, and finally horror. Before he left, the Mathematical Association had 25 reward questions. In just a few days, 23 of them were solved. How incredible is this? Wow! Looking at Calvin, whose face changed drastically, Audrey took a deep breath and said, "After you left, Miss Brittany used a solution similar to the 9 bridges problem to solve 2 reward questions." A few days later, a mysterious scholar proposed and proved 11 new theorems. One person solved all the remaining 23 difficult problems. One person. Calvin was extremely shocked, his body trembled, and the manuscript in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. At this time, the Edwin Award selection meeting had just ended, and many judges walked out of the conference hall. Someone saw the manuscript paper scattered on the ground, kindly bent down, helped Calvin pick it up, and said, "Calvin, congratulations, the Yabo City branch this time." "Hey, what is this?" When he casually glanced at the manuscript paper in his hand, his expression was obviously startled, and he said in surprise, "Isn't this a difficult problem that the association offered a reward for? Has it been solved?" When he spoke, many people began to pick up the remaining manuscript paper on the ground. This is the conjecture proposed by Lord Caesar, and it was actually proved. Lord Caesar himself gave up last month. How can this be another? A new theorem, who proved this problem. In order to solve this problem, he actually proposed and proved a new theorem. 3. I have discovered 3 new theorems. What is going on? How could all these reward questions be solved? The manuscripts scattered on the ground were picked up by scholars one after another. After seeing the contents on them, everyone showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. No one has solved even one of these reward questions yet, but now in front of them are the answers to all the reward questions. Calvin looked at Audrey and asked with difficulty, "Are you sure that these were all completed by one person?" Audrey nodded and said, "I saw it with my own eyes." "What? All these reward questions were solved by one person? How is this possible?" "Impossible. Even if he is a great scholar, he can't do it. These questions are not in the same field." The scholars around heard the conversation between Audrey and Calvin and immediately fell into an uproar. The questions that the Mathematical Association had rewarded for many years were all solved at the same time. This was originally an incredible thing, and it was even more impossible for one person to solve these problems. This matter cannot be done by senior honorary scholars, great scholars, or even all the scholars of the Mathematical Society put together. What happened? Amidst the uproar, an old voice came from behind everyone. Everyone, including Calvin, turned their heads and looked at the old man in a robe, saying respectfully, "President, Mathematical Society, Conference Hall. The selection of the Edwin Award has just ended here." After dozens of judges dispersed, they returned here in a very short time. An old man sat at the front, his face calm, slowly flipping through dozens of manuscripts in front of him. This old man is the president of the Mathematical Association of the Kingdom of Loren, and one of the 3 great scholars of the Kingdom of Loren. He himself has made great achievements in geometry and proposed several famous theorems. However, his greatest contribution is that he personally trained many honorary scholars for the kingdom. Almost single-handedly, he brought the originally backward mathematical community of the Kingdom of Loren to the top level of the Divine Grace continent. Below, Calvin and Audrey were surrounded by dozens of people, and they were a little tired of dealing with it. Calvin, are you sure this was done by one person? Audrey, what's the name of that scholar? Is he from your Yabo City branch? You two talk. Faced with the questions of many scholars, Calvin's expression on his face was a little helpless. Not to mention him, even Audrey knew very little about the mysterious scholar. The only thing that can be confirmed is that his name is Chen Luo, and he is a citizen of the Kingdom of Loren. The Edwin Award selection had just ended, and the topic that everyone should have been discussing was the discoverer of irrational numbers, the devil in mathematics, the winner of the Edwin Award, and the new math talent Blair. However, when Audrey brought this news, the glory that should have belonged to Blair was all taken away by Chen Luo. Chapter 86. In the conference hall of the Mathematical Association, the quarrel continued. After an unknown amount of time, the old man in the front finally put down the last manuscript, looked at Audrey, and asked, "Is this really done by one person?" Audrey stepped forward and said respectfully, "President, I am not sure whether these difficult problems were solved by one person, but it was indeed handed to me by that gentleman alone. This cannot be done by one person. There is at least a team, or even a school behind him. There is absolutely no one in the world who can do this. These questions involve many fields. Even great scholars do not have such profound knowledge. It cannot be a school. If this school exists, how strong must they be? It is impossible to hide so deeply without revealing any signs. You mean this was done by one person? Do you think this is something that people can do? Of course people can't do it, but what about God?" The old man's question caused everyone present to quarrel. At first, some people suspected that there was a school behind this matter, but this speculation was quickly overturned. If there is such a school that can solve all the difficult problems of the Mathematical Association for many years, then their strength is too terrifying. There is no doubt that they will be the school with the highest level of mathematics in Shinin continent. If this school exists, they must have been famous in Shinin continent long ago, and it is impossible for them to not reveal any traces. But if these difficult problems are really solved by one person, then he is not a human being. No matter what kind of mathematical genius he is, as long as he is still a human being, he cannot do this. Quiet. The old man's words gradually made the noisy hall quiet. The old man looked at Audrey again and asked, "Did that scholar say anything else?" Audrey shook his head. The old man fell into deep thought and murmured, "Then why did he do this?" Calvin thought for a while and said, "Could it be just to spread knowledge?" After careful consideration, everyone felt that what Calvin said made sense. A god of mathematics hidden among the people, who had not revealed his traces for so many years, one day solved all the reward questions of the Mathematical Association and taught more than 10 new theorems to mathematical scholars. If it was not for the purpose of spreading knowledge, was it just for the few hundred gold coins? The old man was silent for a long time, looked at Audrey again, and asked, "Where is this great scholar from?" Audrey said, "The Lord said that he was from Loren." As soon as his voice fell, the scene immediately boiled up, and the endless doubts of the people turned into an uproar that the old man could not suppress. Mathematics has no borders, but mathematicians have nationalities. If those difficult problems across multiple fields were really solved by one person, then a god would have appeared in the mathematics world of Shinin continent. And the god is in Luolan. The scholars who selected the Ivan Award have dispersed, taking away the unbelievable but exciting news. Such a scholar who stands at the pinnacle of mathematics belongs to the Luolan kingdom. This is their honor, and the honor of Luolan. In the conference room, the old man looked at the manuscripts again. Calvin stood there, still a little dazed. The Mathematical Association's reward questions for many years have all been solved. The impact of this matter is even greater than the discovery of irrational numbers, and its significance to the Yabo City branch is far greater than the Ivan Award. He looked at the old man and asked, "President, could this be done by one person?" The old man was silent for a moment, and then said, "I don't know if this was done by one person, but if it is, he is the god of mathematics." He looked at Calvin and Audrey and said, "He is the wealth of the Kingdom of Loren, and the wealth of all mankind. No matter what, we must make friends with him. If he has any requirements, try to meet them." Calvin and Audrey nodded solemnly. They knew very well the significance of Mr. Chen Luo to the kingdom. This kind of scholar has already stood at the pinnacle of the discipline, and the country cannot impose any restrictions on them. They will be respected by scholars and people in any country. Any country expects him to join. As long as he exists, the Kingdom of Loren will become the mathematics center of the Shannon continent, and their mathematics association will also attract a large number of scholars from other countries. On the contrary, if such people go to other countries, even if they are not forced by them, Calvin and Audrey will become centers of the kingdom. In the capital, the Mathematics Association, which has always been peaceful, has once again seen a huge vortex because of something. Countless scholars, who have received the news, have flocked to it from all over the capital. These major events in the mathematics world are limited to the circle of mathematics scholars, and most people do not know about it. Even if they knew, they didn't understand the significance of this to the mathematics community. The headquarters of the Royal Capital Mathematics Association became more lively than ever before, and the headquarters of the Magic Association, not far away, was also broken by the long-lost peace not long ago. I can't believe that your Magic Association would do such a thing. 100 gold coins are nothing, but you dare to use fake magic to deceive us. Don't you take the laws of the kingdom seriously? If you want to cheat, you can cheat. You dare to say that our talent is not enough. Alan became a junior magician at the age of 16 and promoted to an intermediate magician at the age of 20. You say his talent is not enough? Return the money. Yes, return the money immediately. In the hall of the Magic Association headquarters, more than a dozen young people stood there and scolded several deacons of the Magic Association. The status of the Magic Association has always been transcendent, and almost no one dares to be presumptuous here. However, today, facing the insults of these people, the deacons of the Magic Association did not dare to refute a word. These people are all nobles of the capital, and some of them are even related to His Majesty the King. Under normal circumstances, the Magic Association is unwilling to provoke them. Moreover, the Magic Association is also in the wrong this time, so they have to swallow their anger. In the hall, these young men and women looked at the Magic Association and others with a gloomy face. Every time the Magic Association has a new improved magic, the magic families in the capital will evaluate it. If it is really useful, most of them will buy it back to let the younger generation learn more. Although the price of these variants and improved magic is not cheap, it is not unaffordable for them. This type of improved magic that greatly increases the power of water magic has attracted the attention of countless people as soon as it was launched. The current magic system has been perfected for a long time. It is very difficult to increase the power of basic magic a little bit, let alone greatly. In one day, more than 10 magic families bought this improved magic. Although the description of this type of magic is very strange, saying that this type of improved magic has special requirements for the magician's talent, but the more so, the more people buy it. Which of these magic families does not have a genius? No one is willing to admit that they have no magic talent. But the fact is that none of these dozen people can learn that kind of magic. What kind of improved magic that greatly increases the power of water magic requires the simultaneous use of water and fire magic? Is this something that people can do? The power of the Magic Association is unquestionable. Even the nobles of the capital can't afford to provoke it. If they are not really aggrieved, no one wants to come to the Magic Association to make trouble. But the Magic Association not only sold them ineffective magic, but also attributed the reason to their lack of magic talent, which was equivalent to selling fake goods. They also mocked them, saying that it was not the magic of our Magic Association that had problems, but your talent was not enough, you rubbish. Who among these people present was not from a magic family, who was not a genius in the family, who had received praise from countless people since childhood, and was arrogant, who could tolerate being cheated of money and insulted like this? Chapter 87. Faced with the questioning of a group of noble children, a deacon of the Magic Association showed difficulty on his face and said, "Everyone, the improved magic of the Magic Association is all certified and cannot be fake. It is clearly stated here that this kind of magic has certain requirements for magic talent." A young man said angrily, "Do you mean that all of us are trash and garbage and can't learn your magic?" The deacon of the Magic Association waved his hands and said, "We don't mean that." The young man said coldly, "Then return the gold coins to us." Several deacons shook their heads and said, "This kind of magic has indeed been successfully verified by someone. The magic certification of the Magic Association is very strict. This kind of improved magic just passed from the branch has not been successfully verified by anyone at the Magic Association headquarters, but it has been verified in the Yabo City branch. One of the two magicians who verified it is just a small deacon, and the other is Angus, the president of the Yabo City branch. Lord Angus is a great magician, and he is now at the headquarters of the Magic Association. As long as he comes out and verifies it again in front of them, he can shut these people up. But Lord Angus is discussing matters with the senior executives and cannot come out for the time being. The young people did not believe that such a thing could happen. One of them looked at the deacons angrily and said, "If you can find someone who can perform that kind of magic today, I will admit that I have no talent for magic. I am a waste, I am garbage. If you can't find one, your Magic Association must not only return our gold coins, but also apologize to us publicly." What happened? As soon as he finished speaking, several figures walked in from outside. The one walking in front was a tall woman. Whether it was the dozen young people in front or the several stewards of the Magic Association, when they saw the young woman, their bodies were all shaken, and they immediately saluted and said, "Your Highness." The woman looked at everyone, and finally looked at a young man and asked, "Alan, what are you doing here?" "Your Highness, you came just in time." The young man pointed at several stewards of the Magic Association and said, "The Magic Association violated the laws of the kingdom, and sold us invalid magic at a high price, but refused to pay gold coins and apologize." After listening to the young man, the woman looked at a steward and asked, "I think the Magic Association should not do such a thing. What misunderstanding is there?" The deacon smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, that kind of magic does require a very high talent from the magician, and not all magicians can perform it." "How dare you say that? This is just an excuse for you to cheat. And that damn Chen Luo actually teamed up with the Magic Association to cheat." The young people were furious when they heard this, and were about to continue arguing with the deacons. The woman reached out to stop them, looked at the deacon, and said, "What kind of magic are they talking about? If what they said is true, then the Magic Association should give an explanation. If it is their problem, I will ask them to apologize to the Magic Association and send the gold coins." The deacons of the Magic Association naturally did not worry that the person in front of them would learn magic but not pay, so they quickly got the information for her. After reading it, the woman returned it to the steward of the Magic Association, with a look of surprise on her face, and asked, "Is there really someone in the Magic Association who can release dual system magic at the same time?" The steward of the Magic Association nodded and said, "In addition to the proposer of this improved magic, the great magician Angus has also personally verified it." A young man snorted coldly and said, "Your Highness, don't believe their lies unless. Before he finished speaking, he saw a curtain of fire and a curtain of water rising from the young woman at the same time, and stood there in a daze. That kind of thing, someone can actually do it. He showed a shocked expression on his face, and more of it was unacceptable. He couldn't accept that he, who had been called a magic genius since childhood, couldn't even learn an apprentice's magic. The expressions on the faces of everyone present were exactly the same as his. Before seeing this magical and incredible scene, they believed that the Magic Association and the damned reformer named Chen Luo were working together to cheat money, and the special talent required to learn this kind of magic was just an excuse. It turns out that the Magic Association and the magician named Chen Luo were not lying. There are really people who can do such incredible things. And they can't do it because, as the additional instructions of the improved magic say, they are not talented enough. In their own words, they are trash. They are all garbage. Sorry, we were wrong. The instructions of the improved magic are very clear. If no one can perform this magic, then the Magic Association is cheating people out of money. But if there is one person, even if only one person can perform it, then the Magic Association cannot be blamed. After all, the Magic Association had explained it very clearly in advance that this kind of magic has special requirements for the magician's talent, and ordinary people cannot learn it. Obviously, they are all ordinary people, not special at all. The noble children came with great momentum, and left with a look of dust and dirt. The woman had already dispersed the fire curtain and the water curtain, and a rare look of surprise appeared on her usually calm face. She whispered, "It turns out that magicians can release dual system magic at the same time. Since water and fire can be used, then water and wind and earth should also be possible." The deacon showed admiration on his face, and said, "Your Highness's wisdom is convincing. What you just said is the combination magic that the association is discussing." Several presidents seem to want to regard it as the fifth branch in addition to the four magics. Combination magic. The woman looked at him and asked, "Has anyone proposed it?" The deacon nodded and said, "It's Mr. Chen Luo who proposed the improvement of water magic." Chen Luo. The woman whispered this strange name and asked, "Is there such a powerful magician in the capital?" "Mr. Chen Luo is not from the capital." The deacon smiled, and did not continue on this question. He asked, "Your Highness, is there anything you want to do when you come to the Magic Association today?" The woman then remembered the real purpose of her visit to the Magic Association. She stopped thinking about Chen Luo and said, "I want to be certified as a senior magician." Her words made the crowd around who had been paying attention to this place from the beginning quiet for a moment, and then immediately became noisy. "What? A senior magician? If I remember correctly, Your Highness is only 21 years old this year." A 21-year-old senior magician? She is really the darling of the gods. That's nothing. The one from the Stern family became a senior magician at the age of 20, and I heard that she majored in more than one subject. Your Highness's talent is good, but it's not as good as that one. No matter how good other people's talents are, it has nothing to do with us. What's the combination magic they just talked about? Why have we never heard of it before? Who is Chen Luo? After an hour of divine grace, when the young woman walked out of the Magic Association, there was already a ripple on the chest of her cyan magic robe. In the Magic Association, many people cast shocked and envious eyes at her. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on your successful promotion to a senior magician." A female companion beside her looked at her and sighed. "Your Highness's magic talent is so enviable that even the president couldn't help but praise her." The woman shook her head and whispered, "But it's still not as good as her." She calmed down and stopped thinking about these things. She murmured, "Chen Luo, the fifth branch of magic, who is he, and how could he think of using magic in this way?" The female companion beside her also showed curiosity on her face and said, "Yes, I have never heard of this name before, Chen Luo. Chen Luo, to be able to come up with such a theory, he must be a magician at least." As soon as she finished speaking, a group of people passing by them suddenly stopped, and then there was an uproar of anxiety and excitement. "Chen Luo. Where is Luo Shen? Does anyone know Luo Shen?" Looking at the clothes and medals on their chests, they are obviously scholars of the Mathematical Association. Seeing her panicked female companion surrounded by a group of extremely excited mathematicians, who kept questioning her, the young woman stood there with extreme confusion on her face, muttering, "Chen Luo." Chapter 88. Chen Luo, who was far away in Yabo City, didn't know that the distant capital, the Mathematics Association and the Magic Association were all disturbed by him, nor did he know that the Edwin Award was won by him and teacher Brittany a few days ago. The battle with Baird exposed his biggest weakness. Fortunately, he was a fire magician. If Baird was a water magician, the initial rain of fire would turn into dense ice cones, and he might not even have the chance to see Isabella and Alice. The improvement of mental power is the first priority. In the past few days without classes, Chen Luo not only practiced magic, but also paid more attention to fighting. He consulted teacher Brittany more frequently than before. After fighting with a real high-level magician, Chen Luo became more and more clear about how powerful teacher Brittany was. Also, as a high-level magician, Baird would be killed instantly by teacher Brittany. She didn't even need to use magic. Superb fighting skills can make up for the lack of mental power, and exert great power in close combat. While practicing harder, Chen Luo was also hesitating and struggling in his heart. He was hesitating whether to tell teacher Brittany about his identity as Chen Luo, and what he did as Chen Luo. He originally planned to hide this matter from teacher Brittany for a while, but these days, Chen Luo's thoughts were gradually changing. The Magic Association would announce the 5th series of magic sooner or later. With teacher Brittany's intelligence, it was impossible for her not to guess the connection between this matter and Chen Luo. In other words, his identity would be exposed sooner or later. There is a world of difference between confessing proactively and explaining after being discovered. Teacher Brittany was unreservedly good to him, which Chen Luo could deeply understand, whether in life or in teaching magic. When she learned that Chen Luo was in danger and almost died, she was the most anxious person, and even almost had a quarrel with Vice Dean Archer for this. This made Chen Luo's guilt increase dramatically. Chen Luo could hide it from Isabella and Alice, but he could not deceive teacher Brittany. He looked at teacher Brittany, who was reading at the desk, and fell into deep thought again. At the door of the room, Isabella looked at Chen Luo sitting on the sofa, looking at teacher Brittany with affection. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sour feeling in her heart. After that extracurricular practice, Blair often appeared in her dreams inexplicably. Isabella dreamed more than once that when facing Baird, the cruel senior magician, Blair calmly stood in front of him and used his life to exchange for their chance to escape. When she woke up from her dream, her tears often wet the pillow. Teacher Brittany thought she was frightened and asked her to go home and rest for a few days, but only Isabella knew that she was not afraid. But because every time she thought of Blair dying in Baird's hands, her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by someone. This feeling of being protected by someone with his life was something she had never experienced before. Chen Luo sat on the sofa and thought for a long time. and finally decided to take the initiative to tell teacher Brittany about this matter as soon as possible. Once she found out and explained it herself, the meaning of some things would be completely different. Thinking of this, Chenluo walked to the desk. Brittany put down the quill, looked back at him, and asked, "Blair, what's wrong? Do you have any questions?" Chenluo said, "I have something very important to tell teacher Brittany." Brittany stood up and said, "What is it? Tell me." Chenluo shook his head and said, "It's not convenient here." Watching the two people walk out of the house, thinking that Chenluo seemed to have struggled for a long time before he mustered up the courage to talk to teacher Brittany, Isabella seemed to understand something and said in disbelief, "Is he going to confess to teacher Brittany? People say that people will figure out a lot of things after experiencing death. Could it be that Blair figured out this thing?" Chenluo didn't know that Isabella had already started brainstorming because of their deliberate avoidance. He hesitated for a long time and decided to confess to teacher Brittany. On the rooftop of the classroom dormitory building, Brittany looked at Chenluo and asked in confusion, "Blair, what do you want to tell me?" Chenluo was silent for a moment and said, "The extracurricular practice that day, in fact, there was no mysterious magician." "What?" Brittany's face changed when she heard this, and asked, "You mean, Baird was not scared away by the mysterious magician?" Chenluo said, "No." Brittany looked at him and asked, "Did Baird let you go?" "No." Chenluo shook his head and said, "Baird was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed, so he planned to kill me first, and then go after Isabella and Alice." "Then why?" Brittany was full of doubts. Blair could still stand here, which meant that Baird had failed, but how did he escape from a senior magician? Chenluo looked at her and explained, "Baird wanted to kill me, but I killed him." Brittany was stunned for a moment, looking at Chenluo blankly, and murmured, "Blair, you said you killed a senior magician?" Chenluo took out a blackened metal nameplate and handed it to teacher Brittany. No matter how much he explained, it would be better to let teacher Brittany see Baird's identity nameplate with her own eyes. Brittany looked at the nameplate and finally looked at Chenluo, her tone full of disbelief. "Blair, Baird is a senior magician. How did you do it?" Chenluo stepped back a few steps, stood a few steps away from Brittany, and said, "Teacher Brittany, try to attack me with fireball." Chenluo could no longer hide the matter of elemental impurities from teacher Brittany, otherwise, he could not explain how he killed Baird. Although Brittany didn't know Chenluo's purpose, she didn't ask any more questions. She condensed a fireball at a very fast speed and slowly floated towards Chenluo. Seeing that the fireball had already flown close to him, Chenluo still didn't dodge or evade. Brittany wanted to disperse the fire element, but before she could act, the next moment, the fireball disappeared directly in front of her eyes. It was as if something in the void in front of Chenluo swallowed the fireball. Brittany was a senior magician, and a magic apprentice couldn't take away her elemental control, but she couldn't explain the scene in front of her at all. Chenluo looked at her and said, "Teacher Brittany, you can try the fire dragon technique again." Brittany looked at Chenluo with an incomprehensible look, summoned a fire dragon, and slowly flew towards Chenluo. The fire dragon technique is actually a thick pillar of fire. In order not to hurt Chenluo, Brittany carefully controlled the speed of the fire dragon. However, when the fire pillar flew to the same position as the fireball just now, the same scene happened again. In front of Chenluo, there seemed to be a restricted area of fire elements. When the fire pillar flew to that restricted area, it was completely swallowed by the invisible void. Brittany stared at him blankly. "Blair. Teacher Brittany, do you remember the elemental impurities I told you about?" Before she asked, Chenluo took the initiative to explain, "I accidentally discovered that the burning of the fire element requires the participation of an elemental impurity. Without this elemental impurity, fire magic cannot be performed at all." Brittany said in disbelief, "You mean, you can control the elemental impurities?" Chenluo nodded and said, "I just expelled this elemental impurity in front of me. Without this elemental impurity, fire magic will be ineffective." While Brittany was stunned, Chenluo released another blue fireball and continued, "Similarly, if enough of this elemental impurity is condensed, the burning of the fire element will be more intense, and the power of the fireball will be greatly improved." Baird died under this blue fireball. Someone can control elemental impurities, like controlling magic elements. Even in Brittany's view, this matter is a bit incredible. Looking at the blue fireball in front of her, Brittany's face was even more shocked. As a senior magician, the apprentice magic released by a magic apprentice actually gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. At this moment, Brittany finally understood how a small magic apprentice like him could kill a senior magician. This seemingly ordinary blue fireball has enough energy to threaten a senior magician. Chapter 89. Brittany stared at Chenluo in a daze. Everything she saw today completely overturned her understanding of magic. Even when she learned the way to combine magic, she had never been so shocked. Magic elements are very easy to control through spells and gestures. This is the biggest difference between them and elemental impurities. Even Brittany, with all her strength, can only control trace amounts of elemental impurities. Since people first understood elemental impurities, they have determined that humans do not have the ability to control them. In the Shannon continent, countless magicians have made efforts in this regard for thousands of years, but no one has ever heard of a magician who can control elemental impurities. If only a few people can do something, then these people can be called geniuses. If only one person can do something, then he is an outlier. People often treat outliers in a very cruel way. Brittany's face gradually became serious. She grabbed Chenluo's shoulders and said, "Blair, who else knows that you can control elemental impurities?" Chenluo looked at her and said, "I only told Teacher Brittany." Brittany breathed a sigh of relief, then her face became more serious, and she lowered her voice and said, "Blair, promise me not to tell this to a third person, not even Isabella and Alice, unless they become your wives in the future." Chenluo nodded and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Brittany, I won't tell anyone except you about this." Brittany looked into Chenluo's eyes, stretched out her palm to him, and said, "I want you to swear." Chenluo had never seen such a serious Teacher Brittany, but he didn't say much. He simply stretched out his right hand, interlocked his fingers with Brittany, and said, "I swear." After Chenluo made the oath, Brittany took a deep breath and still reminded Chenluo worriedly, "Blair, you must remember my words. Don't leak this matter. It concerns your life. You shouldn't even tell me." Chenluo said, "I believe in Teacher Brittany. Teacher Brittany is his hope." Chenluo's expectations for her are even greater than for himself. If he can't even trust her, Chenluo can't trust anyone else. Brittany looked at Chenluo, her lips moved, and she didn't know what to say. Blair's trust in her was incredible to her. This was not the trust between a student and a teacher, nor was it the trust between friends. Could it be that Blair really? Brittany thought of the rumor she had overheard, and immediately shook her head, throwing out this bizarre idea. These rumors had no basis at all. How could Blair have such an idea about her? After the shock, Brittany was left with doubts. Since people began to release magic through magic elements, magicians have known about elemental impurities. Countless magicians wanted to control elemental impurities, like controlling magic elements, but all ended in failure. Although controlling elemental impurities does not require spells and gestures, they can only control trace amounts of elemental impurities, and cannot control magic elements as freely. After countless failures, the predecessors of magicians gradually realized that the gods did not give them the ability to freely control elemental impurities. Except for the gods, no magician can do this. But just now, she saw something that subverted her cognition. Brittany was silent for a long time, looked at Chenluo, and asked, "Blair, are you a god?" Chenluo shook his head and said, "No, I don't know why I am different from other magicians." Brittany thought for a moment, then slowly said, "Blair, you are different from all of us. You shouldn't tell me these. You can control the elemental impurities. You shouldn't tell anyone. If others know, they will definitely choose to destroy you. They won't allow such a person to exist." Chenluo looked at her and said, "I said, Teacher Brittany is not someone else." Brittany looked at him and asked in confusion, "Blair, why do you trust me so much?" "Intuition." Chenluo smiled and said, "My intuition tells me that Teacher Brittany will not hurt me, right?" Brittany looked at him, then nodded and said, "You are my student, I will protect you. As long as I am here, I will not let anyone hurt you." Facts have proved that Chenluo's choice was indeed correct. Does this count as him completely hugging Brittany's beautiful legs? With this foreshadowing, he can tell Brittany more things. Compared with his uniqueness, the Magic Association's affairs and Chenluo's identity did not have such a big impact on people. Chenluo looked at her and said, "Actually, I still have some things to hide from Brittany." Brittany looked at him and said in disbelief, "What other unique talents do you have?" His ability to control elemental impurities has already caused a great impact on her mind. Brittany really couldn't believe that he was still hiding something from her. It's not that kind of thing this time. Seeing the change in Teacher Brittany's expression, Chenluo waved his hands and said, "I just handed over the theory of combined magic to the Magic Association, so that I can exchange a lot of variant magic from there to increase my mental strength." Brittany looked at him and said, "Blair, you must know that learning variant magic takes a lot of time and energy." As she spoke, she seemed to realize something, and looked straight at Chenluo and asked, "Blair, you learn those variant magic, won't you also?" Chenluo nodded and said, "Learning those won't take me too much time." Brittany looked at him, not knowing what to say for a while, and after a long time, she sighed. Blair, I really doubt whether you are the reincarnation of God. Chen Luo couldn't help saying, in fact, I also doubt Teacher Brittany. In addition to Teacher Brittany, who can be promoted to a senior magician at the age of 20, and it is a 4 system. If Chen Luo is the reincarnation of God, she is the goddess of magic herself. Brittany opened her mouth, and found that she seemed unable to refute. From childhood to adulthood, she was also an incredible existence in the eyes of others. She coughed lightly and said, You should discuss this matter with me. Your current strength is too weak. Contacting the Magic Association too early will bring you trouble. After all, you are still a student. Chen Luo said, Teacher Brittany, don't worry. In the Magic Association, I use the name Chen Luo. They don't know my real identity. That's good. Brittany nodded, as if she remembered something, and suddenly asked, What did you say, Chen Luo? Chen Luo nodded. The Chen from the Mathematics Association. It's me too. Brittany was silent for a moment, and murmured, Did you solve all those problems by yourself? Chen Luo answered honestly, The variant magic of the Magic Association is too expensive, and I don't have any other way to make money. This reason is not a reason at all. Just because of the lack of money, all the problems accumulated by the mathematics community of the Kingdom of Lauren for many years were solved in exchange for hundreds of gold coins. The focus of this matter is not the hundreds of gold coins. It is the 23 reward problems, the 11 new theorems, and the mysterious scholar called God by mathematicians. Now someone told him that the god of mathematics in her heart was actually her student. She was with him day and night, and she would give him math homework every day. She had high hopes for his student. Brittany was silent for a long time before she looked up at Chen Luo and said, Blair, whether it is mathematics or magic, I can no longer be your teacher. Chen Luo was shocked and said, Teacher Brittany. Brittany shook her head and said, I am not qualified to be your teacher. She looked at Chen Luo and said, My teacher is one of the great scholars in the mathematics field of the Kingdom of Lauren. I think that even she can't teach you anything about mathematics, but she can give you the greatest help in magic. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. Teacher Brittany's teacher? Brittany looked at him and said, I will ask her to accept you as a student. In addition to being a great scholar, she is also a great magician. Chen Luo would certainly not refuse to learn magic from a great magician. But in this case, wouldn't Teacher Brittany become his senior? Chapter 90. For some reason, although Chen Luo felt a little strange about the teacher becoming a senior, he was still a little excited in his heart. Then he realized that something seemed wrong. Teacher Brittany's teacher was actually a great magician? In the Shenan continent, where the holy magician was only a legend, the great magician represented the peak power of the entire continent. Some weak principalities did not have a great magician in the whole country. As far as Chen Luo knew, the president of the Luoan Kingdom Magic Association was just a magician. Since Teacher Brittany is a student of the Grand Mage, why would she condescend to teach mathematics in St. Donis? Seeing Chen Luo's doubts, Brittany shook her head and said, I will tell Blair about my affairs later. This means that she doesn't want to talk now, and Chen Luo didn't ask more. He was about to say something, but Brittany immediately waved her hand and said, Blair, if you have anything, let's talk next time. I'm a little tired, I'm going back to rest first. After that, she turned around and left here almost like running away. Chen Luo originally wanted to discuss the matter of elemental impurities with her to see what changes would happen to Teacher Brittany's advanced magic after adding oxygen, but he could only put it aside for the time being. What he just said had a huge impact on Teacher Brittany, and it was a shock again and again. I'm afraid it will take her a long time to accept the reality. Elemental impurities are still like this, not to mention that he can cast magic without spells and gestures. Judging from Teacher Brittany's performance, Chen Luo still intends to keep this secret in his stomach. Chen Luo heaved a sigh of relief. After telling this matter, he felt much more relieved. He no longer had to worry that after Teacher Brittany learned his identity as Chen Luo, she would blame him for hiding and deceiving her, and Chen Luo no longer had to bear this secret alone. Feeling relieved, he followed Teacher Brittany back. In the dormitory, Isabella looked at a closed bedroom door, and a strong curiosity appeared on her face. Teacher Brittany had just gone out with Blair and said something. When she came back, she was a little absent-minded. She didn't hear when she greeted her. She just came back and locked herself in the bedroom. Isabella had never seen Teacher Brittany like this, which made her want to know more. What did Blair say to her? Is it true that Blair confessed to her as she guessed? As soon as Chen Luo approached the door of his house, he was grabbed by the wrist by Isabella and dragged to his room. Chen Luo shook her hand off, rubbed his wrist, and asked, What are you doing? Isabella looked at him and asked with a gossipy face, Blair, what did you say to Teacher Brittany just now? Chenluo shook his head and said nothing. Teacher Brittany had told him not to tell anyone about this, unless it was his wife. Looking back now, this sentence seems a bit strange. Still trying to lie to me? Isabella looked at Chenluo with a look that saw through everything and said, You didn't see what Teacher Brittany looked like just now. She must have known something unbelievable. Blair, did you confess to Teacher Brittany? Shoo. Chenluo covered her mouth with his hand. Teacher Brittany was next door. If she heard it, she would suspect that he approached her not to learn math or magic, but to get her. He would not be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Isabella looked at Chenluo, her eyes suddenly widened. Chenluo looked at Isabella, whose eyes were filled with humiliation and anger, and immediately realized something. He quickly let go of her hand and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. He was in a hurry just now, and forgot that here, women's mouths cannot be touched casually. This is just like deliberately throwing chopsticks on the ground, and taking the opportunity to touch a girl's feet in ancient times. It is a hooligan behavior. Isabella was embarrassed and annoyed when Chenluo covered her mouth for the second time. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and snorted coldly. Forget it, it's not the first time anyway. Chenluo was ready to welcome the eruption of the volcano, but he didn't expect Isabella to cover up this offensive thing so lightly. Not only Chenluo, but Isabella herself also felt a little strange. The first time she was offended by this guy, she wanted to burn his butt with fireball. Although she was a little angry this time, deep down, she didn't seem to care about it. Isabella gritted her teeth and thought to herself, It must be because he saved me before, it must be like this. I'm sorry, Isabella, I apologize for my recklessness just now. Chenluo bowed to her seriously, and then said, But please don't make jokes like that again. If Teacher Brittany hears it, I won't be able to explain it to her. Isabella looked at him and asked, What did you say to Teacher Brittany? If Isabella's curiosity is not satisfied, she will always remember this incident, and the best way to solve the problem is to drag her into it. Chenluo thought for a moment and said, Teacher Brittany once asked me whether I liked Isabella or Alice. You know, because of that incident, Teacher Brittany thought I liked one of you. Isabella said in disbelief, Is that why? Chenluo said indifferently, You can ask Teacher Brittany yourself. Isabella certainly couldn't ask Teacher Brittany for confirmation in person. She glanced at Chenluo and asked, What did you say? Chenluo said, I told Teacher Brittany that I was ready to devote everything I had to magic. Isabella folded her arms. Blair, you didn't say that to me before. You said you had a girl you liked. Chenluo said, You don't like her anymore now. Isabella snorted coldly, You men are all the same. Girls' minds are always hard to figure out. Isabella didn't know why she was angry. She walked out silently, and Chenluo's crisis was temporarily resolved. After that extracurricular practice, he has been on vacation for a long time, and tomorrow is the day for him to return from vacation. After not going out for a long time, when Chenluo walked on campus again, he clearly felt that more people were looking at him than before. There were many students who looked at him and whispered with their companions. Look, he is Blair. During the last extracurricular practice, he saved Isabella and Alice from a senior magician. That's a senior magician. He is a magic apprentice so brave. When Chenluo came to the class, he naturally became the focus of his classmates' attention, and their attention to Chenluo reached its peak after Alice arrived. Toby hadn't come yet. Alice sat down next to Chenluo and said apologetically, Brother Blair, I don't know how to solve two questions. I have to trouble you again. When I saw Alice again, she gave Chenluo a very different feeling than before. In the past, when Alice approached him, she always gave Chenluo a strong sense of utilitarianism and purpose, so even though he and Alice became more and more familiar, they always kept a distance. For some reason, Alice didn't have the feeling that made Chenluo uncomfortable. After Chenluo explained the two questions to her, Alice put a small cake on his desk when she left and said, Thank you, Blair, this cake is for you. Chenluo didn't refuse, and Alice didn't give him time to refuse. After putting down the cake, she smiled at Chenluo and turned to leave. Alice's family seemed to be richer than Isabella's. What she ate every day was not white bread, but a fine cake made of fine flour, honey and cream, with 2 grapes on the top, which tasted very good. When Alice walked out of the classroom, she met another person face to face. After that incident, the relationship between Isabella and Alice, although not yet improved to the level of friends, was no longer so tit for tat in the college. Alice looked at her with a smile and asked, Isabella, are you going to Blair again? Isabella glanced at her and said, Aren't you the same? Alice looked back and suddenly asked, Isabella, do you like Blair Jr.? Isabella was stunned for a moment, then looked at her and said angrily, Alice, what nonsense are you talking about? Who likes Blair? I. Alice smiled, looked into her eyes, and said, since Isabella doesn't like Blair Jr., she will definitely not compete with me for him, right? Chapter 91. Isabella stood there in a daze, staring at Alice, and said in disbelief, You like Blair? Alice nodded and said, I like Blair, is that not okay? This news was too sudden and shocking for her. Isabella moved her lips, but didn't know what to say. I won't fight with you for anything in the future. Alice looked at her and said, If Isabella doesn't like him, please don't fight with me for him. Isabella's lips trembled, and said, Even if I don't fight with you, you won't have a chance. Alice asked in confusion, Why? Isabella said, Because Blair already has someone she likes. I can compete with her fairly. Alice didn't care at all. She didn't even ask Isabella who Blair liked. No matter who it was, as long as it wasn't Isabella, she would have a great chance. This was Alice's confidence in her. Isabella shook her head and said, You can't compete with her. Blair likes Teacher Brittany. Brittany has everything that Alice has, and Brittany also has things that Alice doesn't have. What can she use to compete with Teacher Brittany? Isabella's words were not a joke at all. Alice was silent for a moment and asked, Who is it, Linda or Trish? Neither. Isabella shook her head and said, In short, don't waste your time. You can't beat her anyway. Alice looked at her for a long time, and suddenly a smile appeared on her face. She said, Isabella, even if you want to compete with me for Blair, you don't have to use such means. I won't give up. At most, we can compete fairly, and I may not lose to you. When Alice said this, she deliberately puffed out her chest, which made Isabella even more angry. She said angrily, Who wants to compete with you? If you like it, go ahead and like it. It's none of my business. Chenluo found that Isabella was a little strange today. Since she sat next to him, she hasn't said a word, and she looks a little angry. Chenluo thought about it, and realized that he didn't provoke her today, and he didn't know who she was fighting with. What do you mean you may not lose to me? Are you so confident? Isabella muttered softly, and suddenly looked at Chenluo and asked, Blair, let me ask you a question. Chenluo put down the pen and asked, What? Isabella looked into his eyes, and asked, It's the question that Teacher Brittany asked you. If you were asked to choose between me and Alice, who would you choose? Isabella's question was too abrupt, and Chenluo had to wonder if there was any conspiracy waiting for him. Chenluo looked at her and asked, Why do I have to choose one between you? Isabella said impatiently, Just choose if I ask you to. Why are there so many reasons? Chenluo shook his head and said, I choose magic. No, there is no magic option. Isabella frowned and said, You can only choose me or Alice. Chenluo thought for a while and asked, Can I add another option? Who do you want to add? Isabella narrowed her eyes and looked at him, saying, Do you want me to add Teacher Brittany? This? Chenluo looked at Isabella and said, I'm afraid this is not good. It's too disrespectful to Teacher Brittany. Then tell me. Chenluo was silent for a moment and asked, Can I choose all of them? Isabella glared at him, and said angrily, Of course not. If I choose you, can you lend me some gold coins? Isabella gritted her teeth and said, Blair, be serious. Chenluo thought about it, looked at Isabella seriously, and asked, You should want to ask, if I were to choose between you and Alice as my wife, who would I choose? Isabella glanced at him and said, You can think so. Chenluo said, But even if I choose, you won't become my wife. Isabella shook her head and said, Don't worry about this, just say who you choose. Chenluo probably understood why Isabella asked him this question. Isabella's competitive spirit is very strong, especially when compared with Alice. She asked this question, but there was no other meaning, just a woman's competitive spirit. It didn't make much difference for her to ask Chenluo or Toby. All she wanted was a positive answer. No matter how, with whom, or what, or whether she could win or not, she should be chosen. Chenluo said without thinking, Choose you? This was not because he was trying to please Isabella, but because he really admired Isabella's character. Maybe some men like girls who are thoughtful, but all men like innocent girls. Of course, it would be better if he could be as simple and delicate as Teacher Brittany, but it was a pity that Isabella did not give him this option. Chenluo's decisiveness made Isabella stunned for a moment, and she asked, Why? Does this need a reason? Chenluo looked at her and asked back, Besides being more mature, gentler, and having bigger breasts than you, what else is better than you, Alice? Isabella left in a daze. Before leaving, although she was very happy that Chenluo chose her, She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. But no matter what, Blair was undoubtedly a sensible junior who could not be tempted by Alice, the little vixen, at such a critical moment, and stood by her side unwaveringly and without hesitation. I must be better to him in the future. Shenluo looked back, and Isabella's figure had disappeared outside the classroom. This was one of the important reasons why he chose Isabella. Compared with Alice, Isabella was much easier to deceive. Just a few words can make her happy and happy. Which man doesn't like such a simple and gullible girl? Blair, you are here. Shenluo opened the textbook again, and Toby's surprised voice came from behind. This was the first time Shenluo saw him since the extracurricular practice. Toby trotted over from the classroom door, looked up and down at Shenluo, and asked with concern, Blair, are you okay? I heard from Linda and Tris that you really saved Isabella and Alice from a senior magician? Shenluo shook his head and said, It's okay. Toby sat in his seat, looked at Shenluo with admiration, and said, Blair, you are really brave. The senior magician only needs to move his finger, and you will die. What were you thinking at that time? I didn't think much. We couldn't win anyway. Either we all died together, or only one of us died. What would you choose? Toby shook his head and said, I don't have the courage like you. If the high-level magician wanted to kill me, I would have been so scared that I peed my pants and couldn't run away. Shenluo looked at him, and shook his head and said, It's hard for you to become a strong warrior like this. Let's not talk about my business. Toby waved his hand and said, What about you? Which one should I choose between Isabella and Alice? Have you made up your mind? Shenluo looked at him and asked, Why choose them? Of course I choose one to date. Toby looked at him like a fool and said, Blair, you really don't understand girls' minds. You saved Isabella and Alice at the cost of your own life. They must be thinking, I'm very touched. If you pursue them at this time, you are likely to succeed. As Toby spoke, he slowly lowered his voice and whispered, Blair, as a friend, I want to remind you that the possibility between you and teacher Brittany is very small. It's better to choose one between senior sister Isabella and senior sister Alice. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Shenluo shook his head and said, I won't choose either Isabella or Alice. Why, is senior sister Isabella not pretty enough, and senior sister Alice not old enough you? Toby looked at Shenluo for a long time, with a thoughtful expression on his face, and said, I know, Blair, you don't choose either one. Do you want both? Sandonis does not restrict students from dating. People generally believe that pursuing love is everyone's freedom and right. Toby's thoughts were always more vulgar than Shenluo expected. He didn't make a choice, not because he wanted both, but because he only had magic in his heart for the time being. The road to becoming a holy mage was so long and difficult. At present, he was just a little magic apprentice. He wished he could practice magic for 48 hours a day. How could he have time to talk about love? What qualifications did he have to talk about love? For him, if there was anything more important than practicing magic and improving mental power, it must be something related to teacher Brittany. He was not stubborn. When it came to becoming a holy mage, Shenluo felt that teacher Brittany was more reliable than him. Even though his mental power was improving incredibly fast, Shenluo would not forget that when he was working hard to learn various magics, teacher Brittany was studying topology. When he was meditating hard to break through the mental power barrier as soon as possible, teacher Brittany was solving geometry problems. He had never seen teacher Brittany meditate. Except for giving him and Isabella a demonstration in class, or making a fire and washing dishes, she didn't even practice magic. Shenluo had once inquired from Isabella indirectly that teacher Brittany went to bed directly after washing up at night, which means that she would not meditate at night. Whenever he thought of teacher Brittany, Shenluo would be hit hard, so compared to teacher Brittany, he thought about Isabella more these days. Chapter 92. After the battle with Baird, Shenluo's mental power has improved in the past few days, and now he can release 7 fireballs stably. At this rate, he may be promoted to a junior magician earlier than Isabella, which finally gave him some confidence. By then, in order to maintain the rapid growth of mental power, he will need a lot of gold coins to buy different variant magic. So he planned to collect Baird's bounty first. Before going to the Magic Association, Shenluo told teacher Brittany about this matter. After confessing to teacher Brittany, he felt relieved. If he had known that teacher Brittany would not care about him, Shenluo would have chosen to confess and be lenient. Although you defeated the high-level fire magician Baird, you can't be proud and complacent. Brittany looked at Shenluo with a serious expression and said, Don't underestimate any high-level magician. If Baird is not a fire magician, but a wind magician, water magician or earth magician, you may not see me anymore. You must not be so arrogant when you encounter danger in the future. Chen Luo nodded solemnly and said, I know. Without Brittany's reminder, he also cherished his life. If he had no way to retreat, and for no reason, how could he provoke a high-level magician? After Brittany warned him seriously, her face softened and she said, since you are particularly friendly to magic elements and can easily learn new magic, then the more variant magic you have, the better. This is a shortcut to quickly improve your mental strength. You can decide for yourself about the variant magic. Chen Luo returned to the room, took out Baird's identity badge, and then took out a black robe and put it in his school bag. Chen Luo always felt strange wearing a mask when going out, so he ordered a special robe from the tailor. This robe has a wide hat, which can cover the whole head after buckling it. In addition, he also ordered a mask with oriental characteristics. After wearing it, only a pair of eyes are exposed. Although it is a bit troublesome to eat, he looks much better in the mirror. If he meets Isabella again, she will not recognize him unless she takes off Chen Luo's clothes. This outfit is not too eye-catching when walking outside. Because since some time ago, there has been a cost trend in Yabo City, and there are suddenly more people wearing black robes and masks. When he walks on the street in this outfit, others will only think that he is a follower of the Luoshan instead of Chen Luo himself. After all, after the last incident at the Mathematics Association, Chen Luo completely disappeared, and people didn't even know if he was in Yabo City. To some extent, the high profile last time gave Chen Luo a good cover now. He changed his clothes and walked all the way to the Magic Association. Passers-by didn't even look at him more, because there were not many people dressed like him along the way, but there were a few. Chen Luo came to the front desk of the Magic Association and said to the receptionist at the counter, I'm looking for Deacon Jasmine. The girl saw the honorary member medal of the Magic Association on his chest and immediately said, Please wait a moment, I go and ask Deacon Jasmine. Magicians with the honorary member medal of the Magic Association have made great contributions to the Magic Association and should not be neglected in the slightest. Not long after, Jasmine hurried down from the second floor under the guidance of the girl. These days, the staff of the Magic Association have seen too many magicians with black robes covering their faces. Jasmine was not surprised by this. She smiled professionally and asked, Mr. Magician, may I ask? It's me. Hearing the voice coming from under the black robe, Jasmine was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled again. Compared with the previous smile, this smile was less stiff and professional, and more agile and lively. She made a gesture of invitation to Chen Luo and said, Mr. Chen Luo, please follow me. The last time Chen Luo saw Jasmine, her work uniform was not like this. It was obvious that she had been promoted again. It seems that President Angus really took his words to heart. Chen Luo looked at Jasmine and smiled. Congratulations, Deacon Jasmine. Jasmine showed an embarrassed expression on her face, and said, Lord Angus told me that it was Jasmine who wanted to thank Lord Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled and said, You're welcome. Don't forget that you are my treasurer. Of course, I want President Angus to treat you better. Speaking of the treasurer, Jasmine remembered something and said, Lord Chen Luo, the capital has just sent the income from your improved water magic last month, a total of 800 gold coins. Do you want to take it today? Chen Luo showed a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that the improved water ball technique he originally used as a stepping stone for the Magic Association could actually sell for so much money. It seems that there are still many rich people in the capital. It's a pity that this kind of money can only be earned once. When they realize that they can't learn that kind of combination magic and spread this kind of thing, no one will be willing to buy it. And the full set of combination magic he proposed later has no technical difficulty. It is estimated that all the benefits are only the one-time bonus of the Magic Association. People who don't have the talent to learn combination magic can't learn his magic, and people with this talent can combine it at will, and don't have to come to the Magic Association to spend this money. Chen Luo felt a little regretful, looked at Jasmine, and said, No, I leave those gold coins with you first. At present, he has no place to spend money. Although Teacher Brittany knows the origin of so many gold coins, Isabella doesn't know, and it's also a troublesome thing to explain. Anyway, this money will eventually be spent on the Magic Association, so it's most convenient to deposit it here. Jasmine nodded and asked, I wonder what Master Chen Luo is doing here at the Magic Association. I'm here to claim the bounty. Chen Luo took out Baird's identity badge and said, The senior magician Baird, who was wanted by the Magic Association, has been killed by me. This badge can prove his identity. Baird? Jasmine was surprised when she heard this. Are you talking about Baird, the criminal wanted by the Magic Association and the kingdom? As an employee of the Magic Association, how could Jasmine not have heard of this name? But Baird is a senior magician of the fire element. Blair, Mr. Chen Luo's magic apprentice certification was handled by her not long ago. How could a newly certified magic apprentice kill a senior magician? It's him. Chen Luo nodded and said, I remember his reward is 1,500 gold coins. It's not convenient for me to take these gold coins away, so I leave them with you. Jasmine was stunned for a moment, then immediately came to her senses and said, this matter needs to be verified by the president himself. President Angus has gone to the capital, and I go and ask Vice President Elton. Jasmine took Chen Luo to the VIP lounge and left in a hurry. A moment later, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. Elton walked in quickly and asked in a hurry, Sir Chen Luo, did you kill Baird? Chen Luo didn't explain and handed Baird's identity badge to Elton directly. This badge was issued by the Magic Association. In addition to Baird's name, there is also a number on it. Through this number, the Magic Association should be able to confirm the ownership of this badge. Commoners in the Shenan continent usually only have a given name, but no surname. Only nobles, scholars, and high-level magicians have surnames. Even Blair's father is a baron, but he also has no surname. Among the people Chen Luo is familiar with, Isabella and Alice have surnames, but Toby does not. As for teacher Brittany, she, like Chen Luo, only has a name on her published papers. Even if there is a senior magician with the same name and surname as Baird, the number on this nameplate should be unique. Elton carefully examined the identity nameplate. Judging from the name and number engraved on it, it is indeed Baird's. Senior magicians are very rare. All senior magicians who have passed the certification of the Magic Association will be issued such an identity nameplate by the association. This nameplate is proof of their identity. Showing this nameplate can allow them to obtain many privileges in the kingdom. He personally issued the reward for Baird, and he remembered Baird's nameplate number very clearly. A few days ago, St. Donis College provided them with news about Baird, so Elton personally led several senior deacons to hunt down Baird, but they did not find any trace of him. The last news they got about Baird was that Baird wanted to kill several students of St. Donis College, and was later hunted down by a mysterious magician and disappeared. This burnt nameplate basically proves that Baird is dead, and was burned to death. No one has the courage to deceive the Magic Association on such a matter, let alone him, Chen Luo, who is revered as a god by the Mathematics Association and created the existence of the fifth branch of magic. Elton's own strength is stronger than Baird, but if Baird is determined to escape, he can't stop him. Baird, the wanted criminal of the kingdom and the Magic Association, is dead. As a senior magician of the fire system, he died under the fire magic. Anyone who can do this must be at least a great fire magician. Elton looked at Chen Luo and said in disbelief, Are you the mysterious magician? Chen Luo did not deny it, and said, I happened to meet him that day when he wanted to murder several students of St. Donis, so I killed him. After all, 1,500 gold coins is not a small amount. If he could kill Baird, he could also kill him, Elton. Elton swallowed his saliva, looked at Chen Luo, and asked tentatively, Mr. Chen Luo, are you really a magic apprentice? Chapter 93. Magic robes do not represent a magician's magic level. Some lonely magicians will not pass the Magic Association certification level, and the kingdom's laws do not stipulate that a great magician cannot wear the clothes of a magic apprentice. Although Elton has seen him wearing a magic apprentice's robe, this does not prove that he is really a magic apprentice. Chen Luo looked at Elton and asked with a smile, Why, Sir Elton doesn't believe it. Elton was speechless. What the hell did he believe? Is there such a terrifying magic apprentice? If this is what a magic apprentice can do, then what is the meaning of the classification of magicians? What kind of magic apprentice can use fire magic to kill a high-level fire magician easily? This requires at least the strength of a great fire magician. He has long suspected that this Lord Chen Luo is hiding his realm. Now it seems that it is true. Can the discovery of combined magic that changes the pattern of the magic world be proposed by magic apprentices? Can a high-level magician like Baird be killed by a magic apprentice? People who can do this are at least great magicians, or even stronger. He should have thought of this long ago. Obviously, this gentleman was unwilling to reveal his true realm, so Elton had to play along with him, and said with a smile, Believe, how could we not believe what Lord Chen Luo said? Then Baird's bounty. Deacon Jasmine, take Lord Chen Luo to collect the bounty. The Magic Association has always been straightforward in doing things. Chen Luo got the 1,500 gold coins just by relying on Baird's identity badge. This money is a bounty from the kingdom, and no tax is deducted. One identity badge can receive 1,500 gold coins, which sounds a bit sloppy, But it is not because the Magic Association is not rigorous, because no one dares to cheat the Magic Association's money unless they don't want to die. With this bounty, plus the income from combined magic, Chenluo's current net worth has exceeded 2,000 gold coins. In addition, he also obtained a large number of points at one time, which raised his membership level in the Magic Association by 1 level, which means that the Magic Association will open up more resources for him. This matter is more important to Chenluo than gold coins. I believe that after the combined magic certification is completed, Chenluo's authority in the Magic Association will be higher, but the later it is, the more difficult it will be to upgrade the membership level of the Magic Association. At that time, Chenluo may have to consider other ways. Facts have once again proved that Isabella is not only his treasure girl, but also his wealth-giving maiden. Chenluo wishes he could meet more walking gold coins like Baird. It was not easy for Chenluo to take these gold coins with him, and he did not think about taking them with him. He looked at Jasmine and said, "It is not convenient for me to take these gold coins with me, so I will leave them with you first." Elton stood beside Chenluo and said, "If Mr. Chenluo trusts the Magic Association, you can deposit these gold coins here, and the association will find someone to take care of your property." This is also one of the services provided by the Magic Association for senior members. Chenluo's current level has not reached this level, but at this moment, in Elton's eyes, he is no longer the magic apprentice. When the Magic Association headquarters completes the certification of the combined magic he proposed, his status in the Magic Association will only be higher. It was within the rules to make a small exception for him at this time. Chenluo nodded and said, "Thank you, Sir Elton." Elton smiled and said, "This is what we should do." Chenluo walked out of the Magic Association, waved to them, and said, "Thank you for troubling you today. Goodbye, Vice President Elton and Deacon Jasmine. Goodbye, Sir Chenluo." "Goodbye, Sir Chenluo." Elton didn't come back to his senses for a long time until Chenluo disappeared. Baird was just a senior magician. His death was just a small matter for the Magic Association. Even the 1,500 gold coins were paid by the kingdom. What he cared about was that the originator of combined magic, Sir Chenluo, who was praised as a god by the mathematical community, had been hiding his strength all along. If a magician does not actively show his mental power, it is difficult for others to guess their level. If a senior magician wants to hide his strength, he only needs to show a low-level mental power. Being able to kill Baird with fire magic means that he has at least the strength of a great magician. A great magician has a strong and condensed mental power, and can release super-level magic. He is already a strong magician. In the Magic Association, he is also a powerful existence as a branch president. Most importantly, in his contact with Mr. Chenluo, Elton could feel that he was very young, perhaps even younger than President Angus. President Angus is 40 years old this year. When he was 38 years old, he successfully advanced to a great magician. He is already a genius among geniuses. A great magician younger than him must have unlimited future. After a long time, Elton calmed down. He looked at Jasmine beside him, and said, "The property of Mr. Chenluo will be managed by Deacon Jasmine herself." In his life, Elton can only become a great magician and manage a branch, but Chenluo's name is destined to resound throughout Luolan. Although Mr. Chenluo did not say it clearly just now, Elton understood what he meant. He seemed to take good care of Deacon Jasmine. President Angus also mentioned this to him before he left, asking him to treat the young girl who had just become a deacon well. Jasmine nodded and said respectfully, "Yes." Elton watched the pretty girl slowly retreat, and then looked at the direction where Chenluo disappeared. He specially summoned another senior deacon and told him, "Tell your deacons to try their best to take care of Deacon Jasmine. Anyone who dares to embarrass her will embarrass me and Lord Angus." After leaving the Magic Association, Chenluo found a remote place to change his clothes and returned to school. It was getting late, and he had to go back to cook for teacher Brittany. Today is the weekend. Isabella lives in the school during the week. She usually goes home on Friday afternoon, and comes back on Sunday night. This also means that no one will warm Chenluo's bed for these 2 nights. Seeing that the weather is getting colder and colder, although Chenluo is very good at playing fire magic, he can't play with fire in bed. In the past, every night, when Brittany was working in the living room, Isabella would come to Chenluo's room when she was bored. She always liked to stay in bed, meditate, or talk to him. When she went back to sleep, Chenluo's quilt would become fragrant and hot. Tonight, Chenluo, who had long been accustomed to having a warm and fragrant quilt as soon as he got into bed, felt the coldness of the quilt and missed Isabella more than ever. Habit is a terrible thing. Chenluo is used to falling asleep in the bed with Isabella's scent, so he can't sleep tonight. Early in the morning, a biting coldness came from his face, which woke Chenlu up suddenly. He opened his eyes suddenly, and looked at Isabella, who was putting her cold hand on his face, and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Isabella reluctantly took her hand away, shook his shoulder, and said, "Blair, wake up quickly. Do you know that Baird is dead? I had a little insomnia last night." Chenlu wanted to sleep more in the morning, but he was disturbed by Isabella in the early morning. He sat up from the bed and asked, "Senior Isabella, why are you here so early?" Isabella, who was standing by the bed, was stunned for a moment, quickly covered her eyes, and shouted, "Blair, put on your clothes quickly." Chenlu didn't have the habit of sleeping with clothes on. He picked up his shirt and said, "I get dressed, you go out first." Last night, Isabella was not at home. Only he and Teacher Brittany were at home, so Chenlu didn't lock the door. Teacher Brittany was not like Isabella. She would knock on the door before coming in, and would only come in after getting Chenlu's consent. Isabella didn't leave the room, but turned her back and said, "Hurry up." While speaking, she also secretly glanced back. She had never noticed before that Blair's figure was so good. She didn't look so strong when she put on clothes, but when she took off her clothes, she could highlight the smooth muscle lines. For some reason, she had never liked Blair before, but after spending more time with him, she felt that his unique black hair and black pupils seemed a little bit handsome. Of course, only a little bit. Chapter 94. Since the Baird incident in the last extracurricular practice class, the relationship between Chenlu, Isabella, and Alice has changed qualitatively. When Alice asked him questions, she often brought him some small cakes or snacks. What's more, she took the opportunity to ask questions and made some physical contact with Chenlu from time to time, which made Chenlu wonder if Alice wanted to seduce him. The problem is that apart from these small gifts and the touches that were intentional or unintentional, she didn't do anything more excessive. Chenlu couldn't say anything except to be vigilant. In addition, Isabella didn't seem to avoid suspicion between him and her. She could even stand next to Chenlu when he was changing clothes. Even if she turned her back, Chenlu still felt something was wrong. Don't say that she was just a senior sister. In this case, even a sister should avoid suspicion. However, insisting on letting her go out at this time would make him look dark-minded. After tidying up his clothes, Chenlu got off the bed and said, "I'm fine." Isabella turned around and asked impatiently, "Blair, do you still remember Baird?" "I remember." Chenlu nodded and said, "What happened to the magician beggar I met during extracurricular practice last time? Is he dead?" "He was killed." Isabella's tone was still a little unbelievable, and she said, "The Magic Association announced this news yesterday. The person who killed him was called Chenlu. I once met him in the Magic Association. He was a middle-aged magician who liked lily perfume. At that time, I thought he was a magic apprentice. I didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could kill a senior magician." "Oh," Chenlu responded, indicating that he knew. "Oh." Isabella looked at him straight in the eyes and said, "Blair, he is our savior. Don't you want to say something?" Chenlu showed gratitude on his face and said, "Thank him for saving my life." No sincerity at all. Isabella rolled her eyes at him, holding her chin, and began to talk to herself. "Do you think this Chenlu is the same person as the Luotian in the Mathematics Association? He can kill Baird. Is he a great magician?" Chenlu was not fully awake yet, yawned, and murmured maybe. Fortunately, he was there, otherwise, we would have died together that day. Isabella patted her chest, still in shock, and said, "Father has sent someone to find him. We should thank him in person." But the Magic Association said they didn't know where Chenlu was. Chenlu waved his hand and said, "Maybe he likes to keep a low profile and doesn't want us to find him. Otherwise, wouldn't the scholars from the Mathematics Association have found him long ago?" "That's right." Isabella nodded and said, "Those powerful magicians usually have strange tempers. So we survived this time, all thanks to luck." Chenlu glanced at her and said, "Be obedient in the future. Don't take risks for trivial matters. Is it important to compare with Alice, whose rabbit is bigger? You are just asking for trouble." Before Chenlu finished speaking, Isabella lowered her head and whispered, "Blair, I know I was wrong." The sudden change in her voice made Chenlu feel numb all over. It must be said that when Isabella started to act like a spoiled child, most people really couldn't resist her. After he was in danger last time, Isabella's temperament changed a lot. At least she knew to give in to Chenlu, which was a good progress. As for the topic of Chenlu, he couldn't discuss it in depth with Isabella. Chenlu summoned a water ball to wash his face and changed the subject. "You came so early today. Is there something wrong?" Isabella's face showed an excited expression when she heard it, and said, "My servant caught 2 rabbits yesterday, Blair, let's eat rabbits today." Some things only have 0 times and countless times. After eating one of Chenluo's roasted rabbit legs, rabbits were no longer cute little things in Isabella's eyes, but a symbol of evil. However, Chenluo didn't plan to make roasted rabbits today. When he was shopping with Isabella and teacher Brittany a few days ago, he accidentally found peppers. However, the peppers here are not regarded as food or seasoning, but as an ornamental plant. No wonder he didn't find it after visiting the vegetable market before. It is unknown where the Shenin continent is in this parallel world, and whether there are other continents outside. Chenluo looked through the history of the continent, and didn't find more information. The people of Shenin continent know nothing about things outside Shenin continent. Chenluo made spicy rabbit meat today. Although Chenluo didn't like spicy food so much before, the food in Shenin continent is mostly sweet, and Chenluo really misses this feeling. Water, water. Isabella grabbed the water cup and drank it all in one gulp without any ladle-like manners. Then she looked at Chenluo and asked, "Blair, what did you put in this dish? It's so delicious." Chenluo originally thought that Isabella and Brittany would not be used to the taste of chili peppers, so he made them a non-spicy dish. Unexpectedly, although Isabella's face turned red due to the spiciness, she never stopped using the chopsticks in her hand. During this period of time, she has become more and more skilled in using chopsticks. Chenluo picked up his cup, looked at Brittany, and said, "Teacher Brittany, please help me turn this cup of water into ice." This kind of thing is very simple for Brittany. Soon, Chenluo got a cup of ice water that can relieve the spiciness. Isabella has been observing Chenluo's actions. Regarding eating, although she doesn't know why, she knows that following Chenluo will definitely not be wrong. She ran to Brittany and said, "Teacher Brittany, I want a glass of ice water too." Chenluo glanced at her and said, "You can't drink ice these days." "Why?" Isabella looked at him unconvinced and asked, "You can drink it." Chenluo shook his head, and didn't persuade her anymore. She would not make the same mistake again after eating it once. After drinking a sip of ice water, Isabella finally understood why Chenluo made such a request to teacher Brittany. If she drank a sip of hot water, the stimulation of this dish would be amplified, but if she drank a sip of ice water, the stimulation would be suppressed. So she decisively drank 3 glasses of ice water. Chenluo watched her commit suicide, but did not remind her. Instead, he quietly put the kettle on the stove. After dinner, Chenluo was about to help teacher Brittany clean up the dishes when there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Vice Dean Archer and Audrey from Calvin, whom he had not seen for a long time. Chenluo smiled and said, "President Calvin, long time no see." Calvin looked at him and smiled. "Congratulations to Mr. Blair. Congratulations to Miss Brittany." Calvin and Audrey had just returned to Yabo City from the capital today, and they couldn't wait to come to the door to announce the good news. The Edwin Award was won by Chenluo and teacher Brittany, which was not only an honor for them, but also brought many benefits to the Yabo City mathematics branch. "Congratulations, both of you." Calvin looked at Chenluo and Brittany and said, "After so many years of selecting the Edwin Award, this is the first time I've seen such a unanimous opinion from the jury on the final winner. We don't even need to fight for it." Audrey sighed. Mr. Blair's achievements are so dazzling that even the president praised him. Chenluo stood beside Brittany, somewhat uninterested. Except for gold coins and magic, there were few things that could interest him. Awards without prize money would be less meaningful than trying to make Isabella happy. After all, if she was happy, she might contribute her monthly pocket money to improve their food standards. Chapter 95. Calvin sat on the sofa and chatted casually with Brittany. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he asked, "I heard that Brittany is studying a new branch of mathematics recently called topology?" Brittany glanced at Chenluo and nodded. "I have seen the 2 reward questions that Brittany solved with this method." Calvin looked at her and praised. "That idea is the same as the idea of Mr. Blair to solve the 9 bridges problem. It is very subtle. I think if Miss Brittany can completely perfect it, perhaps, it can establish your position as a great scholar." Chenluo glanced at Calvin. As the vice president, Calvin's vision is still very powerful. Topology is an important branch of modern mathematics, and is called the Queen of Mathematics in the 20th century. It is naturally impossible for teacher Brittany to completely perfect it alone, but even so, her work has extraordinary significance and far exceeds the achievements of great scholars. After all, even the 3 great scholars of the Kingdom of Lauren are not dazzling in the entire history of mathematics. The topology branch may be more significant to mathematics than the sum of all the research done by the current mathematical scholars in the Kingdom of Lauren. What Brittany lacks is only further achievements and fame. Brittany looked at Chenluo and smiled. This idea was first proposed by Blair, who is the founder of this branch of mathematics. Calvin looked at them and smiled. I hope that in the future, there will be 2 more great scholars in Yabo City, so that the Yabo City branch can surpass all other branches. Audrey seemed to have thought of something, and murmured, If Mr. Chenluo is from Yabo City, then this place will become the world's mathematics center. Ahem. Chenluo, who was drinking water, choked. Brittany looked at him, and said softly, Blair, drink slowly. Yes. Hearing what Audrey said, Calvin's face showed admiration, and he said, If there is a god of mathematics in this world, it must be Mr. Chenluo. We just returned to Yabo City, and heard that he killed a high-level magician criminal. I didn't expect that he is not only a great scholar, but also a powerful magician. He has been in Yabo City, and maybe he was born here. In fact, when they were in the capital, they had already retrieved the information of all honorary scholars in the Kingdom of Lauren. After checking one by one, they still found nothing. He hid too deeply, and was unwilling to reveal even a little bit of his identity. In order not to arouse his disgust, before leaving, the president specifically instructed them that unless Mr. Chenluo reported his identity, they were not allowed to pursue it again. Chenluo wiped his mouth, then stood up and said, If there is nothing else, I will go back to my room first. One more thing. Calvin took out a medal from his arms and said, This is an honorary medal awarded by the president as an exception. Mr. Blair, please give it to Miss Isabella. Chenluo nodded and put away the medal. He was not surprised at all. You can write 2 names on the paper. In order to keep the money within the family, after teacher Brittany refused to sign, Chenluo filled in Isabella's name. Although the irrational number is not called Blair-Isabella number, the 9 bridges problem is named after him and Isabella. If future scholars want to study topology, Isabella's name cannot be avoided. To some extent, she is indeed worthy of this medal of honor. However, this medal appeared a little late. Isabella now has no interest in mathematics. After experiencing the Baird incident, she has devoted all her energy to learning magic. It must be said that even Chenluo admires Isabella's hard work. Chenluo and Calvin waved and turned to walk into their own room. In the room, Isabella curled up in a ball, wrapped in a quilt, with a painful expression on her face, and gritted her teeth and said, Blair, my stomach hurts so much. Chenluo walked out silently, and made her a cup of brown sugar with hot water. When he boiled the water just now, he also threw a few slices of ginger into the pot. He walked to the bed with the cup and said, Drink it. It's so sweet and delicious. Isabella finished a cup and handed the cup to Chenluo again, saying, I want more. Chenluo made her another cup of brown sugar ginger water and said, Don't drink ice water in the future, or you will end up like this. Isabella was unconvinced and said, But didn't you drink it too? I'm different from you. But why didn't I have a stomachache when I drank it a few days ago? Are you the same as you were a few days ago? Isabella suddenly thought that she was indeed different from a few days ago, but how did Blair know? Although she didn't know why Blair knew that she would have stomachache after drinking ice water, the sugar water was really delicious. She got up from the bed, sat on the bed, wrapped herself in the quilt, held a warm brown sugar ginger water, and drank it in small sips. Chenluo looked at her and asked, Are you feeling better now? It doesn't seem to hurt so much. Isabella looked at Chenluo and asked curiously, Blair, are you a doctor? No. Then how do you cure stomachache? I read it in a book. After Isabella suffered a loss once, she should not make the same mistake again next time. Chenluo sat at the desk, thinking about the direction of magic in the short term. At the rate of his mental power growth, he will be able to release the 8th fireball in a few days. Chenluo once tried to learn elementary magic, but failed. After a magic apprentice can control 10 standard fireballs at the same time, he will be able to learn elementary magic and be certified as an elementary magician. 10 standard fireballs are the bottom line for learning elementary magic. This is verified and summarized by countless generations of magicians, and of course they have their reasons. Chenluo will be able to advance to the elementary magician before the winter vacation at the latest. He originally thought that after the promotion, he would major in the fire system and study the other 3 systems, but after the battle with Elder, Chenluo changed his mind. His attack power is actually strong enough. At a close enough distance, it is enough to threaten the great magician, but his defense is too low. It is okay to meet a fire magician, but he can't resist the water system or the wind system. Earth magic is used for attack, and its power is not as good as the fire system, let alone the wind system. but it is the only one that can greatly increase defense in the early stage of learning magic. From this perspective, the Earth system is the only one of the 4 magic systems that can achieve both offense and defense in the early stage. Compared with the other 3 systems, the biggest disadvantage of the Earth system is that its magic robe is too ugly. Perhaps, in the future, Chenluo should spend more energy on defense. After all, he is not learning magic to fight with others. This is also one of the reasons why teacher Brittany suggested Isabella to major in the Earth system. Chenluo felt that she was right. The most important thing for boys outside is to protect themselves. The defense of the Earth system is abnormal. Many times, if you are not 2 realms higher than the Earth magician, don't even think about breaking their defense. When Chenluo was thinking, Isabella's eyes were always on him. When facing Baird, he stood in front of them, faced the senior magician alone, and let them go first. The picture appeared in her mind again. She is Blair's senior sister, and her magic strength is stronger than his. At the critical moment, she should stand up to protect him instead of letting him protect himself. She stretched out her palm, waved it in front of Chenluo's eyes, and asked, "Blair, what are you thinking about?" Chenluo said, "I'm thinking, after becoming a junior magician, which department should I focus on? Didn't you tell teacher Brittany that you wanted to be a fire magician? I changed my mind, I want to learn water." Chenluo said, "Water magicians not only have strong attacks in the later stage, but also have strong defense. The attack power of water magicians in the early stage is the weakest, and wind magicians can also make themselves float. The biggest role of water magicians in the early stage is to put out fires." The reason why Chenluo chose the water system is because water magicians are generally not taken seriously in the early stage. The water magic robe is worn on the body, which has a contempt effect, so he can chant the water ball spell to release the blue fireball. Isabella thought about it and suddenly said, "Blair, I have made up my mind, I want to learn the fire system." Chenluo looked at her and said in surprise, "You have been learning the floating technique and plan to major in the wind system in the future. Why did you change your mind?" Isabella patted his shoulder and said, "In this way, I can protect you before you become a senior magician." Chenluo was stunned when he heard it. The major direction of magic is a lifelong thing for a magician. He never thought that the reason why Isabella changed the major direction of magic was actually this. When he looked at Isabella, he found that her expression was very serious. Chenluo's eyes showed a subtle color, and then he smiled and said, "You should protect yourself first." Isabella puffed out her chest and frowned. "Blair, do you not trust me?" Chenluo did not answer, threw the Medal of Honor to her, and walked out of the room. Isabella took it subconsciously, looked at it, and asked, "Blair, why did you give me your Medal of Honor to show off?" Chenluo walked to the door of the room, looked back at her, and said, "It's your medal." Chapter 96. Isabella finally decided to major in the fire system. Teacher Brittany did not dissuade Isabella from changing her major, but supported her. Among the 4 magic systems, the fire system has a certain attack power from the beginning of magic apprenticeship. Because of this feature, nearly 80% of magicians will choose the fire system, at least in the Kingdom of Lauren. After all, most people's magic talents are very ordinary, and they may not be able to break through the barrier of high-level magicians in their lifetime. The power of wind magic and water magic can only be demonstrated after they become high-level magicians. For them, there is no need to practice wind and water systems. Magicians who major in these 2 systems either have special needs or are extremely confident in their talents. Majoring in the fire system can give Isabella a certain degree of self-protection when encountering danger. As for Chenluo's choice of the water system, it surprised Brittany a little, but she knew that Chenluo, like her, had the ability to practice all magic systems at the same time, and it didn't matter which system he chose on the surface. Choosing water magic to certify, as a junior magician, was the result of Chenluo's careful consideration. Before becoming a senior magician, no magic system was more low-key than the water magic system, which was more conducive to his hiding himself. Although he looked like a water magician, in a critical moment, if the enemy really thought he was just a water magician, then Baird's fate would be their fate. For more than a month, in addition to daily classes, Chenluo continued to meditate as usual. What was different from the past was that Isabella, who had always been lazy, also became diligent in practicing magic. She stopped studying math with teacher Brittany and put all her energy into magic. After learning about Chenluo's other identity, teacher Brittany took a full half-month to adapt to reality. Later, she completely gave up her identity as a teacher and did not shy away from asking Chenluo for advice when she encountered a problem. Although Chenluo still called her teacher Brittany, their identities were no longer like teacher and student. Chenluo's school life was slightly different from before. The biggest difference was that Alice came to him more often these days, at least twice a day. Although she asked Qianluo math questions every time, Qianluo always felt that Alice was thinking about him. Alice's popularity in the college was not inferior to Isabella, and she attracted the attention of countless people all the time. Her abnormal behavior caused rumors about her and Qianluo to spread in the college. During this period of time, almost everyone knew that Alice was pursuing him. Alice did not refute the rumor. She acted as if she had never heard of these rumors, and continued to get along with Qianluo as usual. If she really confessed, Qianluo could still refuse with the excuse that she was too old, but she never said anything, so Qianluo naturally could not speak first. This matter once made Qianluo very upset, but fortunately, this worry soon disappeared. Because the winter vacation is here. This is the first winter that Qianluo has experienced since he came to this world. In the past month, some unusual things have happened in St. Donis College, and even in Yabo City. The first is the Yabo City Mathematics branch. After many years, they won the Edwin Award again, so they naturally want to publicize it. Even more exaggerated than them is the St. Donis College. Dean Archer even had people hang a banner at the school gate, wishing that everyone in the city would know about it. Although Qianluo doesn't care about the Edwin Award, this matter has extraordinary significance for both the Yabo City Mathematics branch and St. Donis. For the Yabo City Mathematics branch, this is an award that has been silent for many years, and is proud of it. The two winners are from St. Donis, which can also attract more students to the college. Then it is the Yabo City Magic branch. The death of the vicious criminal Baird made everyone in Yabo City celebrate. The origin of combination magic also started from the Yabo City Magic branch. As the winner of the Edwin Award, Blair's name was known to everyone within a few days, but the mysterious scholar and magician named Qianluo was the man of the hour in Yabo City for more than a month. The god of mathematics, the great magician, the originator of combined magic, personally killed the senior magician Baird. He appeared out of thin air, did things that were enough to shake the divine grace continent, and then mysteriously disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Some people say that he has left Yabo City, and some say that he just hid again, but in any case, as Qianluo disappeared, over time, the topic about him was rarely mentioned again. Today is the first day of winter vacation. After breakfast, Qianluo will accompany Isabella to the Magic Association. Just yesterday, Alice successfully completed the certification of the junior magician, and became the first student of St. Donis College to be promoted to the junior magician. Today, he will accompany Isabella to get certified as a junior magician. Although the two women are not competing to see whose rabbit is bigger, they are still competing fiercely in other aspects. If we don't use Brittany as a reference, Isabella's magic talent is actually very good. As long as she is a little more diligent, she will have no problem becoming an intermediate magician before the age of 20, even if she can't become a senior magician. Isabella stood at the door and said, "It's so cold outside, Blair, you stay at home, I go alone?" Qianluo put on his coat and said, "It's okay, I also plan to get certified as a junior magician." "You?" Isabella looked at him in a daze and asked, your mental power, can release primary magic?" Qianluo easily summoned a water curtain. He had learned all the 4 types of primary magic a few days ago. In Qianluo's opinion, the certification of magic level is dispensable. After all, the strength of a magician will not be affected by whether or not he has been certified by the Magic Association. A magician who can perform elementary magic is an elementary magician. The certification of the Magic Association only gives them a proof of identity, which can bring them a certain status and convenience. The purpose of Qianluo's elementary magician certification is that he needs a water magic robe to prove that he is a water magician. It snowed in Yabo City last night, and the snowflakes were still floating until this morning. Qianluo and Isabella left the school, and walked all the way to the Magic Association. People are generally reluctant to go out on snowy days, so there are very few pedestrians on the streets. Qianluo and Isabella walked side by side. When the snowflakes approached Isabella, they would be automatically repelled. Isabella, who already has the strength of an elementary magician, can easily do this with wind magic. Qianluo did not deliberately blow away the snowflakes. He was born in the north, and has a natural affinity for snowflakes. Every year after the beginning of winter, he began to look forward to the first snow. Isabella turned to look at him and asked, "Blair, why is your mental power growing so fast?" At the beginning of this semester, she could already release 9 fireballs at the same time, while Blair at that time could not even summon 1 fireball. After a semester, he and she were certified as junior magicians, which made Isabella deeply self-doubting. This means that after being promoted to junior magician, she will be far behind Blair in practicing magic. Maybe it's because of my talent. Qianluo thought for a while and said, "Don't worry. Before I become a senior magician, you protect me, and after I become a senior magician, I will protect you." "Humph, who wants you to protect me? Maybe I will become a senior magician first." Isabella put her hands behind her back, snorted, and her steps became lighter. Chapter 97. Qianluo was certified as a water-based primary magician, while Isabella was certified as a fire-based magician. The certification locations for these two systems are separate. After arriving at the Magic Association, Qianluo and Isabella temporarily separated. Isabella was looking for Andre, a mid-level deacon of the fire system, while Qianluo was looking for Brady, a water-based magician. Jasmine was already a deacon, and this time, the person who was responsible for receiving Qianluo was a girl who looked a little unfamiliar at the front desk. She took Qianluo to the second floor, knocked on a door, and said, "Mr. Brady, this gentleman is going to be certified as a primary magician. Come in." Brady was sitting at the table, reading a book with his head down. Hearing this, he said without raising his head, "Use your fastest speed to cast any primary water magic." Qianluo released a water curtain spell and said, "Okay." "So fast?" Brady raised his head in surprise. Generally speaking, it is difficult for a primary magician with just qualified mental power to release primary magic at once, let alone so fast. He looked up and saw a water curtain in front of Qianluo. "Yes, your mental power is very concentrated. It seems that you have deliberately condensed your mental power when you were a magic apprentice." Brady showed admiration on his face. Looking at Qianluo, a trace of doubt suddenly emerged in his heart, and asked, "I think you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Qianluo and Brady have met many times. As Blair, he only met once, when he was certified as a magic apprentice. At that time, he helped put out the fire on Andre. Qianluo looked at him, nodded, and said, "I met Mr. Brady when I was certifying magic apprentices." "I remember." Brady's face showed a look of realization, and he said, "You are the boy who burned Andre's clothes last time. What happened to you? And you ran to our water system." Before he finished speaking, he realized something again, and his face showed an expression of seeing a ghost. He stood up suddenly and said in great shock, "It's only been 3 months. How did you advance again?" In 3 months, he was promoted from a magic apprentice to a junior magician. Brady has been a deacon of the Magic Association for more than 10 years, but this is the first time he has heard of such a thing. But this is indeed what he saw with his own eyes. 3 months ago, he and Andre witnessed the boy becoming a magic apprentice. Brady still remembers that certification. Andre, an intermediate magician of the fire system, was almost sent away by a magic apprentice who had just reached the certification standard. Because of this incident, he laughed at Andre for a whole month. Unexpectedly, only 3 months later, he came back for the certification of a junior magician. From a magic apprentice to a junior magician, not only does one need to practice apprentice magic to perfection, but one also needs to learn at least one junior magic. Doesn't it take time for him to learn magic? Even a genius has a limit. Brady looked unbelievable, and the front desk girl of the Magic Association was also stunned. Qianluo looked at Brady and asked, "Mr. Brady, have I passed my certification?" "Passed. Brady responded, looked at the girl, and said, "Go and help Mr. Blair apply for the certificate of a junior water magician." The girl hurried out. Brady looked at Qianluo and said, "Mr. Blair, wait here for a moment." After that, he also walked out. Bored, Qianluo walked to the wall and admired a painting Brady hung on the wall. The painting was very long, almost filling the entire wall. Qianluo glanced at it, and found that it was actually a narrative epic. The first part of the mural was in a vast primitive jungle. Countless humans wearing animal skins and dresses knelt in front of an empty altar. Above the altar, there were several shadows with only outlines and unclear faces. In the second picture, the shadows disappeared. Qianluo saw those primitive humans making various gestures and opening their mouths at the same time, as if shouting something. Qianluo was very familiar with this gesture, which was the gesture used by magicians to communicate with magic elements. The subsequent pictures revealed more information. Those people used magic to hunt, get food, and fight against ferocious beasts. In the process, some people died, and some became leaders. Those with strong magic power led their followers from all directions, walked out of the primitive jungle, and established tribes. Gradually, because of resource problems, wars began to break out between tribes. This was a war between magic and magic. During the war, some tribes were annexed, and some tribes gradually grew and became countries. They began to build houses and cities to form order. Occasionally, there would be wars between countries. Among these countries, for countries were the most powerful and were called empires. The rest of the small countries began to become vassals of these four empires. The four empires were the Oas Empire that believed in the element of earth, the Far Empire that believed in the element of fire, the Wind Empire that believed in the element of wind, and the Water Empire that believed in the element of water. Until all the countries on this continent were absorbed by the four empires, the large-scale war finally ended. When these kingdoms became vassals of the empire, their wars were the empire's wars, and the four empires, such a huge entity, could not easily start a war. After that, there was a long-term peace. Peace brought the revival of magic and the rise of academics. Until today. This mural is about the development history of human beings in the Shinan continent. The first painting depicts the gods teaching the ancestors magic and wisdom. Those illusory figures floating in the air should be the gods of the Shinan continent. Legend has it that there are four gods of magic, who taught the ancestors four types of magic, and there is also a goddess of wisdom, who spread wisdom to the world and became the faith in the hearts of countless scholars. Chen Luo has always been skeptical about the existence of the gods, but he does not completely disbelieve it. After all, his soul has come to another universe with magic elements. If he still firmly believes in atheism, it would be a bit foolish. What really made him question the magic gods was that extracurricular practice. If magic is a gift from the gods to humans, then why can wild animals such as rabbits also release magic, and they don't need spells and gestures? If the magic gods are a gift from all living things, then the gods must prefer animals rather than humans. This is contrary to the myths and legends of the divine grace continent. Humans are the favorites of the gods. There is no reason why they are treated worse than a rabbit by the gods. This doesn't make sense. When Chen Luo was thinking about it, footsteps came from outside the door. Brady and Angus walked in. He pointed at Chen Luo and said, "President, this is Mr. Blair." Then Brady introduced Chen Luo. "Mr. Blair, this is our president, Lord Angus." Chen Luo bowed slightly to him. "Meet President Angus." Blair. Angus looked at Chen Luo, and a trace of doubt suddenly appeared on his face, and asked, "Have we met somewhere?" Chapter 98. Chen Luo looked at Angus calmly and said with a smile, "I have seen President Angus from a distance a few times in the Magic Association." Angus looked at Chen Luo. Although it was the first time he saw this face, the boy in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling. However, no matter how he recalled, he could not remember where he had seen him. After a moment, Angus shook his head in vain and stopped thinking about it. He looked at Chen Luo and asked, "I wonder if Mr. Blair is willing to join our Magic Association and become a member of the association?" Brady smiled and said, "Mr. Blair, after becoming a member of the Magic Association, you can enjoy more resources of the association for free, which will be of great help to you in your promotion to an intermediate magician in the future." After discovering Chen Luo's amazing talent, Brady immediately reported the matter to Angus. People who can advance from magic apprentices to junior magicians within 3 months, such talents must be absorbed by the Magic Association. Chen Luo glanced at Brady and asked, "Are you sure you want to enjoy the resources for free? If you become a member of the Magic Association, you can enjoy the resources of the Magic Association for free." Would Chen Luo want to make money so desperately? When he was a librarian, he only earned 2 silver coins a month, but he had already spent hundreds of silver coins on the Magic Association. Is this free? Brady was stunned when he heard this. He heard a strong resentment from Chen Luo's words, as if the Magic Association had cheated him of a lot of money. He smiled awkwardly and said, "For members of the association, most of the resources of the association are free, except for some variants or improved magics that other magicians deposit here as agents. The Magic Association has no right to provide these resources for free." At this time, Angus spoke again, "Mr. Blair, you can seriously consider this matter. Becoming an honorary member of the Magic Association will not have any obligations to the Magic Association, but you can enjoy most of the resources of the association, which will not harm you." As the president of the branch and a great magician, Angus generally would not come forward for a junior magician, but according to Brady, the boy in front of him only took 3 months to advance from a magic apprentice to a junior magician. This kind of magic talent is terrifying. This is the reason why he personally came forward to absorb him into the Magic Association. Chen Luo looked at Angus, thought about it, and smiled. "I agree." Although his trumpet is already a member of the Magic Association, as Angus said, joining the Magic Association is beneficial to him, and I am afraid that normal people would not think of refusing. He simply refused decisively, which is a bit abnormal. Angus smiled and said, "Brady, you go and take care of Mr. Blair's joining the association yourself." "Yes, President, I go right away." Brady nodded and left quickly. Welcome Mr. Blair to join the Magic Association. Angus looked at Chenluo, and after a moment, his face showed doubt again, and he said, I seem to have seen you somewhere. Angus was the president of the branch, and he had a lot of things to do. Before he left, he didn't remember where he had seen Chenluo. The great magician's perception was indeed extraordinary. Chenluo secretly decided in his heart that it would be better to meet him less in the future. After Angus left, Chenluo was the only one left here again. There are the most fire magicians. Isabella has to wait in line for a while, and the certification will not be completed in a short time. Chenluo looked at the murals on the wall again, looking at the vague figures, and murmured, Magic gods, are there any gods? As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside the door again. This time the footsteps were very light, not like Angus or Brady's. Mr. Brady, the information you want. A girl knocked on the door, and walked into the room. When she saw Chenluo, she was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on her face, and she subconsciously said, Mr. Chenluo, you are here too. Little Jasmine. Chenluo looked at her and suddenly asked, Ms. Jasmine, what did you call me just now? Crash, Jasmine finally realized something, the information in her hand fell to the ground, and her face turned pale instantly. She stood there, a little panicked, even forgot to pick up the documents that fell on the ground, and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Blair, I'm sorry, I recognized the wrong person. Chenluo walked up to help her pick up the things that fell on the ground, and asked in confusion, Ms. Jasmine, how did you recognize me? Jasmine was about to cry, and there was a hint of crying in her voice. It's okay. Chenluo handed her the documents and comforted her. This is not something shameful, but I don't want to cause trouble, so I hid Chenluo's identity. Don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Really? Jasmine wiped her eyes, and there was a tremor in her voice. Really? Chenluo looked at her and smiled. Just don't tell anyone about this. No. Molly shook her head and said, I won't tell anyone about this. I can swear to the gods. No need. Chenluo waved his hand, then looked at her again, wondering, how did you figure that out? Molly lowered her head and whispered, Mr. Blair and Mr. Chenluo are the only magicians who have said thank you to me. Chenluo was stunned for a moment. What kind of reason is this? He exposed his identity to Molly because he was too polite, but thinking about it carefully, this seems to be a flaw. The status of a magician is so high that being a magician, even if you are a magic apprentice, your status will be raised invisibly. In their eyes, the front desk receptionist of the Magic Association like Molly is just an inferior person. Those nobles and magicians think highly of themselves. How could they say thank you to an inferior person? The reason is that Chenluo is too polite. Chenluo shook his head, looked at her, and explained, You also know that if Chenluo's identity is exposed, mathematicians will come to me, and there may be many magicians who will come to me, which will bring me a lot of trouble. So please help me keep this secret, Miss Jasmine. Jasmine nodded seriously and said, Mr. Blair is Mr. Blair, and Master Chenluo is Master Chenluo. I have not found anything and know nothing. Seeing that her face looked much better, Chenluo changed the subject and said, By the way, has my combination magic been verified? Yes, because Master Chenluo has not appeared, the association has no way to notify you. Molly said, Combination magic has made a huge contribution to the association. Your membership level has been upgraded to level 4. You can enter the 4th floor of the library and obtain resources at the advanced magician level. At the same time, in order to reward your contribution to magic, the association has also rewarded you with 10,000 gold coins. The resources that Chenluo has obtained with the combination magic are beyond his expectations. First of all, the membership level has been upgraded. More than a month ago, after he killed Baird, the membership level of the Magic Association became level 2. Now it has been upgraded twice, which means that Chenluo can now unlock advanced magic resources. As for the 10,000 gold coins, it should be enough before he is promoted to an intermediate magician. But it is just enough. Primary magic is one level higher than apprentice magic, and the prices of their variant magics are also very different. Individually, those magicians with some money can afford it, but they can only buy 1 or 2 at most to break through the bottleneck that has not been broken for a long time. Chenluo buys as many as he can. The more variant and improved magic he has, the faster his mental power grows. This is the case for primary magic, and the intermediate, advanced, and even superclass magic require an astronomical figure. I think no one has ever walked this path. Perhaps not because they can't learn a magic in 3 days, like Chenluo. Even if they can learn new magic instantly, they don't have that much money to burn. Chen Luo looked at Jasmine and said, I leave the gold coins with you first. I come to the Magic Association again in a few days. Seeing that there were still tears on Jasmine's face, Chen Luo felt a little guilty and apologized. I'm sorry, I scared you. Jasmine shook her head and said, No, it's all my fault. Chen Luo was about to comfort her a few more words when an angry voice suddenly came from the door. Blair, what are you doing? Chen Luo turned around and saw Isabella standing at the door, glaring at him. Chapter 99. Chen Luo received another honorary member medal from Brady, as well as his junior magician robe. Unlike the robe of a magic apprentice, Chen Luo found a metal nameplate with his name engraved on the fold of the right collar. If you don't look closely, you might think it's a trademark. In a sense, it is indeed the trademark of the Magic Association and also the identity certificate of the magician, which can prevent magic apprentices from wearing the magic robe of a great magician and pretending to be a great magician. After Isabella was promoted to a junior magician, she became a member of the Magic Association as expected. Firstly, it was because of her noble status, and secondly, her talent was extremely high for ordinary people. As long as she worked a little harder, the senior magician would not be the end of her magic road. For such talents, the Magic Association tried its best to win them over. After all the procedures were completed, Chen Luo and Isabella returned to school together. On the second floor of the Magic Association, Angus stood on the balcony, watching the two figures gradually disappearing in the wind and snow, muttering, Where have I seen them before? He turned to look at Brady and Jasmine, and asked, Do you think Mr. Blair looks familiar? Brady thought for a moment and nodded. Now that the president said that, I also think that besides the last certification of magic apprentices, I seem to have seen him somewhere else. Jasmine showed a confused expression on her face, and shook her head, No. When walking back from the Magic Association with Isabella, Isabella was still angry, and didn't talk to Chen Luo. Isabella had a little misunderstanding about him about the scene just now. She misunderstood that Chen Luo had touched the deacon girl of the Magic Association and made her cry. Chen Luo did not want to be labeled as a hooligan. He took the initiative to explain. Didn't Miss Jasmine explain it clearly? It was a misunderstanding. Isabella said in disbelief. Then why did she cry? Maybe she remembered something sad. Chen Luo explained and asked back, If I were that kind of person, why have I never been rude to you and Senior Alice? Do you think you are not as beautiful as Miss Jasmine? You touched my mouth. Isabella said angrily and added, Twice. Chen Luo really had no way to quibble, so he simply stopped explaining. Compared with this kind of thing, how to spend this long winter vacation is what he should care about. In 3 months, from a magic apprentice to a junior magician, this seems to be an incredible speed to others, but Chen Luo is still not satisfied. The higher the magician's level, the harder it is to advance. This is not only reflected in the difficulty of learning magic, but also in the growth of mental power. If the growth of mental power from magic apprentice to junior magician is from 1 to 10, then from junior to intermediate, it is 10 to 100, from intermediate to advanced, it is 100 to 1000, and so on. Even if the growth rate of the mental power of a junior magician is faster than that of a magic apprentice, it is far less than 10 times, which means that every advancement of a magician is more difficult than before. Many people have very poor talents, and will stop at magic apprentices for life. For people with average talent, the junior magician is the end of their magic road. Only those with a little talent can reach the level of senior magician before the age of 50, but it is impossible for them to go further. It is hard to say about Chen Luo's magic talent. After all, he is a cheat. However, he can advance from a magic apprentice to a junior magician in 3 months, but it is absolutely impossible for him to advance to an intermediate magician in 3 months. As for the holy mage, it is even more distant. For a moment, Chen Luo suddenly felt that it would be better to marry and have children here. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Regardless of whether he can become a holy mage, even if he becomes a holy mage, can he definitely go back, taking a step back? Even if the holy mage really has the ability to travel through parallel time and space, how can he know which time and space he came from? Taking a step back, even if he knows how to return to the earth in the original time and space, how many years have passed there? Are his parents still there? And do his friends still remember him? All along, Chen Luo seldom thought about these things, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare. He was worried that if he thought about this matter carefully, he would lose the last glimmer of hope. So he could only lie to himself. After being promoted to a junior magician, Chen Luo became more and more aware of how far away that goal was, so he had to face reality. The reality was that even if he became a holy magician, the hope of returning was very slim. It was so slim that it could be almost ignored. But he still wanted to go back and take a look. Even if he was already very old at that time, even if his relatives and friends were no longer there, he still wanted to go back and take a look, even if it was just a glance. Chenluo was in a trance, and before he knew it, he had already walked to the school. Feeling Chenluo's sudden depression, Isabella looked at him and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't tell Teacher Brittany about this. But you should also pay attention to your behavior in the future and don't mess with other girls everywhere." Isabella's words interrupted Chenluo's thinking and pulled him back from his depressed memories. Chenluo realized that he had made a mistake. People can't always live in the past. No matter where they are or what situation they're in, they must look forward. Whether it is Isabella, Teacher Brittany, or Senior Alice, they are all living and delicate people around Chenluo, but he has always been blinded by some illusory dreams. His biggest goal is still to become a holy mage, but he can't always think about some illusory things, and he must also consider realistic issues. For example, whether to try to live a normal life in this world. This reminded him of Teacher Brittany's question again. If he had to choose between Isabella and Alice as his wife, which one would he choose? Of course, it was impossible to have both. Polygamy was not allowed in the kingdom of Lauren, but in the entire Shannon continent. Don't even think about any of them following him without a legitimate status. Chenluo wanted to choose Teacher Brittany the most, but the 5-year age difference between the two was an insurmountable gap. Moreover, Chenluo knew Teacher Brittany. She would never have anything happen with her students. In this way, Chenluo only had Isabella and Alice to choose from. Alice is more mature, gentle, and understands men's hearts. Chenluo can see that Alice's attitude towards him has changed since that extracurricular practice. As long as he takes the initiative to take that step, Alice will take countless steps. As for Isabella, although she is about the same age as Alice, her mind is still very naive, and she herself may not know what love is. But this is the most valuable thing about Isabella. She is like a blank sheet of paper. Anyone who sees this blank sheet of paper will not think of smearing on her, but protect her from being stained with any ink. There is no doubt that if Teacher Brittany is excluded and Chenluo is asked to choose one of the girls he knows, both Alice and Isabella are the best choices. Chenluo thought about Alice, then looked at Isabella, and finally understood why so many people want to have it all when faced with such a choice. Because they really want to have it all. Isabella looked at Chenluo and felt his eyes were different from before. She suddenly hugged her arms to protect her chest and said vigilantly, "Blair, why are you looking at me like this?" Chenluo looked forward and asked, "Senior Isabella, you don't like me, right?" "Of course." Isabella pouted and said, "Do you think I'm Alice?" Chenluo nodded and said, "In that case, I will choose Senior Alice." "What?" Isabella's steps suddenly stopped and her voice rose 2 octaves. "Blair, what do you mean?" Chenluo patted the snowflakes on his shoulder and said, "Alice, Senior Sister C is beautiful, gentle, and knows how to take care of people. I think choosing Senior Sister Alice seems to be a good choice. But didn't you say you would choose me before?" "I changed my mind." Bang! Chenluo was walking in front, and a snowball flew from behind and hit him on the head. Isabella was embarrassed and annoyed, and said angrily, "Blair, how can you be like this? Can't I change my mind?" "No." Another snowball flew over, and Chenluo rolled up a snowball and threw it over. Isabella raised both hands, and Brittany stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor, smiling at the 2 people chasing each other below, with snowflakes flying all over the sky. Chapter 100. In the bathroom, a cloud of steaming water gathered above Chenluo's head. Under the control of his mental power, the heated water element fell like rain. When he was playing snowballs with Isabella just now, a lot of snow poured down his neck and wet his clothes. Isabella had just finished taking a bath, and now it was Chenluo's turn. At present, the biggest role of magic for Chenluo is to facilitate his life. The combination of water and fire magic makes taking a bath very convenient. What he said to Isabella just now was of course just a joke. He is not even 17 years old now, and it is too early to discuss love now. Even if he really plans to marry and have children here, it will be a few years later. In the bedroom, Isabella, who had already taken a bath, wrapped herself in the quilt, thinking about some things in a mess. She was just Blair Sr., not his wife. Blair could date whoever he liked, and it had nothing to do with her. But when Blair said she chose Alice, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart, as if she had been betrayed. She knew that this mentality was wrong, but she couldn't control her thoughts. The girl's mind began to slide into the abyss of entanglement. When Chenluo came out of the shower, Teacher Brittany told her that Isabella had gone home. The long winter vacation started today. No student wanted to stay in school during the winter vacation. In the last month before the new year, people are used to staying with their families. Chen Luo no longer had a family, and was homeless. Blair's late father, the Baron, was the only son in the family. He did have some distant relatives, but since he died, those people had cut off contact with Blair. Even though they had some blood ties with Blair, in Chen Luo's eyes, they were no different from strangers. Brittany came out of the room and asked, "Blair, are you going to stay in school during the winter vacation?" Chen Luo nodded and said, "I have nowhere else to go." "Isn't teacher Brittany going home?" Brittany sat opposite him and said, "It seems that there are only 2 of us in this building during the entire winter vacation." Chen Luo had no home to go back to, and teacher Brittany obviously had a family. As for why she didn't go back, Chen Luo didn't know. However, it was naturally a happy thing that teacher Brittany stayed with him. Since he could remember, Chen Luo had spent the new year with his family. In this strange world, Chen Luo had long regarded teacher Brittany as a family member. For the next whole week, Isabella did not come to school, and Chen Luo's ears became much quieter. Without Isabella, no one disturbed his life with teacher Brittany. The only regret was that without Isabella, he had to sleep on a cold bed every day. These days, in addition to cooking with teacher Brittany every day, he practiced magic. Now, the teacher-student relationship between him and teacher Brittany is no longer so obvious. Chen Luo asked her for magic questions, and she asked Chen Luo for math questions. They have been in this state for a long time. In addition to academic exchanges, the 2 of them would go out to buy groceries together almost every day, as they did now. The vegetables bought that day were the freshest, and since there was no class and nothing important to do, Chen Luo changed his previous habit of buying groceries. At the entrance of the Mathematics Association, teacher Brittany went in to submit her latest paper. Chen Luo waited outside with a basket of vegetables, and heard several math enthusiasts whispering about something. Chen Luo faintly heard them mention gold coins, and a light flashed in his eyes, and he moved a distance towards their position. It was not that he was greedy for money, but because the amount of gold coins needed to fill the bottomless pit of the Magic Association was too huge, so Chen Luo's mind was full of gold coins these days, and he had to find a new way to make money. 2 days ago, Chen Luo went to the Magic Association again, and exchanged all the more than 12,000 gold coins for elementary variant magic. The promotion of a junior magician requires a greater amount of mental power, and the consumption of new magic is beyond Chen Luo's expectations. Even if he spends all his gold coins, it should not be enough to keep his mental power growing at the same rate as a magic apprentice before he is promoted to an intermediate magician. Conservatively estimated, in order to maintain the rapid growth of mental power, the Magic Association needs another 5,000 gold coins. And this is completely Chen Luo's own fault. After all, if the Magic Association is compared to a store, other magicians can only buy 1 or 2 things in this store. But Chen Luo wants to buy the entire store, and the gold coins he spends are naturally hundreds and thousands of times more than them. Chen Luo moved to the side of those people, and listened carefully to their conversation. Since Luo Shen solved all the rewarded problems last time, there is only one rewarded problem that has been solved by someone. That problem has been increased to 100 gold coins. I just found the idea today. What a pity, what a pity. What are you regretting? I have already proved it. I am just 1 step late. 1 step. My 100 gold coins. If mathematical researchers encounter a problem that they cannot solve, they will offer a reward in the Mathematics Association. This is just like people in later generations posting for help when they encounter problems, but it is paid. Most of these problems will be solved by other scholars not long after they are posted. If no one solves them for a long time, they will be left on the wall and accumulated. Among them, if someone is interested in the rewarded problem, the reward will be increased. A few days ago, a problem that someone offered a reward of 10 gold coins was increased to 100 gold coins. Just this morning, it was solved by a scholar. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Chen Luo's eyes gradually brightened. Although 100 gold coins are nothing to him now, a little bit adds up to a lot, and he has to be frugal in his life. If there are no difficult problems for him to solve, he can offer a reward himself. Think about it, if someone increases the reward to 100 gold coins for the problem he offered, wouldn't he make a net profit of 90? If they increase it to 200 gold coins, he will make a net profit of 190. If others increase the reward, then as long as he has enough reward questions, he can fill the gap of 5,000 gold coins in the Magic Association. What Chen Luo regrets most is that the 23 difficult problems he solved originally had a very high reward, but because no one solved them for too long, after the reward period, the owners of the additional rewards took the gold coins back. After all, Even Chen Luo himself would not invest so much money in a question that might have no answer. He did what he said. After returning home, the next day Chen Luo anonymously offered a reward for a question in the Mathematical Association with 10 gold coins. The reward he offered was for the proof of a geometric theorem. The butterfly theorem was a theorem proposed by W. G. Horner in the early 19th century. The graph of this theorem looks like a butterfly, which is quite beautiful. Mathematical researchers here like to study such fancy things. In order to select a suitable topic, Chen Luo spent a lot of time. Mathematical scholars have a special liking for geometry, so he found a wonderful geometric theorem for them to prove. From past experience, this kind of topic is the easiest to be rewarded. It is said that there was once an extremely wealthy mathematical researcher who increased the reward for a certain problem to 10,000 gold coins. Although the problem was finally proved to be unsolvable due to the lack of necessary conditions, it at least proved that there are also mathematical researchers who are stupid and rich. Chen Luo was expecting a math lover with lots of money to add a reward for this problem, until teacher Brittany handed him 10 gold coins. Just now I passed by the Mathematics Association and saw a math problem worth 10 gold coins on the reward wall, so I solved it. Brittany put 10 gold coins in Chen Luo's hand and said, "You keep this money, and use it to buy food for your family. No matter how hard you try, you can't prevent a thief from stealing your home." Chen Luo defended against other scholars, but not teacher Brittany. Sure enough, a proof problem that only required 7 auxiliary lines was not too difficult for teacher Brittany. So he came up with a more difficult one. This proof of the orthocentric group problem is much more difficult than the butterfly theorem. After all the auxiliary lines are done, several triangles and circles are nested with each other, and countless dotted lines and solid lines are intertwined. Let alone proof, ordinary math scholars will feel dizzy at a glance. Even so, in order to be sure of everything, Chen Luo has been actively running errands for Brittany these days regarding the Mathematics Association, so that she would not ruin Chen Luo's plan because she was worried about not having enough money for food at home. Fortunately, this question did not disappoint Chen Luo. When Chen Luo directed and acted by himself and anonymously raised the reward to 50 gold coins again and again, this reward question had attracted enough attention from scholars. One day, a scholar from a mathematics family in Yabo City offered a reward of 200 gold coins. Although Chen Luo paid 50 gold coins, he still made a net profit of 150, which was not a loss. However, when he came to the Mathematics Association with a several-page solution process, he found that the wall was empty. Chen Luo stared at the blank wall in shock and said, "Fuck, where is my question?" Chapter 101. Gar, come here. The young man at the front desk of the Mathematical Association heard Chen Luo's call and immediately trotted over, saying earnestly, "Mr. Blair, what can I do for you?" Chen Luo pointed to the wall where the reward questions were posted and asked, "Where is the reward question on the wall a few days ago?" Gar turned his head and looked, and asked, "Mr. Blair, are you talking about the question with a reward of 200 gold coins?" Chen Luo nodded. "That's it. That question has been proved." Gar smiled and said, "It was just proved yesterday afternoon. I don't know who proposed the question. The graph of the question made my eyes blur." Chen Luo gritted his teeth and asked, "Who proved it?" Gar said, "Mr. Abel." "Abel Howard?" "Yes, that's him." Chen Luo's heart was bleeding. He found that he still underestimated the heroes of the world. Although modern mathematics in Shan'an continent has not even sprouted, geometry is the oldest branch of mathematics. Ancient scholars have begun to study it thousands of years ago. Although the problem he chose is very difficult to prove and almost reaches the level of the high school Olympic Games in later generations, it must not be difficult for everyone. Mathematics is a very magical subject. No one can master all branches of this subject. Some difficult problems that the world's top mathematicians cannot solve may be solved by the best middle school students. Of course, this may not be a good thing. Excessive study of these narrow paths may lead to detours and limit one's future. Chen Luo was worried that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Yabo City, and picked the peaches he personally cultivated, so he couldn't wait to come to collect the bounty, but he didn't expect that he was still a step late. Of the 200 gold coins, 50 of them were his. This was his entire fortune. Although a few days ago, Chen Luo was a wealthy man, with a fortune of over 10,000 gold coins, all the money he earned from the Magic Association was spent on the Magic Association, leaving him with no gold coins. If Jasmine hadn't known how to save, and had applied to the Magic Association for a 5% discount on the grounds that Chen Luo had made a large purchase, that little money wouldn't even be enough. These 50 gold coins were the money that teacher Brittany and Isabella gave him for buying groceries, and in the past few days, Chen Luo had spent all of them on the Mathematics Association. He admitted that he had a gambling component, but he didn't expect that he would lose. A few months ago, one of his questions sent the Howard family from heaven to hell. The math school that the Howard family depended on also lost 1/10 of its strength in just a few months. A few months later, Abel Howard took away the gold coins that should have belonged to him. Is this karma? The accident happened so suddenly that Chen Luo was penniless at the moment. He didn't even have money to buy vegetables later. Chen Luo didn't know how to explain to teacher Brittany when he returned. Gar stood beside Chen Luo and saw that he seemed to be in a bad mood, so he retreated with great insight. Brother Blair? Chen Luo was about to go back and think of a solution, but suddenly a familiar voice came from behind him. He calmed down and turned to look at Alice, who appeared at the door of the Mathematics Association. He squeezed a smile on his face and said, "Senior Alice, good morning. What are you doing at the Mathematics Association?" "I'm here to help Aunt Xia submit an article." Seeing Chen Luo here, Alice was in a good mood and asked, "What are you doing here so early, Brother Blair?" Chen Luo forced a smile and said, "I'm just walking around." Except for Isabella, Alice is one of Chen Luo's closest friends in the college. Chen Luo will wait for her to submit her paper and go back with her. He was about to sit in the rest area for a while when he heard footsteps behind him. Chen Luo looked back and saw more than 10 people slowly walking into the Mathematics Association from outside. Chen Luo looked at them with a surprised look. He didn't know who these people were. They were accompanied by 2 vice presidents, Calvin and Audrey. Mr. Blair. Calvin rarely saw Chen Luo in the Mathematics Association. When he saw him, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, and he asked, "Mr. Blair, what's going on?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "Just waiting for a friend. President Calvin, don't worry about me." As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, the group of people who had just walked into the Mathematics Association immediately started to make a commotion. Blair, the devil Blair? He discovered irrational numbers? He is the winner of the Edwin Award in your Lauren this year? Calvin glanced at the empty reward wall, with a hint of anxiety on his face, but he still patiently introduced Chen Luo. "This is a visiting scholar from the Kingdom of Gaia. I will take them up first. If Mr. Blair has anything to do, you can come to me later." Chen Luo nodded and walked towards the rest area on his own. Those famous scholars often don't stay in one place for a long time. After all, the information transmission in this world is not convenient. When the mathematics community in the Kingdom of Lauren is developing slowly, perhaps other countries have made breakthroughs in mathematics. Staying in one place forever will inevitably become a frog in the well. In order to expand their knowledge, many scholars will leave their own countries and travel to various countries. While expanding their knowledge, they can also bring back the latest progress of the subject. Several great scholars in the Kingdom of Lauren once spent a lot of time traveling when they were young. Chen Luo was somewhat familiar with the name of the Kingdom of Gaia. It seemed to be a neighboring country of the Kingdom of Lauren. Chen Luo remembered that the strength of this country was not strong, but the level of mathematics was extremely high, which seemed to be higher than that of the Kingdom of Lauren, and there were many great mathematical scholars. If the level of a certain subject in a country is high to a certain extent, it will become the center of this subject in the Divine Grace continent. The Kingdom of Gaia is the mathematics center of the Divine Grace continent. Once a kingdom becomes a world-recognized subject center, it will also become a holy place in the hearts of scholars in this subject, and will gradually attract scholars from other countries to travel here or even settle down, which will make their overall strength even stronger. Chen Luo quickly searched for this information in his mind, but he had no interest in the visiting scholars of Gaia. He had not yet come out of the blow of losing 200 gold coins. Unlike him, those mathematicians in Gaia focused a lot of their attention on him. Although the mathematical strength of the Kingdom of Lauren was not weak, the Kingdom of Gaia was the mathematical center of the Shannon continent, and did not take the mathematicians of Lauren seriously. They did not care about the Edwin Award winners of the Kingdom of Lauren, but they could not ignore the discoverers of irrational numbers. This was almost the most important discovery in their travels to various countries. It was hard to believe that the person who caused this major event that could be recorded in the history of mathematics was so young. Chen Luo ignored the gazes of those people, and waited in the rest area for a while. He saw Alice coming down from upstairs. The two of them went home in the same direction. Alice and Chen Luo walked side by side. Along the way, Chen Luo was absent-minded and chatted with her from time to time. "My home is just ahead." At a certain intersection, Alice looked at Chen Luo and asked curiously, "Brother Blair, do you have anything to say to me?" Along the way, she could see that Chen Luo was a little absent-minded. He wanted to say something to her several times, but finally stopped talking. Chen-Luo shook his head and said, "No." Alice smiled and said, "Brother Blair, just say whatever you want to say. There is no need to be so polite between us." Chen-Luo said awkwardly. Then I said, "I hope Sister Alice will not be angry. Even if you disagree, we will still be friends in the future." Alice was stunned for a moment, thinking carefully about what Chen-Luo had just said, and seemed to realize it, and a blush gradually appeared on her face. She has been waiting for so long. Is he really going to say that to her? Here? Although this is quite different from the scene she has been looking forward to for a long time, the most important thing is the result, not the process. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen-Luo, and whispered, "Brother Blair, go ahead, I won't be angry." Chen-Luo took a deep breath and said, "Senior Alice, can you lend me 20 gold coins?" Alice couldn't wait to say, "I am willing." "Great." Chen-Luo smiled. Senior Alice was indeed a grateful person, and it was worth his daily explanation for her. He was still relatively thin-skinned, and he was unwilling to ask his friends for money unless it was necessary. After all, this was a very hurtful thing. For him, borrowing money from Alice was more difficult than confessing to her. Alice couldn't wait to say "I do" before she realized something was wrong. She looked at Chen-Luo and asked uncertainly, "Brother Blair, what did you say just now?" Chen-Luo also knew that although he had a good relationship with Alice, it was still a bit abrupt to ask for 20 gold coins. He thought about it and said, 10 gold coins will do. I will return it to Senior Sister Alice as soon as possible." Alice said in disbelief, "Is that what you wanted to say to me just now?" Chen-Luo nodded and said, "If Senior Sister Alice feels embarrassed, just pretend that I didn't say it." Chapter 102. Alice didn't bring that many gold coins today. She gave all the 6 gold coins she had and went home. Chen-Luo noticed that Alice seemed a little unhappy when she left. Talking about money is indeed a hurtful thing. Chen-Luo will return these gold coins to her as soon as possible. However, it is not easy to make money from the Mathematics Association. Because of the many restrictions of combined magic, it is difficult for him to make money from the Magic Association. Chen-Luo regretted that he should have listened to Jasmine and shouldn't have spent all the gold coins. It's okay to learn one less magic, but with a few hundred more gold coins, he wouldn't be so embarrassed now. He used the only gold coins to buy vegetables at the vegetable market. If Isabella didn't come again, the money would not last for a few days. Chen-Luo needed to find a way to make more money as soon as possible. Speaking of which, although Isabella was not as gentle as Alice and not as old as her, she was more generous than Alice. When giving Chen-Luo gold coins, she never frowned. It turned out that he did not choose her in vain. Of course, Chen-Luo was still very grateful to Alice. It was not a human to lend money to someone and then blame them for being ungenerous. Chen-Luo did not like to owe others. He would pay her back as soon as he had money. If Isabella was here, Chen-Luo could borrow some money from her first. Isabella was her senior after all. It was better to owe her money than to owe Alice. Thinking of making money, Chen-Luo could not help but sigh. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had such a strong desire to make money. As his magic level increased, the mouth of the Magic Association would definitely open wider and wider. This way of making money in a haphazard way was not a long-term solution after all. He should find a way to make money that is stable and sustainable, and does not waste too much of his energy. However, it is not so easy to do a business with small investment and big returns. In order to find this way of making money, Chen-Luo has been thinking hard for 2 days. At the dinner table, looking at Chen-Luo holding chopsticks and falling into a trance for who knows how many times, Brittany showed a worried look on her face and asked with concern, "Blair, what's wrong with you?" Chen-Luo came back to his senses, put down his chopsticks, and said, "No, nothing." Brittany looked at him and said, "You look a little wrong these 2 days. Blair, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to ask a doctor to help you?" Chen-Luo shook his head and said, "Teacher Brittany, I'm fine, I just miss my family a little." Brittany thought for a while and said, "Today there is an important meeting of the Mathematics Association. I know Blair is not interested in these, but can you go with me?" Chen-Luo knew that Teacher Brittany wanted to take him out to relax. Although he didn't want to attend any meetings, it was not easy to refuse Teacher Brittany's kindness. He nodded and said, "Okay, I go back and change my clothes." The year that is about to pass in the mathematics community of the Kingdom of Lauren belongs to the year of the Yabo City Mathematics Branch. The discovery of irrational numbers, the winning of the Edwin Award, and the solution of the difficult problems that the association has accumulated for many years are all related to the Yabo City branch. The mathematical scholars in Yabo City are proud of this. However, in the past few days, the scholars in the Mathematics Association have lost their glory, and the atmosphere is gloomy. Their sorrow and indignation come from the visiting scholars from the Kingdom of Gaia. After entering the Kingdom of Luolan, these visiting scholars of mathematics from the Kingdom of Gaia visited the Mathematics Associations in every city one by one. Every time they went to a place, they would solve the bounty problems of those branches. Along the way, including the king, there was no city in the entire Kingdom of Luolan that could resist their footsteps. All the bounty problems of Luolan scholars were solved by these visiting scholars, and they took the bounty. Bounty is a small matter, honor is a big matter. This is a shame for the mathematics community of the Kingdom of Luolan, and also a shame for the Kingdom of Luolan. If it were in the past, even if the scholars of the Kingdom of Gaia had a better overall mathematical level than the Kingdom of Luolan, they would never be able to do this. The problem is that the most difficult and most thorny bounty problems accumulated by the Mathematical Association of the Kingdom of Luolan for many years have been solved not long ago. Although scholars from various places have proposed new bounty questions in recent days, the difficulty of those questions cannot be compared with those 23 difficult questions. As a result, these visiting scholars from Gaia had a smooth journey after entering the Kingdom of Lolan, sweeping all the mathematics associations in the Kingdom of Lolan, almost rubbing the face of the mathematics community in the Kingdom of Lolan on the ground. Yabo City was their last stop, and the Yabo City Mathematics branch was the last fig leaf of the Mathematics Association of the Kingdom of Lolan. The success or failure of the Yabo City branch was not only related to the honor of the Kingdom of Lolan, but also to the OS Empire to which Lolan belonged. The Kingdom of Gaia was not a vassal of the OS Empire, and they were backed by the Far Empire, one of the 4 great empires. The honor of the kingdom, and the honor of the empire, the pressure from all sides, was pressed on the Yabo City Mathematics branch. As the vice president of the Yabo City Mathematics branch, with the president traveling abroad, the burden of maintaining the glory of Lauren fell on Calvin's shoulders. These days, Calvin is under a lot of pressure. In a few days, he looked a lot more haggard. Since the 23 difficult problems were solved by that adult, although there were sporadic bounty questions in Yabo City, they would be solved quickly. Now, almost no bounty questions can be raised. If it weren't for the algebraic problem provided by the Hermann family, which slightly stopped the visiting scholars from the Kingdom of Gaia, the last fig leaf of Yabo City would have been ruthlessly torn off by the scholars of Gaia. Facing the most outstanding scholars in the Kingdom of Gaia, Calvin felt the helplessness from the depths of his soul for the first time. Ordinary questions can't stop the visiting scholars at all, but they can embarrass those people with some meaningless and obviously unsolvable questions, which will only make the Mathematics Association of the Kingdom of Lauren a joke. But how can it be so easy to raise a meaningful mathematical problem? Calvin felt a little regretful. If Mr. Blair had not raised the question of irrational numbers a few months ago, the situation might be different today. That extremely simple question contains the existence of irrational numbers. Mr. Blair's question changed the entire mathematical world. This is a truly meaningful question. If that question was raised today, the progress of the visiting scholars of the Kingdom of Gaia would stop here. Not only would the city of Yabo be able to restore the glory of Lauren, but the history of the mathematical world would also be changed in this incident. Thinking of this, Calvin couldn't help but look at the corner of the conference room. In order to deal with the crisis from the Gaia scholars, he urgently summoned all the honorary scholars in Yabo City, including 2 Edwin Award winners. Originally, Blair should have sat below him on the left. After all, he was the biggest dark horse in the mathematics world this year, and that honorable position originally belonged to him. But he refused Calvin's arrangement and took the initiative to sit in the corner of the conference room. In that corner sat the honorary scholars of the Howard family. The Howard family should have been in the front, but after the irrational number incident, the number school was almost destroyed, and the status of the Howard family was also replaced by other families. Abel Howard sat in the corner and felt a line of sight from the opposite corner. He looked over with a puzzled look and asked, "Sir Blair, is there something on my face?" From just now, this young scholar has been looking at him with an unfriendly look. Chen Luo said expressionlessly, "No." Abel said, "Then why are you looking at me?" Chen Luo looked away. He was not someone who could not afford to lose. Although Abel cut off his beard and made him lose 50 gold coins, the other party relied on real skills, and he had nothing to say. It was just hard to let it go. Seeing that Chen Luo was no longer looking at him, Abel put away his doubts, but a moment later, he felt the unfriendly eyes from the opposite side again. Abel looked at Chen Luo again and said, "Mr. Blair, I apologize to you again for Fitch's matter. The Shupai and the Howard family have paid the price for his behavior. Are you still not satisfied? Chen Luo looked at Ebel and said, Actually, there is something on your face. Ebel reached out and touched his face, but did not find any foreign objects on his face. Just as he was about to ask again, he found that Chen Luo opposite him had already closed his eyes to rest. He opened his lips, but finally did not say anything. At the front, after a long silence, Calvin spoke again. Does everyone have any good suggestions? After another long silence, he slowly stood up, even bending his waist a lot, and said unwillingly, Shame, shame, is the gap between me, Luolon, and the scholars of Gaia so big. At this time, a deacon came in from outside and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening to him, Calvin shook his head and said, What if His Majesty the King offers a reward of 5,000 gold coins? They will leave the day after tomorrow. No one can stop them in Yabo City. Today's meeting ends here. Let's disperse. Wait. Just as everyone was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from the corner of the meeting room. At the same time, Chen Luo, who was leaning on the chair with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 103. After Calvin announced the adjournment of the meeting, many scholars stood up and prepared to leave. The word wait made everyone pause and look towards the corner. Chen Luo had long been accustomed to being stared at like this. Under the gaze of these honorary scholars, he slowly stood up. Blair. In front, Brittany looked at him with a hint of surprise on her face. When he heard the familiar voice, Calvin's body was shaken, and a glimmer of hope surged in his heart. Although Blair was called the devil in the mathematics world, he has always been a person who can create miracles. If there is anyone in Yabo City who can stop the footsteps of those Gaia scholars, besides the low god who has not appeared for a long time, it is the devil Blair. Although the traces of God are hard to find, the devil is beside them. Calvin walked quickly to the corner, looked at Chen Luo with burning eyes, and asked, Sir Blair, do you have a way? Having lived here for so long, Chen Luo still has some feelings for the kingdom of Lolin. He is an honorary scholar of the kingdom of Loren. Those scholars from Gaia slapped the face of the mathematical community of the kingdom of Loren, which is also a slap in his face. Moreover, the incident was originally caused by him, and the aftermath should be left to him. Originally, he planned to anonymously offer a reward for a question in a low-key manner to help Yabo City and Loren save some face. After hearing Calvin say that the kingdom would reward 5,000 gold coins, Chen Luo knew that he could no longer be low-key. As long as the money is enough, even if he is a great scholar, Chen Luo will still teach him a lesson. Chen Luo did not answer Calvin's question directly, but looked at him and asked, As long as you can stop those Gaia scholars, the kingdom will offer a reward of 5,000 gold coins? After that, he added, Of course, it doesn't matter whether there are gold coins or not. What matters is that I come from the kingdom of Loren. It is my unshirkable responsibility to protect Loren and maintain the glory of Loren. As long as you can stop them, you can get the 5,000 gold coins rewarded by His Majesty the King. Calvin nodded without hesitation and said, This is the news just received from the kingdom. His Majesty the King is also very concerned about the situation in Yabo City. If they are allowed to leave Yabo City like this, from now on, the mathematical community of Loren will become a joke. The mathematical community of a country has all the reward questions solved by the visiting delegation of other countries, and all the rewards taken away. Once such a thing happens, the mathematical community of the kingdom of Loren will never be able to raise its head again. Calvin thought for a moment and added, Mr. Blair, if Roland wants to win, he must win with dignity and cannot maliciously embarrass the visiting scholars from Gaia. I understand. Chen Luo nodded. It would not be easy to embarrass the other party. It would be enough to ask them to make a regular 10,000 gon within half a divine grace hour. However, in this way, Roland would still lose face. Not only would he not be able to save his dignity, but he would also be considered by other countries as someone who cannot afford to lose. The questions they raise must be of research significance, theoretically achievable, recognized by all scholars, and valuable. It would be best if they were the kind of classic questions that everyone can do, but when they start to do it, they will doubt their lives. Chen Luo can write a book about this kind of question. Chen Luo looked at Calvin and said, It is not a problem to stop those Gaia scholars from entering the city of Yabo. Calvin said excitedly, Really? But I have a condition. Calvin hurriedly said, Mr. Blair, please speak. At this time, let alone one condition, even if it is 10 or 100, as long as it can solve this urgent problem, Calvin will agree without hesitation. Chen Luo looked across and said, Ask Abel Howard to give me 50 gold coins. Calvin was stunned, not knowing what this meant. If he could really help the Yabo City branch overcome the difficulties, Even if he asked for another 5,000 gold coins, the scholars of the Kingdom of Lauren would help him collect them, but he only wanted 50, and specifically Abel Howard. This Mr. Blair, with the name of the devil, really did things that ordinary people could not predict. Abel was also surprised for a moment after hearing what Chen Luo said, and then he smiled and said, "If Mr. Blair can restore the glory of the Lauren mathematics community, Abel is willing to give you 500 gold coins." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "I only want 50. He still has principles as a man. The 50 gold coins are his. Even if he won the kingdom's 5,000 gold coins, he still lost the 50 gold coins. He lost the gold coins that belonged to him forever. What Chen Luo wants is not gold coins, but the clarity of thoughts." Abel looked at him and nodded. "I agree." Chen Luo looked at Calvin and said, "Bring the paper." A deacon had already brought the prepared paper and pen. Chen Luo quickly wrote a few lines on the paper and handed it to Calvin. Calvin and the scholars around him looked up impatiently. After a moment of stunned, a blank expression appeared on their faces. It's not that these questions are too difficult for them to find a clue, but that they are too simple. It is so simple that it is hard to believe that this is proposed by the Edwin Medal winner. There are 3 questions on the paper, all of which are ruler and compass construction problems. The so-called ruler and compass are rulers and compasses without scales. As early as hundreds of years ago, the predecessors in the mathematics community discovered that using rulers and compasses without scales can draw various geometric figures that meet the requirements. Later, ruler and compass construction became a fashion in the mathematics community. Mathematicians immersed themselves in the limited use of compasses and rulers without scales to construct, and called it ruler and compass construction. Each of these 3 ruler and compass construction problems has only one sentence. Divide any given angle into 3 equal parts. Make a square with the same area as the circle. Make the edge length of a cube so that the volume of this cube is twice that of the known cube. On the surface, these 3 questions are really too simple. According to their experience and intuitive feelings, this is almost the simplest kind of ruler and compass construction problem. Calvin was also worried that Chen Luo would raise some extremely complex, time-consuming and laborious questions to embarrass the Gaia scholars, which would make the Kingdom of Lauren a joke. He never thought that the question he raised was so simple. He looked at Chen Luo and said uncertainly, "Mr. Blair, are you serious?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "You can try it first. Trisecting an angle, squaring a circle, and doubling a cube are the 3 famous classical problems in ancient Greece. The beauty of these 3 problems is that they look very simple, without any fancy things, and can be described in one sentence, but when you really do it, you will find their horror. These 3 classical problems were proposed in ancient Greece before the Common Era. Since they were proposed, mathematicians of every era have tried to give perfect answers to these 3 problems. It was not until more than 2,200 years later that mathematicians proved that these 3 seemingly simple, but outrageous problems could not be solved with just a ruler and a compass. They are also called ruler and compass construction problems. For more than 2,000 years, generation after generation of mathematicians have tried their best to overcome the 3 major problems. Some people also question the significance of these 3 problems. In actual situations, when encountering trisection of angles, doubling of cubes, and squaring circles, they can be solved by non-ruler and compass construction methods. Why do mathematicians have to go to extremes? What they don't understand is that this is actually the romance of classical mathematicians. Mathematical research does not have to be practical. Mathematicians must figure out every unknown mystery. This stubborn spirit is the spirit of science. More importantly, countless mathematicians have made countless breakthroughs in the process of trying to complete this impossible task, discovered some new mathematical ideas and methods, and provided more valuable parts of Greek mathematics and modern mathematical ideas. Each of their breakthroughs is a victory for human wisdom, and will bring some new ideas and new methods to the world. This is the value of these 3 questions. Calvin asked him to provide questions that look simple, can stump the scholars of Gaia, and have value, so Chen Luo had to bring them out. As for some other famous problems, they are either impossible to complete in a short time, which is meant to make things difficult for others, or too modern. When many mathematical concepts have not been proposed, the mathematicians here may not understand the questions, and it is not suitable to bring them out. The Mathematical Association naturally cannot do without tools such as rulers and compasses. These honorary scholars simply sat back in their seats and answered these 3 questions in the conference room. In their opinion, with so many honorary scholars present, such a simple problem should have a result soon. However, this sitting lasted for more than a dozen God's grace hours. It was already midnight, and no scholar had stood up in the meeting room of the Mathematics Association. It was late at night. Chen-Luo yawned, pushed the door and walked in from outside, walked to Brittany, handed her the cream cake he had just bought, and said, "Teacher Brittany, have something to eat." When these scholars were challenging the 3 classical problems, he certainly would not wait here foolishly. He went to the Magic Association to read books early, and chatted with Jasmine for a while, and invited her to drink afternoon tea. In the middle of the way, he also brought lunch and dinner for Teacher Brittany. Now the small cake is already a midnight snack. Calvin scratched his hair, and his head was about to explode after thinking for more than a dozen God's grace hours. He thought he could solve these 3 problems quickly, but the fact is that every time he thought he had found a way, he would soon find that his method was wrong. This feeling of being so close to the truth, but when he completes that little bit, he finds that he is getting further and further away from the truth, is enough to drive people crazy. At this moment, he deeply realized the horror of the devil Blair. He will give you hope, but when you keep moving forward along what you think is hope, you will find that the end of this hope is actually the abyss of despair. Chapter 104. In the conference room, including the 2 vice presidents, the honorary scholars of Yabo City scratched their hair and bit the tip of their pens. After half a day, they finally discovered something. These 3 seemingly simple ruler and compass construction problems are not that easy to do. Chen-Luo quietly watched these honorary scholars scratching their heads and did not intend to stop them. If they were not allowed to experience the fear of being dominated by these 3 classical problems, they would probably not trust themselves. Of course, Teacher Brittany was different from them. He was reluctant to let Teacher Brittany suffer this. Chen-Luo stood beside Brittany and whispered, "Teacher Brittany, it's late, let's go home." Brittany rubbed her eyebrows and nodded slightly. Just now, she had discovered the weirdness of these 3 problems. I'm afraid that even if she sat there until tomorrow, she would not be able to solve any of them. There is no point in waiting here. It is better to go back and communicate with Blair early. President Calvin, President Audrey, you guys take your time, we're going back first. Chen-Luo said hello to the 2 and left with Teacher Brittany. Calvin looked up and gave Chen-Luo a slight signal, and then he started to think again. He had another idea, and he felt that he was very close to the answer to a question. "Mr. Blair, wait." When Chen-Luo walked to the door, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Abel Howard quickly caught up with him, looked at Chen-Luo, and asked, "Mr. Blair, these 3 questions seem simple, but are they simply unsolvable?" Chen-Luo smiled at him and said, "Yes." After walking out of the Mathematics Association, a cold wind blew in her face, and Brittany sobered up a lot. She turned to look at Chen-Luo and asked, "Blair, those 3 questions." There is no answer. Chen-Luo smiled and said, "These 3 questions look simple, but they are actually unsolvable. Whether it is President Calvin or the scholars of Gaia, it is still 20,000 years too early to solve them." Regarding mathematics, Brittany's trust in Chen-Luo is not mixed with a trace of doubt. He said that these 3 questions are unsolvable, and that is really unsolvable. In mathematics, he is God and even more authoritative. On the way back to school, Chen-Luo and Brittany explained these 3 classical problems a little bit. They spent too much energy on these problems today. After returning home, Brittany simply washed and went to bed. It was already late at night, and Chen-Luo did not plan to meditate anymore. He returned to his room in the dark, took off his shoes and clothes, and went to bed. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the quilt was particularly warm today. Chen-Luo subconsciously moved towards a warmer place until he touched a warm body. Isabella turned over in her sleep and hugged the only source of heat in the quilt except her. Her slightly frowned brows finally relaxed, and she muttered in her sleep, "Blair, you bad guy, you only know how to bully me. I am your senior sister, you are not allowed to choose Alice." Chen-Luo took a breath and suddenly lost all sleepiness. Several big question marks popped up in his mind instantly. Didn't Isabella go home? Why did she appear in his bed? But at this time, the reason was no longer important. Chen-Luo gently took away Isabella's hand and prepared to get out of bed. However, the next moment, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. Then, Chen-Luo's ears suddenly heard Isabella's scream. Chen-Luo was stunned on the bed, and before he could react, the door outside was violently broken open, and Brittany appeared in his room in pajamas. A fireball-emitting dazzling light was suspended in the air, illuminating the room like daylight. Brittany quickly saw the situation in the room. Isabella was wearing pajamas, huddled in the corner of the bed, with her hands protecting her chest. Chen-Luo was shirtless, wearing only a pair of panties, sitting on the bed in a daze. Brittany looked at them and said in disbelief, Blair, Isabella, you. Shenluo didn't know how to explain this situation. So he put on his clothes silently and walked out of his room. I came to school this morning, but Blair and Brittany were not there, so I waited in the room, but after waiting for a long time, you didn't come back, and I fell asleep accidentally. Isabella was wearing pajamas, sitting on the sofa, with her head down, like a child who had made a mistake. Brittany looked at her, a little amused, and explained, "Today, Blair and I went to the Mathematical Association to attend a meeting, and encountered some things, so we came back late." Isabella whispered, "It's all my fault, it has nothing to do with Blair." After that, her stomach made a gurgling sound. The matter had been explained clearly, and Shenluo, who was originally planning to go back to his room to sleep, paused and turned to walk into the kitchen. After a while, he brought a bowl of steaming noodles with poached eggs, put it on the table, and said, "Teacher Brittany, I'm going to sleep first, you should also rest early." After returning to the room, Shenluo sighed, as he looked at the padlock that had been violently destroyed. Although he and Isabella often slept in the same bed, there was a sequence. Usually Isabella helped him warm the bed, went back to sleep in the next room, and then Shenluo went to bed. Who would have thought that she would sneak into his bed when Shenluo was not there, which led to the scene of being caught in bed by teacher Brittany. In the living room, Isabella, who had not eaten much for a whole day, quickly ate up the noodles cooked by Shenluo for her, without even a mouthful of soup left. She had been hungry for a long time, and worried for a long time. There was nothing to do during the winter vacation, and Blair and teacher Brittany were not at home for a whole day. She thought the two of them eloped. Brittany looked at her and asked with some amusement, "Are you full?" Isabella touched her stomach and nodded a little embarrassedly. "Then go to bed early." Brittany helped her clean up the dishes. When she returned to the bedroom, Isabella had already made the bed. After she got into bed, she looked at Isabella and asked, "Why did you sleep in Blair's room today?" Isabella herself didn't know why she slept in Blair's room, and said, I had a few math questions to ask him." Brittany said, "You can also ask me." Isabella was stunned for a moment. Brittany thought for a while and asked Sasha, "Do you like Blair?" Isabella sat up from the bed suddenly and shook her head. "I don't. How is this possible? I am Blair Sr. How could I like him?" "Forget it if there is none." Brittany smiled and said, "I think Alice should like Blair, so you don't have to compete with her. Many boys in the college like Alice, but I don't know if Blair will be with Alice." Isabella lay back down and whispered, "No, he chose me." Isabella didn't sleep well yesterday. When she got up in the morning, she had 2 dark circles under her eyes. Shenluo boiled 2 eggs, peeled them, and asked her to roll them on her eyes, to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. He had just peeled the eggs, and sent them to Isabella when there was a knock on the door. Shenluo opened the door, and saw Calvin, Audrey, and others standing outside the door, with messy hair, haggard faces, bloodshot eyes, and extremely poor spirits. Calvin, who hadn't slept all night, saw him and asked impatiently, "Mr. Blair, tell me honestly those 3 questions." Shenluo said, "No solution. Taking money from people and helping them get rid of disasters, although the 5,000 gold coins have not been received, but with the reputation of His Majesty the King, I think he will not break his promise. Thank you, Mr. Blair. After this matter is over, I will go to the capital in person to ask for credit for you." After getting this answer, Calvin bowed deeply to Shenluo, and did not even intend to come in and sit down, and left in a hurry. After leaving St. Dona's College, a deacon of the Mathematics Association could not help but look at Calvin and asked, "President, do we really have to use these 3 questions? What if those Gaia scholars solve them?" "No one will solve them." Calvin's face had turned red. He glanced at the scholar and asked, "Where do you think the name of the devil Blair came from?" He breathed a sigh of relief, looked in the direction of the Mathematics Association, stood in the snow, and whispered, "Arrogant guys, feel the horror of the devil." Chapter 105. Mathematical Association. Calvin saw the Gaia scholars walking out of the association gate from afar, strode forward and asked, "Friends from Gaia, where are you going?" The young man in the lead smiled and said, "We have solved that question. We have disturbed your association for too long. We are ready to leave for home today." The last question provided by the Herman family was also solved. If these Gaia scholars were allowed to return home like this, then soon, the news that Gaia visiting scholars swept the Lauren Mathematical Association would spread throughout the Lauren continent. This would be a fatal blow to the Lauren kingdom, which has only started to develop mathematics in recent years. However, at this moment, Calvin was not worried at all. He smiled and said, "How can this be a bother? You have solved many problems for Lauren along the way. The Lauren mathematics community can't thank you enough. The young man chuckled and said, "It's just to earn some bounties as return travel expenses." Calvin sneered in his heart. The scholars from the kingdom of Gaia had bad intentions. I'm afraid their purpose of this trip was to suppress Lauren. After all, under the leadership of the president, the mathematics level of the kingdom of Lauren has developed rapidly and has a tendency to catch up with Gaia. These Gaia scholars have not let go of any bounty questions from any branch along the way. They have a strong purpose, which is to show off Gaia's mathematical strength and to attack the Lauren mathematics community. The Lauren scholars thanked them and their ancestors. Calvin sneered in his heart, but he still kept a smile on his face and said, "What a coincidence, just now, another Yabo scholar proposed a few reward questions, and the reward is not cheap. Friends in Gaia, don't you mind earning a little more money for the return trip?" The young man looked at him and smiled. Of course, it couldn't be better. The two of them smiled on the surface, but they had already fought several battles in secret. Calvin knew the purpose of the Gaia scholars, and the Gaia scholars also knew Calvin's mind. Calvin would not let the Gaia scholars leave just like that, and the Gaia scholars could not leave just like that. Yabo City was already their last battle in the kingdom of Lolan. After solving Yabo City, the purpose of their trip was fulfilled. From now on, the mathematical community of the kingdom of Lolan will forever surrender to Gaia. Similarly, they also knew that the scholars of the kingdom of Lolan would definitely do their best to stop them. But is this possible? For this plan, almost all of Gaia's top scholars came out. They were all very young and were at the time when their minds were the most agile in their lives. Even if the three great scholars of the kingdom of Lolan came out together, they would not be able to stop their plan. In the entire kingdom of Lolan, there was only one person that they feared the most. No, it was God. The goddess of Luo, Chen Luo. The man who solved all the bounty problems of the kingdom of Lauren by himself did what their entire group of scholars could not do. If it weren't for him, their visit to Lauren would not have been so smooth. A moment later, under the bounty wall of the mathematics branch of Yabo City, the visiting scholars of the kingdom of Gaia looked at the three bounty problems on the wall with extremely strange expressions. The young scholar turned his head to look at Calvin and couldn't help asking, "Sir Calvin, are you serious?" Looking at the Gaia scholar with a look full of ridicule and contempt, Calvin smiled but said nothing. Before yesterday, he had no hope of stopping the scholars from Gaia. But now, the hope of Yabo City and the hope of the kingdom of Lauren has appeared. This is the hope brought by the devil. Tangen is the leader of the Gaia Visiting Scholar Group and one of the vice presidents of the Mathematical Association of the Kingdom of Gaia. He himself is not a great scholar, but he is only one step away from being a great scholar. This does not mean that his mathematical ability is not as good as that of a great scholar, but that he is too young and lacks experience. The age gap has prevented him from accumulating enough achievements. Over the years, although Gaia is still the mathematical center of the Divine Grace continent, the speed of the rise of Lauren mathematics cannot be ignored. Over the past decade, countless outstanding scholars have emerged in the kingdom of Lauren and have begun to have a name in the mathematical world of the Divine Grace continent. This makes Gaia feel threatened. If Lauren continues to develop at this speed, it may not be long before their mathematical strength will surpass Gaia. By then, the world's mathematical center will definitely be transferred to Lauren. The scholars of Gaia, of course, cannot watch this happen. This trip to Luolan had only one purpose, which was to severely strike the Luolan Kingdom Mathematical Association, destroy the honor and pride of Luolan mathematical scholars, and thus curb the development of mathematics in Luolan Kingdom. When the confidence of these scholars was crushed and their glory was deprived, Luolan Kingdom would no longer be a threat to Gaia. This was also Tangen's biggest task on this trip. As long as he could suppress Luolan, he would be the biggest contributor. This kind of achievement would be enough to make him a great scholar. By then, he would be the youngest great scholar in Gaia, and the youngest great scholar in the Shannon continent. And now, he is only one step away from this goal. There is no doubt that the scholars in Yabo City have given up struggling, otherwise they would not have taken out these three simple ruler and compass construction problems to make up the numbers. For these three problems, Tangen did not even do it himself. There was nothing in the whole Yabo City that could make him care. Except Chen Luo. Although Tangen had not met him yet, even if they had never met, this person gave him a feeling of invincibility. He had seen the reward questions answered by this person. The general thinking of scholars in solving problems is like this. They will try every means to use the existing theorems in the mathematical world to solve or prove the difficult problems in their hands. The process of Chen Luo solving problems is like this. If the existing theorem can solve the problem, he will use the existing theorem. If the existing theorem cannot solve the problem, he will propose a new theorem, prove this theorem, and then use it to solve the problem. Among the questions rewarded by the Lorraine Mathematical Association, there is a question. In the process of proving, he actually proposed 3 theorems one after another. In order to prove that problem, Theorem 1 must be used first. And in order to prove Theorem 1, Theorem 2 must be proved first. The proof of Theorem 2 is based on Theorem 3. So he proposed and proved 3 theorems. These theorems are universal, and not limited to this problem. They can be regarded as new theorems of geometry, and used under any conditions. This method of solving problems is full of violence, but also full of beauty. Tangen has never seen it before. He did not answer the 3 reward questions himself. He looked at Calvin and asked, "Sir Calvin, before leaving, Tangen has a small wish. I hope your association can satisfy it." Visitors are guests. Although these guests are nothing, the superficial etiquette should still be maintained. Calvin smiled and asked, "I wonder if Lord Tangen has any other wishes." Tangen said, "I want to meet Lord Shenluo. I hope Lord Calvin can introduce him to me." Calvin glanced at him, and said nothing. If he could find that lord, would they, the outsiders of Gaia, be able to run wild in Yabo City in the past few days? Tangen glanced at him and asked, "Is there anything inconvenient?" Calvin shook his head and said, "It's not inconvenient, but that lord's whereabouts are secretive, and we don't know where he is. In fact, not only Lord Tangen, I also want to meet that lord." Tangen sighed and said, "That's a pity." Although everything went well on this trip to Luolan, not being able to meet Shenluo was his biggest regret. Tangen shook his head slightly, looked at the group of Gaia scholars beside him, and said, "Have you solved it?" A scholar smiled and said, "Captain, wait a minute. I have an idea for the problem of trisecting the angle, and I can solve it soon." Tangen looked at them and said, "You try to be as fast as possible, don't delay today's trip." Calvin looked at Tangen and asked, "Sir Tangen, are you really leaving today?" Tangen nodded and said, "After solving those math problems, there is nothing worth staying here. By the way, please help us check out the hotel." After that, he went to the side to rest. These 3 simple problems were not worthy of his help. Gal walked up to Calvin and asked, "President, are you going to check out their hotel?" Calvin smiled and shook his head. "No, give them another month." Chapter 106. Yabo City Mathematics Branch, First Floor Lobby. As time passed, the smile on Tangen's face, that had always been maintained, began to gradually disappear. A divine grace hour passed, and facing the 3 simple ruler and compass construction problems, each problem seemed to have been advanced a lot, but none of the problems were solved. As the leader of this visiting scholar group, he began to realize that something was wrong. Calvin was not a fool. On the contrary, these days, he gave Tangen a very shrewd feeling. Calvin, who was as shrewd as a fox, had no reason to use 3 simple problems to keep them. But these 3 problems looked really simple. Using a ruler and compass to divide a known angle into 2 equal parts, scholars can complete it in a short time. How much more difficult would it be to divide an angle into 3 equal parts? If Calvin asked them to divide an angle into 10,000 equal parts, the kingdom of Lorraine could not afford to lose, and it would become a laughing stock on the continent if it was spread out, but he only asked them to divide it into 3 equal parts, which was not excessive at all. Tangen looked at the people writing and drawing on the paper, and finally couldn't help but pick up the ruler himself. Once he picked it up, he never put it down again. 3 days passed, and the scholars from Gaia made no progress. 10 days passed, and the scholars from Gaia said they had a new idea. Half a month passed, and the scholars from Gaia still didn't solve a problem. The eyes of the whole Lorraine were focused on Yabo City, watching the every move of the scholars from Gaia. A month passed quietly. During this month, Yabo City had already become the center of the mathematical community in Lorraine. Countless mathematicians came to Yabo City from the capital and other cities, making the hotels in the city full. Even scholars and civilians who were not part of the mathematics community knew that in the distant city of Yabo, the mathematics scholars of the kingdom of Lorraine were fighting for honor with the scholars of Gaia. This war without gunpowder was about the glory of Lorraine. In order to strike at the Lorraine mathematics community, the visiting scholars of Gaia swept through the branches of major cities, making the Lorraine mathematics community lose face. As long as they defeated the scholars of Yabo City, the Lorraine mathematics community would never recover in a few decades. However, at the critical moment, when Lorraine's glory for many years was destroyed, someone stood up. The discoverer of irrational numbers, the winner of the Edwin Award, and the devil, Mr. Blair, single-handedly blocked the steps of all Gaia scholars at the critical moment. The Gaia scholars had been solving his 3 seemingly simple problems for a whole month. Rumor has it that they have made no progress in the past month. Mr. Blair is a well-deserved hero of Lauren. In the Yabo City Mathematics branch, Calvin once again rejected a senior scholar's request to visit Mr. Blair. In the past month, he has rejected hundreds of people. Having known him for so long, he has already figured out his personality. It is best not to bother him with anything that is not related to gold coins. Otherwise, it will not be so easy to ask him for help next time. At this moment, Calvin is radiant and energetic, no longer haggard as he was a month ago. On the other hand, Tang In, the leader of the Gaia visiting scholar group, has messy hair and unshaven face. He has not taken a shower for a long time. He exudes a bad smell. He holds a ruler and a compass in his hands, but his eyes are not focused. These three seemingly simple questions, actually stumped them for a whole month. This month, all the visiting scholars in Gaia, the youngest and most agile mathematicians in the country, did not solve even one question. At this moment, Tang In and others deeply realized how terrifying the man called the devil by the Lauren mathematics community was. This feeling of no progress for a whole month made him almost desperate, but they had come to this point. They could not give up, and they must not give up. If they give up here, they will lose all their previous efforts, and all their previous efforts will be in vain. Even if the other party is really a devil, they have to face the devil head-on. The best way to defeat the devil is to face the devil. Tang In gritted his teeth, looked at the people around him, and said, "These three questions are not simple. Don't use conventional thinking. Let's try other methods." In recent days, in Yabo City, the mathematicians belonging to Lauren can finally be proud of themselves. So what if it is the World Mathematics Center? In Lauren, Chen Luo, the god, can solve more than 20 bounty problems by himself, and it is not a problem for the devil Blair to stump all visiting scholars in Gaia with 3 sentences. Audrey stood beside Calvin, took a long breath, and said, "The honor of the Mathematical Association and the honor of Lauren have been saved." Calvin sighed and asked, "Do you really think so?" Audrey was surprised. "Isn't it?" Calvin shook his head and said, "Even if the Gaia scholars encountered setbacks in Yabo City, before that, the entire Lauren mathematics community was swept by them. The victory in Yabo City is more about saving Lauren's face than saving Lauren's honor. The honor of Lauren was lost when these Gaia scholars swept it all the way." Audrey lowered his head and was silent for a long time before he spoke. "But this is the best outcome. Gaia's mathematical level is higher than Lauren's. If it weren't for Mr. Blair, Lauren would have lost even the last bit of face." Calvin sighed again and said, "There are many Gaia schools and countless scholars. In recent years, most of the proposers of some new theorems and new formulas are Gaia scholars. If it weren't for Mr. Blair and Chen Luo this year, my lord, Lauren can't compare with Gaia at all. The president has always wanted Lauren to become the world's mathematics center. I don't know how long it will take." Audrey raised his head and said, "I think, if Lord Chen Luo is willing, Lauren will definitely replace Gaia and become the new mathematics center of the continent." Calvin shook his head helplessly. "The devil is in Yabo City, but God, where should they find it?" The scholars from Gaia stayed in Yabo City for more than a month. The 3 questions they tried to answer were also answered by the scholars from Lauren. After the efforts of countless scholars, there was still no progress on these 3 questions. This result made the scholars from Lauren more excited, because if they couldn't solve it, the scholars from Gaia couldn't solve it either, and Lauren's glory could be preserved. However, in the eyes of another part of scholars who thought more deeply, the fact that the visiting scholars from Gaia stopped in Yabo City didn't mean anything. The previous sweep, the scholars from Gaia had proved the gap between Lauren and Gaia. Yabo City just saved Lauren's last face, that's all. It is not called glory to stump the scholars of Gaia with a few questions. It is called glory of Gaia when the scholars of Lauren form a visiting scholar group and sweep through the major mathematics associations of Gaia, destroy the confidence of the scholars of Gaia, overthrow their school of thought, and destroy the foundation of their faith. Of course, this is impossible. Sir Blair can save the last bit of face of Lauren, which is enough to make him a hero of Lauren. At this moment, in St. Dona's College, the hero of Lauren is wearing an apron, humming a song, cooking, and looking very comfortable. Half a month ago, Abel Howard sent the 50 gold coins. When Chen Luo got the money, he immediately asked Alice out, returned the gold coins he borrowed from her, and invited her to eat cake to express his gratitude. The 5,000 gold coins rewarded by the kingdom have not arrived yet, but Chen Luo is not in a hurry. The variant magic he exchanged from the Magic Association last time is enough for him to learn for a long time. Chen Luo didn't care about the Mathematics Association at all. If the Gaia scholars could solve the 3 problems, Chen Luo would eat their compasses and rulers on the spot. After having dinner with teacher Brittany, Chenluo wanted to go out and practice the elementary magic he had just learned, but Calvin's sudden visit disrupted his plan. Calvin walked to the sofa and didn't sit down. Instead, he bowed deeply to Chenluo and said, "Mr. Blair, Calvin represents all the mathematical scholars in Lauren and the people of Lauren to thank you for your contribution to Lauren." Chenluo waved his hand and said, "Don't forget, I am also a Lauren person. By the way, when will the 5,000 gold coins arrive?" Calvin said, "The king's reward has been delivered. When the Gaia scholars leave Yabo City, it will be awarded to Mr. Blair immediately. Those Gaia scholars are really persistent." Chenluo is worried that if they get stuck in a dead end and don't give up until they solve these questions, they will live here for 10 or 8 years. What's the meaning of these 5,000 gold coins to them? Chenluo rubbed his fingers and looked out the window. It seems that he has to think of a way to let them leave earlier. Calvin, however, felt a little emotional at this moment and sighed. "In fact, this time, we Roland, still lost. Unless we can sweep all the major mathematics associations in Gaia like them, or shake the foundation of their school, we can really win if we can do these." Chenluo doesn't have the time to sweep through all the major mathematics associations in Gaia, but shaking the foundation of their school. Chenluo thought about it and said, "Actually, it's not impossible." Calvin was stunned for a moment, looked at Chenluo, and asked, "What did Mr. Blair say?" Chenluo said, "I mean, shaking the foundation of their school is not impossible, but Gaia scholars came to Lauren to destroy the confidence of the mathematical community in Lauren. If they fail to destroy it, they will be shaken by the foundation of their school and leave Lauren in disgrace. This is the biggest joke. By then, who will remember their sweeping of Lauren?" Calvin looked at Chenluo excitedly and asked, "What is it?" Chenluo smiled and said, "It costs more money." Chapter 107. Chenluo never thought he was a hero, although people outside called him that. He helped Luolan through the difficulties. It was just a business deal. His Majesty the King spent a full 5,000 gold coins for this, so Chenluo certainly had to do things better. So the Gaia scholars, who wanted to run away after pretending to be cool, were forced to stay here for a month, grinding away all their sharpness. But these 5,000 gold coins were just the reward for those people to stay. Further shaking the foundation of Gaia's school was not within the scope of the original agreement. Destroying the foundation of someone's school is tantamount to slapping someone in the face and killing someone. This is a scene of life and death, and Chenluo generally won't do it. Unless you had money. Children are always naive. Adults who have a little knowledge of physics know that love cannot generate electricity, but gold coins can. Chenluo will not expose the bottom of the Gaia school for the illusory glory of the kingdom of Luolan, and fight to the death with Gaia scholars. But he can do that for his dream. His dream is to become the most powerful magician. This great dream needs gold coins to support it. Calvin was not surprised by Chenluo's words. He thought about it and said, "Mr. Blair saved the city of Yabo and saved the honor of Roland. On behalf of the Roland Mathematical Association, I will reward Mr. Blair with another 2,000 gold coins. Deal?" When he walked out of St. Donatus College, Calvin's expression was still a little dazed. It was not because he felt sorry for the gold coins. Although 2,000 gold coins were not a small amount for the Yabo City branch, if Roland could turn defeat into victory, even if this number of gold coins was multiplied by 10, it would not be a big deal. What really confused and frightened him was Chenluo's question. This question seemed to be a math question, but it was not just a math question. It involved philosophy, science, and even the nature of time and space. Calvin could foresee that the emergence of this question would have a far greater impact on the mathematical community than the emergence of irrational numbers. Irrational numbers have always existed, but they have only been discovered now due to the negligence of scholars. And this question will drag countless mathematicians into the abyss of fear, and Gaia, as the world's mathematical center, will be the first to bear the brunt. Just like the significance of irrational numbers to the Howard family and the School of Numbers, this question is mainly aimed at Gaia's school. As long as Calvin takes that step forward, the situation between Gaia and Lauren will be completely reversed. The Gaia scholars' trip to Lauren this time will become the biggest joke. But Calvin didn't dare. He couldn't predict the consequences of this incident, because this problem shook not only the beliefs of Gaia scholars, but also the scholars of Lauren, and even the scholars of the Divine Grace continent. The scholars here refer not only to mathematicians, but also to philosophers and scientists. Calvin returned to the Mathematical Association in a daze, and Audrey handed him a letter with an angry look. The letter was sent from the capital, saying that although the Gaia scholars were blocked in Yabo City, the Kingdom of Gaia was already promoting the fact that their visiting scholars swept the mathematical world of the Kingdom of Lauren. After all, compared with the small setback in Yabo City, they achieved a large-scale, overwhelming victory in Lauren. Ignoring this minor flaw, Gaia's goal has actually been achieved. The small setback in Yabo City will not affect Gaia's overall victory. If there is no accident, the Lauren scholars will not be able to raise their heads in front of Gaia's scholars for a long time in the future. Audrey sighed and said with great regret, if these 3 problems appeared earlier, they could have been stopped when Gaia just arrived in Lauren. Unfortunately, everything is too late. No, it's not too late. Calvin's face showed a trace of cruelty, and he gritted his teeth and said, since Gaia attacked us first, then let's go to hell together. After the visiting scholars of Gaia were troubled by the 3 problems for a whole month, the devil in the mathematics world of the kingdom of Lauren made new moves. After the 3 problems, there was another question on the bounty wall of the Yabo City Mathematical Association. This question sounds a bit funny, but the deep meaning contained in the question has caused countless people to think deeply. And even panic. How long does it take for Achilles, the strongest man in the kingdom of Gaia and the grand mage of the wind, to catch up with a tortoise? This is the 4th question of the devil Blair. Achilles is a famous strong man in the kingdom of Gaia, with the realm of a grand mage. His name is almost known to everyone in the entire Shannon continent. Mr. Blair's question is described as follows. If there is a tortoise that is ahead of the grand mage Achilles by a distance, how long will it take for Achilles to catch up with the tortoise? This is a question that cannot be simpler. As long as the speed of the tortoise, the speed of the grand mage Achilles, and the distance between the 2 are given, any mathematician can give the correct answer. However, the devil Blair gave them another answer. No matter how fast the grand mage Achilles was, he could never catch up with the tortoise. Because when Achilles caught up with the tortoise's starting position, the tortoise had already moved forward a certain distance. When Achilles passed this distance, the tortoise would move forward another distance, and so on. This process could continue indefinitely. If Achilles wanted to catch up with the tortoise, he had to reach the starting position of the tortoise, but during this time, the tortoise had already crawled forward a short distance. The conclusion is that the grand mage Achilles, who is famous for his speed, can never catch up with a slow tortoise. This conclusion seems very absurd. Not to mention the grand mage Achilles, even a 3-year-old child can catch up with the tortoise and step on its head. But what they all know, don't the winners of the Edwin Award know? After careful thinking, they discover the horror of this problem. The logic of this problem is self-consistent. They can find out the time it takes for Achilles to catch up with the tortoise. But this is based on the premise that they already know that Achilles can catch up with the tortoise. But the problem is that they can't explain how Achilles caught up with the tortoise. Blair divided the process of Achilles chasing the tortoise into infinite parts. Later, the distance between Achilles and the tortoise was infinitely small, and the time required to catch up with this distance was also infinitely short. But even if this period is short, it can be divided further. If time and space can be divided like this forever, Achilles will never catch up with the tortoise. And time and space can be divided infinitely, which is exactly what the Gaia School advocates. The Gaia School believes that time and space can be divided infinitely. This is an important proposition of the Gaia School, and a consensus of the mathematical community, the scientific community, and the human beings of the Shannon continent. To overturn Blair's conclusion, we must first overturn the premise that time and space can be divided infinitely, and we must overturn the proposition of the Gaia School, and rebuild a new worldview for Gaia, for Lauren, and for all scholars on the Shannon continent. The continuity of time and space is the consensus of all mankind. Just imagine, if even it is wrong, then what else is real? The emergence of this question made many visiting scholars in Gaia no longer care about the 3 questions. The question of Lord Achilles and the tortoise directly hit the beliefs of many schools in Gaia. Their schools encountered the biggest crisis in history. Obviously, Lord Achilles must be able to catch up with the damn tortoise. The conclusion of the devil Blair is wrong. But do they dare to say that Blair is wrong? They dare not. If Blair is wrong, the claims of many schools in Gaia are wrong. This is a paradox. Tangen looked at the question on the paper, his lips trembled, his face turned blue, and he said in a trembling voice, "Devil, he is the real devil." Chapter 108. When Calvin left St. Donis, he fell 3 times in a long distance. Chen Luo, who was about to go out to buy groceries, saw it all, but he was not surprised at all. Let alone Calvin, even in modern times, a student who has received modern mathematics education since childhood will doubt his life when he first hears Zeno's paradox. In the history of the development of physics, there were 4 great beasts. These 4 beasts are Zeno's tortoise, Laplace beast, Maxwell demon, and Schrödinger's cat. The 4 beasts correspond to calculus, classical mechanics, the second law of thermodynamics, and quantum mechanics. Among them, Zeno's tortoise can shrink the Earth into an inch by practicing both time and space. Laplace beast can clearly see the avenue and deduce all things. Maxwell demon can control all things and reverse yin and yang, and Schrodinger's cat can create a universe that transcends life and death. These four beasts are both good and evil. They have brought confusion and trouble to scientists, and also pointed out the path and direction of science for mankind. What Qianluo released today was Zeno's tortoise. People can say it is a mathematical problem, a physical problem, or a philosophical problem. In philosophy, some people explain it with the nature of motion, and in physics, some people explain it with quantum mechanics. And if you want to completely solve Zeno's tortoise with mathematical methods, you must first solve the limit problem. But for 2,000 years, even great mathematicians, like Euler-Gauss, have not been able to explain the mystery of the limit. Therefore, this unreasonable Zeno's tortoise has settled in the physics empire as a mythical beast for 2,000 years. After 2,000 years, until Leibniz and Newton invented calculus, the limit problem was solved. However, even so, whether it is the mathematical community, the philosophical community, or the physics community, they still quarrel over this tortoise. Later, countless explanations have been derived about Zeno's paradox. People hold their own opinions and stick to their own ideas. No one can convince anyone. Of course, no matter what the result is, Zeno's paradox has greatly promoted the development of mathematics, philosophy, and physics. This is not what Qianluo cares about. What he cares about is that after releasing this turtle, those Gaia scholars should buy standing tickets to return home overnight, right? After they leave, his 5,000 gold coins, no, 7,000 gold coins, will be in place immediately. Although 2,000 gold coins are a little less, considering that this should be Calvin's limit, Qianluo will make do for the sake of his old friend. This method still makes money quickly. Qianluo even expects that Luolan will have a group of scholars from several countries. After mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, etc. can also be done. In the past 2 days, the 3 major problems that have stumped Gaia scholars have temporarily faded out of people's sight. The scholars in Yabo City are all studying Blair's turtle. Even ordinary civilians are curious about this question. How come the great Grand Mage can't catch up with the turtle? How fast can a turtle crawl that even the Wind Mage can't catch up with? Of course, the civilians don't understand, but the scholars in Yabo City know very well that the root of this problem is not whether the Grand Mage can catch up with the turtle, but how to catch up. Everyone knows that the great Grand Mage, Master Achilles, will definitely be able to catch up with the turtle, but how did he catch up? If time and distance can be infinitely divided, how did he complete this infinite process? This seemed beyond their cognition. Some people began to doubt the earliest school of thought from Gaia, that time and space cannot be divided infinitely, but this is even more difficult to understand. If time and space cannot be divided infinitely, is there a minimum unit of time and space? The scope of discussion on this issue is far beyond the irrational numbers at that time. In Yabo City, it has almost reached the point of being discussed by all the people. Even every day, many civilians gathered at the door of the Mathematical Association, curiously asking scholars about the great magician and the turtle. If the scholars passing by are not in a hurry, they will generally explain to them. A fat pet shop owner stopped a scholar and asked curiously, "Even the great magician of the wind system can't catch up. How fast can the turtle run?" The scholar shook his head and patiently explained, "This is not a question of how fast the turtle runs. This is a question of whether time and space can be infinitely divided." The pet shop owner waved his hand and said, "I don't care whether time can be divided. I just want to know how the turtle runs so fast. What does it eat to grow up?" The scholar said helplessly, "That's not the point. Do you think Mr. Blair doesn't know whether the great magician can catch up with the turtle?" The pet shop owner frowned and said, "I don't care about this. Just tell me why the turtle crawls so fast. Can it fly?" The scholar was a little impatient and said, "I've said it. The great magician will definitely catch up with the turtle. What have you been studying these 2 days?" The pet shop owner rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Why don't you tell me where Blair is? I go ask him what his turtle eats to grow up, and how it crawls so fast." The scholar couldn't help but kick him and yelled angrily, "Get lost." In the Mathematical Society, Calvin stood in front of a table. On the table in front of him, there was a slowly crawling tortoise. 2 days passed, and he still couldn't figure out the problem of the tortoise. Mathematics can answer the time it took Achilles to catch up with the tortoise, but mathematics cannot explain how he caught up with the tortoise. This is a problem that cannot be explained by mathematics. Calvin was puzzled by the turtle's question, but he was more curious about what strange ideas were in Mr. Blair's young head. Each question could cause a big earthquake. Is he really a devil sent by the gods to disrupt the mathematical world? Gal rushed in from outside, and even forgot to knock on the door. He held the wall and panted, saying, "Member, President, the scholars of Gaia, they." Calvin looked at him and asked, "What happened to them?" Gal shouted, "They ran away. The visiting scholars of Gaia quietly left Yabo City last night, without even saying hello." Calvin was not surprised by this. This was within his expectations. Since Mr. Blair released the terrifying turtle, the scholars of Gaia had no way out. If they stayed here, they would face the doubts of many scholars, and they could not solve this problem at all. Calvin felt that the only ones who could explain this problem were probably Mr. Blair and Mr. Chenluo. At this moment, not only the Gaia scholars, but also Calvin himself, felt a little panicked. He found that the power of this turtle was much greater than he expected. Now, not only mathematics scholars, but people from all walks of life are asking him for the answer to this question. When this question spreads, the capital will definitely ask him to give an explanation. But how can he explain it? Anxiously, Calvin stood up suddenly and said, "Take the gold coins and go to St. Donis College." The reputation of the Mathematical Association and Calvin is trustworthy. The day after the Gaia scholar left, Chenluo saw the box full of gold coins. With the lesson from the last time, Chenluo learned his lesson this time. Adding one more variant magic is just icing on the cake. He can't spend all these gold coins on the Magic Association. At least some should be left to support his life. Teacher Brittany's salary is not high, and he can support her. Because Isabella spends too much money, her father, the mayor of the city, limits her pocket money. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Since Isabella had supported him before, Chenluo could support her for a while. These gold coins were enough for the three of them to live the most luxurious life. Of course, Teacher Brittany usually lived frugally, and Chenluo was not a spendthrift. In this case, this money could support them for a lifetime. Calvin hesitated for a long time before looking at Chenluo and carefully asked, "Mr. Blair, what's going on with that turtle?" Chenluo could not give Calvin an explanation for this question. Strictly speaking, Zeno's paradox is not a mathematical problem. Or rather, it is not entirely a mathematical problem. From a mathematical perspective, the answer to this question can be given, but its essence cannot be explained. The mathematical level of the Shinin continent is too low, and it is too early to give them the concept of limit now. Chenluo did not intend to explain it from a physical point of view. Although quantum mechanics can explain Zeno's paradox, even quantum mechanics itself has doubts about its authenticity. What's more, classical mechanics hasn't even been established here. If the concept of quantum mechanics is proposed now, most people will go crazy. In history, many scientists committed suicide because of this matter. He didn't give Calvin an answer, firstly because he couldn't give it, and secondly, it was for their own good. So Chenluo looked at Calvin, shrugged helplessly, and said, "I don't know." Calvin stared at him in a daze, and was stunned for a while. Giving questions, but not giving answers. What is this? Are the devils digging holes, and not filling them? Chapter 109. Calvin stood there, silent for a moment, looked at Chenluo again, and said, "Mr. Blair, we can add more money." Although Chenluo was somewhat tempted, it was really not a matter of money. With the cognitive level of scholars in the Grace continent, no matter what angle he explained Zeno's turtle from, it would kill people. You know, even in modern times, the debate about this turtle has never stopped. Chenluo shook his head and said, "This time it's not a matter of money." Calvin left with regret, and Chenluo looked at the big box of gold coins and sighed. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to earn this money, but that he can't earn it. Even if he is spreading knowledge to scholars in the Grace continent, it is a disaster for them to force these advanced concepts on them regardless of their cognitive level. Brittany walked into Chenluo's room with a piece of paper. She looked at Chenluo and said, "Blair, I have an idea about the turtle problem. If the number of divisions approaches infinity, the last term should be a very small number. Can it be regarded as zero?" It was not until this moment that Chenluo realized that from the moment he released Zeno's turtle, there were some things that someone would do for him even if he didn't do them himself. Teacher Brittany was already thinking about the problem of infinitesimals. Logically speaking, this already belongs to the scope of modern mathematics. If there was no intervention from him, the development of mathematics in the Shinin continent should be like another world, step by step, step by step. Although it may not be the same as the development direction of the Earth, it should not be too different. The concepts of infinitesimals and limits are definitely not something that scholars, who are still at the stage of ruler and compass construction, should consider. The development of this mathematics seems to have developed in a strange direction. There are too many things involved in a limit, and it is too troublesome to explain. Moreover, before that, he needs to popularize some basic concepts with teacher Brittany. This is not something that can be explained in a few words. When Chen-Luo didn't know how to respond to teacher Brittany, Isabella suddenly walked in from outside and saw the mountains of gold coins in the box. She was shocked and said, "Blair, did you rob the dragon's treasure?" Chen-Luo changed the topic at the right time, looked at them, and said, "Let's go shopping. Today, all the consumption of teacher Brittany and senior Isabella will be paid by me." The scholars of Gaia fled from the city of Yabo and became the biggest joke in the mathematics world in recent years. They wanted to strike the confidence of the scholars of Lauren, but they shook the foundation of the school's faith instead, and returned to their country in disgrace. That question shook the faith of many schools in Gaia, and also made the scholars of Lorraine fall into deep self-doubt. Half a month later, the problem was still not solved. Within the Mathematical Association, Blair's tortoise has become a topic that is absolutely forbidden to discuss. In-depth discussion of this topic will seriously shake the foundation of the mathematical building. In order to stabilize the faith of mathematical scholars, the great scholars made this decision out of helplessness. They can't solve this problem, except to avoid it. After this incident, Blair's title of mathematical devil was also thoroughly confirmed. However, the word devil here does not have a derogatory meaning. He is both a devil and a hero of Lauren. He restored the glory of the kingdom, severely hit the arrogance of the scholars of Gaia, and made the turtles in Yabo City sold out. The price has increased more than 10 times compared with a month ago. The Mathematical Association's treatment of Zeno's paradox was as expected by Chen-Luo. Facing this problem that they cannot solve at present, the best way to deal with it is to bypass it. When mathematics develops to a certain level, it will naturally develop an explanation for this problem. These days, in addition to basic topology, teacher Brittany has also deliberately started to study limits. Chen-Luo did not intervene in this. He was worried that his intervention would cause the development of the mathematics community to fall into an uncontrollable chaos. For the entire winter vacation, Chen-Luo was learning new magic, working hard to improve his mental strength, and strive to advance as soon as possible. It's just that the difficulty of elementary magic is much more difficult than apprentice magic. Even for him, it takes a long time to learn it. Of course, compared with those magicians, who need several years or more to learn magic, his speed is much faster. During this winter vacation, Yabo City was tormented by the Gaia scholars, but Chen-Luo had a rather peaceful time. The new semester was about to start. There was nothing special about the new semester for Chen-Luo, but for Isabella, there was one very important thing. In a few months, she would graduate from St. Donis, and before that, she needed to consider further studies. For the students of St. Donis, after graduation, entering the 5 major colleges in the capital is of course the best choice. However, St. Donis does not have the qualifications to directly enter the 5 major colleges in the capital. In fact, the same is true for colleges in other cities. The 5 major colleges in the capital have always been self-enrolling. Students need to apply for the exams themselves and then take the entrance exams of various colleges. Those who pass can become students of the 5 major colleges. The 5 major colleges have no special requirements for the students' backgrounds, but they have age requirements. In addition, they have ability. Isabella needs to choose one of the 5 famous schools as the school for her promotion. The 5 major colleges in the capital are the Capital Magic College, the Capital Knight College, the Capital Academy of Sciences, the Capital Medical College, and the Capital Liberal Arts College. Although there are many courses offered by the major colleges, each college has its own emphasis. The Capital Magic College naturally focuses more on magic, the Knight College trains the future warriors of the kingdom, the Academy of Sciences focuses on science, the Medical College trains doctors, and the subjects of the Liberal Arts College are very diverse, but many outstanding students who have graduated from the Liberal Arts College have become the governors of the kingdom. Chen-Luo didn't know what Isabella was worried about. If nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely choose the Magic Academy, although with her ability, she could definitely get into any of these academies. But maybe she had other thoughts and concerns in her mind. Isabella didn't say anything about this, and Chen-Luo didn't ask much. Although the 3rd grade teachers would count this matter when they just entered school, they would also give them a few days to consider. At the door of the 2nd grade Class 5 classroom, Alice held a registration form in her hand. After thinking for a long time, she still walked in. "Senior Alice, good morning." Chen-Luo greeted Alice as usual, thinking that she had some questions to ask. Alice sat next to Chen-Luo, but did not ask him math questions. She thought for a long time before looking at Chen-Luo and asked, "Brother Blair, After graduating from St. Donis, which of the 5 famous schools in the capital will you apply for? After the incident of the Gaius scholar, the elders of the family talked to her many times, hoping that she and Blair would get closer. And this was also what Alice hoped for. Ever since that extracurricular practice, when he stood in front of her and faced Baird alone, he occupied a very important position in her heart. Unfortunately, in the next 2 months, no matter how Alice made it clear or hinted to him, he never responded. She didn't know whether he was pretending to be stupid or he really didn't understand her feelings. In the past, Alice could wait and test it slowly, but now, she has no time. She has excellent grades and is already a junior magician. She can graduate from St. Donis 1 semester early. After applying for the school this time, she will go to the capital and will not return to Yabo City for a long time. Before leaving, she plans to confess to him and completely confirm the relationship between the two. So she needs to ask him which college he wants to apply for in the future. The place he wants to go is where she will apply. She will wait for him there for a year. The premise is that they can confirm the relationship now. Chapter 110. Isabella had asked him about where he would go after graduation a long time ago. Chen Luo asked casually, which school did Senior Alice apply for? King's Capital School of Magic. Alice looked at him and asked expectantly, will Junior Blair also apply for King's Capital School of Magic in the future? No. Chen Luo shook his head and said, I want to stay in St. Donis. Alice was stunned for a moment and asked, what will you do in St. Donis? As an assistant teacher. Chen Luo said, I have already agreed with Dean Angus that after graduation, I will be an assistant teacher in the academy. Alice looked at him in disbelief. She had thought of all 5 possibilities, but she didn't expect that he would choose the 6th one. With his ability and reputation, he could choose any of the 5 famous schools and have a brighter future. Why would he choose to stay in St. Donis? A normal person would make such a choice. If he chooses the Royal Capital Academy of Sciences, he will most likely become a great scholar. If he chooses the Royal Capital School of Magic, with his talent, he will definitely become a great magician. If he chooses to stay in St. Donis as an assistant, then he will at most be a teacher at St. Donis in his lifetime. He will never have the chance to become a great scholar or a powerful magician. Alice moved her lips and said with difficulty, Brother Blair, don't you think about it again? Only by going to the Royal Capital can you. Chen Luo shook his head and smiled. I have thought about it very clearly. Compared with the Royal Capital, I like Yabo City more. In fact, it's not that he likes Yabo City, but he goes wherever Teacher Brittany is. If Teacher Brittany goes to the Royal Capital, Chen Luo will go with her without hesitation. He looked at Alice, who was standing there in a daze, and seemed to be making a difficult decision, and asked, Senior Alice, do you have any questions? Alice looked at him for a long time before she came back to her senses. She forced a smile on her face and shook her head. No, Junior Blair, I'm going back to the classroom. She stood up from her seat and walked towards the door in a trance. When she reached the door of the classroom, her steps stopped again. One more step forward, and she could walk out of the classroom. However, Alice knew very well that this step, whether to retreat or to step out, was not only her choice at the moment, but also her choice for the rest of her life. She turned around and looked in a certain direction. Chen Luo raised his head and saw Alice still standing at the door of the classroom. He smiled at her and waved gently. Alice slowly raised her hand, waved gently to him, turned around and walked out of the classroom, never looking back again. Alice, which academy are you going to apply for? Will Alice apply for the Magic Academy? Let's go together. Alice, apply for the Academy of Sciences with me. In the 3rd grade, Class 1, Alice smiled at several friends and said, I'm going to apply for the Royal Capital Magic Academy. The choice of the goddess Alice has influenced the choices of everyone in the class to a certain extent. After hearing this, several boys quietly changed the academy they applied for to the Royal Capital Magic Academy. Alice saw their actions, but she didn't care. She walked to a certain position by the window and asked, Isabella, where are you going to apply for? Isabella glanced at her and said, anyway, it's different from you. Alice looked at her in surprise and asked, you didn't apply for the Royal Capital Magic Academy? Isabella looked at her and asked with a smile, are you happy that we won't have to meet often in the future? Although Alice was relieved, she didn't show it and said, I hope you can get into your ideal academy as you wish. Isabella waved her hand perfunctorily and said, you too. Alice didn't ask again, but she was still very curious about which academy Isabella applied for. So when the student in charge of collecting the application forms was about to hand them over to the teacher, she stopped him in the corridor. The person in charge of collecting the application forms was a boy, and he naturally would not refuse the goddess Alice's request to confirm whether he had filled in the wrong academy. Alice was not looking for her own form, but Isabella's. However, when she found Isabella's name, she found that there was only a blank space on the form on her application form. In other words, she didn't choose any of the 5 major academies in the royal capital. She chose something else, something Alice finally gave up. After school, Isabella saw Alice again at the door of the classroom. Alice looked at her with complicated eyes and said, "You won." Isabella looked at her in surprise and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Congratulations," Alice said slowly, then turned and left. Inexplicable. Isabella glanced at Alice's back as she left, and then walked towards the teacher's dormitory building with expectation. Blair said, "We have rabbit tonight." A few days after the new semester started, Alice left the academy. Before the winter vacation, she had passed the junior magician certification, and her grades in all subjects were excellent. According to the practice of St. Donis Academy, she could graduate from the academy early. It stands to reason that Isabella could also graduate, but she still chose to graduate at the normal time. Isabella herself said that she was reluctant to leave teacher Brittany. Chenluo thought that she was reluctant to leave the rabbit he roasted. But to be honest, if Isabella really left, Chenluo would be reluctant to let her go. After being together for a long time, even a dog would be reluctant to leave, let alone his bed-warming maid. In the past, there were always 3 people in the family, and suddenly only teacher Brittany was left. I'm afraid it will take Chenluo a long time to get used to it. Alice's farewell party was held in the Herman family's manor. Herman is Alice's last name. The Herman family is also a strong mathematical family in Yabo City. Since the decline of the Howard family, the Herman family has risen rapidly, and has a significant influence in the mathematical world of Yabo City. Alice has many friends. There were dozens of students from St. Donis at the banquet that day. Chenluo and Isabella were both invited. Chenluo doesn't like overly lively occasions. His impression of that banquet is probably limited to the fact that the cake is soft and Alice's hug is sweet. Before the banquet ended, Alice gave a hug to all the girls, including Isabella. Chenluo was the only boy she hugged. That night, when Alice hugged Chenluo, he was almost killed by the eyes of those dozens of boys. Chenluo still remembers what Alice whispered in his ear at the moment of the hug. Chenluo had to admit that when Alice hugged him tightly and whispered, "I will remember you forever" in his ear, his heart was throbbing for a moment. He was just pretending to be stupid, not really stupid. Chenluo saw Alice's enthusiasm and initiative, and he had considered it. But many times, people have to face various choices. Go forward or retreat, you can only choose one. Alice has made a choice. Chenluo chose St. Donis, and Alice chose the Royal Capital Magic Academy. There should be no intersection between the two of them in the future. Alice has been gone for half a month. Haven't you come back to your senses? A teasing voice with sourness came from his ear, pulling Chenluo out of his memories, and he remembered that he was shopping with Isabella. In order to hide his embarrassment, Chenluo didn't look at Isabella, but picked up a book from the bookstall next to him and asked, "How much is this book?" The owner of the bookstall said, 20 gold coins. Chenluo put down the book and shook his head, saying, "A broken book is sold for 20 gold coins. Why don't you go and rob it? Go ask around. Is it expensive to sell this book for 20 gold coins?" The owner of the bookstall was unwilling and retorted, "Besides, what I sell is books, it's knowledge. Knowledge is priceless." Chenluo was startled for a moment, as if he had realized something, and suddenly looked at him and asked, "What did you say?" The owner of the bookstall was startled by him, and immediately retracted his head, whispering, "Young man, why don't you lower the price again? 15 gold coins, no 10. Gold coins are fine." Chenluo felt that it was a loss to buy a book with 10 gold coins. Wouldn't it be nice to buy Isabella a top hat with 10 gold coins? Why buy this tattered book with only dozens of pages? Isabella was wearing the black hat with lace edges, and she was very happy. She glanced at Chenluo and asked, "Why did you suddenly give me a gift? Don't you think it matches your skirt?" Chenluo looked at her and said, "Trust my judgment. Wear this hat, and you will be the most beautiful girl on this street." Girl? A beautiful lady. Chenluo's aesthetic taste is still good. Wearing the black lace top hat, Isabella walked on the street, and her rate of turning back was much higher. Isabella's hat, Chenluo can appreciate it slowly when he goes back. He is thinking about other things now. Although the owner of the bookstall just now was a little dark, he said something that made sense. Books have a price, but knowledge is priceless. Priceless means that the value cannot be estimated. That means a lot of gold coins. Chapter 111. During this period, while learning new magic, Chen Luo never forgot that he needed to find a new and stable way to make money. He couldn't expect the scholars from Gaia to come to Luolan every day to make trouble, nor could he expect to meet a Baird every day. This was simply unrealistic. However, after he graduated in his previous life, he became a teacher directly. He had not been beaten by society, and had not accumulated any useful experience. It was not easy for him to find a shortcut to make money in a short period of time. Chen Luo had to admit that he had no business acumen. However, the reminder from the owner of the bookstall greatly inspired him. The protection of intellectual property rights in the Shinin continent was stricter than Chen Luo could imagine. Here, the status of scholars was, to some extent, no different from that of nobles. Over the years, I don't know how many people were sent to the gallows for infringing on the intellectual property rights of scholars. The advanced copyright awareness led to the fact that books here were not cheap. Often only wealthy scholars could afford them, and others could only borrow and copy them. Writing a best-selling book in Shinin continent is more profitable than solving bounty problems and catching wanted criminals, and it is sustainable and stable. Books that can be best-selling here cannot be fictional novels, but academic books. Considering Chen Luo's own ability and influence, the first choice is of course mathematics, and geometry is the first choice in mathematics. Geometry is the oldest branch of mathematics. Scholars have been studying geometry for a long time. Although they have systematically established the entire discipline, compared with Chen Luo's knowledge reserve, the results they have currently researched are less than 1/10 of modern plane geometry. Chen Luo really doesn't have the ability to write a book on mathematical analysis, function theory, ordinary differential equations, partial differential equations, and functional analysis. But plane geometry, isn't that a coincidence? As a math teacher in the 3rd year of high school, when it comes to plane geometry, he can follow the knowledge thread, from straight lines to triangles to circles, and then from circles to conic sections. He can prove every theorem, and its corollary involved in detail. This is the basic skill of a math teacher. After all, the math ability of some 3rd-year high school students is actually better than that of teachers. In order not to be stumped by his students, Chen Luo has put a lot of effort in this regard. Even some side formulas and theorems that are not required to be mastered in textbooks, or knowledge points beyond the scope of high school, he has a deep understanding. After coming to the Shinin continent, his memory has been strengthened in a certain way. Although he still can't remember the bedwetting incident at the age of 3, he can still remember the teaching materials he just read not long ago. If he could write a book that included all the geometry knowledge he knew, it would be very popular among scholars in Shinin continent. After all, the mathematicians in the continent study geometry the most. Chen Luo's book could make the plane geometry of Shinin continent leap over thousands of years, and reach the level of the 21st century in the future. This matter sounds like a huge project, but the book compilers of later generations have helped Chen Luo solve most of the difficulties. What he has to do is to organize the knowledge in his head, and then repeat it. To some extent, this is the elements of geometry in another world. Even for the sake of the healthy development of the mathematics community, Chen Luo also avoided some flaws in geometry. After all, perhaps there are talented people in this world who can discover non-Euclidean geometry that is different from the existing geometric system. In addition to buying a beautiful hat for Isabella, Chen Luo also bought a silk scarf for teacher Brittany. When he went home, Chen Luo remembered something and asked Isabella, "Senior Isabella, which college in the capital did you apply for?" Isabella rolled her eyes and said, "The Capital Magic College." Isabella's choice was the same as Chen Luo guessed. Chen Luo felt a little melancholy about Isabella's upcoming departure, but he also sincerely wished her well. With her talent, she may become a great magician or even a mage in the future. Yabo City is too small for her. After entering the new semester, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the 3rd grade, the students in the class have obviously become more motivated to study. In another year, they will face the problem of graduation. By then, the better their grades and the stronger their magic skills are, the more choices they will have. In the next half a month, Chen Luo spent much less time on magic than before. It was not because he was slack, but because he spent most of his time on compiling books. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. This book called Geometry is of great significance to the Kingdom of Lauren, and even the continent of God's grace. Its significance is even far greater than Elements of Geometry in Another World. After all, Elements of Geometry is a work that brings together the wisdom of countless people and the personal creativity of Euclid. More than 90% of the content of the geometry that is about to be published is the results that scholars in this world have not yet studied. Chen Luo almost put the plane geometry system of the 21st century in front of them. Considering the impact of this book on the academic world, Chen Luo must do it in another identity. Blair is a devil. What the devil does is to destroy the foundation of the school and erase other people's beliefs. Chen Luo is a god. He spreads knowledge and guides mankind. This is what a god should do. Yabo City, Mathematics Branch. In the new year, Yabo City is undoubtedly the mathematics center of the Kingdom of Lauren. Countless mathematical scholars gathered here to witness the failure of the Gaia Visiting Scholar Group, Blair's devilish 3 in a row, and the eternal problem that was forbidden to be discussed by the association. In blocking the Gaia scholars, the Yabo City Mathematics Branch made great contributions. In addition to the devil Blair, Calvin, the vice president of the Yabo City branch, made the greatest contribution. Half a month ago, Calvin was promoted to the president of the branch, and the word deputy was removed from the title. As the front desk, Gar was also proud of it. He held his head high when talking to the honorary scholars from other places. He could not let him lose face for the Yabo City branch. At this time, Gar saw a man wearing a black robe and covering his face coming in from outside. He looked at him curiously and asked, "What can I do for you?" Some time ago, there were many people dressed like this in the Mathematics Association, but since Luotian disappeared and no longer appeared, there are fewer such people. Those who are still dressed like this must be firm admirers of Luotian. "It's me." A deep voice came from under the black robe. Hearing this voice, Gar's body trembled and his whole body shivered twice. How could he forget this voice? How dare he forget it? Gal's face flushed, his voice trembled. "Please, please. Don't reveal my identity." Chen Luo got straight to the point and said, "Take me to see Calvin." "Okay, you follow me." The name of Chen Luo is supreme and irreplaceable in the mathematics world. Even the devil Blair can't compare with him. Gal's legs were swaying. The distance from the first floor to the president's office on the second floor was not long, but he felt like he had walked a lifetime. In the president's office, Calvin sat behind the table and had been thinking about a problem for a long time. Although this time, under the obstruction of Mr. Blair, the scholars of Gaia fled in defeat and saved the glory of Lauren, but the scholars of Lauren had to admit that Gaia, as the world's mathematics center, their mathematics level was still incomparable to Lauren. In recent years, a large part of the new theorems proposed in the mathematics world came from Gaia scholars, which shows that their mathematics world is full of vitality and not as dull as Lauren. He is already the president of the mathematics branch of Yabo City and has officially become a senior member of the Lauren Kingdom Mathematics Association. He needs to consider the future of Lauren's mathematics world. While Calvin was melancholy, there was a knock on the door. Calvin looked outside and said, "Come in." Gar walked in from outside, looked at Calvin, and said in a trembling voice, President, I." People were anxious when listening to Carl's words. Chen Luo walked in by himself, looked at Calvin, and said, "I am Chen Luo." "Chen Luo, Luotian." Calvin stood up from his seat in an instant, walked out quickly, and said excitedly, "Are you really Luotian?" Gar had calmed down and hurriedly said, "President, he is Chen Luo, I remember his voice." Calvin, who is already the president of the Yabo City Mathematics branch, has seen too many big scenes in his life. He has seen great scholars, great magicians, and His Majesty the King. This is the first time he has been so excited. Because at this moment, the one standing in front of him was their god. Not daring to lose his composure in front of him for too long, Calvin forced himself to calm down and asked respectfully, "Master Chen Luo, what do you want to talk to me about?" Chen Luo took out a 200-page manuscript of geometry from under his black robe with great effort, handed it to Calvin, and asked, "Would you like to buy a book?" Chapter 112. Chen Luo himself is not familiar with business operations. Professional matters should be left to professionals. The Mathematics Association publishes its own journal and books. It is most appropriate to let the Mathematics Association publish the unfinished geometry. Of course, Chen Luo will not let them do it for nothing. He can give them a 10% profit. Even if it is only 10%, the Mathematics Association will make a lot of money. Chen Luo took out a thick stack of manuscripts from under his black robe, which made Calvin stunned. Just now, he felt that Luotian's belly was a little bloated, which was far from what he imagined. Now it seems that it is because of these manuscripts. Calvin took the manuscripts respectfully and asked carefully, "Master Chen Luo, these are?" Chen Luo said, "I was bored and wrote some things about geometry. Is your Mathematics Association interested in publishing it?" Calvin said quickly, "It is our honor to read your works." When he left the capital last time, the president told him seriously that if he was lucky enough to meet Luotian, he must make friends with him at all costs. Now, the opportunity has come. No matter what he wants, Calvin will satisfy him. Even if the Mathematics Association will suffer some losses, it will not hesitate. However, when Calvin began to read these manuscripts, everything the president told him was thrown behind his mind. In his eyes, there were only theorems one after another. New theorems. Lines, trigonometry, circles, polygons, conic sections. This geometry covers all the geometric problems studied by scholars in the current mathematical world. In this book, Calvin saw many theorems that he was familiar with, but more of them were new theorems that he was not familiar with and had never appeared in the mathematical world. The emergence of new theorems made Calvin go from joy at the beginning, shock, to numbness in the end. At this moment, holding the manuscript of geometry in his hand, Calvin's mood was difficult to describe in words. If mathematics is a high mountain, then all scholars on the continent, including Calvin, are climbers at the foot of the mountain. This high mountain of mathematics is not only high and invisible, but also full of fog. Scholars stand at the foot of the mountain, in the fog, unable to find any direction, and can only grope forward step by step, hoping that one day they can reach the top of this mountain. Just as all the scholars were groping in the fog, he appeared. He waved his hand, and the fog on the mountain dissipated. He waved his hand again, and a road leading to the top of the mountain appeared in front of the scholars. He is Qianluo, and also the god of mathematics. Those countless new theorems were the mountaineering path he paved for mathematicians. At this moment, Calvin couldn't help but burst into tears, because he knew that the wish of countless generations of scholars in Loren was finally fulfilled. From now on, the world's mathematics center is no longer Gaia, but Loren. From today on, no one can shake the title of Loren as the first kingdom of mathematics. Because of this book Geometry. Because the god of mathematics is in Loren. It turns out that God really exists. Qianluo looked at Calvin, and was speechless for a moment. He knew that it was too abrupt to systematically provide them with something that mathematicians were studying, and perhaps they would have to study for another 1,000 or 2,000 years, which would cause a great shock to mathematicians. But Calvin was old, and was crying in front of him, so the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Qianluo coughed lightly, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Calvin trembled, and immediately came back to his senses, and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Master Qianluo, I'm too excited, sorry." Qianluo waved his hand and said, "What do you think of this book?" Calvin stood up straight, a blush appeared on his face, and said, "This is a sacred book. Every scholar, no, everyone should read it. This is an amazing miracle. In another world, Elements of Geometry is the immortal work of the ancient Greek mathematician Euclid. It combines the entire ancient Greek mathematical achievements and spirit in one book, and is known as the Bible of mathematics. In fact, apart from the Bible, there is no other work that can be compared with Elements of Geometry in its wide research, use and dissemination. Although Qianluo's geometry also has the achievements of mathematical scholars from all generations in the Shinan continent, more than 90% of it is the progress of geometry in the future. This book, even after 2,000 years, is the most systematic and advanced geometry book. It is not surprising that Calvin has such performance. However, what Qianluo cares most about is not its meaning, but its value, or price. He looked at Calvin and said, "I want to print it into a book so that more people can see it. What do you think is a suitable price?" Calvin was still intoxicated and murmured, "Priceless treasure? This is a priceless treasure." Priceless treasures are useless to Qianluo. What he wants is real gold coins. He looked at Calvin and said, "President Calvin, I am asking you seriously." Qianluo's slightly dissatisfied words made Calvin feel like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. In his eyes, Qianluo now has the same status as the magic gods and the goddess of wisdom, or even higher. Calvin could not atone for his dissatisfaction and anger even if he died 10,000 times. His face turned pale, and after thinking carefully, he said, "Sir, I think it is not too much to price this book at 10,000 gold coins. If you sell a copy of Geometry, you can get 10,000 gold coins, and if you sell 10 copies, you can get 100,000, 100 copies, 1,000,000, 1,000 copies. This is a dream." Although the value of Geometry is far more than 10,000 gold coins, if it is really priced at 10,000 gold coins, how many people in the world can afford it? Rather than setting the price so that few people can afford it, it is better to lower the price and take the path of small profits but quick turnover. There are so many scholars in the Shinan continent, and the user base is huge. If the price is too high, it is equivalent to giving up this huge market in vain. Qianluo is still clear about this. Qianluo looked at Calvin and shook his head, saying, "The purpose of writing this book is to let the glory of mathematics shine to every corner of the Shinan continent, so that everyone can appreciate the charm of mathematics. If the price is 10,000 gold coins, how many people can afford it? Calvin looked at Chenluo with awe. God is God. Compared with God, how selfish and childish is his thinking? He looked at Chenluo respectfully and asked, "What does your excellency mean?" Chenluo said, "Let's set the price at 10 gold coins. Excluding costs and operations, the price of 10 gold coins is already a conscience price, more conscientious than most books on the market. It is not just mathematicians who need this book, because it is not only mathematicians who need to learn mathematics. This geometry book, compiled by Chenluo, is arranged from shallow to deep, from simple to profound, suitable for all kinds of people to read." Calvin looked at Chenluo with admiration and finally confirmed one thing. The appearance of Luotian is indeed for the purpose of spreading knowledge. If it is not for the purpose of spreading knowledge, why would he set such a low price for the sacred book worth 1,000,000 gold? He wants more people to understand mathematics and learn mathematics, for the purpose of spreading mathematics and promoting the truth. At the same time, he also dispelled a doubt in his heart. He originally suspected that Mr. Blair and Luotian were the same person. After all, he ruled out all the honorary scholars of Yabo City one by one, and only Mr. Blair was the most suspicious. The two of them are equally mysterious, equally unfathomable, and in mathematics, they are also like two unreachable mountains. But now, Calvin's doubts have been dispelled. Mr. Blair and Luotian, one only has gold coins in his eyes, while the other only wants to spread knowledge and regards gold coins as dirt. How could they be the same person? His previous thoughts were too absurd and ridiculous. Calvin threw this unreliable idea behind his head and focused all his attention on these manuscripts. When he turned to the last page, his expression was stunned. This page was obviously not the end, because a wonderful theorem on this page was only half proved. Calvin was intoxicated by the exquisiteness of this theorem, and this feeling came to an abrupt end, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Calvin couldn't help asking, "Sir, what about the rest?" Chenluo shook his head. "There is no more. Geometry contains so much content that he not only has to prove theorems, but also their corollaries. Some theorems have more than a dozen corollaries, plus various graphics, and 200 pages can't even write 1/5 of the content. The entire geometry is very thick. Carrying them out, the goal is too big and too eye-catching." What's more, Chenluo hadn't finished writing. No more. Calvin was stunned, but this theorem is only half proved. The other half is in the next volume. Chenluo looked at him and said, "This is only a small part of the manuscript. The degree of attention people pay to mathematics determines whether there will be a next volume." Calvin finally understood. God spread mathematical knowledge to the world and gave mankind wisdom. This is God's grace. But if humans don't cherish it themselves, they will no longer deserve it. This is God's gift, but also God's test. Chapter 113. There was basically no disagreement between Chenluo and Calvin during the discussion on the publication of the first volume of geometry. Each city's mathematics society has its own journal, which is responsible for printing, publicity, and distribution. Chenluo only needs to write a book. He gave the mathematics society a 10% profit. Although Calvin wanted to refuse, he had no choice but to agree after Chenluo threatened to change the place of publication if he did not accept it. This geometry is an unprecedented masterpiece in the mathematics world, enough to make Lauren the world's mathematics center. Even if the Mathematics Society loses money, it will do its best to complete this matter. However, Chenluo did not think so. Except for teacher Brittany and Isabella, he did not want to take advantage of others for nothing. Before leaving, Calvin couldn't help but ask Chenluo, "Sir, the proof of that theorem." Chenluo waved his hand and said, "Wait for the second volume." In order to ensure better follow-up results and make readers want to read the next chapter after finishing one chapter, some online serial authors will stop abruptly when the plot is most exciting, which is called a chapter break. In order to increase the sales of the second volume of geometry, Chenluo adopted the method of breaking the volume. Breaking at the most exciting proof can greatly increase the sales of the second volume of geometry. Watching Chenluo leave the Mathematical Association, Calvin didn't have the courage to chase him and ask him to the end, nor did he ask his address. From the past situation, this sir didn't want others to find him. Calvin didn't dare to interfere with God's affairs. For him, there are two most important things at present. That is to typeset and print this first volume of geometry. He needs to go to the capital again. This matter is related to the future of the mathematics community in the Kingdom of Lauren. Calvin must report it to the president in person. At this moment, looking at these manuscripts, Calvin is full of pride. The era of Gaia has passed, and the era of Lauren has arrived. After returning to school, Chen Luo did not plan to write the second volume of geometry immediately. First, it was to whet the appetite, and second, he had wasted a lot of time. In the next period of time, he must study magic more diligently. After entering the second semester of the second year, the learning atmosphere in the class has improved a lot, and even Toby has become diligent. Under Chen Luo's guidance, he accepted his shortcomings in magic and turned his energy to learning fighting. It must be said that Toby is very talented in fighting. Before Chen Luo came, he alone could protect him and Blair from being bullied. Chen Luo did not expect that Toby looked fat, but his movement speed was not slow, and he was much more flexible than he imagined. It was no exaggeration to say that in terms of real strength, he could already laugh at Saint Donis. Although Chen Luo had the advantage in skills, he was far behind Toby in terms of weight. The absolute weight was enough to crush any fancy moves. Without magic, Chen Luo and Toby would fight, and the odds were 50-50. With geometry, Chen Luo finally did not have to worry about the gold coins in the short term. When Calvin returned from the capital, the book could be officially sold. Capital, Mathematical Association. Andy, one of the great scholars of the Kingdom of Lauren, the president, sat at the front of the conference hall. Below him was not the powerful vice president of the association, but Calvin, the president of the Oppo City branch. The spacious conference hall was full of people, and at a glance, there were more than 100 people. These more than 100 people were the real scholars in the mathematics community of Lauren. It was because of their existence that Lauren, a small country, became a giant in the mathematics community, and its mathematical strength was only second to that of Gaia. And this is already history. From now on, Lauren will replace Gaia as the new mathematics center of the world, all because of the manuscript placed in front of them. The honorary scholars of the Mathematical Association looked at the manuscript, including the great scholars, and all of them showed respect on their faces. When they were still struggling to climb the mathematical mountain filled with thick fog, someone pointed out the direction for them, and a path of geometry emerged from the fog and reached the top of the mountain. This is a miracle. The countless mathematical scholars in Lauren were so excited that they could not express it in words, and no one doubted the identity of God anymore. He is a god, and he can only be a god. Only the god of mathematics can bring countless advanced mathematical knowledge to the world like him. Even if he is just a flesh and blood body, it does not prevent him from becoming a god in the minds of mathematical scholars. A scholar stood up and said, "Luo Shan should not be a junior honorary scholar, we should give him the honor of a great scholar." Another scholar shook his head and said, "Great scholar, are you insulting God?" Regarding this matter, everyone spoke up. It is of course a great honor to give the title of honorary scholar and great scholar to ordinary people. But if we use these secular names to describe God, it is an insult to God. When everyone was arguing, the president of the Mathematical Association stood up, stopped the commotion in the conference hall, and shook his head and said, "Don't use our thoughts to speculate about God. If God is like us, caring about honor and money, how could he be so low-key? And how could he only price this masterpiece that promotes the progress of all mankind at 10 gold coins?" After a moment of stunned silence, many scholars suddenly realized. The president is right. God's thinking is not something we can understand. Luo Shan is just to spread knowledge, he is not for honor, let alone for gold coins. Regarding Luo Shan's affairs, we don't need to do anything extra, everything is up to God's will. After Andy said this deeply, he looked at Calvin and said solemnly, "The publication of geometry will be in accordance with Luo Shan's wishes. No matter what other requirements he has, you should agree to him first." When Chen Luo considered taking out geometry at the beginning, he actually meant to support the mathematics community in the Kingdom of Lauren. After all, Calvin and the Mathematical Association made him earn a lot of gold coins, which solved Chen Luo's problem of lack of money in the early stage. When necessary, it is also right to take them with him. Of course, Chen Luo is also very clear about the consequences of this matter. The Kingdom of Lauren will become the world's mathematics center, and it will be the eternal mathematics center. From now on, no one will be able to shake the status of Lauren mathematics. The significance of geometry is almost equivalent to that when mathematicians in other countries are still struggling on the road of mathematics. Lauren has taken the lead in opening the high-speed rail and passed by them in a flash. At this time, Gaia, who is slightly better in mathematics, is just driving a carriage. Chen Luo was somewhat thankful that he had chosen to be lenient and honest with teacher Brittany before, otherwise, it would be more troublesome to explain the future. If he waited until he wrote geometry before confessing to teacher Brittany, Chen Luo could not guarantee that he would get her forgiveness, and he might lose her forever. The current situation is very good. After confessing his identity, no matter what earth-shattering things he did, Teacher Brittany was not so shocked. Perhaps in her heart, she had already believed that Qianluo was the reincarnation of the goddess of wisdom. The manuscript of the first volume of geometry was given to Calvin for a long time, but there was no movement until now. Qianluo originally wanted to go to the Mathematical Association to ask, but he didn't expect Calvin to come to him first. Of course, Calvin didn't know that he was Qianluo. He came this time for other things. Qianluo looked at Calvin and asked uncertainly, "Mathematical problems?" Calvin nodded and said, "Like the 3-ruler and compass construction problems, and the turtle. Although Lauren has the sharp spear of geometry, it still needs a solid shield. Geometry can make Lauren's mathematical achievements more than other countries on the continent combined, making Lauren an undisputed mathematical center, but in order to prevent the incident of the Gaia Scholars Group from happening again, they still need mathematical problems, like the 3 major problems. These unsolvable problems can stop those scholars with bad intentions, so that Lauren will not fall into the shame of the last time. If geometry is Lauren's spear, these problems are Lauren's shield." When thinking of this matter, the first thing Calvin thought of was not God, but the devil. The questions asked by Mr. Blair were as terrifying as the devil. It was just a few math problems. Qianluo didn't take it seriously and nodded. I understand." Calvin was prepared for this and said, "Of course, I won't let Mr. Blair's hard work go in vain. For each question Mr. Blair solves, the association will reward you with 100 gold coins." Chapter 114. This time, Qianluo really didn't think about collecting money. But he couldn't let Calvin down. So he took the job reluctantly. In the next few days, after the Gaia scholars formed a group to suppress the Lauren mathematics community, were stumped by the devil Blair's 3-ruler construction problem, and fled because of the terrifying turtle, another major event happened in the Lauren mathematics community. The god of mathematics, who had been silent for a long time, has made new moves. A book geometry made the mathematicians of the Lauren kingdom collectively crazy. In this book, they can find all the geometry problems they have studied, and they can also find theorems they have never studied. While the mathematicians of Lauren were still exploring and swimming in the ocean of geometry knowledge, Qianluo drained the water in the ocean and showed them the treasures under the water. The geometry level of the Lauren kingdom instantly rose to a height that scholars from other countries could not reach. Of course, the significance of this book to the kingdom of Lauren is definitely not the perfection of geometry, but also the improvement of the status of mathematics. In terms of its contribution to the entire mathematical community, Lauren is already the undeserved uncrowned king of the continent. Although Gaia still has the name of the world's mathematical center, it is not the world's mathematical center in reality. For this geometry, the scholars of Lauren are ecstatic. Those who have money will definitely spend money to buy a copy, and those who are short of money will borrow money to buy a copy. It only takes 10 gold coins to buy this knowledge that cannot be measured by gold coins. This is simply the most cost-effective deal in the world. The first batch of geometry printed by the Mathematical Association was sold out on the first day. For this reason, the Mathematical Association reprinted the book overnight, but the second batch sold out in less time than the first batch. Mathematics is a basic subject, and it is not only mathematicians who need to learn mathematics. In fact, mathematicians do not need to learn science and astronomy, but scientists and astronomers all need to learn mathematics. Without mathematics, their research is just castles in the air. Therefore, when the reputation of geometry spread, it immediately triggered a large-scale purchase by other scholars. Influenced by geometry, the price of paper in Yabo City and several surrounding cities also suddenly rose. Because of a 200-page book, the academic community has aroused an unprecedented grand occasion. However, the good times did not last long. After just a few days, the mathematicians who were immersed in geometry suddenly found a problem that confused them. What they studied is in geometry, and what they have not studied is also in geometry. So what should they study in the future? Geometry occupies half of mathematics, and is also the subject that most scholars spend their entire lives studying. Now the mysterious veil of geometry has been completely unveiled by God. What should they study next? This problem did not bother mathematical scholars for long before it was solved by one person. After the 3 major ruler and compass construction problems, the devil Blair proposed dozens of problems in succession, which were posted on the reward wall by the Mathematical Association. These questions are varied, including algebra, geometry, and various strange problems. For example, prove that when the integer n is greater than 2, x caret n plus y caret n equals z caret n has no positive integer solution. Try to prove that any map can be colored differently with only 4 colors to make countries with common borders. Proof: Any integer greater than 2 can be written as the sum of 3 prime numbers. There are many problems like this. The reward wall of the mathematical association was suddenly filled with reward questions from being empty, which was unprecedented. These difficult problems are the dawn of hope for mathematical scholars, who are trapped in emptiness and confusion. For a time, a large number of scholars flocked to the mathematical association to try to solve these reward questions. Even if they cannot solve these problems, they can still study problems and do things. What's more, the rewards for these questions are very generous. If one can be solved, the lives of some poor scholars will be greatly improved immediately. After Calvin left for the last time, Chen Luo's treasure chest had thousands more gold coins. This is probably the last thing he did for the mathematical community. There are still many unsolved problems with the mathematical level of the 21st century, which should be enough for scholars here to study for thousands of years. The charm of mathematics lies in the process, not the result. The mathematical theorems given directly by him are soulless. It is better to let them enjoy the joy of mathematics in the process of discovering and solving problems. Those dozens of problems were not written casually by Chen Luo. Such as the 7 bridges problem. It seems simple and meaningless, but it is the embryo of topology. The 4-color problem is an upgraded version of the 7 bridges problem. It originated in 1852. It was not until June 1976 that mathematicians used 1,200 hours on 2 different electronic computers to make 10 billion judgments, and finally completed the proof of this theorem. However, in the eyes of mathematicians, theorems proved by computers are soulless. Many mathematicians are not satisfied with the achievements of computers. They believe that there should be a simple and clear written proof method. Until Chen Luo came here, there were still a large number of mathematicians and mathematics enthusiasts looking for a simpler proof method. Chen Luo can only wish good luck to the scholars who try to prove the 4-color theorem. As for Fermat's last theorem, Goldbach's conjecture, and the 4-color theorem, the common point of these 3 problems is that the questions are simple and easy to understand, but the connotation is extremely profound. Anyone who tries to prove them will fall into this bottomless abyss. Of course, Chen Luo is not a devil, and his purpose is not to embarrass these poor scholars. Those problems were carefully selected by him. In the process of studying those problems, new branches of mathematics will definitely appear. Chen Luo has planted seeds there for later mathematicians to discover. At that time, they will find that all the mathematics they have studied for thousands of years has actually appeared on this wall. At this moment, standing under the bounty wall of the Mathematical Association, the scholars looking at those questions could not help but begin to doubt their lives. Once geometry was published, Chen Luoshan's identity was confirmed. And when these various questions that they had no idea about were posted on the bounty wall, the devil Blair was finally vindicated. However, even if they had no idea in their minds, they still tried to solve them. After all, apart from these, they didn't have much to study. At this time, no one knew that these questions hanging on the wall at this moment would still be hanging here 1,000 years later. During this period, countless mathematical geniuses emerged, and their light illuminated the vast night sky of mathematics. However, even in that heroic age when mathematical geniuses frequently emerged and the stars were shining, there was always a part of the mathematical sky that was shrouded by the darkness of the devil. No matter what kind of mathematical prince or mathematical king, they all knelt and trembled in this darkness. Of course, people at that time already knew that under the darkness of the devil, and under the dark clouds of the mathematical sky, there was the fire given to them by God. For hundreds and thousands of years, in the process of studying those problems, more new branches of mathematics were opened up by scholars. It was not until that time that people knew that Chen Luo, the god of mathematics, or Blair, the devil of mathematics, had already guided them to a supreme road to truth thousands of years ago. When countless mathematical scholars were tortured to death by those reward questions, Chen Luo was walking on the way to buy vegetables with Isabella. Seeing Chen Luo bargaining with the vendor for a long time because the price of meat had increased by 2 silver coins, Isabella couldn't help but say, "Blair, you are more greedy than a dragon. You have so many gold coins, but you are still so stingy." Frugality is the virtue of the traditional Chinese nation. Having money does not mean waste and extravagance. In the place where Chen Luo came, people wearing branded clothes are not necessarily rich. People wearing cheap vests and slippers may have more than a dozen buildings behind them to collect rent. Bargaining is not stinginess, it is a life attitude. You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you run a household. Isabella is a noble lady. She has never experienced a poor life and doesn't understand the hardships of these low-level people. Chen Luo glanced at Isabella and said, "It's because of the Lord Mayor." The butcher said that they have collected an extra tax this year, so they can only raise the price of meat. Isabella looked at him angrily and said angrily, "Blair, the tax issue is decided by the Minister of Finance, not the Lord Mayor." Isabella seemed to care about this matter very much. Qianluo hurriedly said, Okay, I was wrong, but no matter how rich I am, I can't spend it carelessly. I have to save that money to marry a beautiful wife." Isabella looked at him with contempt and said, "Blair, do you only look at beauty when choosing a wife?" "Of course not." Qianluo thought for a while and said, "In addition to beauty, she must have a good figure, be strong but gentle, and smart." Isabella thought for a while and said, "Her profession is best to be a teacher?" Qianluo nodded and said, "Hello, teacher. Teachers also have winter and summer vacations." Chapter 115. This afternoon, after dinner, Isabella went back to her and Brittany's room. Usually at this time, she would go to Qianluo's room, either to talk to him or just lie on the bed until it was time to go back. Qianluo didn't know whether he had offended her with that word, or whether Isabella was in a bad mood and had something on her mind. Looking at the closed door of her room, Qianluo shook his head and walked out. It's better not to disturb her at this time. After being promoted to a junior magician, the power of magic in various departments has been greatly improved, and he can no longer practice magic in the room. If he is not careful, he and Brittany will be homeless. When going downstairs, Qianluo happened to meet the vice president Akir. He said hello to Akir and prepared to go to the open space behind the teacher's dormitory building. When Archer saw him, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "Student Blair, please wait a moment." Qianluo looked back at him and asked, "Dean Archer, is there anything?" Archer looked at him and smiled. "It's like this, the academy has something and would like to ask Student Blair for a favor." After hearing what Dean Archer said, Qianluo realized that the academy wanted him to make a set of math test papers for the third-year students. After the incident of the Jaya Scholar and the Mathematics Association's bounty wall, everyone understood that the math devil Blair's problem-solving ability was indeed strong, but his best skill was still the problem-setting ability. With just one question, the Jaya Scholar could flee overnight. Who else in the entire Lauren Kingdom could do this? The Academy is just worrying about the test questions these days. As the alma mater of Edwin Award winner and Devil Blair, St. Donis also has 3 honorary scholars in mathematics. If the overall mathematics level of the Academy is still the same as before, it will be a disgrace to Blair and himself. After careful consideration, Archer decided to give him the third-grade mathematics test paper in 2 days. Although this sounds a bit unreasonable, who makes him a devil in mathematics and a hero of Lauren in addition to being a student of St. Donis? Archer looked at Qianluo and asked with a smile, "Student Blair, do you think this is okay?" Qianluo did not think about it for long and nodded, saying, "Since this is the intention of the Academy, I will give the test paper to Dean Archer tomorrow." It seems a bit strange to let him, who is only in the 2nd grade, to write the 3rd-grade mathematics test paper, but in the land of God's grace, this kind of thing is normal. The people of the land of God's grace only recognize strong strength and profound knowledge. As long as one has one of these two, he will not be despised because of his age. They would not even consider how he had such knowledge and strength at the age of 16. All the reasons can be attributed to God. Geniuses with super talents are the gifts of the god of magic, and people with super knowledge at a young age are favored by the goddess of wisdom. Of course, if they perform too advanced, they will be regarded as God himself, just like Qianluo in the mathematics world. Qianluo used to have to explain to others that all his knowledge was self-taught from the library. Now he has no explanation. Asking is the favor of the goddess of wisdom, and asking again is the messenger of the devil. Compared with self-taught, people are more receptive to such reasons. Technically speaking, it is more difficult to set questions for 3rd-grade students than those Qianluo gave to the Mathematics Association. After all, those are things that have already existed in later generations. He does not need to think about them at all, just use them directly. For the 3rd-grade test papers, Qianluo also needs to consider their math level. It is not good if they are too difficult, and it is not good if they are too simple. It does not show the level of the question setter. Fortunately, his profession is a teacher. After spending half a night, Qianluo solved the problem and gave the test paper to Vice Dean Calvin the next day. The questions he set are all the knowledge that 3rd-grade students should master. Of course, the angle of the questions is a bit tricky, but the knowledge points are still those, and students with a solid foundation should have no problem. In a math test for the 3rd grade, the person who wrote the questions was actually a 2nd-year junior. Although this made many students feel a little strange, he was an honorary scholar, a devil in the math world, and a hero of Roland. To some extent, it was their honor to have Blair personally write a test paper. However, a day later, the third-year students, who had just finished the test and walked out of the classroom, had dazed expressions. Just now, they saw the perverted farmer who put hens and rabbits into a cage and counted their legs, the paranoid snail that climbed up 5 meters and slid down 4 meters and kept climbing up, the stupid water magician who filled and drained water at the same time, and the wind magician who flew at a constant speed, flew from one city to another every day, and was never late. From today, they have a deep understanding of the devil in the math world. And they seriously suspected that Blair mistook them for scholars from Gaia. These questions should be posted on the reward wall of the Mathematics Association. In the second grade classroom, Chen-Luo sneezed for no reason. The questions given to the third graders were the most basic and simple, just to test the students, and any scholar outside could solve them. For someone like Isabella, who has a solid foundation in mathematics, that test paper can definitely get full marks. Next to Chen-Luo, Toby held up his fat face with one hand, looked at him and asked, "Blair, are you really the goddess of wisdom? People outside say so." Chen-Luo glanced at him and asked back, "Do you think I am?" "No." Toby shook his head and said, "Have you forgotten that we used to compete to see who can pee farther? The goddess of wisdom definitely doesn't pee like that." After dispelling this doubt, Toby seemed to have opened his mind and asked with interest, "Blair, if you really become a woman, will you like me?" Chen-Luo didn't even look at him, and waved his hand and said, "Don't ask me such a disgusting question." Toby looked at him confidently and said, "If I become a woman, I will let you XXXX first." "Toby, get out of here." Before Chen-Luo opened his mouth, Linda, who was sitting in front of him, couldn't help it. She jumped up and kicked, but Toby dodged it. The two of them left the classroom in a quarrel. At this time, Chen-Luo saw Chui-Si standing up and seemed to have something to say. He raised his head and asked, "Classmate Chui-Si, do you have anything to say?" Chui-Si lowered her head and whispered, "Classmate Blair, can you come out for a moment? I have something to say to you." Seeing Tris lowering her head and blushing, Chen-Luo secretly thought that he was going to be in trouble. Although Tris, like Alice, had hinted to him many times, in order not to destroy the relationship between classmates, Chen-Luo would try to avoid it every time. If he couldn't avoid it, he would pretend to be stupid. But the premise of all this was that one would never say anything, and the other would pretend to be stupid. If they chose to make things clear, Chen-Luo could only be ruthless to the end. In any case, the classroom was not a place to talk. Chen-Luo nodded and followed Tris out. The place where Tris went was the small garden behind the teaching building. Chen-Luo paused for a moment and followed her. Although that place was remote, he was not afraid that Tris would do anything to him. Seeing that Tris had stopped, Chen-Luo walked a few steps behind her and asked, "Tris, what's the matter?" Tris turned around, looked at Chen-Luo, and asked tentatively, "Blair, are you dating Senior Alice?" Chen-Luo looked at her in surprise and asked, "Why do you ask?" Tris lowered her head and said, "I heard them say that Senior Alice hugged you that day. It was just a farewell hug." Chen-Luo shook his head and said, "That night, Senior Alice hugged a lot of people. But they are all girls." Tris said, then raised her head and asked happily, "So, Blair is not dating Alice?" Chen-Luo nodded, "No, this is just a rumor." Tris was about to say something, but Chen-Luo spoke again, saying, "I already have someone I like. How could I date Alice?" Tris's expression immediately became a little uneasy, and she whispered, "Can I know who Blair likes?" Although Alice left, Tris has not given up. Although this has no effect on him, Chen-Luo does not want to waste the thoughts of these girls on him. He smiled and said, "It's Isabella. I fell in love with her the first time I saw her. I hope Tris can keep this secret for me." Tris' face lost its rosiness instantly. She lowered her head and said, "Blair, I'm sorry to bother you. I will keep this secret for you." After that, she ran away biting her lip. Looking at her hurriedly leaving back, Chen-Luo sighed. It was better for him to take the initiative to speak than to refuse after she spoke. The best way to deal with such things is not to give her hope from the beginning. After shaking his head helplessly, Chen-Luo also walked towards the direction of the classroom. Not far away, Isabella, who had just seen Chen-Luo and Tris from a distance and followed them stealthily, hid behind a tree, her mind blank. Chapter 116. After using Isabella as a shield and cutting off Tris' hope, Chen-Luo was relieved. First, he didn't want to fall in love now, and second, Tris was not his type. When he returned to the classroom, Chen-Luo found that many third-grade students gathered at the door of the classroom, looking at him as if he were an enemy. The person who sets the questions always gets into trouble, And it's all because they don't have a solid foundation. Chen Luo walked into the classroom calmly. The students looked at him for a while, and then they dispersed after the bell rang. After school in the morning, Chen Luo routinely waited for Isabella at the door of the classroom. However, when the last person in the class left, Isabella still didn't show up. Chen Luo went to her classroom to find her, but was told that Isabella had left long ago. He returned to the dormitory, looked at Isabella, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze, and said, "Why didn't you tell me that you came back alone? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Isabella's eyes were a little evasive, and she said, I forgot." Chen Luo glanced at her, and didn't care about these things, because waiting for Isabella delayed the cooking, and he had to move faster. Isabella was in a bad mood these days. It seemed that there was a conflict between the city lord and the finance minister, which made the whole Yabo city full of smoke and miasma. In the kingdom of Lauren, although the city lord is the chief of a city, he cannot cover the sky with one hand. In Yabo City, Isabella's father is in charge of administration, and the finance minister manages finances. In addition, there are sheriffs, who are responsible for social security. In name, the city lord is the most powerful, but in fact, the finance minister and the sheriff have greatly dispersed the power of the city lord. In some cities, there are even cases where the finance minister and the sheriff bully the city lord. Chen Luo couldn't help her with these things. His words still had some weight in the circle of mathematicians or magicians, but he had no connections in the political world. In the past few days, Isabella's changes were not only reflected in her mood. In the past, she would come to Chen Luo's room after dinner every day. In recent days, she was alone in the next room. When Chen Luo slept, the quilt was cold. Not only that, Chen Luo also felt that she was deliberately avoiding him. Although he didn't know the purpose of her doing so, Chen Luo would not take the initiative to ask if he was sure that he had not offended her. "Teacher Brittany, I'm going to the Magic Association to find some information, and will be back before the evening." After dinner, Chen Luo said hello to Brittany, and went to the Magic Association alone. Isabella looked at the direction of the door for a long time, not knowing what she was thinking. Brittany looked at her and asked Sasha, "Did you have a fight with Blair?" Isabella came back to her senses, shook her head, and said, "No." "Really?" Brittany looked into her eyes and said, "These days, I feel that you two are not quite right. I thought Blair made you angry." "No." Isabella shook her head and said, "It's my family's business, it has nothing to do with him." It's very rare that Isabella lied to Brittany. The reason why she avoided him these days was that she didn't know how to face him. That day, in the grove behind the teaching building, she heard his conversation with Trish with her own ears. Isabella never thought that the girl Blair liked was actually her. What she didn't expect was that after hearing this, her heart was actually filled with joy, as if she had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. This forced her to re-examine their relationship. On the surface, they were seniors and juniors, but in fact, they ate at the same table and slept in the same bed. If there was no teacher Brittany, wouldn't she and Blair be like real husband and wife? Although she didn't hate Blair, and even liked him a little bit, but she was not ready yet. If Blair suddenly confessed to her, what should she do? Should she accept it directly, or should she consider it for a while before accepting it? In the past few days, Isabella has been thinking about this problem, but there has been no result. Brittany was silent for a moment, looked at Isabella again, and said, "Sasha, I don't know if you like Blair, but if you really like him, you must seize the opportunity and don't be like Alice. By then, it will be too late to regret." Speaking of Alice, Isabella thought of something. When Alice went to the capital, Isabella was very happy. Although part of her happiness was that she no longer had to compare with her, she was more relieved. It seemed that after Alice left, she would not compete with her for anything. It was not until just now that Isabella realized that Blair was that thing. She thought for a while, put down her chopsticks, and said, "Teacher Brittany, I will also go to the Magic Association to check the information." Brittany smiled and said, "Go quickly." Magic Association. Chen Luo came to the Magic Association not to check the information. He had read all the information that was useful to him. He just wanted to see the subsequent benefits of his combination magic, and by the way, asked Jasmine if the Magic Association has any new magic recently. When he arrived at the Magic Association, it was just their lunch time. So Chen Luo naturally asked her to meet at a cake shop opposite the Magic Association, and they ate and talked. Jasmine was his financial officer, and Chen Luo was never stingy with his own people. Since Jasmine knew his identity, Chen Luo no longer had to wear that black robe when meeting her. Jasmine sat opposite him, and said with some regret, "Most magicians cannot perform combination magic, and combination magic is a kind of thought, which is different from other improved magic. As long as the magician knows this thought, he can try to combine various magics, so in the past few months, the benefits of combination magic are very small. Although this matter is a bit regrettable, it is also within Chen Luo's expectations. As Jasmine said, combination magic is actually not technically difficult. As long as you have that kind of talent, even a rabbit or a pig can release it, so from the beginning, Chen Luo did not hope to get rich by combining magic. For him now, the royalties from the Mathematics Association are the biggest source of income. Even if he finishes writing geometry, it will provide him with a steady stream of income. Without thinking about the combination of magic, Chen Luo looked at her and asked, "Does the Magic Association have any new magic recently?" Molly shook her head and said, "The Magic Association has not had any real improved magic for several years. Even variant magic can only be produced a few times a year. Some magicians, after researching improved magic, will not contribute it to the Magic Association. Of the resources of the Magic Association, Chen Luo cares most about the various new magics that can enhance his spiritual power. Although he has already bought a lot, he is prepared for a rainy day. For him, the more the better." At this time, Jasmine suddenly thought of something and said, "If Mr. Blair wants more new magic, he can try his luck at the Magic Exchange meeting. The branch will hold a Magic Exchange meeting in a few days." From Jasmine, Chen Luo got the relevant information of the Magic Exchange meeting. The Exchange meeting of the Magic Association is actually the same as the Salon of the Mathematical Association. This exchange meeting is led by the Magic Association, which brings together some powerful magicians to exchange magic with each other. During this period, there will also be the sale of improved and variant magic. Not everyone is as selfless as Chen Luo, willing to hand over the new magic they have comprehended to the Magic Association. More magicians will choose private transactions. Except for Teacher Brittany and Baird, Chen Luo has not communicated with powerful magicians. This exchange meeting is a good opportunity. Jasmine looked at him and smiled. If Mr. Blair wants to attend the exchange meeting, he can come directly to the Magic Association. You are a senior member of the association, and do not need to accept the invitation. At the entrance of the Magic Association, Isabella came out with a puzzled look. Blair said he came to the Magic Association to look up information, but she had searched the Magic Association several times just now and asked a deacon to find him, but she still couldn't find him. Where did he go? Isabella muttered softly and walked to the cake shop opposite. She had been avoiding him these days, and it was her fault. She was going to carefully select a piece of cream honey cake that Blair liked to eat as his apology gift. Chapter 117. Chen Luo is very embarrassed now. Very embarrassed. He told Teacher Brittany that he was going to the Magic Association to look up information today, but was caught by Isabella having afternoon tea with Jasmine in the cake shop. This feeling of being exposed in front of others was even more embarrassing than when he and Isabella were caught in bed by Teacher Brittany last time. Isabella looked at him calmly and said, "Blair, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here." Jasmine looked at Chen Luo, then at Isabella, stood up and said, "Thank you Mr. Blair for lunch, I will help you find the information you want as soon as possible." Chen Luo smiled and said, "You're welcome, Miss Jasmine has troubled me so many times, it's my duty to treat you to a meal." Jasmine smiled and saluted Isabella, and then slowly walked out of the cake shop. Isabella ordered a piece of cake, sat opposite Chen Luo, and said, "Sure, Blair, when did you become so familiar with the deacon of the Magic Association?" Isabella was very angry now. With the encouragement of Teacher Brittany, she finally mustered up the courage to come to the Magic Association to find him, and even thought of an apology. But when she got here, she saw Blair and the beautiful deacon of the Magic Association flirting with each other. Didn't he say he liked me?" Chen Luo took a sip of tea and said, "Not really familiar, but I just want to ask Deacon Jasmine for help with something, so I invited her to dinner." "Isn't that too much?" Isabella frowned and said, "There are so many deacons in the Magic Association, why is it her?" Chen Luo asked back, "There are so many deacons in the Magic Association, why can't it be her?" Isabella's chest rose and fell, and she said angrily, "Blair you." Chen Luo stood up and said, "If Senior Isabella has nothing to do, I will go back to school first." It was she who ignored him these days, and now it was she who came to question him, and even cared about who he made friends with. Did she think she was Teacher Brittany? Isabella was not his girlfriend or wife, so Chen Luo certainly didn't need to explain to her. Looking at Chen Luo's back as he left in a chic manner, Isabella picked up the fork and stabbed it hard into the cake in front of her, gritting her teeth, and said, Blair, Miss Jasmine, why are you calling me so affectionately?" In the third grade classroom, Most of the students were buried in their books, and Isabella held her chin with one hand, looking out the window in a daze. 2 days passed, she ignored Blair, and Blair didn't talk to her. Although he still cooked for her and teacher Brittany as usual, he didn't wait for her to go back after school. This made Isabella feel a little irritated. She wanted to go back to the past with Blair, but she didn't know how to do it. At this time, a figure walked in from outside, sat next to her, slammed the table hard, and gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Ed, he said he would love me forever, men are all liars." Isabella retracted her gaze, looked at her deskmate and friend, and asked, "Lola, what's wrong with Ed? Hasn't he always been pursuing you?" Lola said angrily, "Ed is dating Betty. Don't mention his name to me anymore." "Why?" Isabella was confused and surprised, and asked in surprise, "Isn't she in love with you?" Lola said bitterly, "Men are like this, they only say they like someone. Betty just seduced him a little bit, and he betrayed me." A girl in front, who has always been at odds with Lola, turned her head and laughed. "What kind of betrayal is this? You didn't agree to Ed. It's his freedom to date anyone. What's your business?" Isabella looked at the girl and retorted, "But Donna, Ed has been pursuing Lola for 2 years. How can he be with Betty?" Donna glanced at Lola and said, "Why not? Nothing is impossible in this world. Lola is not a star. Why does Ed revolve around her?" Isabella said, "But..." "No buts." Donna shook her head at Isabella and said, "Isabella, although you have good grades and high magic talent, you don't understand boys. They treat you well because they hope you will treat them well, not because they want you to think you are very charming and can play with them at will. Let them come when they are happy, and kick them away when they are unhappy." Isabella was stunned there, and she suddenly realized that Blair's coldness towards her seemed to have started when he deliberately alienated Blair. Think about it carefully. Blair cooked for him, helped her publish articles, and was even willing to give his life for her. But what did she do? She deliberately avoided him, and made him wait outside the classroom for so long. When she was happy, she would talk to Blair and sleep on his bed. When she was unhappy, she would avoid him like she did a few days ago. What is the difference between her and Lola? Moreover, she is not irreplaceable to Blair. Without her, there is still Alice and Jasmine. Let's not talk about Lola. Donna didn't notice Isabella's strangeness, stretched out her hand to her, and said, "I changed a new perfume today. It is jasmine scent. You smell it. If you like it, I will give you a bottle. I found that boys seem to like jasmine more." After lunch, Chenluo took a walk for half an hour, then returned to his room and began to meditate. After getting used to this process, he didn't feel how boring it was. However, just as he entered the meditative state, the door was pushed open from the outside. Isabella stood at the door and asked, "Blair, are you thirsty?" "No." Chenluo shook his head, opened his eyes, and looked at Isabella for a few more times. When did Isabella care about whether he was thirsty or not? She used to ask Chenluo to help her boil brown sugar water when she was thirsty. Oh. The light in Isabella's eyes dimmed a little, and she closed the door and walked out. 5 minutes later, she came in with a plate of cut fruits and said, "Blair, do you want to eat some fruit?" Chenluo looked at Isabella for a long time, and his face suddenly became serious. He said, "Senior Isabella, I was wrong that day. I shouldn't have talked to you like that. I sincerely apologize to you here. I hope you don't take it to heart." Isabella asked in confusion, "Blair, what are you talking about?" Chenluo shook his head and said, "I won't eat the fruit. I will be careful about what I say next time." Isabella was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something, looked at Chenluo, and said in disbelief, "Blair, do you suspect that I poisoned here?" Poisoning is not the case, but spitting, adding some laxatives, etc., with Isabella's style, it is not impossible to do it. But judging from her expression, he must be overthinking. How is it possible? Chenluo smiled, picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick, put it in his mouth, and said, "Actually, I just want to apologize to you. I have thought about it carefully these days, and feel that I did something wrong. I shouldn't talk to you like that. I was wrong." Isabella lowered her head and said, "I shouldn't treat you like that. I don't know what happened to me. I understand." Chenluo waved his hand and said, "Girls always have such a few days a month, it's okay. Have you forgiven me? I was never angry with you." "Really? Really?" Chenluo said this solemnly, and then asked, "It's quite cold down there. Do you want to go to bed, Isabella?" Last night, after the two of them had reconciled, Chenluo and Isabella played on the bed until very late before going to bed. Although Chenluo was not as good as Isabella in playing cards, and lost more than a dozen copper coins, he regained a warm bed. Although the hot water bottle can also provide heat, it always feels like something is missing. A quilt without Isabella's scent is soulless. His quilt can't be warmed up by himself, especially the feet, which are often cold all night long. But as long as Isabella sleeps, the quilt will become fragrant and warm, which makes Qianluo feel surprised and a little melancholy. In a few months, Isabella will go to the capital. Although it will be spring, spring is here, so how far will winter be? The next winter is destined to be a hard winter. When eating breakfast, Qianluo felt even more melancholy when he looked at Isabella. He put down his chopsticks and asked casually, "Senior Isabella, when are you going to the capital?" Brittany looked at Qianluo and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Blair? Are you reluctant to leave Isabella?" Isabella didn't look at Qianluo, but her hand slowed down. "A little bit." Qianluo nodded and said honestly, "It's always a little uncomfortable to have two people in a family of three." Isabella glanced at him and said, "Who said I must go to the capital? Anyway, there are still a few months. Maybe I will change my mind. Don't forget that I still have to protect you before you become a senior magician." Although she said maybe, she already had a positive answer in her heart. After she left, Blair still had teacher Brittany, but she was left alone. Just as Blair said, she had already gotten used to the life of three people, and suddenly became alone, so learning magic was meaningless to her. Chapter 118. Qianluo knew very well that he wanted Isabella to stay, just for her warm body. This was a very selfish idea. A genius like her should go to a wider world. Qianluo's ideal was very simple. He just wanted to stay with teacher Brittany until she became a saint mage, or he himself became a saint mage. Isabella was not staying here tonight. She had something to do at home, so she went back first. After having dinner with teacher Brittany, Qianluo changed his clothes and went out. The Magic Association had an exchange meeting today, and Jasmine said there might be new magic for sale there, so Qianluo planned to try his luck. The venue of the exchange meeting was at the Magic Association. Qianluo was already familiar with the road to the Magic Association. When he arrived at the entrance of the Magic Association in a black robe, Jasmine came to meet him from a distance and said, "My lord, you are here. A magician just sold 2 variant magics. I wrote them down for you." Qianluo looked at Jasmine in surprise and asked, "How did you recognize me?" The magic exchange meeting was not an academic salon. The magicians who participated in this exchange meeting were very cautious. There were many people who were hiding their heads and showing their tails, like Qianluo. Everyone was afraid of being targeted by people with bad intentions and killing people to steal treasures. Especially those magicians who had improved magic generally did not reveal their true faces. At a glance, Qianluo found 3 black robes of the same style as him. Jasmine smiled and said, "You have the scent of lilies on you, which is easy to smell." Qianluo raised his arm and smelled it, but he didn't smell any fragrance. It might be that he had been with Isabella for too long and had long been accustomed to her fragrance. Qianluo followed Jasmine in, and saw that the hall of the Magic Association was divided into several areas. Each area was equipped with sofas, drinks, cakes, etc. Familiar magicians would sit together to exchange magic experiences or chat. Qianluo took a quick look and saw several senior magicians who did not hide their identities. There were more intermediate magicians, and there were only a few junior magicians. There were no magic apprentices, and Qianluo did not see any great magicians. At the front of the hall was a temporary platform. If anyone had new magic to sell or exchange, the deacon of the Magic Association would notify everyone there. Jasmine pointed to the front near the platform and said, "Sir, your seat is at the front." Watching the beautiful deacon of the Magic Association lead a black-robed man to the front area, many people in the hall stopped talking and followed. At tonight's exchange meeting, the closer the person is to the front, the higher his status in the Magic Association. They watched the man walk all the way to the front and sit in the first area on the right. Who is he? He can sit in that position. Is he a great magician? It is very likely, but besides President Angus, is there any other great magician in Yabo City? Tonight's exchange meeting actually attracted a great magician. Is there any powerful new magic? Qianluo sat on the sofa, ignoring the discussions of the crowd. He looked at the 2 new magic materials handed over by Jasmine and felt a little disappointed. These are 2 useless variant magics. They are not much different from basic magics, and are not very helpful for improving his mental strength. They are probably just some magician who wants to make contributions and make money. If this level of magic is all in this exchange meeting, then he has made a wasted trip today. Go away, you dare to sell any broken things for 100 gold coins. Take your things away, don't get in the way. Deacon Andre, Why don't you drive this troublemaker out? When will magic apprentices be able to participate in this kind of exchange meeting? After watching the two useless magics, Qianluo just picked up the cup and had no time to take a sip. Suddenly, there was a commotion in a certain area behind him. Qianluo put down the cup and turned his head to see a young man in his 20s being carried by two deacons and walking towards the door of the Magic Association. Qianluo was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "What is that?" Molly looked at it and explained, "It should be a magic apprentice who got in somehow. Every exchange meeting, there will be people like this who want to exchange some benefits from high-level magicians, but many of them are liars and will be driven out like this in the end." Qianluo looked at the young man, who was about to be carried out, and said, "Let him come over." Molly was stunned for a moment and asked, "Does the Lord want to see him?" Qianluo nodded and said, "Let him take his things." Although Molly was curious, she didn't ask more questions and walked quickly towards the door. Not long after, she brought the young man over, accompanied by Brady, whom Qianluo had met several times. Brady looked at Qianluo and asked in confusion, "Master Qianluo, he is a liar. Why did you meet this liar?" "What, Qianluo, you are Qianluo?" The young man had obviously heard of Qianluo's name, and he was shocked when he heard it, God of Mathematics, the founder of the fifth system of magic. The young man's voice was very loud, and the magicians in several surrounding areas heard it clearly, and then it caused a commotion. Is this man the God of Mathematics? The founder of the fifth magic, Qianluo? He is indeed a great magician. Bear died in his hands. I have heard of the fifth magic. He created the era of geniuses in magic. I heard that the 5 major colleges in the capital are recruiting special geniuses, who can release dual magic this year. Not only do they waive tuition fees, but they also receive huge rewards. No wonder such a person can sit in that position. Qianluo didn't care about the commotion in the distance. He looked at the young man and asked, "Do you know me?" The young man was very excited and said, "I am also a mathematical researcher. I have heard of your name." Qianluo nodded and looked at the thing in his hand. A strange color flashed in his eyes. Just now, he saw from a distance that the thing in the young man's hand was strange. The shape was very similar to the aircraft used by Harry Osborn in Spider-Man. When he took it, Qianluo felt that it was more like a flying machine. This thing is made of wood. Its bottom is in the shape of a manta ray, with 2 wings extending to the left and right. These 2 wings are not 2 simple wooden boards. To be precise, the bottom of the board is almost flat, and the top is curved. Although the production is a bit rough, people who are familiar with science fiction films should have the same first impression as Qianluo when they see this thing. Qianluo looked at him and asked, "What are you holding?" The young man looked down and said, "It can help junior magicians master the art of flying. I call it a flying aid." At this time, many people had gathered around. Brady said with a frown, "Don't show off your tricks in front of Master Qianluo." "It doesn't matter." Qianluo waved his hand, looked at the young man, and asked, "Go on." The young man put the thing on the ground, stepped on it with both feet, and fixed it with 2 straps, saying, "Although I haven't succeeded in the experiment yet, I am sure that in theory, with my flying aid, even a junior magician of the wind system can fly." As his voice fell, many of the magicians watching laughed. As we all know, flying is an intermediate magic of the wind system, which requires a high level of mental strength. The mental strength of junior magicians is too weak to master it. The barrier of magician level is not so easy to break. Qianluo did not laugh, because only he knew that what the young man said was true. Although this thing looked simple, according to its design principle, let alone a person weighing 100 kilograms, it can even make things weighing thousands of tons fly to tens of thousands of meters high. Qianluo looked at the young man and asked, "What's your name?" "Daniel." Qianluo was surprised. "Is your last name Bernoulli?" Daniel shook his head and said, "I'm just a civilian, I don't have a last name." Qianluo glanced at him and said, "How many gold coins do you plan to sell this thing for?" Brady was stunned for a moment and asked, "Sir, do you really want to buy it, buy this garbage?" Qianluo nodded. Although this thing was useless to him, Daniel gave him a great reminder, which might make his wind magic have a qualitative change. 100 gold coins. Daniel thought about it, gritted his teeth, and said the number, and then added, "I have applied for certification for my flight aid. It only takes 100 gold coins, and it belongs to you. Moreover, I promise to continue to improve it for you until it is perfect." Qianluo looked at Jasmine and said, "Miss Jasmine, please take out 100 gold coins for him." Although Jasmine was surprised, she still nodded and said politely, "Mr. Daniel, please wait here." Daniel stood there in a daze. After a moment, He looked at Chen Luo and finally couldn't help asking, why did you buy it? You don't need it at all. Chen Luo smiled and said nothing. Daniel was silent for a moment, and asked again, do you think it is worth 100 gold coins? Chen Luo stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, believe me, it is worth much more than 100 gold coins. After that, he looked at Brady and said, Mr. Brady, can you deposit this thing in the Magic Association for me first? Brady looked at him with a strange look, then nodded and said, of course. Chen Luo was about to leave, when a deep voice suddenly came from behind him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Luo? Chen Luo turned his head, and a middle-aged man looked at him and said, my name is Austin Kravis, and I am glad to meet Mr. Chen Luo. In fact, even if he didn't introduce himself, Chen Luo knew who the handsome man standing in front of him was. Because the person standing next to this person, and looking at him with strange eyes, was Isabella. Clavis is Isabella's last name. Her father is the Lord of Yabo City, Austin Clavis. Chapter 119. Chen Luo glanced at Isabella, then looked at Austin again and asked, what's the matter, Lord City Lord? A few months ago, Mr. Chen Luo killed the high-level fire magician Baird, and saved my daughter from him. We have always wanted to thank you in person, but we didn't have the chance. Austin explained, looked at Isabella, and said, Sha, why don't you thank Mr. Chen Luo? Isabella put her hands together, bowed slightly, and said obediently, thank you, Mr. Chen Luo. Having known Isabella for so long, Chen Luo has never seen her so obedient. He really wanted to see Isabella continue to act like a lady, but if he stayed with her for too long, there would be a risk of exposing his identity. After Chen Luo glanced at Isabella, he looked away and said calmly, I only wanted to kill Baird, but she was just lucky. Austin smiled and said, no matter what the reason is, it is a fact that you saved Sasha. The Clavis family will always remember your kindness. If you need any help in the future, you can come to the City Lord's mansion to find me. I don't think there will ever be such a day. A deep voice came from under the black robe, and then Chen Luo turned and walked to the second floor of the Magic Association. Jasmine was already waiting for him at the stairs. Originally, he planned to go back directly, but the appearance of Isabella made Chen Luo change his mind. He realized tonight that he didn't know Isabella well enough. For example, he only knew that Isabella's father was the mayor of Yabo City, but he didn't know that he was also a senior magician. Not only that, he gave Chen Luo the feeling that he was stronger than any magician he had ever seen. This included not only Baird and Brittany, but even the great magician Angus, who could not give Chen Luo such a feeling. His mental power not only grew faster than ordinary people, but also seemed to have some keen qualities. If the magician did not actively reveal his strength, ordinary people could not see their realm at all, but for Chen Luo, he could feel a threat from the other party. Although he could not judge the other party's level by this, he could make a preliminary judgment of his strength through comparison. High-level magicians of the fire, water and earth systems could not give Chen Luo such a feeling. He could almost conclude that Austin must have majored in the wind system. Isabella looked at Chen Luo's back and murmured, this person is so strange. Austin said, this Lord Chen Luo's personality is a little strange, but the strong are always different from ordinary people, so it's not strange. Isabella shook her head and whispered, I mean, why does he always like to use lily-scented perfume? At the stairs, Chen Luo looked back again and asked Jasmine, does the City Lord often attend magic exchange meetings? I came twice before. Jasmine said, sometimes I buy some improved magic back. No wonder Isabella didn't feel any psychological pressure when she passed on those mental skills and knew magic to herself. The improved magic represented by the Magic Association cannot be spread privately, but if it is bought directly from the improver, there is no such restriction. The gold coins needed to buy it out are much higher than those through the Magic Association. Daniel stood aside and said, thank you, Master Chen Luo. I will transfer the invention of the auxiliary aircraft to you. I believe this will bring you value far beyond 100 gold coins. How should I contact you then? Chen Luo said, come directly to the Magic Association to find Miss Jasmine. Daniel thanked her again and left quickly with 100 gold coins in his pocket. Jasmine finally couldn't help wondering and asked, Master, can it really allow junior magicians to learn flying? Chen Luo nodded and said, in principle, it is possible. In another world, Swiss mathematician Daniel Bernoulli proposed a theorem in 1738. In the flow of fluid ignoring viscosity loss, the sum of pressure potential energy, kinetic energy and potential energy at any 2 points on the streamline remains unchanged. This theorem is one of the basic theories of fluid mechanics. It can be seen from the Bernoulli equation that the faster the flow rate, the lower the pressure, the smaller the pressure, the slower the flow rate, the higher the pressure, and the greater the pressure. This theorem is widely used. Apart from the complicated aerodynamic explanation, the principles of most aircraft can be simply explained by Bernoulli's principle. This is also an important knowledge point in high school physics. Daniel's flight aid has different geometric shapes on the two wings, and the upper end is streamlined. When moving at high speed, the airflow rate at the upper end is fast, and the pressure is less than that at the lower end, so the two wings will generate an upward lift. According to Bernoulli's principle, not to mention junior magicians, even ordinary people can use similar devices to glide or soar for a short time through slopes or power traction. As for the junior magicians, although their mental power is not enough to make them fly, they can make up for the lack of mental power with the help of this scientific principle, which may greatly reduce the lower limit of mental power required for flying. For wind magic, this is a historic progress. Of course, for Qianluo, he does not need to use external objects at all. As long as he controls the airflow rate around his body, he can master the flying technique before becoming an intermediate magician. Qianluo is not ignorant of Bernoulli's principle, but he has never thought about it in this direction before. The inspiration Daniel gave him is worth 100 gold coins. And if Daniel's invention can be perfected, it will undoubtedly promote the reform of wind magic. At that time, this thing may become a convenient means of transportation for low-level magicians. Even if it is just flying close to the ground, the speed will be much faster than a carriage. And its role for high-level magicians is equally obvious. Although most high-level magicians master the art of flying, it consumes a lot of mental power. Choosing a suitable means of transportation can greatly reduce their mental power consumption and increase the flight endurance of high-level magicians. Under the condition of consuming the same mental power, it can allow magicians to fly faster and farther. Science guides magic, and magic provides power for science. Obviously, the combination of magic and science can make up for their respective shortcomings. In Qianluo's eyes, this is another huge way to make money. If this kind of thing can become a daily means of transportation for magicians and become popular, wouldn't it be another huge way to make money? Certified inventions are protected by intellectual property rights. Even if someone wants to imitate it, they have to pay a patent fee first. These 100 gold coins are just Qianluo's initial investment, which will bring him thousands of times of returns in the later stage. Qianluo cannot rest easy in his magic practice with just a few books of geometry. After the magic level is improved, the gold coins he needs will increase exponentially. The more money he can make, the better. However, the problem is that he has to learn magic and has no time and energy to do these things himself. He needs to find a trustworthy and capable person to help him manage these industries. Qianluo looked at Jasmine thinking, although Jasmine is not very old, she is a good financial manager. The gold coins that Qianluo deposited in the Magic Association are well managed by her. She does not simply do things according to Qianluo's requirements, but on this basis, she tries her best to help him save money. This kind of awareness is not something everyone has. The most important thing is that she was able to keep her mouth shut even after knowing Qianluo's identity, and repeatedly helped him escape danger in front of Isabella, which was enough to show that she was not only smart but also trustworthy. Jasmine's face turned red when she was looked at by Qianluo. She lowered her head, grabbed her skirt with both hands, and was at a loss. Having made up his mind, Qianluo smiled at her and said, "Miss Jasmine, do you want to follow me?" Jasmine was stunned for a moment, then panicked and said quickly, "Master Qianluo, this is not possible. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean that." Seeing that she seemed to have misunderstood something, Qianluo quickly explained, "I mean, do you want to leave the Magic Association and follow me?" Jasmine looked confused and asked in a low voice, "Follow you?" Qianluo continued to explain, "I plan to do some business. You know, with my identity, some things are not convenient, so I need a trustworthy person to help me manage those industries. If Miss Jasmine is willing, I can pay you more than 10 times the salary of the Magic Association." Angus stood not far behind him, and said with a strange look, "Sir Qianluo, in this Yabo city, you are the only one who dares to blatantly compete with our Magic Association for people." Chapter 120. Qianluo was embarrassed to be caught by their president while trying to steal the Magic Association's talent. Fortunately, he was wearing a black robe to cover his face, so Angus couldn't see his expression clearly. Angus didn't care, but looked at Qianluo and asked with interest, "I don't know what business Mr. Qianluo wants to do. Perhaps, we still have the possibility of cooperation." The god of mathematics, the founder of the fifth magic system, the mysterious magician of unknown strength. No matter what the reason, the Magic Association should establish a closer relationship with him. Deacon Jasmine Angus would certainly not let her go. After all, She was the link between the association and Mr. Chenluo. If even she left, it would be much more difficult for the Magic Association to establish contact with him. Angus's reminder reminded Chenluo that in addition to certifying the level of magicians, providing magic consultants, and selling magic resources, the Magic Association also has their own business. Chenluo had no experience in doing business. Considering that it would waste a lot of time to build his own business system from scratch, he has been hesitating until now. If he could cooperate with the Magic Association, he could leave all the chores to them, and he only needed to collect money. After all, he bought this thing with 100 gold coins, and other than that, he didn't actually pay anything. He didn't have to worry about production and sales, nor did he have to worry about malicious competition from his opponents. In Lauren, no one dared to blatantly fleece the Magic Association. Thinking of this, Chenluo looked at Angus and said, I have a device that can greatly reduce the mental power consumption of wind magicians when flying, and can even allow junior wind magicians to master the art of flying in advance. I wonder if President Angus is interested. Angus was refreshed and asked, Is there such a thing? The barrier of magician level cannot be broken. Without the mental power of an intermediate magician, flying cannot be performed. This is common sense and consensus. If someone can break this common sense, it will inevitably trigger a magic revolution. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. Let Angus try to know whether Daniel's flight aid is useful. As a great magician, Angus's wind magic may not be inferior to that of ordinary high-level wind magicians. For a junior magician to use this thing, the mental power may not be enough, but Angus, as a great magician, can suspend himself and the flight aid at the same time, and then move at high speed in the air. Angus stepped on Dennis's invention, and flew several circles over the Magic Association. After a long time, he slowly fell down. He looked at his feet in amazement, and said, It can actually reduce the mental power requirements of flying. With its help, magicians can save a lot of mental power when flying. This simple aircraft does not actually reduce the mental power bottom line of flying. It just uses the Bernoulli principle to provide an upward lift when the magician is flying. In principle, as long as the skills are mature, the magician can glide or soar in the air without mental power. Even on Earth, where there is no magic element, there are many extreme sports enthusiasts who are keen on parachuting, gliding, wingsuit flying, etc. For ordinary people, although this sport is exciting, it is also extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, it will be the last time. But for magicians who can float in the air at any time, there is no safety problem at all. In other words, extreme sports equipment that is not suitable for promotion to ordinary people in the future has a large audience here. Angus thought for a moment and realized that this might be an important reform of the Shinin continent, which might permanently affect the way magicians travel. For magicians, every bit of mental power saved would give them a chance to save their lives at a critical moment. This kind of thing would definitely be welcomed by magicians. The profits contained in this are huge, and even the Magic Association is tempted. Chenluo looked at Angus and asked, President Angus, do you think we can cooperate? Angus said without hesitation, of course. Although he had to give up part of the profits by cooperating with the Magic Association, Chenluo could be a hands-off shopkeeper who was only responsible for counting money, just like in the Mathematics Association. Because Chenluo only provided ideas, the Magic Association was responsible for other matters, and the final profit distribution ratio was set at 4-6. Chenluo 6, Magic Association 4. It seems that Chenluo only came up with an idea, but in the Shinin continent, the value of knowledge is far greater than physical strength, and people have reached a consensus on this point a long time ago. Angus has no objection to this. If doing business with other people, the Magic Association will take 50% or more of the profits, but in some special cases, facing special people, the Magic Association must also make concessions. After all, without the Magic Association, he can choose other associations. Although he took the lion's share without doing anything, if he spent time and energy on it, the profits would obviously be higher. So Chenluo still felt that he was at a disadvantage. He thought for a moment, looked at Angus, and suddenly said, President Angus, since we are already in a cooperative relationship, can you give me a discount on the variance and improved magic of the Magic Association in the future? Angus was stunned for a moment, then said, I will explain Mr. Chenluo's request to the headquarters, and I will give Mr. Chenluo a reply in as soon as 1 month. Chenluo has no interest in the gold coins themselves. The money that the Magic Association gives him will eventually return to them. In total, the Magic Association is still the biggest winner. Although no useful new magic was seen at today's exchange meeting, other gains were not small. After discussing cooperation with Angus, it was already late. Luo and Angus said goodbye and prepared to go back to bed early. Angus looked at his back as he left, and was amazed. Since humans began to use magic, magic has been developing slowly and steadily. Although in the long run, the current magic system has changed a lot compared to before, these changes combined are not as big as in the past year. First, the combination of magic was proposed, which overturned the cognition of magicians and introduced magic into the era of genius. Not only the Kingdom of Lauren, but also other countries around it began to deliberately cultivate geniuses with this talent. And the thing he just witnessed with his own eyes will definitely bring great changes to the world in the future. Fortunately, the Magic Association was one step ahead and firmly grasped this opportunity. Although most of the profits had to be shared with him, the Magic Association still made huge profits. Sometimes Angus would also wonder, is he really as those people in the mathematics world say, with godlike wisdom? It is said that in the eyes of those scholars in the mathematics world, he can already be on par with the gods. There are too many mysteries about him, and Angus couldn't figure it out for a while. Not long after Luo left, Brady knocked on the door of Angus's room and walked in to report something. Looking at the things on the ground, he was surprised and said, "Mr. President, how come this thing is here with you?" Angus looked at him and asked, "Have you seen this thing?" "Yes." Brady nodded and said, "A magic apprentice sneaked into today's exchange meeting and wanted to sell this garbage to the Magic Association, but I refused." Angus paused, looked up at him and asked, "What did you say?" Brady said, "President, don't worry, I had him kicked out at the time, but I don't know why. Mr. Luo seemed to be very interested in it, and bought it for 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins is not a small amount. The ideas of these rich people are really hard to understand." Angus lowered his head, and was silent for a long time before looking at Brady again and said, "Deacon Brady, come here, I show you something good." Chapter 121. Luo had a big unexpected gain at the exchange meeting tonight. He originally planned to stay and see if he could find any more treasures, but the appearance of Isabella made him give up this plan. In this world, no one is more familiar with Luo than Isabella and Brittany. Even if Isabella didn't recognize him in a short time, she would definitely doubt him again after a long time of contact. Just now, he spent a lot of time upstairs with Angus. When Luo went downstairs, the number of people in the hall was more than doubled. At this kind of magic exchange meeting, there are very few junior magicians. Those who attend the meeting are at least intermediate or above. Luo asked casually, "Are there so many intermediate and above magicians in Yabo City?" Molly walked beside him and explained, "They are not all magicians. In order to meet more powerful magicians, some nobles and businessmen often participate in this kind of exchange meeting." The academic salon that Luo attended once was far less lively than the exchange meeting of the Magic Association. It seems that although scholars and magicians both have high status, the former's social interaction is often limited to a small circle of scholars, while the latter is the one that everyone wants to make friends with. When Luo and Jasmine walked towards the door, at a certain moment, Jasmine subconsciously hid behind Luo. Luo looked at her in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Jasmine looked ahead and whispered, "The one who just walked in is the Minister of Finance. Every time he comes to the association, he will cause some unpleasant things. We should stay away from him." Luo followed Jasmine's gaze, and saw a fat man, who was shorter than Toby, but fatter than him. The fat man was wearing luxurious clothes, a glittering gold necklace around his neck, and rings on all 5 fingers. Each ring was inlaid with jewels. When he walked over, many parts of his body were shining. This was the first time Luo had seen such an exaggerated finance minister. Just looking at these things on him, no one would believe that he did not embezzle. However, there was one thing that still puzzled Luo. What kind of place is the Magic Association? In the Kingdom of Luolan, even the royal family had to give them 3 points of face, not to mention a small finance minister. There was no reason why he could leave safely every time he made trouble in the Magic Association and remained arrogant until now. Jasmine explained, "This finance minister is the Queen's brother. It is said that he couldn't stay in the capital anymore, so he came to Yabo City. Because of his status, even the city lord can't offend him. No wonder this fat man is so arrogant. His Majesty the King has only one queen. The Magic Association doesn't care about the face of the finance minister, but also cares about the face of the Queen and the King. This also explains why the taxation in Yabo City is a mess, and Isabella's father didn't do anything to him." Jasmine sent Luo to the door. Luo stopped and said, "Okay, I sent you here, you can go back." Jasmine smiled and said, "Goodbye, sir." "Goodbye, Jasmine." Chen Luo took 2 steps, looked back at him, and said, "We are friends. When there is no one around, you don't have to call me sir." Jasmine nodded with a smile, and when she walked back to the hall, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Is this the new deacon of the Magic Association? How come I have never seen him before?" Jasmine turned around and immediately said, "Jasmine meets the Minister of Finance. I just became a deacon." The bloated fat man stretched out his hand to her, and the fat on his face trembled a few times, and smiled. "Deacon Jasmine, nice to meet you." Jasmine's face was a little pale. If she was not very familiar and close to someone, she would not use the handshake ceremony at all, but she had seen the consequences of rejecting the Minister of Finance before. Even the Magic Association would not offend the Minister of Finance because of a deacon. Just when she was standing there, a little at a loss, a figure suddenly came from behind and held her hand. Isabella glanced at the Minister of Finance and asked, "Uncle Walter, do you know my friend?" "It's Isabella's niece." Walter looked at her and asked, "Is your father here today?" "My father is there. Uncle Walter can go find him himself." Isabella pointed in a certain direction, then pulled Jasmine's hand and said, "Let's go there." Watching the 2 girls leave, Walter showed dissatisfaction on his face and said, "Austin makes trouble for me every day. Even his daughter is against me. My sister should have let me be the mayor directly." An attendant behind him showed embarrassment on his face and said, "Mr. Marquis, the mayor of Yabo City has been inherited by the Clavis family since the establishment of the Kingdom of Lauren. Unless Austin has committed a serious crime, even His Majesty the King cannot directly let you be the mayor." Walter's face was more dissatisfied, and he shook his head and said, "I don't care, you have to help me find a solution, otherwise I will deduct all your salary next month." The follower cursed in his heart, but did not dare to show it on his face. After scratching his head, he said, "It's not that there is no way." While he was whispering to the Minister of Finance, Isabella let go of Jasmine's hand and asked, "Miss Jasmine, are you okay?" Jasmine said gratefully, "Thank you, Miss Isabella, I'm fine." Isabella was surprised and said, "Hey, you know my name?" Jasmine, nodding, she said, "Mr. Blair told me your name. Thank you so much this time. Blair's friends are my friends. Just call me Isabella." Isabella waved her hand and said, "By the way, are you familiar with Blair?" Molly looked at her and whispered, "Not very familiar." Isabella showed curiosity on her face and asked, "How did you and Blair know each other? When he was with you, did he often mention me?" After Chen Luo left the Magic Association, he found an opportunity to change into his own clothes. Wearing that black robe back to school, he was likely to be considered a criminal with bad intentions. When he returned home, he saw teacher Brittany sitting on the sofa, seemingly reading a book. However, when Chen Luo walked towards her, the few pages of paper in Brittany's hand suddenly caught fire, and then a breeze blew in the room, blowing the ashes produced by the burning out of the window. Chen Luo stood there in a daze. "Teacher Brittany, are you okay?" "It's okay." Brittany smiled at him, but in Chen Luo's eyes, this smile seemed a bit forced. However, Brittany was different from Isabella. Even if there was something wrong, if she said it was okay, Chen Luo would not be able to find out anything. Including Chen Luo, everyone had secrets. Chen Luo did not ask to the end. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is Brittany hungry? Do you want me to cook you a bowl of noodles?" Brittany, who usually didn't eat much at night, nodded for the first time. Isabella was still growing and often wanted to eat before going to bed at night, so Chen Luo often kept side dishes in the refrigerator. Soon after, a bowl of vegetarian noodles with a poached egg was ready. Brittany finished her noodles silently, looked at Chen Luo who was sitting opposite her, and said, "Thank you, Blair." Chen Luo smiled and changed the subject. "I just met Senior Isabella at the Magic Association." Brittany looked at him and asked, "She didn't recognize you, did she?" "No." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "Senior Isabella is not that smart in this matter." Isabella opened the door and walked in from outside. She looked at Chen Luo suspiciously and asked, "Blair, what bad things did you say about me in front of teacher Brittany when I was away?" Chen Luo shook his head. "No." "You still say no?" Isabella glared at him and said, "I heard you say my name outside." Brittany smiled and said, "No, Blair was saying you are smart." Isabella no longer cared about it, and handed him a small paper box in her hand. Chen Luo asked in confusion, "What is this?" Isabella rolled her eyes at him and said, "Didn't you like Alice's cake the most? I brought this to you from the Magic Association. It tastes very good." Isabella was also able to think of herself when she saw a delicious cake in the Magic Association, which made Chen Luo feel very relieved. It was worth it for him to get up in the middle of the night to cook noodles for her when she was hungry. Chen Luo took the cake, and Isabella seemed to smell something. She suddenly took 2 steps forward and approached Chenluo, wondering, "Blair, why do you smell like jasmine perfume?" Chapter 122. Chenluo looked at Isabella, raised his arm, and smelled it, and asked, "Is there? Why didn't I smell it?" "Yes." Isabella nodded affirmatively and said, "Donna has been using this perfume these days. I can't smell it wrong." "Blair, have you seen Jasmine today? She also uses this perfume." Brittany took 2 steps forward and walked to Chenluo's side, saying, "I didn't smell the scent of jasmine either, but there was a lily scent. Blair is with you all day, and your scent is all over her body. Maybe I smelled it wrong." Isabella blushed a little after saying this, and hurriedly changed the subject. "Blair, do you have time tomorrow? My father and mother want to see you." Chenluo was stunned and said unsurely, "See me?" After Isabella explained, Chenluo realized that tomorrow was Isabella's mother's birthday. There would be a banquet at the city lord's mansion, and Isabella would also invite a few good friends. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the mayor and his wife specifically asked Isabella to invite Chenluo to go with them. Although the Baird incident happened a long time ago, they still wanted to thank him in person. Chenluo refused their thank you banquet. It was not easy to shirk responsibility this time. Tomorrow is Isabella's mother's birthday party. It would be bad to visit her without a gift. The next morning, Chenluo went out and picked a lady's hat. The price was moderate. It was not expensive, but not cheap either. It was suitable as a gift for the first visit. After school in the afternoon, Chenluo and Isabella went back together. She was accompanied by several female friends. Chenluo also knew some of Isabella's friends. The thinner one next to her was called Lola, and the slightly plumper one was called Donna. He was not very familiar with the others. Except for Chenluo, all the people in the group were girls. "Hey, Blair is going with us too." When the girls found Chenluo holding a gift and waiting at the door of the second-grade classroom, they surrounded him as if they had discovered a new world. After a semester, Chenluo had already become a well-known figure in St. Donis. The discoverer of irrational numbers, the winner of the Edwin Award, the devil of mathematics. Even if they didn't know much about the mathematics world, they knew that Blair, a second-grade student, was very good at mathematics and had a higher status in the mathematics world than their teacher. Of course, St. Donis was not the mathematics world. Except for a very small number of students, not many people knew the meaning of the 3 words Blair in the mathematics world. What really made him famous was that extracurricular practice. When he faced the evil senior magician Baird, he sacrificed himself to save the 2 goddesses of the college, Isabella and Alice. Since then, Chenluo has received love letters from girls almost every few days, but he has never responded to anyone. As time goes by, this kind of thing has gradually become less frequent. If there is only one girl in a group of boys, then unless her personality is too weird, she will generally become the group's favorite and be taken care of in every way. And if there is only one boy in a group of girls, the situation will become like now. "Brother Blair, who do you think is better looking, me or Donna?" Somehow, Lola and Donna talked about the issue of appearance, and the two argued and finally brought the trouble to Chenluo. Including Isabella, everyone's eyes were immediately on Chenluo. After experiencing the Shura feel between Isabella and Alice, this level of question is not difficult for Chenluo at all. Chenluo said without thinking, "Senior Isabella is the most beautiful." Isabella was stunned for a moment, although she didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. This question obviously didn't satisfy Lola. She took 2 steps forward and said, "I'm talking about me and Donna, not Isabella." Chenluo said expressionlessly, "Sorry, I still think Senior Isabella is the most beautiful. Who is more beautiful between Lola and Donna has nothing to do with him. Answering either one will offend the other. Chenluo is not that stupid to offend people for no reason. Why should he answer such a question? He didn't want to pick them up. Several girls couldn't help laughing a long time ago. "You are Blair's junior. He is so heartless." Betty wrote him a 10-page love letter to express her love, but he didn't reply a word. Betty is nothing. He even rejected Alice. "Lola, don't waste your energy." Lola glared at Chenluo with dissatisfaction and asked, "Blair, is Isabella the only one in your eyes?" Chenluo said, "Also math and magic." In the eyes of most students at St. Donis, Chenluo is such a person. He got full marks in math, full marks in magic, barely passed history, and was at the bottom of literature. Countless girls confessed to him, but he never agreed to anyone. The 2 goddesses of the college hung out with him all day, but he was never seen with any of them. There are many students at St. Donis, and Chenluo is definitely the most unique one. Lola couldn't help but say, "Brother Blair, you are such a weirdo." After saying that, she twisted her butt and ran back, never talking to Chenluo again. Donna looked at Chenluo with a strange look and said, "No wonder Isabella didn't choose any of the 5 major colleges in the capital. If it were me, I would be willing to wait for a year." Isabella tugged at her sleeve, glared at her, and then walked up and asked Chenluo, "When did Alice confess to you? I want to know too." Chenluo looked at her and asked again, "Didn't you say you chose the Royal Capital Magic College? What did senior sister Donna say just now?" Isabella rolled her eyes at him and said, "My father is the Lord of Yabo City. Of course, I am different from others. Even if I don't take the exam for their college, I can go to any college I want to go to. The Kingdom of Lauren is just a small country. There are only a dozen cities like Yabo City. In this way, the Lord of Yabo City is also a local lord. However, this city lord has insufficient control over Yabo City. The finance and military affairs are taken by the Minister of Finance and the Sheriff respectively. Except for the capital and Luolan, the power distribution is roughly the same." Speaking of which, Chenluo only learned in recent days that the position of the city lord of Yabo City is hereditary and monopolized by the Clavis family. Isabella's father is the city lord of Yabo City, and her grandfather is the former city lord of Yabo City. If Isabella's father and mother are not in trouble at some point, the next city lord will be Isabella. In this way, as long as he helps her get rid of the threats of the Minister of Finance and the Sheriff, Chenluo can do whatever he wants in Yabo City. If he married Isabella, then the next mayor of Yabo City would be their son and daughter, but to inherit the position of mayor, they must have the surname Clavis. Chenluo couldn't accept this because he wanted them to have the surname Chen. Of course, his thoughts were not so stubborn. If they had 2 children, one of them could have the surname Isabella. Seeing that Chenluo was silent, Isabella glanced at him and asked, "Blair, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking, if I have 2 children." Chenluo looked at Isabella and instantly returned to reality. Of course, he couldn't tell Isabella that he was thinking about the names of their children just now, so he changed the subject and said, "Are we almost there? Just walk past the street in front, and you be there." Isabella pointed to the front and turned back and asked, "What did you say about having 2 children?" Chenluo thought for a while, and said, "I have a friend whose wife wants to. They have twins. They asked me to name their children." Isabella was surprised. "Besides Toby, do you have other friends?" Chenluo nodded and said, "I met them at the Mathematical Association. You haven't met them?" Isabella asked, "Have you thought of a name?" "Not yet." Chenluo shook his head and said, "They want one child to inherit the father's surname, and the other to follow the mother's surname. They haven't discussed it yet." Isabella seemed to have thought of something, walked with her head down, and asked casually, "Blair, can you accept your child to follow the mother's surname?" Chenluo nodded and said, "If you have 2, I think I can accept it." Chapter 123. Chenluo and Isabella actually had no disagreement on the question of what the child's surname would be in the future. She even enthusiastically helped Chenluo's friends pick a few names. Isabella said with interest, "Blair, when will you take me to meet your friends? I haven't seen children who look exactly the same." "Well, let's talk about this later when we have a chance." The 2 of them didn't chat for long before they arrived at the city lord's mansion. Although this is the city lord's mansion, all the previous city lords of Yabo City are from the Clavis family, so it's not wrong to say that it is Isabella's private manor. Isabella took them into the city lord's mansion and went straight to the back garden. It was a gathering place for noble ladies. Chenluo was not used to that kind of occasion. He wanted Isabella to bring the gift in, but soon after Isabella went in, she came out again and said, "Mother said she wanted to see you." Chenluo could only follow her in again. As soon as he entered the garden, Chenluo noticed that more than 10 eyes were cast on him. Surrounded by the crowd was a beautiful woman. Chenluo knew she was Isabella's mother at a glance, because Isabella's eyes were almost the same as hers. Isabella led Chenluo to the front and said, "Blair, this is my mother." Chenluo bowed his head and saluted, "Mrs. Kravis, good evening. In Lauren, you can call an unmarried girl by her name, but you need to use her husband's surname to call a married woman." Anna Kravis looked at Chenluo and smiled, "Classmate Blair, I like your gift very much. Thank you for your gift, and thank you for saving Isabella. I'm sorry that I didn't thank you in person until today." Chenluo smiled and said, "Isabella is my senior, that's what I should do." The noble ladies beside him kept looking at Chenluo. "The little guy is very handsome. He was the one who saved Sasha and the young lady of the Herman family from Baird. There are not many young people with such courage now. Sasha has never brought a boy back. Are they dating?" The noble lady's whispers made Isabella blush. She grabbed Chenluo's wrist and said to the beautiful woman, "Mother, I take Blair to see my father first." Everyone laughed again and joked, "Sasha, what are you afraid of? We won't compete with you." Isabella grabbed Chenluo and ran away at a faster speed. The status of women in Shenin continent is not low. Female magicians and female scholars are very common, which also leads to their more open ideas. From young girls to young women, once they start driving, even Chenluo can't catch up. Chenluo could still handle a girl like Isabella. When he met those noble ladies in their 30s, the only thing he had to do was to keep running and not look back. Isabella didn't stop until she ran out of the garden and said, "Blair, don't pay attention to them. They have always been like this." Chenluo shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Isabella took him to another door and asked a middle-aged man at the door, "Uncle Carter, is my father in there?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Yes, the mayor said that the young lady can go in directly when she comes." Chenluo looked at the middle-aged man twice. He felt that he was not inferior to the 4 vice presidents of the academy in Baird, and should also be a senior magician. Isabella and Chenluo walked in and said, "Uncle Carter is the head of the guards of the city lord's mansion. He is a senior magician." After being here for so long, Chenluo roughly figured out that senior magicians are the peak that most people can reach after working hard for a lifetime. The great magician is a hurdle. It is not a matter of hard work for a senior magician to break through to the great magician. Therefore, the number of senior magicians to great magicians has almost dropped off a cliff. Even a powerful teacher like Brittany has been stuck at the peak of the senior magician for a long time. Great magicians are extremely rare, and the city lord's mansion guards at the level of senior magicians are already strong. When Chenluo and Isabella walked into the hall, Austin was sitting on the sofa and talking to a middle-aged man. He gestured to Isabella and Chenluo, and Isabella took Chenluo to sit on the sofa in the distance. The middle-aged man smiled at Isabella, looked at Austin again, and shook his head and said, "I don't know why His Majesty the King insisted on letting Walter come to Yabo City to see what Yabo City has become in the past year since he came. The civilians don't know anything, they only blame you." Austin said, "He came to Yabo City because he offended too many people in the capital. If Walter was not the Queen's brother, he would have died in the capital long ago. Don't worry about Walter. Compared with him, Emmons, the old fox, is a trouble." The middle-aged man looked worried and said, "Don't worry about Walter, but it is said that the tax collector who came to Yabo City this time is his good friend. Walter secretly visited him last night." Listening to the conversation between Austin and the middle-aged man, Chenluo's guess was probably confirmed. Isabella's father was not on good terms with the other 2 giants in Yabo City, especially with the Minister of Finance, who might have reached the point of being incompatible with each other. But the Minister of Finance was transferred from the capital and had a deep background. Even the city lord could not punish him to death. In the past year, there have been many frictions between the 2 sides. Of course, Austin could not do anything to the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance could not shake the Clavis family. After all, Yabo City was the base camp of the Clavis family, and they had been operating here for many years. As for the tax officer, it was a nightmare for the rulers of any city. In the Kingdom of Lauren and many countries on the continent, personal property is protected by law, and those who seriously infringe on personal property will be sent to the gallows. The protection of personal property is still like this, not to mention state property. Officials who dare to touch state taxes often end up in a very miserable way. Every year, the kingdom sends tax officials to various cities to inspect taxes. Tax officials have great power. Once they find tax problems, they can directly take down officials at the level of the city lord and the finance minister. This power is matched with absolute strength. A tax official is accompanied by at least 1 great magician and several senior magicians. Wherever they go, officials in charge of finance are terrified. Although the financial power of a city is in the hands of the finance minister, which seems to have little to do with the city lord, even the city lord has to bow his head in front of the tax official. The tax official who came to Yabo City this time is a friend of the finance minister, which is obviously not good news for Austin. Austin was silent for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about this later." After that, he looked at Isabella and said, "Sasha, go out first. I have something to say to Blair alone." Isabella looked at Chenluo, then looked at Austin, resisted the idea of asking, stood up, and walked out slowly. After Isabella left, Austin looked at Chenluo and said, "First of all, I want to thank you for protecting Isabella. If it weren't for you, I would have lost her." Chenluo sat on the sofa, his face calm, and said, "A man can't just leave a woman and run away. Austin continued. Sasha said that you took good care of her at school? Chen Luo said, we are all students of teacher Brittany, and we should take care of each other. You mean, what Sasha said is true? That's what she should do. Austin looked at him and asked, then what she said in her dream, you kissed her, hugged her, and bullied her, is also true? Chen Luo was stunned for a moment and asked back, when did I kiss her? That means you hugged her and bullied her? Chapter 124. It is said that women are fickle, but men are the same. Yesterday, Austin vowed to Chen Luo that he could come to the city lord's mansion to find him if he encountered any problems. Today, he looked like he was going to ask for punishment. If it were an ordinary person, he might really be scared by him. Unfortunately, Chen Luo has seen this kind of situation many times. Chen Luo looked at Austin and said, the city lord asked me to come here today. Is it just to tell me this? Austin leaned on the sofa, looking at him with a strange look in his eyes, and said, you are the first young man to talk to me like this. Chen Luo shook his head and smiled. If Austin wanted to suppress him as a city lord or a senior magician, then he might have made a wrong calculation. Chen Luo had seen many high-level magicians. Even Angus, the president of the Yabo City Magic Association, had to call him Your Excellency and speak to him politely. High-level magicians, like Austin, usually address him as Sir. How could he be scared by Austin? Just a joke. Austin smiled and said, Sasha is my daughter. I only have one daughter. She is sometimes a little willful. I hope Blair can tolerate her more in school. Chen Luo nodded and said, we are all students of teacher Brittany. We should tolerate and care for each other. When mentioning teacher Brittany, Austin also showed a trace of admiration on his face and said, your teacher is an amazing person. Chen Luo's face showed surprise. The lord of the city knows about teacher Brittany? Austin smiled and said, since she didn't tell you, I can't tell you either. Austin's words aroused Chen Luo's strong curiosity. He was planning to ask more indirectly, but suddenly there was a hurried sound of footsteps outside the door. Soon, the senior magician named Carter, whom he had just met, came in and said to Austin, Lord, the tax collector is here. I'm afraid you have to come out to see him. A surprise flashed across Austin's face. He stood up, gestured to Chen Luo, and walked out slowly. After Austin left, Chen Luo also stood up. When he walked out of the room, he saw that there were already many people standing in the yard. At some point, Isabella's mother and those noble ladies had already walked out of the garden, looking at a certain place in the yard, each with a look of worry and panic. In the yard, several people with special medals on their chests stood there. The leader looked at Austin and said expressionlessly, Lord Austin, someone reported that you violated the kingdom's laws and taxation. You need to accept our investigation. Austin looked at the man and asked calmly, Mr. Tax Officer, the taxation of Yabo City is controlled by the Minister of Finance. I'm afraid you have found the wrong person? A fat man with exaggerated clothes walked in from outside, with fat on his face, and smiled. Lord Austin, the Minister of Finance only collects taxes, but how much tax to collect and what tax to collect are decided by the Lord of the city. Damn it, when has Walter ever heard from the Lord of the city about taxation? He relied on being the Queen's younger brother to do whatever he wanted in Yabo City, and arbitrarily increase taxes. The Lord of the city has fallen out with him many times because of this matter, and he actually slandered the Lord of the city. I heard that the tax collector this time is Walter's friend in the capital, and they actually colluded to frame the city lord. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Chen Luo quickly figured out the whole story. As the city lord of Yabo City, although Austin was divided into different powers, and could not control the finance and military affairs alone, he was still the boss of the Minister of Finance and the sheriff in name. The Minister of Finance and the sheriff were in charge of the specific implementation, while the decrees on taxation and public security were still decided by the city lord. It was nothing more than Austin not prohibiting the improper behavior of the Minister of Finance because of the face of the Queen and the King. In a sense, it was also a dereliction of duty for him as the city lord. Of course, the Minister of Finance was obviously dissatisfied with this result. He took advantage of the tax officer's tax inspection to turn the tables, and wanted to drag Austin into the water completely. Obviously, the tax officer was his friend, and he was well prepared to get out of this matter. They took action at Isabella's mother's birthday party, not only to make Austin fall into the quagmire, but also to make him lose face in front of these nobles. Anna Kravis pursed her pale lips, looked at Isabella, and said, Sasha, take your friends to the backyard first. Isabella's face was full of worry. Although she wanted to stay here, she still obeyed and walked to the back with Chen Luo and others. Lola looked pale, and said as she walked, Those people are the tax ministers from the capital. Will Uncle Austin be arrested? Lola, don't talk nonsense. Donna glanced at her and said, it's just an investigation. Uncle Austin will be fine. Lola said, but I heard them say that the tax officer is a friend of the Minister of Finance. Donna said angrily, Lola, shut up. Isabella stopped and her face turned even paler. At this moment, her cold little hand was held by another warm hand. Chenluo looked at her and said, you wait here, I go to the front to take a look. Isabella's lips moved, and before she could speak, Chenluo smiled slightly and said, don't worry, I have a friend among those tax officers, I go and find out the situation. Donna was surprised and said, Brother Blair, do you have a friend who is a tax officer? Chenluo nodded and said, I just found out. Don't worry, our relationship is not bad, I should be able to say a few words for the Lord of Austin. After that, he gently patted the back of Isabella's hand and turned back. Isabella looked at his back, and her heart suddenly settled down inexplicably. Chenluo walked back to the front yard, and saw the Minister of Finance sitting proudly on the chair. The tax officer was asking Austin some questions. Everyone's attention, including Isabella's mother, was on them. No one noticed that Chenluo had gone back again. Chenluo walked to a corner, looked at someone, and smiled, President Calvin. Calvin turned around. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, and said, Mr. Blair, why are you here? Chenluo looked at the other side, and said, the Lord Mayor is the father of a friend of mine. Calvin then remembered and said, I almost forgot that Miss Isabella is your friend. Chenluo looked at him and asked, why is President Calvin here? Calvin smiled and said, the tax officer this time is a vice president of the Mathematical Association headquarters. The local branches must cooperate with them to complete the tax audit. Chenluo asked, shouldn't we ask the Minister of Finance for this kind of thing? Calvin said, Mr. Blair, you don't know that although the Minister of Finance is in charge of finances, he is also a subordinate of the city lord. All tax decrees in Yabo City are issued by Lord Austin. Chenluo pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at his eyes, asked, President Calvin, do you believe this? Calvin's face showed embarrassment and a trace of shame. He did not dare to look at Chenluo, and bowed his head and said, Mr. Blair, we are just scholars, not tax officials. We can't interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. He paused, as if he had made a difficult decision, and then said, however, I will do my best to intercede for the Lord of Austin and the Vice President. Calvin originally did not intend to interfere in political affairs. But Mr. Blair saved the Lauren mathematics community and the Yabo City Mathematics Association from danger, and made great contributions to the development of mathematics. Even his president was promoted because of Blair. If he did not do something about this matter, Calvin would feel bad. No need to intercede. Chenluo shook his head, leaned close to Calvin's ear, and said in a low voice, it's just that the Minister of Finance makes me very unhappy. I don't want to see him in Yabo City in the future. This sentence was said arrogantly, but after hearing it, Calvin suddenly raised his head and his body couldn't stop shaking. This voice was low, completely different from what he had just heard, but it made Calvin feel familiar from the depths of his soul. This is the voice of God. He looked at Chenluo, his voice trembling. You are. Chenluo looked at him calmly, and didn't speak. Calvin took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He never thought that the God and devil in the mathematics world were actually one person. The president once said that he would satisfy any request made by Luotian at all costs. After calming down, he looked at Chenluo and said seriously, don't worry, sir. Although there are 2 senior magicians around the Minister of Finance, I will gather all the masters of the branch to make Walter disappear completely tonight. Chenluo looked at him blankly and said, that's not what I meant. Calvin nodded and said, Calvin understands that all this has nothing to do with you, sir. This is the intention of the Mathematical Association. Chapter 125. Calvin spoke in a low voice, but it was difficult to hide the murderous intent in his tone. This was the first time he had the intention to kill someone. Blair was a hero in the mathematics community of Lauren, and Calvin asked the vice president for mercy because of him, because of his contribution to the mathematics community of Lauren and the friendship between the two. And Chenluo, he was the god of Lauren, the god of mathematics, and the faith in the hearts of Calvin and countless mathematicians. No one knew better than him what the 2 words Chenluo meant to mathematics and human progress. He was not only a Lauren man, but also a treasure of all mankind. The kingdom of Lauren would eventually perish, and the OSS Empire would not exist forever, but the name of Chenluo would be forever engraved on the top of the mathematics tower, and in the mathematical sky, he was the dazzling sun. In recent months, Lauren has been gradually attracting mathematicians from various countries on the mainland. It won't be long before it can replace Gaia and become the new mathematics center of the world. And this is all because of him. Because Lauren has geometry. If because of the Minister of Finance, geometry has no sequel, the god of mathematics gives up on Roland, and Roland loses the hope of becoming the world's mathematics center, Walter will be a sinner for all eternity, and even Calvin cannot be exempted from the sin. Such a Minister of Finance deserves death 10,000 times. Although the Mathematics Association does not have as many masters as the Magic Association, Calvin can still gather several high-level magicians in a short period of time. If he is given 3 days, he can also invite scholars at the level of great magicians. If he is given enough time, he can even go to the capital to invite great scholars at the level of great magicians. Compared with the hope and future of mathematics in Roland, and even the entire Shannon continent, what does Walter's life mean? Chen Luo originally just wanted to test the attitude of the Mathematics Association towards him. He just wanted to let them do things impartially in the name of Chen Luo, but he didn't expect Calvin to react so strongly. After learning his identity, he wanted to kill the whole family of the Minister of Finance in a minute. Calvin was usually kind and amiable without any airs, but when he got ruthless, he became a social person in a minute. It took him a long time to explain to Calvin that he didn't want Walter's life, as long as he didn't get in the way in Yabo City. The murderous intent on Calvin's face gradually disappeared, and he said seriously, "Don't worry, sir, Calvin understands." Chen Luo nodded and said, "By the way, there is one more thing. You only need to know my identity. Don't tell others." After confessing to teacher Brittany, although he didn't mind the exposure of another identity, he didn't want to cause trouble. If it weren't for this kind of thing today, he wouldn't reveal his identity to Calvin. Just thinking of Isabella's nervous and frightened look, Chen Luo got angry at the fat finance minister. He messed up the birthday party like this, and it was a bargain for him to get out of Yabo City. Calvin hesitated for a moment and asked again, "Don't worry, sir, I won't tell your identity to anyone else, but the vice president. You decide." Chen Luo smiled and said, "That's it, I send you the second volume of geometry when I have time. By the way, let them take the finance minister away as soon as possible, so as not to affect Mrs. Clavis' party." Watching Chen Luo leave, Calvin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was really scared just now. The devil and God are one, which is enough to scare him, and what Luoshan said just now made him even more scared. If the Mathematics Association does not handle today's matter well, I am afraid that all the beautiful prospects of the Lauren mathematics community that they have imagined during this period will become a bubble. If he gives up Lauren and supports Gaia or other kingdoms, even if Walter is crushed to ashes, it will not eliminate the regret in the hearts of Lauren mathematical scholars. By then, Calvin will be a sinner in the mathematics world. Calvin does not want to be a sinner in the mathematics world, and he absolutely cannot watch such a thing happen. He took a deep breath again, calmed down, and walked to the tax collector, Caesar, who is also the vice president of the Lauren Kingdom Mathematics Association. "Vice President Caesar, please come with me. I have something important to tell you." "Lord Austin, please wait a moment." Calvin is the president of the Yabo City branch. Although his rank is one level lower than his, Caesar did not neglect him. After all, in the Mathematics Association, Calvin is the only one who has ever come into contact with God. The two walked to the side, and he looked at Calvin and asked, "Sir Calvin, what's the important thing?" Calvin looked at him and said, "Sir Caesar, do you think that the tax problem in Yabo City was caused by Lord Austin?" Caesar glanced at him and said, "Sir Calvin wants to say Walter, although the root of the tax problem lies with him. Austin, as the city lord, also has an unshirkable responsibility. I know that Walter is a friend of Lord Caesar." Calvin looked at him and said, "But Walter is no longer suitable for the position of Minister of Finance of Yabo City." Caesar frowned and said, "Lord Calvin, this is not something you can decide. But this is God's will." Calvin said calmly, "God said he doesn't want to see him in Yabo City. I think you should not have forgotten the instructions of the president, right?" "God?" Caesar's face changed drastically and asked, "You mean?" Calvin nodded and said, "I think Lord Caesar should know what to do." Caesar certainly knew. He is first a mathematician who has devoted his life to mathematical research, and secondly a tax collector of the kingdom. All the honors he has, including the status of tax collector, are brought by his identity as a mathematician. As a mathematician, he and Calvin have the same faith. Mathematicians in Yabo City believe in Chen Luo, the god of mathematics. As the tax collector of the kingdom, Caesar could directly arrest officials below the city lord and bring them back to the capital for trial. His every move attracted the attention of everyone present. Most of the people present saw Caesar and Calvin leave, and also saw Caesar's expression change. This was the first time he looked so ugly after entering the city lord's mansion. This made many people in the city lord's mansion feel anxious. What's wrong? Did they find any evidence? Lord Austin is in danger this time. Damn it, how did Walter bribe the tax collector? Walter collapsed comfortably in the chair, watching the scene in front of him with satisfaction. In the capital, he had many people he couldn't afford to offend, but in the remote city of Yabo, a small city lord also wanted to ride on his head. This was his end. However, the next moment, the tax officer Caesar's actions were beyond everyone's expectations, including Walter. Caesar pointed at Walter and said, "Catch the Minister of Finance, Walter, and take him away." Almost instantly, Walter was controlled by two senior magicians. Walter was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "Caesar, are you crazy? Why don't you catch Austin? Why do you catch me?" "Shut his mouth," Caesar said to a senior magician, and then strode to Austin and said, "Lord Austin, we have evidence that Walter embezzled the kingdom's tax revenue. Today, it affected Mrs. Clavis's banquet. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Tomorrow Caesar will come to apologize in person." After saying that, he turned around, waved to the people around him, and said, "Let's go." Almost in an instant, Walter, Caesar and others disappeared in the yard, and walked faster than they came. After they left, the field immediately fell into a long silence. The tax officials came and left quickly. They were clearly here to cause trouble for the city lord, but they captured the finance minister in the city lord's mansion. The tax officials' attitude and behavior changed so quickly that people had no time to react. Even Austin himself had an extremely surprised look on his face. Only Anna Kravis looked at the direction where Chenluo disappeared for the second time, looking thoughtful. In the backyard garden, Isabella and others were walking around anxiously. Seeing Chenluo coming in, Isabella hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Blair, what's going on?" "It's done." Chenluo spread his hands and said, "The Minister of Finance was taken away by the tax officer. Maybe the Minister of Finance of Yabo City will be replaced this time." Isabella was stunned and murmured, "Blair, you are not lying to me, are you?" Chenluo said speechlessly, "Why would I lie to you?" Lola said in disbelief, "Why did the tax officer arrest the Minister of Finance? Aren't they friends?" Chenluo glanced at her and said, "Maybe my friend is a little more powerful than the tax officer." Chapter 126. The dinner at the city lord's mansion continued after the finance minister and the tax officer staged a farce. However, almost everyone's mind was no longer on the dinner. Everyone knew that the finance minister was the queen's younger brother. Since he came to Yabo City, he has been arrogant and domineering until now, and he even ignored the city lord. Tonight, he brought the tax officer to the city lord's mansion, and there must be a conspiracy against the city lord. However, the one who was taken away in the end was the finance minister himself. "What is this?" Carter looked at Austin with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Lord City Lord, are you friends with Caesar, the tax collector?" Austin said, "We met for the first time today." Carter asked puzzledly, "Why did he turn against Walter? Isn't he afraid of offending the queen's family?" "The problem lies with Calvin." Austin also looked a little puzzled and said, "But Calvin and I have only met a few times." "It's that child." Isabella's mother came over and said, "Before Caesar, that." The child said a few words to Calvin, and then Caesar completely fell out with Walter. Austin seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Blair?" Anna nodded and said, "Calvin and Caesar are both members of the Mathematics Association." Sasha said that the child has some influence in the mathematics community. "I think Caesar changed his decision because of him." Austin shook his head and said, "Caesar is the vice president of the Mathematics Association. Even Calvin cannot let him offend Walter. This classmate Blair has a secret." Isabella ran out from the backyard, looked around, and asked, "Father, have those people left?" "They left after the investigation was clear." Austin smiled, looked at Chenluo, and said, "Student Blair, we didn't finish talking just now, come in and talk." Isabella wanted to follow in, but was stopped by her mother. Anna looked at her and asked, "Sasha, the tax officer's matter is related to classmate Blair, right? He said he knows a friend and said he would ask for his father." Isabella nodded and asked curiously, "Mother, did the tax officer leave because of Blair's friend?" "I guess so." Anna smiled and said, "Classmate Blair helped your father a lot this time." At the same time, in the room just now, Austin looked at Chenluo and said, "Thank you classmate Blair for what happened tonight." Chenluo knew that he couldn't hide it from Austin, and he didn't want to hide it. He smiled and said nonchalantly, "Asia. Calvin, the president of the mathematics chapter of Boston, owes me a big favor, so let him pay it back this time. Austin said, "It must be a big favor to let Caesar offend Walter." Chen Luo explained, "The city lord should remember the incident with the scholar from Gaia last time." Austin thought about it, and suddenly said, "If this is the case, then the whole of Lauren owes you a favor. Blair protected Isabella and helped me. The Clavis family owes you too much." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "It is right to protect Senior Isabella. As for the Minister of Finance, he actually did some things too much, which made people unbearable." Austin was surprised and said, "Does Blair have a grudge against the Minister of Finance?" Chen Luo showed a disgusted expression on his face and said, "The Minister of Finance has imposed taxes indiscriminately. In the past 3 months, the price of meat in Yabo City has increased fourfold. If this continues, we can't even afford pork." Austin looked at him and asked, "Is it because of this? Do you need more reasons?" Chen Luo was stunned and said, "Taxation is related to the national economy and people's livelihood. The behavior of the Minister of Finance will make the people of Yabo City live a harder life. When people can't even survive, they will choose to resist. If people resist, Yabo City will be in turmoil. At that time, the lord of the city will still bear the greatest responsibility." In the next half an hour, Chen Luo gave Austin a vivid ideological education lesson. Perhaps the Clavis family has been prominent for too long, and the position of the lord of the city has been hereditary, which has led to their lack of the most basic political literacy. If Austin himself hadn't indulged the Minister of Finance, what happened today would not have happened at all. It was not until Austin realized his mistake, and said that the price of meat in Yabo City would definitely drop in the next few days, that Chen Luo stopped and said goodbye. Isabella's mother came in and said with a smile, "It's late now. Blair might as well stay here and go back to school with Sasha tomorrow." Chen Luo wanted to refuse, but she didn't give Chen Luo a chance. Anna glanced at Isabella and said, "Sasha, why don't you go and clean up Blair's room?" Chen Luo opened his mouth. Isabella pulled his arm and said, "What do you mean by I? Come with me." After Chen Luo was dragged out by Isabella, Anna looked at Austin and asked, "How is it?" Austin nodded and said, "She's changed his mind because of him. He made great contributions to the kingdom in the last incident of the Gaia scholar. Calvin owed him a favor, but I always feel that things are far more complicated than that. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as he treats Sasha well, that's enough." Anna didn't care at all and said, "The more capable he is, the better it is, isn't it?" Austin was surprised and said, "How do you know that Sasha likes her? Do you even need to ask?" Anna glanced at him and said, "She used to say that she wanted to go to the capital, but this time she didn't fill in any of the 5 major colleges in the capital. Isn't it to wait another year and go with him?" Austin thought for a while and said, "Maybe she can't bear to leave us." Anna waved her hand and said, Okay, don't worry about Sasha's affairs. It's okay for her to stay in Yabo City. I'm just worried that she is so innocent. If she becomes the mayor of the city in the future, she will be bullied by others. Didn't you say that she likes Blair?" Austin snorted coldly and said, "Although our daughter is innocent, that classmate Blair is not an innocent person. Maybe the Minister of Finance of Yabo City will be replaced this time." Anna was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Is it so serious? Walter is the Queen's brother, and he has a family behind him. You didn't see it just now." The look in Calvin's eyes when he looked at him was not like a look of arrest, but more like a look of murder. Austin looked out the door and whispered, "How much favor does Calvin owe him?" In the city lord's mansion, Isabella helped him tidy up the room. Chen Luo used water magic to wash himself and sat in front of the bed. What happened tonight gave him new thoughts. He originally planned to use Chen Luo's identity to do something because he didn't want to cause him unnecessary trouble, but now it seems that the identity of God has some other uses for him. Walter is the Queen's younger brother, and his status is more noble than Austin. In front of Austin, he can break the rules and crush everything. Chen Luo is the god of the Mathematical Association. Calvin and those mathematical scholars respect him as a real god. He doesn't have to reason with Walter. Even if he says a word, Calvin can make Walter disappear from the world, change the rules, and even decide the life and death of others. This is the benefit of power and status. Walter gave Chen Luo a warning that if he wants to survive well in this world, he must either have an extremely lofty status or have the strength to sweep everything. It is not to oppress others, but to protect oneself and others. Chen Luo had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Although it was late at night, he did not feel sleepy at all. Isabella's bed was very soft and big, but it was not fragrant. Habit is a terrible thing. Chen Luo once thought about whether he should buy a bottle of perfume that Isabella used to replace her after she went to the capital, but he finally gave up this idea. Although lily perfume can replace Isabella's smell, it cannot replace her temperature. Qianluo got into the cold bed and laid down for a while. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on his window outside. Chapter 127. Qianluo sat up from the bed, opened the window, and Isabella jumped in from the window. Qianluo looked at her in surprise and asked, "Why don't you go through the door?" Isabella rolled her eyes at him and said, "Stupid, you will be seen if you go through the door." Qianluo didn't understand why Isabella was afraid of being seen. It wasn't like she was doing anything shameful secretly. Jumping out the window would be more likely to be misunderstood, right? Isabella kicked off her shoes skillfully, sat on the bed, and asked, "Is your friend President Calvin?" Qianluo nodded. Isabella wondered, but why should the tax collector listen to President Calvin? Qianluo thought for a moment and said, "It's possible that he owes Calvin a lot of money. We have to ask them about this." Isabella certainly wouldn't ask Calvin. She looked at Qianluo and changed the subject. "Blair, what did my father say to you?" "He said thank you for protecting you in front of Baird last time." "What else?" "He also said that you have a bad temper and asked me to be more tolerant of you at school." Isabella put her hands on her hips and said dissatisfiedly, "Do I have a bad temper? Have you forgotten that you burned me with fireballs when we first met?" Isabella quickly got up from the bed, put on her shoes, and jumped out of the window again, saying, "Blair, I'm going back to sleep. See you tomorrow." The moment she climbed out of the window, she turned her head and whispered to Qianluo, "Blair, thank you." In the corner of the corridor, Austin stood there, watching Isabella's figure disappear into the darkness, and sighed with mixed emotions. Qianluo went back to school alone after having breakfast at the city lord's mansion. Isabella originally planned to go back with him, but was kept by the Austin couple. After one night, Isabella's mother became more enthusiastic about him, but Austin didn't talk to Qianluo much. When he walked out of the city lord's mansion, Qianluo bumped into Calvin and Caesar. When the two saw him, they immediately made way for him on the left and right, with undisguised respect in their expressions. Qianluo waved to them casually and left. In the distance, Austin, who was standing in the manor, had a thoughtful look on his face again. Caesar walked into the city lord's mansion and saw Austin from a distance. He immediately stepped forward quickly, bowed and apologized. "Lord Austin, we didn't investigate yesterday's matter clearly, and we caused you trouble." The attitude of the tax officer was very different from that of last night. Of course, Austin would not think it was his own fault. These officials of the capital city had their eyes on the top of their heads. They didn't take the local city lord and finance minister seriously at all. At this time, Austin remembered the scene where Caesar bowed to Blair to make way. Of course, he didn't show anything on his face, and smiled. "No trouble, I am the city lord of Yabo City, and I am also responsible for the tax problems in Yabo City." The tax officer acted quickly. During the short journey from the city lord's mansion to St. Donis College, Qianluo heard the follow-up of the finance minister's incident. Last night, the tax officer from the capital city found a huge amount of gold coins of unknown origin in the finance minister's home, and the finance minister's home was searched on the spot. The finance minister himself was also arrested immediately, and was about to be sent to the capital for trial. In the short years since the finance minister came to Yabo City, he has levied various taxes indiscriminately. The people of Yabo City have long been miserable. When they heard the news early in the morning, they all cheered. The nobles who knew the background of the finance minister were shocked. Finance Minister Walter is the Queen's younger brother. His family has a great influence in the capital. Even the Lord of Yabo City, Austin, dared not offend him. No one expected that the tax officer this time would be so cruel, and would not give face to the Queen and the Walter family at all. Once the finance minister Walter stepped down, the power structure of Yabo City would definitely change dramatically. It takes time for the kingdom to appoint a new finance minister. Even if the new finance minister can take office soon, he does not have Walter's background, and can only choose to rely on the city lord or the sheriff. The Clavis family inherited the title of Lord of Yabo City. Even though the current Lord Austin was weak and inactive, the connections accumulated by the family over the years could allow him to gain a firm foothold in Yabo City. As for the sheriff, he was ruthless and decisive, which was completely opposite to Lord Austin. He had been operating in Yabo City for more than 10 years, and his status was not much different from that of the Lord. Sheriff Emmons heard the news that Walter was confiscated by the tax collector last night. He showed an extremely unbelievable expression on his face, and said in surprise, "Why would Caesar do something to Walter? Aren't they friends?" His adjutant stood behind him, and said, Although I don't know why the tax collector turned against Walter, this is a good thing for us. Walter is too arrogant and doesn't take anyone seriously. We tried to win him over several times, but he refused. Austin is a coward. If you can win over the new Minister of Finance, we will be the masters of Yabo City in the future. Emin showed an expectant look on his face and murmured, I wonder who the kingdom will send as the next finance minister. Thinking that there were not many ingredients at home, Chenluo bought some vegetables on the way back to school. The vendors in Yabo City were still somewhat conscientious. After the fall of the finance minister, the price of vegetables immediately dropped. Chenluo bought similar things, but he spent 10 silver coins less than a few days ago. A few days ago, the prices in Yabo City were messed up by the finance minister. As the city lord, Austin did nothing. No wonder in the eyes of others, he was a cowardly and incompetent city lord. Chenluo was looking forward to the day when Isabella became the city lord. At that time, he would help Isabella eliminate all the restless factors in Yabo City. The city lord was his own senior sister, and from now on, he only had to hide under Isabella's cake skirt. When he got home, he put the things in the refrigerator and said, Teacher Brittany, I'm back. Brittany walked out of the room and asked, Did Blair sleep at Isabella's house yesterday? Chenluo nodded and said, It was very late when the banquet ended yesterday, so Mrs. Clavis asked me to stay at the city lord's mansion. Brittany handed him a few things and said, This morning, Dean Archer sent this, open it and take a look. What is this? Chenluo took the 5 envelope-like things in confusion. There were different patterns on the front of each of them, and under the patterns, there were some small words, which were Royal Capital Magic Academy, Royal Capital Science Academy, Royal Capital Knight Academy, Royal Capital Liberal Arts Academy, Royal Capital Medical College. This is an invitation letter from the 5 major colleges in the capital. Brittany explained, Ordinary people who want to enter the 5 major colleges in the capital need to pass their entrance examinations, but not everyone can do that. The 5 major colleges in the capital select some geniuses in the kingdom every year and send them invitations. Brittany looked at him and said, If you want, you can enter any of the 5 major colleges in the capital next semester. Chenluo asked in confusion, But am I not only in the 2nd grade? Brittany smiled and said, For the 5 major colleges, this is not important. You are the first person in history, the youngest Edwin Award winner, the discoverer of irrational numbers, and the hero who saved the Lauren mathematics world. I think this should be the reason why the 5 major colleges invited you at the same time. Although the 5 major colleges have different academic focuses, no matter which college, they all need mathematical geniuses. Chenluo threw the 5 invitations aside, not even bothering to open them, and said, I won't go. Brittany looked at him and comforted him. This is a rare opportunity. Yabo City is too small for you. Chenluo thought for a while and said, I heard that the price of vegetables in the capital is very expensive. Chapter 128. Brittany looked at him helplessly and said, Blair, you should be more serious. Your dream will be easier to realize if you go to the capital. It is the holy land of magicians and scholars in the kingdom of Lauren. Chenluo looked at her and asked, What about Teacher Brittany? Brittany said, I will stay in Yabo City. We can keep in touch by letter in the future. I won't go. Chenluo shook his head and said simply, If Teacher Brittany doesn't go, I won't go either. Wherever you are, I will be there. Brittany asked, Don't you want to realize your dream? Chenluo said, You can still learn magic in Yabo City. Brittany was silent for a moment and said, What if I go with you? Chenluo picked up the invitations again and said, Let me think about which academy I should go to. Which one does Teacher Brittany think is better, the Royal Capital Academy of Sciences, or the Royal Capital Academy of Magic? Teacher Brittany finally decided to go to the capital, because she had received invitations from the Royal Capital Academy of Magic and the Royal Capital Academy of Sciences a few months ago. Of course, those 2 academies invited her to be a teacher. Speaking of which, 4 of Chenluo's 5 invitations were admission letters, and the one from the Royal Capital Academy of Sciences was a letter of appointment. The letter of appointment invited him to be a teacher in the Department of Mathematics at the Royal Capital Academy of Sciences. Although the 5 major academies all have mathematics departments, there is no doubt that the mathematics departments of the other 4 academies combined will be beaten by the Academy of Sciences. A large number of top scholars in the Kingdom of Lauren graduated from the Academy of Sciences. Brittany looked at the 2 invitations on the table, thought for a long time, and said, I plan to go to the Royal Capital Magic Academy, where my teacher is also. When the time comes, I will ask her to accept you as a student. Chenluo said without hesitation, Then I will go to the Royal Capital Magic Academy. Then he thought of something and asked, At that time, Should I call Brittany teacher? Or Brittany senior sister? Brittany said indifferently, whatever you like. Qianluo thought about it and said, then I call you senior sister. Senior sister looks younger. 5 invitations. Qianluo finally chose the Magic Academy, firstly because the Magic Academy can help him realize his dream, and secondly because Brittany teacher. Senior sister is also in the Magic Academy. Not only that, there, Qianluo can also learn magic with the Grand Mage. Grand Mage, if the Saint Mage does not come out, they are the living legends of the continent. No one understands magic more deeply than them. Qianluo can't wait to meet his future teacher. Invisibly, it also solved the problem of him and Isabella's separation. The 3 of them went to the royal capital together, and the current world of 3 people would not be broken. Isabella would be so happy to hear this news. Qianluo wanted to tell Isabella the good news as soon as possible, but she didn't come back at lunch. After lunch, Qianluo took the manuscript of the 2nd volume of geometry and came to the Mathematical Association. Now that he had confessed his identity to Calvin, he no longer had to wear that suffocating black robe. At the Mathematical Association, Calvin had just locked the door of the president's office when Caesar bowed to Qianluo and said in a trembling voice, Sir, Qianluo waved his hand and said, let's not talk about the past. This time you touched the Minister of Finance. Can you explain to the capital? Caesar said, don't worry, sir. It is a fact that Walter embezzled the kingdom's taxes. The tax officer dealt with it according to the law, and the queen can't say anything. That's good. Qianluo looked at him and said, however, as a kingdom tax officer, you must enforce the law impartially in the future. You can't confuse right and wrong and shield the real criminals just because of a little personal relationship. Caesar nodded repeatedly. Caesar will always remember your teachings. In the past, Qianluo would never say these words. Apart from magic, nothing could arouse his interest. However, now, his thoughts have gradually changed. The identity of the god of mathematics allows him to have the connections and resources of the Mathematics Association, and Calvin and others' respect for him is not out of thin air, but through Qianluo's contributions to Luolan and the mainland mathematics community. He has a shallow foundation in Luolan, and the Mathematics Association can serve as one of his solid backings. After leaving the Mathematics Association, Qianluo went to the Magic Association again. This time he changed into the black robe halfway. In the Magic Association, Qianluo unexpectedly met Daniel. Master Qianluo, I finally waited for you. Daniel handed a document to Qianluo and said, this is the certification information of the auxiliary aircraft. I have transferred it to your name. I will continue to improve it in the future. Qianluo looked at Daniel and said, your invention is worth much more than 100 gold coins. I can tell you that in the future, it will play a value you can't imagine. This value may be millions or tens of millions of times of 100 gold coins. Daniel smiled and said, except for Master Qianluo, no one believes me, so in my hands, it is not worth a copper coin. I sell it to you, it is worth at least 100 gold coins. Qianluo thought for a moment and said, if you are willing, I can introduce you to the Magic Association and let you be responsible for the subsequent improvement of this invention. They should give you a good salary. Daniel agreed to Qianluo's proposal without much consideration. After signing the contract with the Magic Association, he left with a smile on his face. When he walked out of the Magic Association, he waved the contract in his hand and said to a woman waiting there, Delia, take a look, the vision of God, those mortals will never be able to match it. Even God recognizes my invention. I will definitely become the greatest inventor in the future. Qianluo has not told Jasmine about his departure from Yabo City for the time being. It will be a matter of a few months at the earliest. He is eager to share this matter with Isabella, but unfortunately, she has not come to school all day, so Qianluo can only wait until tomorrow's class. Qianluo couldn't sleep at night without Isabella. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, Isabella, who was about to go to bed, opened the door and looked at Anna, who came in and asked, Mother, is there anything else? Anna said, Sasha will go back to school tomorrow, let's sleep together tonight. Okay. Isabella made the bed again, but Anna suddenly asked, Sasha, which of the 5 major colleges in the capital did you fill in? Isabella paused and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Anna asked, but if you miss the time, don't you have to wait another year? The admission of the 5 major colleges is very strict, and even your father can't let them make an exception. Isabella said, then I will accompany my father and mother for another year. That's fine. Anna looked at her and smiled, you're still young anyway, you can stay in St. Donis for another year to lay a solid foundation. There are so many geniuses in the capital, so you won't be outdone by them then. Isabella had already planned this, and couldn't wait to say, "Then I tell the dean tomorrow." Chen Luo found Dean Archer early in the morning, and asked him to graduate from St. Donis 1 year in advance. After getting the invitation letter from the Magic Academy, it was not so important whether he could graduate from St. Donis, but it was still necessary to notify the school. Although Dean Archer felt a little regretful, he still helped him complete the procedures as quickly as possible. In the classroom of Class 5, Toby looked at him reluctantly and murmured, "Blair, are you leaving?" Chen Luo patted his shoulder and said, "Remember to practice the fighting skills I taught you. We see each other in the capital in a year." Chen Luo only told Toby about his invitation to the 5 major colleges, and Linda and Trish at the front desk soon learned about it from Toby. Linda regretted that she would not have a big hug in the future math class. Although Trish was not in a good mood, she still smiled and congratulated Chen Luo. After the last class in the morning, Chen Luo did not have to come to class again. The school bell rang, and he waited for Isabella at the stairs as usual. Isabella was in a good mood today. When she went back with Chen Luo, she kept humming an unknown tune. "Senior Isabella, I have news for you." "Blair, I have something to tell you." Chen Luo looked at Isabella and said, "You go first." Isabella raised her lips and said, "I have already told Dean Archer that I will stay in St. Donatus for another year. Next year, we will be in the same class." She looked at Chen Luo, who was stunned, and asked, "Are you surprised or surprised?" Chapter 129. Isabella waited for Chen Luo's response with great joy, but she didn't see any joy on his face. She asked with some disappointment, "What's wrong, Blair, are you unhappy?" Chen Luo shook his head and said, "Happy? How can I be unhappy? Are you happy like this?" Isabella rolled her eyes at him and asked, "What news did you just say?" "Teacher Brittany received an invitation letter from the Royal Capital Magic Academy, and I received it too." Chen Luo looked at Isabella, who was stunned, and said, "We will go to the Royal Capital in a few months. Otherwise, you ask your father to say hello to the Dean of the Royal Capital Magic Academy, and we will go together?" Isabella was stunned for a moment, and her chest began to rise and fall. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you think the Royal Capital Magic Academy is my home, and I can go there whenever I want?" Chen Luo thought about it and asked, "Or, I will try to find a relationship." Chen Luo still overestimated the power of the Lord of Yabo. Although he is the top leader of Yabo City, he still cannot send his daughter to the 5 major colleges in the royal capital. And Isabella has given up the application for the Magic Academy's enrollment this time, and there is no way to enter the Magic Academy through regular channels. Fate always plays tricks on people. When Isabella could go to the capital, Chen Luo couldn't. Now that he can finally go, Isabella gave up the chance to leave. Chen Luo didn't know if the Mathematics Association could handle this matter. He couldn't let Isabella stay alone in Yabo City. Maybe he would have to trouble Calvin again. Isabella was in a very depressed mood. She didn't even eat a few bites of her favorite rabbit legs. Brittany looked at her and comforted her. "Sasha, don't worry. I have a friend at the Royal Capital Magic Academy. I will ask her to solve your admission problem. Then we will go to the Royal Capital together." In Chen Luo's opinion, Brittany already has a teacher at the level of a great magician. It is not strange to have another friend at the Magic Academy. However, Isabella was a little confused. After dinner, she sat on the bed in Chen Luo's room and asked in surprise, "When did Brittany have a friend at the Royal Capital Magic Academy?" "Don't worry." Chen Luo looked at her and comforted her. "Senior Brittany said it's okay, then it must be okay. I think Teacher Brittany has a lot of secrets." Isabella murmured, and suddenly looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Blair, what did you call Teacher Brittany just now?" "Senior Brittany." Chen Luo said, "She said that when she arrived in the Royal Capital, she would ask her teacher to teach me. At that time, she... Of course it's my senior." Isabella was shocked and said, "What about me? Let me think about it." Chen Luo showed a thoughtful look on his face and said, "If Teacher Brittany becomes my senior, and you are Teacher Brittany's student, then I should call you niece. This title is a bit strange, or just call you Isabella's niece." As soon as the voice fell, Isabella rushed over angrily. "Niece, I told you to take advantage of me. I told you to take advantage of me. Although I don't know who Teacher Brittany's friend is, she is really reliable." A month later, Isabella received an invitation letter from the Royal Capital Magic Academy, which means that, like Chen Luo, he has been admitted to the Royal Capital Magic Academy in advance without taking the entrance examination. However, Isabella, who received the notice, was not as happy as Chen Luo imagined. Come to think of it, it was true that she became a niece from a senior sister for no reason, and her generation was lower by a whole generation. No one would feel happy. These days, Chen Luo often saw her eyes rolling around, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Some things happened in Yabo City this month. Finance Minister Walter was taken to the capital by the tax officer because of tax problems. Soon after, a new finance minister was appointed. This finance minister had just arrived and had never performed well in politics. Although he had no achievements, fortunately, he had not made any mistakes. The city lord, finance minister, and sheriff are the most important leaders of a city. The new finance minister was strongly wooed by the sheriff as soon as he arrived in Yabo City, while Austin, the city lord, did nothing. Obviously, if the finance minister and the sheriff stood together and lost control of finance and military affairs, Austin, the city lord, would be dispensable. Austin didn't seem to worry about these things at all. He just called Isabella back for a reunion dinner every few days, and sometimes he would call Chenluo. In the past month, Chenluo knew how many bricks there were in the corridor of the city lord's mansion. From Chenluo's heart, although Austin didn't have much ability, he was extremely good to his family, especially Isabella. After all, he was Isabella's father. Chenluo was worried that something would happen to the city lord's mansion after they left, so he specially asked Angus to take care of the city lord's mansion if there was any accident. The Magic Association is the most powerful organization in the Shinin continent, so powerful that even the kingdom and even the empire are wary of it. People respect scholars and magicians far more than officials. In Yabo City, Angus' influence is much greater than Austin's. At the Magic Association, Angus looked at Chenluo in surprise and asked, "Mr. Chenluo, are you friends with Lord Austin?" Chenluo shook his head and said, "Because of something, I owe Lord Austin a favor. Speaking of which, I also owe Mr. Chenluo a big favor." Angus smiled and said, "Mr. Chenluo, don't worry, I will keep an eye on the city lord's mansion, but I don't think it's necessary at all." He looked at Chenluo, shook his head and said, "The Clavis family has been the owner of Yabo City for generations, so it is not so easy to be defeated here." Although he said so, he still promised Chenluo that he would take care of the city lord's mansion. Then, Angus looked at Chenluo in confusion and asked, "Sir Chenluo, are you going to leave Yabo City?" Chenluo said, "I may go to the capital in the future." Angus nodded and said, "I will say hello to the capital. If Sir Chenluo has any needs in the capital, he can go directly to the headquarters of the Magic Association in the capital." After leaving Angus' room, Chenluo also said goodbye to Jasmine. In the cake shop opposite the Magic Association, Jasmine looked at Chenluo and asked, "Is Mr. Blair leaving?" Chenluo nodded and said, "I will go to the Royal Capital Magic Academy soon." Jasmine looked at him and smiled and said, "Mr. Blair will definitely become a great magician in the future." "Thank you." Chenluo smiled and said, "I hope that one day, Deacon Jasmine will become President Jasmine." "Goodbye, Miss Jasmine." "Goodbye, Mr. Blair." At the entrance of the Magic Association, Chenluo and Jasmine waved goodbye, and when they turned and left, a trace of melancholy emerged in their hearts. After he left, the assets of the Yabo City branch would also be transferred to the Royal Capital, and the Deacon of the Royal Capital Magic Association headquarters would be in charge. As the only person in the Magic Association who knew his identity, Chenluo had long regarded Jasmine as his friend. This time, he might never come back to Yabo City again. Today's separation might be the last time they saw each other. In other words, he would never see this quiet little girl again. Jasmine lowered her head and walked into the Magic Association, feeling inexplicably lost. She looked back and saw that the figure in the black robe had disappeared. She knew in her heart that this might be the last time she saw him, the last time she saw the only boy who said thank you to her when she was still a receptionist. "Deacon Jasmine, you are here." Hearing Angus's voice, Jasmine immediately calmed down, raised her head, and said respectfully, "What does the president want to talk to me about?" Angus looked at her and said, "From today on, you are a mid-level deacon. In half a month, you will be transferred to the headquarters of the King's Capital Magic Association with Deacon Brady. Do you have any opinions on this?" Chapter 130. This semester is about to end. After Teacher Brittany finishes the last math class of this semester, Chenluo and her are going to pack up. Although there is still more than a month before the start of the Royal Capital Magic Academy, they have to rush from Yabo City to the Royal Capital and settle down in the Royal Capital, which will take a lot of time. Isabella even clamored to go to the Royal Capital earlier, so that they would have enough time to play before school starts. In order to take care of Chenluo and Isabella, Teacher Brittany, who could have flown to the Royal Capital, chose a carriage like them, which would delay them for at least 10 days along the way. In fact, with Daniel's inspiration, Chenluo, who is only a junior magician, can also use the principles of aerodynamics to fly, but he still has to carry a lot of things, so his mental strength is a bit insufficient. It took him 3 months to go from a magic apprentice to a junior magician. Now half a year has passed. During this half year, Chenluo has almost madly expanded his mental strength, but he has not yet broken through the barrier of an intermediate magician. Of course, although he cannot release intermediate magic for the time being, according to his estimation, he can successfully advance to intermediate magician in a month at most. 3 months, half a year. At this rate, Chenluo conservatively estimated that it would take him at least a year to go from intermediate magician to advanced magician. Fortunately, geometry is very popular in the Mathematics Association. Chenluo doesn't know how many gold coins he has earned, but it should be able to keep up with his consumption speed. After all, with Angus's efforts, Chenluo can get those magic resources at a 40% discount on the clearance sale price at the Magic Association. Among them, the income of magic improvers remains unchanged, which means that the Magic Association itself has given up 40% of the income. Daniel's device, which can greatly reduce the mental consumption of high-level magicians during flight and lower the flight threshold of wind magicians, has also entered the final research and development stage. It will be put on the market soon. By then, Chenluo will have another considerable source of income. He has learned from his mistakes. Now he will no longer put all the gold coins in one basket. In addition to the Magic Association, he also kept a huge amount of gold coins for daily expenses, and he will never encounter the dilemma of borrowing money from others even for buying vegetables. Chenluo didn't have much to pack. In addition to a large box of gold coins, he only had a few clothes and some sundries. Teacher Brittany and Isabella had more things. The stacked boxes almost occupied half of the open carriage. When they left, the Austin couple personally sent Isabella out of the city. Although Isabella had been clamoring to go to the capital a long time ago, when it really came to departure, she was the one who was most reluctant to leave. Teacher Brittany was as calm as ever. Chenluo knew that she was not willing to go to the capital, but she changed her mind for the future of him and Isabella. For Chenluo, it was not necessary to go to the capital, but since Teacher Brittany had made a decision, it was too late for Chenluo to say anything. Based on his understanding of Teacher Brittany, she would not change her mind about what she was determined to do. For Chenluo, there were always countless mysteries about Teacher Brittany. Obviously, the answers to these mysteries were in the capital. Toby stood under the carriage, looking at Chenluo in the carriage, and said, "Blair, we will meet in the capital next year. Before I go, you must get to know more beautiful noble ladies." After Isabella glared at him fiercely, Toby ran away. After running far away, he turned back and shouted, "Blair, you must remember." Anna Kravis touched Isabella's hair and said, "Father and mother are not around. You have to take care of yourself. The capital is different from Yabo City. You can't be so willful like in Yabo City. With Teacher Brittany here, nothing will happen." Isabella looked at her there. "Some worry. I am worried about my father. Everyone says that the Minister of Finance and the Sheriff are going to unite to deal with my father." Anna smiled and said, "Don't worry about your father. The Clavis family has been in Yabo City for so many years. Not just anyone can bully it." Chenluo sat in the open carriage and looked at Austin, who was walking towards him, and asked, "Is there anything else, Lord Mayor?" Austin looked up at him and said, "Sasha has never been far away and has never left us. This time, I will leave her to you." This sentence is usually said on some special occasions. If you say it casually, it may cause misunderstandings. However, seeing that Austin loves his daughter, Chenluo nodded and said, "Don't worry, Lord Mayor, I will take good care of senior sister Isabella." In the eyes of others, Austin is a cowardly city lord, but in the eyes of Isabella, he is the best father in the world. Chenluo learned from Isabella what kind of person Austin was. As the mayor, he was of noble status, but he never lost his temper in front of Isabella. When she did something wrong, Austin always comforted her with kind words and never blamed her once. Chenluo had to say that Isabella's character was developed under Austin's doting. That's why when the two met for the first time, she would make a fireball if she didn't agree with her. Of course, Isabella's temper has changed a lot now. After Chenluo promised not to let anyone bully Isabella, Austin slowly left. No matter how long the farewell is, it will end. When the carriage slowly drove away, and when the city of Yabo was only a black line in their eyes, Isabella's tears still flowed uncontrollably. She looked up and saw Chenluo meditating as if nothing had happened. She couldn't help asking, "Blair, we are about to leave home. Aren't you sad at all?" Chenluo would feel sad too, but not now. On the fullest day of every month, he would miss home like Isabella, but unlike her, he couldn't see Yabo City. Chenluo's home and Shannon continent spanned infinite time and space. He opened his eyes, looked at Isabella, then looked at Brittany, and said, "Home is where teacher Brittany and senior Isabella are. What's the difference between Yabo City and the capital?" Brittany smiled, but didn't say anything. Isabella rolled her eyes at him and said, "What kind of family are we three?" Shenluo thought for a moment and said, "Teacher Brittany is the elder sister, you are the niece, a family of three of brother and sister and niece." "Bah!" Isabella snorted coldly and said, "Teacher Brittany is the elder sister, I am the second sister, you are the younger brother, the stinky younger brother." Isabella temporarily forgot her sentimentality, and argued with Shenluo about the composition of a family of three. At the gate of Yabo City, Austin looked at the carriage that had become a smaller one and said, "Sasha has grown up." Guard Officer Carter stood beside him and said, "The lady has to grow up, and adults can't let her stay simple forever. You don't have children, you don't understand." Austin looked at him and said, "Every father hopes that their daughter can be simple forever. Of course, I also hope that in Sasha's eyes, I am just her father, not the Lord of Yabo City." Carter asked, "What about now?" "Now?" Austin smiled and said, "Sasha has left, and it's time to reminisce with Emmons." Yabo City. Late at night, at the home of Sheriff Emmons, Emmons looked at the Minister of Finance, who had just taken office, and said, "I know you will make the right choice." The Minister of Finance looked at him and asked, "Are you sure Austin won't cause trouble for us?" Emmons laughed sarcastically and said, "I have known Austin for a long time. No one knows his character better than me. He is a ridiculous coward. As long as we join forces, Yabo City will be ours. Aren't you going to ask for my opinion?" A voice suddenly came from his ear. Emmons turned his head suddenly, and looked at the figure who appeared in the room at some point. He was shocked and said, "Austin." Chapter 131. Austin's appearance almost scared Emmons to death. He was discussing with the Minister of Finance how to deprive Austin of his power, but he never expected that Austin was actually in the room. When did he come in? Emmons himself is also a high-level magician, and his mental power is so sharp, but he was lurking around by a magician of the same level. How terrible is this? What's wrong? Austin sat on a chair, poured himself a glass of water, and said, "What important matter did the sheriff and the Minister of Finance discuss? Why didn't they call me?" The Minister of Finance looked at Austin, and he was a little unsure for a while. He glanced at Emmons, and after the two looked at each other, they made magic gestures almost at the same time. Both of them are high-level magicians, and two high-level magicians are more than enough to deal with Austin, who is only a high-level magician. The two of them can not only secretly join forces to take away Austin's power, but also keep him forever tonight. However, things did not develop in the direction they expected. Emmons is a water magician. He was about to communicate with the water element to condense into an ice cone to attack Austin, but found that he could not communicate with the water element. The Minister of Finance is a senior earth magician. His advantage is not attack. The first thing he released was the earth wall spell, which allowed him and Emmons to defend against Austin's fire magic attack. However, his spells and gestures had been over for a long time, and there was no shadow of the earth wall around him, because he did not communicate with the earth element at all. This kind of thing is very common among magicians. Junior magicians, in front of them, don't even think about releasing a single magic. This is a crushing of levels, at least a crushing of two major levels. Being able to prevent high-level magicians from communicating with magic elements means that he is at least. Emmons' legs softened and he knelt on the ground, saying in a trembling voice, "Magic magician." The new Minister of Finance and the sheriff are very close. Judging from the close relationship between the two, the Minister of Finance and the sheriff are obviously going to unite to undermine the city Lord Austin. However, the subsequent development of things was far beyond everyone's expectations. First, the city lord revised several tax orders, and the Minister of Finance actively promoted them. Later, when the city lord ordered the sheriff to strengthen the daily patrols in the city, the sheriff also did it honestly without any excuses. It seemed that overnight, the Minister of Finance and the sheriff became the left and right arms of the city lord, tightly united under the city lord's hands, and before that, they never paid attention to the city lord's orders. Shenluo was not clear about the changes that took place in Yabo City after they left. He was staring at Isabella in a daze. Of course, this was not because he was intoxicated by Isabella's beauty, but because Isabella, who didn't know dual-element magic before, could now release a fireball in one hand and a water ball in the other. This sounds surprising, but not so surprising. Because along the way, Shenluo watched Isabella master this skill bit by bit after failing countless times. Once Isabella became stubborn, Shenluo admired her efforts. And along the way, Chen Luo also unexpectedly discovered that Isabella had already mastered 3 elementary fire magics, which was inconsistent with her previous talent. You know, she has only been a junior magician for half a year. In half a year, she can practice a basic magic to be proficient. It is already a talent beyond ordinary people, and it can be regarded as a genius in the general sense. In Chen Luo's eyes, Isabella was just an ordinary genius before, but the facts told him that he had greatly underestimated Isabella. Her magic strength progress was not fast enough before, not because she was not talented enough, but because she was lazy. Since being stimulated by the Baird incident, Isabella's efforts in magic are several times more than before. Many times, she was still in Chen Luo's bed in the middle of the night. Meditation? Austin is almost 40 years old, and has just become a senior magician. Now it seems that Isabella is much better than him. With her talent, if she keeps working hard, she will at least be a great magician in 20 years, or even a mage. Isabella dispersed the magic, and while Chen Luo was not paying attention, she secretly rubbed her buttocks and asked Brittany, "Teacher Brittany, when will we get to the capital?" After sitting in the carriage for a long time, Chen Luo's buttocks were sore. Teacher Brittany could fly, so he and Isabella could only sit in the carriage honestly. After so many days, their buttocks suffered a lot. Brittany pointed to a black line in front and said, "That's it." From a distance, it seemed to be just a long black line. When you walked in, you found that it was a city. The capital of the Kingdom of Lauren is located on a wide plain. There is a raised highland in the center of the plain. It is the Acropolis of the capital, and the location of the palace. The rest of the buildings in the city are built in a ring around the Acropolis, which surrounds the Acropolis in circles. There are also crisscrossing streets, connecting squares, theaters, administrative offices, temples, and other places. Looking from the front of the capital, the winding stairs lead straight up to the top of the high ground where the Acropolis is located. Whether it is the periphery of the capital or the periphery of the Royal Acropolis, there are tall and solid walls. However, for high-level magicians, no matter how high the walls are, they are useless once a magic war really breaks out. Compared with Yabo City, the biggest impression that the capital gave Chen Luo was that it was big. A capital covers an area more than 10 times that of Yabo City. On the streets, people are bustling and various tall buildings can be seen everywhere. Yabo City also has ordinary buildings, but the magnificent temple with countless stone pillars is a scenery that only the capital can have. The OS Empire believes in the earth element. Luolan belongs to the OS Empire. There is also a temple of earth built in the capital. When Chen Luo and the other two passed by, they saw many people going in to worship. Teacher Brittany was a teacher hired by Wangdu Magic Academy. Chen Luo and his friends should have gone directly to the Magic Academy, and Wangdu Magic Academy would arrange accommodation for them. However, Teacher Brittany was unwilling to live in the school, so Chen Luo rented a house in the city through an agent. Although there were only 3 people living there, and Chen Luo did not plan to hire a housekeeper or servants, he still rented a house of considerable size. This house was far away from the downtown area and located in a relatively quiet neighborhood. It had a front yard and a backyard, a kitchen, a wine cellar, and everything else. In addition to these, there was even a magic practice room built with stone. The rent for the house was 20 gold coins per month, which was not low. Most people could not afford it, but for Chen Luo now, this was the money he earned from selling 2 books, so he rented it for a year at a time. For a long time, this will be their home. Chen Luo and Isabella have discussed that 2 small gardens will be opened on both sides of the stone path in the front yard to plant some flowers and plants. As for the larger backyard, it can be used as a place for combat training after renovation. As for magic practice, Chen Luo and Isabella can no longer cast magic casually. Fortunately, there is a magic practice room here. The stone walls should be able to withstand all attacks under high-level magic. Cleaning the yard, tidying up the room, and preparing some furniture and kitchen utensils for the new home, Chen Luo was busy with these things for 2 whole days. He planted jasmine seeds in the small garden that had just been opened up, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. He thought Isabella and Teacher Brittany were back from buying vegetables. When he opened the door, he found a young woman standing outside. She was about the same age as Teacher Brittany, very slim, with dark brown hair and the same blue eyes as Isabella. She looked at Chen Luo and said, "I'm looking for Brittany Stern. You've come to the wrong place. There's no Stern here." Chen Luo was about to close the door when he paused and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Chapter 132. Teacher Brittany has not come back yet. Chen Luo asked the beautiful young woman to come in first. Although he did not know her identity yet, she was obviously acquainted with Teacher Brittany, and was the first guest to come after they moved to the capital. Chen Luo poured her a cup of tea, but she did not drink it. Chen Luo no longer paid attention to her, and his mind was full of things about Teacher Brittany. He always thought that Teacher Brittany had no surname like him, because even in the paper she published, there was only Brittany. In the Shenin continent, there are many people with only names but no surnames, which is not strange. But the beautiful woman in front of him could say Teacher Brittany's name and found this place, so the possibility of her recognizing the wrong person is obviously very small. And she just said Brittany Stern. So Teacher Brittany has a surname, and is it Stern? Even Chen Luo, who is not interested in anything except magic, has heard of the Stern family. In the kingdom of Lauren, people who have not heard of the surname Stern are embarrassed to say that they are magicians. As we all know, although the magic gods have given almost everyone the talent to learn magic, the talents of magicians vary. Some people can become high-level magicians with just a little practice, while some people can only release small fireballs for their entire lives. This uneven gift is not only reflected in individuals, but sometimes also in families. In some families, almost every member of the family has extraordinary magic talents from generation to generation. They only need to make a little effort to achieve what most people cannot achieve in their lifetime. People believe that these families have the blood of God, and these families are also called descendants of God. There are many such families in the entire continent, but in the kingdom of Lauren, there are only a handful of families with the blood of God, and the Stern family is one of them. Although this sounds a bit unfair, it is the fact that magic talent can be inherited. On the continent of God's grace, there are many magic families who rely on this kind of blood inheritance to pass down excellent magic talent from generation to generation. And they not only have magic geniuses, but also have rich magic resources after countless generations of accumulation. Some resources are even incomparable to the Magic Association. Most of the top magicians on the continent come from these families. There are many high-level magicians in the Stern family. Chen Lu is not sure whether there are magicians at the level of great magicians in their family, but there must be more than one magician. And the president of the Magic Association of the Kingdom of Lauren is just a magician. The young woman looked at him and asked, "Who are you to her?" Chen Luo said, "I am her student for the time being." "Does she teach you math?" "Magic." The young woman's face showed a hint of strangeness, and she said, "She actually teaches you magic, and you came to the capital. It seems that you must be very important to her." Chen Luo asked back, "Why can't Teacher Brittany teach me magic?" The young woman looked into the distance and said, "You don't know what magic means to her." Chen Luo looked at the young woman and asked, "Are you a friend of Teacher Brittany?" The woman looked around and said casually, "I guess so." They didn't tell anyone about their visit to the capital, nor did they notify the capital's magic academy. They found this place because either Teacher Brittany told her, or she discovered it from the moment they entered the capital. Chen Luo continued to ask, "Is Teacher Brittany from the Stern family?" The young woman glanced at him and asked, "Why didn't she tell you?" Chen Luo looked at her and asked, "Guess why I asked you?" "Since she didn't tell you, I won't tell you either." The young woman's eyes fell on Chen Luo again and said, "But I want to see what kind of person can make her make an exception." Chen Luo glanced at her. "How do you see it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fireball hit his face. "Psycho!" Chen Luo cursed angrily, and made a few symbolic gestures. The next moment, a water curtain appeared in front of him. After the fireball touched the water curtain, it made a hiss sound and disappeared in an instant. A junior water magician, the speed of releasing magic can be compared with that of a senior magician, not bad. The beautiful woman glanced at him, and the next moment, Chen Luo's water curtain turned into a water tornado. The control of the water element was taken away, and Chen Luo looked at the woman opposite him, and a flash of shock flashed through his heart. This young woman who looked about the same age as Teacher Brittany was actually a senior magician. The capital is worthy of being the capital, and this level of genius is not seen in Yabo City at all. Almost instantly, several rockets appeared in front of Chen Luo, and after the rockets condensed, they shot towards the direction of the woman. Passive attacks are not Chen Luo's style. Opportunities to fight against high-level magicians are rare. He just advanced to the intermediate magic on the road 2 days ago, so he just wanted to try to see how big the gap between him and the high-level magician is. The appearance of rocket magic made the woman's face look surprised for the first time. However, when Chen Luo's rocket was about to hit her, a wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of her. The rocket hit the wall of earth, leaving only a few charred marks. Dual magic. Chen Luo looked at the waterspout and the wall of earth controlled by her at the same time, and felt very uncomfortable. If there was no wall of earth, even if his rocket could not hurt this woman, it would make her fluster for a while. However, one of the biggest functions of dual magic is that it can achieve integrated attack and defense, earth or ice defense, fire and wind attack, and face the magician of the same level head-on, and it is invincible from the beginning. This woman used his combined magic idea to deal with him, which made Chen Luo feel like he was shooting himself in the foot. Rocket magic, you are an intermediate magician. The woman looked at Chen Luo, and finally showed a moving expression on her face, and said, you have such a talent for magic, no wonder she became your teacher. Chen Luo glanced at her and asked, have you finished watching? The woman nodded and said, after watching magic, let's take a look at your fighting. Her fighting talent is not worse than magic. Before Chen Luo could react, a leg shadow appeared in front of him. In a hurry, Chen Luo could only block. After a bang, his body retreated several steps and his arms were slightly numb. However, the woman didn't give him a chance to breathe, and approached him the next moment. It has been almost a year since he came to Shannon continent. Chen Luo is no longer the weakling who only knows basic Sanda at the beginning. In this year, it is not only his mental strength and magic level that have grown rapidly. After countless close combats with Teacher Brittany, although Chen Luo still can't beat her, even if Teacher Brittany wants to defeat him, it will take some effort. Almost at the same time when the woman approached again, Chen Luo made a quick side knee strike, and made her retreat again. You are worthy of being her student. The woman shook her numb wrist, and when she looked at Chen Luo, her eyes showed a fighting spirit, and said, since your fighting ability is so strong, I don't have to let you go. Looking at the violent woman who attacked again, Chen Luo felt depressed. He had just arrived in the capital for 2 days, and had barely stepped out of the door a few times. He hadn't provoked anyone, but a violent woman came to his door, and attacked him with fireballs. She even attacked him when they didn't agree. What was even more sad was that after more than a dozen moves, Chen Luo realized that he couldn't beat her. Her fighting skills were the same as those of Teacher Brittany. Chen Luo felt that even Teacher Brittany might not be her opponent in fighting. Soon, Chen Luo was pressed down on the lawn he had just laid. Isabella, who had just come back from shopping, stood at the door, looking at the two figures lying on the grass, and shouted, Blair, what are you doing? Chapter 133. Chen Luo got up from the grass and patted the dust off his body, feeling very embarrassed. Being pressed to the ground and rubbed by a woman in front of Teacher Brittany and Isabella, his image in their hearts may have collapsed. The woman stood up, looked at Brittany from a distance, and said, long time no see. Isabella looked at Chen Luo, then at Brittany, and finally at the woman, her face full of confusion. After seeing the woman, Teacher Brittany walked into the living room without saying a word, and the violent woman followed. Isabella wanted to go in, but was stopped by Chen Luo. She looked at Chen Luo in confusion and asked, Blair, who is she? Chen Luo shook his head and said, I don't know. Isabella said, I don't know why you are rolling around on the grass with others. Do you think I want to? When Chen Luo mentioned this matter, he got angry. He was beaten for no reason. Teacher Brittany was so gentle and kind, how could she have such a friend? Isabella helped him brush off the grass debris behind him and asked, is she a friend of Teacher Brittany? Chen Luo continued to shake his head, maybe. Although the two of them obviously knew each other, it seemed that their relationship was more than just friends. However, Chen Luo was sure that she must know a lot about Teacher Brittany that Chen Luo didn't know. He looked at Isabella and asked, have you heard of the Stern family? Chen Luo has only been in Luolan for a year, and has limited knowledge. Isabella grew up in Luolan, since she was a child, and should know more information. Of course, in the Kingdom of Lauren, who doesn't know the Stern family? Isabella rolled her eyes at him, and said, the Stern family is a family with the blood of God. Every member of their family has extraordinary magical talents. The Stern family has produced many powerful magicians, and even a holy mage. One of the 4 vice presidents of the Magic Association of the Kingdom of Lauren, a mage-level strongman, is from the Stern family. Isabella obviously knows much more about the Stern family than Chen Luo. After she finished talking, she looked at Chen Luo in surprise and asked, why are you asking this? Chen Luo said, the woman just now said that Teacher Brittany's last name is Stern. What? Isabella looked at him in shock and asked, Mr. Brittany, is the teacher from the Stern family? In the living room, the young woman looked at Brittany and said, I thought you would never return to the capital. Brittany poured her a glass of water and asked, is the teacher in the capital? The young woman said, not long after you left, the teacher went out to travel. She said that her life was running out, and she wanted to find an opportunity to break through to the Saint Mage. She looked at Brittany and said, my magic talent is not as good as yours. The teacher originally had high hopes for you, and hoped that you would inherit her magic path. With your talent, you have more hope than anyone else to become a Saint Mage, but you finally chose mathematics. After she finished speaking, she seemed to realize something and said, "I'm sorry, I forgot that you don't like to hear this." "It doesn't matter." Brittany looked calm and said indifferently, "It's over. You still hate the Stern family." The young woman looked at her and said, "In the capital, I can find you, and they can find you too. They will come sooner or later. What should you do then?" Brittany looked at her and said indifferently, "I have no relationship with the Stern family anymore." The young woman asked, "Then why do you want to return to the capital?" Brittany asked back, "Is the capital your Werner family or the Stern family?" "Forget it, I don't care about your affairs with the Stern family. Did you come to the capital this time for your students?" The young woman shook her head and continued, "You asked me in the letter to let him enter the Capital Magic Academy, but I just tested it. He is so young and is already an intermediate magician. A wizard, whose fighting skills can even sweep all the instructors of the Night Academy. Such a person cannot fail the admission of the Magic Academy. No, the student you are talking about is named Isabella. It should be the girl just now." Brittany said, "His name is Blair." "Blair, the one who won the Edwin Award with you." The young woman was stunned for a moment and said, "I remember, the devil Blair, the Blair who saved the Lauren mathematics world. I remember that my father also rewarded him with 5,000 gold coins. I didn't expect that his magic talent is so high." Brittany said, "I want the teacher to accept him as a student." The young woman was stunned for a moment, and then said, "With his magic talent and achievements in mathematics, the teacher may really be interested in him, but in this way, wouldn't you become her senior sister?" "What does it matter?" Brittany shook her head and said, "Whether it's math or magic, I can't teach him anything. As long as you like it." The woman looked at her, some different emotions gradually emerged in her eyes, and slowly said, "Long time no see, I wonder if your fighting skills have improved?" Chen Luo and Isabella stood on the corridor in the backyard, watching teacher Brittany fight with the violent woman. Although Chen Luo couldn't beat her, he hoped that teacher Brittany could get back his face. Unfortunately, after fighting for a while, the two stopped. From Chen Luo's professional point of view, her fighting skills should be better than teacher Brittany's, but in a short time, the two could not tell the winner. Brittany pointed at the young woman and introduced her to Chen Luo. "Her name is Christine Werner. Maybe one day, you will also call her senior sister." After teacher Brittany's introduction, Chen Luo realized that this violent woman had the same teacher as her. In other words, he may have another senior sister in the future. Christine pinched the joints of her fingers, looked at Chen Luo, and smiled. "I'm waiting for that day, Blair." Chen Luo felt a chill rising from his heart, which made him eager to improve his fighting skills. This woman looked beautiful and quiet, but she was a violent maniac in her bones. After becoming a real fellow disciple, Chen Luo might suffer more beatings. The only solution was for him to become stronger first. By then, someone else would be pressed on the grass and rubbed. Chen Luo noticed that since teacher Brittany introduced the identity of the woman, Isabella had been stunned and never said a word. He looked at Isabella and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Isabella murmured, "Didn't you hear what teacher Brittany said? Her last name is Werner." Chen Luo said disapprovingly, "Is it great to have the last name Werner?" Isabella tapped him on the head and said, "Werner is the royal family's last name. Apart from the royal family, no one in the kingdom of Lauren has this last name. Besides, don't you know that the only princess of His Majesty the King is named Christine? I didn't expect this violent woman to be called Christine. Just looking at her name and appearance, you would think she was so gentle and generous. Who knew that under her beautiful body, there was actually a beast hidden?" Chen Luo looked at the direction where Christine left and said, "I go see the princess off." On the streets of the capital, Christine looked back at Chen Luo, who followed her, and asked, "What's wrong? Do you still want to compete with me?" Chen Luo subconsciously took a step back and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to ask about teacher Brittany. What happened between her and the Stern family?" Christine looked into his eyes and said, "You care about her." Chen Luo looked straight into her eyes and said, "Teacher Brittany is very important to me." Christine looked at him for a while, and suddenly a look of doubt appeared on her face. She asked, "Is your relationship really just teacher and student?" Chapter 134. For Chen Luo, teacher Brittany is not only a teacher, but also a hope, and she is like a relative. In such a strange place, there is someone who silently gives to him without asking for anything in return. Shouldn't Chen Luo show extra care for her? He looked at Christine and said, "Teacher Brittany is not only my teacher, but also my family." Christine looked at him for a long time before saying, "Forget it. Even if I don't tell you, you will know it sooner or later." Chen Luo said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Christine waved her hand and asked, "You should know the Stern family, right?" Chen Luo said, The descendants of God, the head of the 3 major magic families in Lauren, one of the 4 vice presidents of the Magic Association. There are many magic geniuses and high-level magicians in the family. Christine nodded and said, the Stern family has the blood of God. In our opinion, the magic genius with extraordinary talent is not even as good as the most mediocre talent in the Stern family. Even your talent is not the best in the Stern family. Chen-Luo is self-aware of this. If he is not cheating, just a teacher Brittany is a mountain he can never climb. Christine continued, the Stern family once had a most dazzling genius. Her magic talent was top-notch even in the history of the Stern family. At the age of 21, she successfully advanced to the level of a great magician. At the age of 25, she was already a powerful mage. Teacher Brittany advanced to the level of a senior magician at the age of 20. She was already a genius that Chen-Luo could not imagine. There was no word to describe a 21-year-old great magician. Because of her talent, the Stern family has placed all their hopes on her. If she can break through to the Grand Mage before the age of 35, she will be one of the youngest Grand Mage on the continent and the person with the greatest hope of breaking through to the Saint Mage in Lauren. For this reason, the Stern family has used all their resources on her. Once she successfully advances to the Grand Mage, she will become the only full president of the Magic Association of the Lauren Kingdom. The Lauren Magic Association has 4 vice presidents, but no full president. The 4 vice presidents take turns to manage the affairs of the association. Chen-Luo learned about this from Angus a long time ago, but this is the first time he knows the reason behind it. The full president of the Magic Association must be at the level of a Grand Mage. He looked at Christine and asked, what happened next? Christine said she died later. Chen-Luo, Christine sighed and said with some regret, in order to train a great magician for the family, the Stern family forced her to constantly learn new magic and improve her mental power. Overdrawing her mental power excessively caused her body to be severely damaged, and she died soon after. No one knows better than Chen-Luo what it feels like to overdraw mental power. It's a feeling that the whole head is about to explode. Even Chen-Luo doesn't dare to meditate or practice magic non-stop. If it weren't for his strong belief in becoming a holy magician, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. A moderate overdraw of mental power is conducive to the growth and breakthrough of mental power, but long-term, unlimited overdrawing is a great destruction to people both mentally and physically. It is not the right way to force growth. Overdrawing mental power for the purpose of forced improvement is a taboo for magicians. Chen-Luo looked at Christine and asked, what does this have to do with teacher Brittany? Christine said, the genius who was forced to death by the Stern family was Brittany's biological sister. Chen-Luo's body was shocked. All the mysteries of teacher Brittany were explained at this moment. Why did she, as a lady of the Stern family, stay away from the capital and be a small teacher in Yabo City, living a financially tight life? Why did she, who obviously had a magical talent against the sky, focus on studying mathematics, and never practice magic or meditate except teaching him and Isabella? The Stern family and the capital were a sad place for her. I am afraid that even magic was a trauma in her heart. Chen-Luo regretted it at this moment. He should have stayed in Yabo City firmly at that time, so that teacher Brittany would never set foot on this sad place again. But now everything is too late. Teacher Brittany seemed gentle and easy to talk to, but if she was really like that, she would not have left the Stern family and the capital. Her gentle and submissive appearance concealed a rebelliousness and stubbornness that no one could change. Christine continued, after that incident, Brittany broke off completely with the Stern family. Even I didn't know where she went until the Edwin Award was awarded in the mathematics community last year. Chen-Luo bowed slightly to her and said, I know, thank you, Your Highness Christine. Christine glanced at him and asked, aren't you curious about what the Stern family will do after she returns to the capital? Chen-Luo asked calmly, is this important? Of course it is important. Christine said, Brittany and her sister are the best talents of the Stern family in the past 100 years. Do you think the Stern family will allow her to wander outside? They will definitely try their best to bring her back to the family. I can find your address in the capital, and they can find it too. Chen-Luo said, so what? Christine folded her arms and said, it seems that you still don't understand that the Stern family is not easy to mess with. Chen-Luo looked at her, smiled slightly, and said, Your Highness may not know that I am not easy to mess with either. Watching Christine leave, Chen-Luo felt a little heavy. Not only was he worried about the Stern family, but he was more distressed about what teacher Brittany had experienced. Magic was a dream for Chen-Luo, but for her, it might be a wound that could not be touched. All along, she had been bearing these pains alone. When she was instructing Chen-Luo and Isabella on magic, she never mentioned even a little bit. Chen Luo walked to the door of his house, and suddenly there was footsteps behind him. A young man came forward and asked, "Does Brittany Stern live here?" Without waiting for Chen Luo to answer, he pushed Chen Luo away impatiently and strode inside. However, as soon as his hand fell on Chen Luo's shoulder, his wrist was grabbed by someone. He was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, a trace of disdain appeared on his face, and he kneeled down and bumped into Chen Luo. "Want to fight?" Chen Luo blocked his knee and elbowed him in the chest. The young man felt pain in his chest and said angrily, "You dare to hit me." After that, he clenched his fist and rushed towards Chen Luo again. Judging from his movements, he should have learned fighting. First, he was abused by a violent woman, and then he learned about Brittany's teacher. Chen Luo was depressed and didn't know how to vent his anger. The person in front of him gave him a good outlet. The young man was able to resist 2 blows at first, but then he could only hold his head. Straight punch, hook punch, swing punch, whip punch, kick, swing kick, kick, side kick. Chen Luo performed a whole set of moves on him, and the last kick sent him flying 2 meters. The young man crawled into the yard, crying, "Sister, sister, save me." Chapter 135. "Sister, it's him. He hit me just now." In the living room, the young man no longer had the arrogant look at the beginning. Instead, he hid behind a pillar and looked at Chen Luo fiercely. Brittany glanced at the young man and asked, "Vic, do you have something to do?" The young man glared at Chen Luo fiercely, and the next moment, he looked at Brittany with a smile and said, "My father asked me to invite you back to the family." Brittany said calmly, "Go back and tell your father that I have nothing to do with the Stern family anymore." The young man looked bitter. "Sister, go back." Brittany glanced at him, and then turned and walked towards the backyard without saying a word. The young man chased after him and said anxiously, "Sister." Chen Luo stood in front of him and said coldly, "Get lost." Because of teacher Brittany, he had no good feelings towards the people of the Stern family. Seeing Chen Luo, Vic Stern took a few steps back and said angrily, "Who are you?" Chen Luo did not answer him, but began to move his wrists and squeeze the joints of his hands until they creaked. You wait." Seeing this, Vic's body trembled, and some parts of his body began to ache again. He hurried to the outside of the yard. When he saw Isabella standing outside, his steps suddenly stopped, and he stood up straight, smiling and said, "This beautiful lady, let me introduce myself. My name is Vic Stern and I am..." Swish! Dozens of dense fireballs flew out of the living room. Vic's face turned pale with fear, and he ran to the door desperately. At the same time, a wall of water rose behind him to block these fireballs. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked back at Chen Luo, and gritted his teeth and said, "Damn bastard, just wait for me." After that, he ran away without looking back. In terms of magic, that damn guy is at least an intermediate magician like him. In terms of fighting, he is far from his opponent. Before finding a strong enough helper, it is better to stay away from him. Chen Luo walked into the yard and considered whether to put up a sign outside the house, writing Stern family and dogs are not allowed to enter. Although he personally has no grudges with the Stern family, teacher Brittany's enemies are his enemies. No matter how powerful the Stern family is, don't try to force teacher Brittany to do something she doesn't like. Isabella came over in a daze. What happened today had a huge impact on her, and so far, she had no idea what happened between teacher Brittany and the Stern family. She looked up at Chen Luo and murmured, "Blair, teacher Brittany." "I'm fine." Brittany came out and said, "I didn't hide the Stern family from you on purpose. If you want to know, I can tell you now." Isabella shook her head and said, "If this is related to teacher Brittany's secret, then don't tell me." Brittany looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Does Blair already know?" Chen Luo nodded and said, "I asked Her Highness Christine." Brittany smiled and said, "It's not a secret." What teacher Brittany said was not much different from what Christine told Chen Luo, except that there were some details that Chen Luo didn't know. Teacher Brittany's sister was once the most outstanding genius of the Stern family, and the future and hope of the Stern family. If she could become a great magician, the Stern family would completely control the magic association of the Kingdom of Lauren. For this reason, the family invested too many resources in her and exerted too much pressure. Later, her sister died because of the family, and not long after, her mother also died of excessive grief. The Stern family did not change the family's plan because of this incident. After her sister died, they shifted their attention to teacher Brittany. Her magic talent was not inferior to her sister at all. It was at that time that teacher Brittany broke with the family and left the capital. Brittany's clear eyes showed sadness and disappointment, and she slowly said, "They claim to be descendants of God, and they have no human feelings. They don't care about the death of their sister or mother. They only have the honor of the family and the power of the magic association in their eyes. There are many people in this world who are paranoid, especially magicians and scholars. There are few powerful magicians who do not pursue the end of magic, and scholars are more paranoid than them. Magicians have an end, but scholars do not. The truth is endless. All of them, from the moment they decide to become scholars, are destined to swim in the ocean of truth for their entire lives and eventually drown there. These people are geniuses, but also crazy. Obviously, the Stern family is like this. From the standpoint of the Stern family, Chen Luo cannot judge whether they are right or wrong, but he is embarrassed to say that he only stands for teacher Brittany. After lunch, Chen Luo walked out the door, looked back at Isabella, and said, "I go to the market to see if there's anything else to buy." Isabella followed him, and said, "I go with you." Chen Luo shook his head and whispered, "I can go alone. You stay at home and accompany teacher Brittany. She's not in a good mood." Isabella thought about it, and finally nodded obediently. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and walked out the door slowly. The grudge between teacher Brittany and the Stern family was something Chen Luo didn't expect. Although Chen Luo was confident in himself, he wasn't arrogant enough to fight the entire Stern family on his own. The Stern family only had 2 magicians on the surface, including Edward Stern, the father of Vic Stern and Brittany's uncle. He is not only the helmsman of the Stern family, but also one of the 4 vice presidents of the Magic Association. His influence in the Magic Association is much greater than Chen Luo's. If there is such a day, Chen Luo has to face the Stern family head-on for teacher Brittany, then he must also ensure that he has the strength to face the Stern family head-on. Perhaps, the Lauren Kingdom Magic Association should also be added. Fortunately, he is not alone. When he entered the capital 2 days ago, Chen Luo saw the headquarters of the Mathematics Association from a distance. After leaving, he did not go to the market, but came directly here. At the front desk of the Mathematics Association headquarters, Chen Luo looked at a waiter and said, "Please notify Vice President Caesar and tell him that Blair is looking for him." The receptionist was dozing on the counter. After hearing his name, he immediately became energetic and blurted out, "Blair, Devil Blair?" Then, he realized something and immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm just a little excited to see you. Vice President Caesar is in the association now. I take you to find him." In the mathematics world of the Kingdom of Lauren, the name of the Devil Blair is only second to the god of mathematics Chen Luo. He is not only the discoverer of the Devil's Number, but also the hero of Lauren, who defeated the scholars of Gaia. Those dozens of math problems made countless math scholars plunge into the abyss of exploration and knowledge, and then never came up again. The name of the devil is well deserved, but the devil here does not have any derogatory meaning. He is the devil of Gaia, and the patron saint of Lauren. On the second floor of the Mathematics Association, Chen Luo met Vice President Caesar again. Caesar was studying one of the dozens of devil problems. Since he knew that the devil and the god were originally one, he returned to the capital and put all his energy on it. He believed that these problems of the gods were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface, and perhaps they contained the key to open the door to mathematics. When he saw the face that he would never forget, Caesar stood up suddenly, then realized something, looked at the waiter, and said, "You go out first." After the messenger left, Caesar walked up quickly and said respectfully, "Sir, what do you want?" Chen Luo looked at him and asked, "Have you told the president of the Mathematics Association about my identity?" Caesar shook his head and said, "No, Caesar followed the instructions of God and did not tell anyone about your identity." Chen Luo said, "It's okay now." The Stern family is an insurmountable mountain for Chen Luo. After thinking it over and over again, he decided to come to the headquarters of the Mathematics Association. As God. Chapter 136. Mathematical Association Headquarters, President's Office. In the mathematics community of the Kingdom of Lauren, Andy, one of the 3 great scholars and the president of the Mathematical Association, is studying the dozens of questions raised by the Devil Blair. The location of Lauren and Gaia was once the origin of world mathematics. Although Lauren and Gaia are only 2 small countries, their mathematics level has represented the top of the continent for a long time. Not long ago, under the organized and premeditated suppression of the Gaia academic community, the Lauren mathematics community encountered the biggest crisis in recent years. In the past few decades, with the joint efforts of countless mathematicians, the Lauren mathematics community has achieved very good results and is expected to surpass Gaia and become the world's mathematics center in the next 10 years. Once the plan of Gaia scholars succeeds, the dreams of countless Lauren mathematicians will be ruthlessly destroyed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the last Edwin Award winner, the Devil Blair, stepped forward to destroy Gaia's plan, drove the ill-intentioned Gaia scholars back to Gaia, and dealt a heavy blow to their school of thought. After that, he contributed dozens of difficult problems, blocking scholars who had ill intentions towards Roland behind the bounty wall. After that, the god of mathematics showed his miracles again. After the publication of geometry, Roland gradually became a holy place in the hearts of all mathematicians on the mainland, and successfully replaced Gaia to become the venue for the next World Mathematical Congress, which is a treatment only available to the World Mathematical Center. It can be said that the past year has been a year of pride for the Roland mathematics community. It has always been Andy's dream to build Roland into a World Mathematics Center. Now, he has no regrets. The only regret is that he has never seen the true face of the god of mathematics. This is not only his regret, but also the regret of all mathematicians on the continent of God's grace, except Calvin. Andy shook his head, put aside these distractions, and put his mind on those problems again. After a long period of research, he gradually discovered that the significance of these problems seemed to be more than just puzzling mathematicians from other countries. Each of these questions pointed to more than one mathematical direction, except for geometry and algebra, mathematical directions that they had never studied. In these problems, he saw the future of mathematics. This made him very curious about the devil in the mathematical world. The winner of the last Edwin Award was a mathematical genius, and his thinking was so tricky and subtle that people often clapped their hands in amazement. But Andy, who had studied these problems, gradually found that the word genius could not describe him at all. He was using these problems to guide the future of mathematics for scholars in Lauren and scholars around the world. And the reason why he could do this was because he knew the future of mathematics. Rather than saying he is a devil, it is better to say he is a god. A month ago, Andy had an unbelievable guess about the devil and the god. In the mathematical world, the god is also the devil, and the devil is the god. This sounds incredible, but if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. The devil and the god have the same advanced mathematical knowledge, and they are both in the city of Yabo. The Shannon continent is so big, how can such a coincidence happen? After a few knocks on the door of the president's office was pushed open, and the vice president Caesar walked in with a young man and said, "President, this is Mr. Blair, he wants to see you." Chen Luo looked at the old man in front of him and said, "President Andy." Andy stood up slowly, and looked at him slowly. Chen Luo looked calm, and looked into his eyes. Andy looked into his eyes and asked, "Should I call you Devil Blair, or the god of mathematics Chen Luo?" Chen Luo thought for a while, and said, "Just call me Chen Luo. I like this name better." Andy put his hands on his chest, and bowed slowly to Chen Luo. Crossing hands, and putting them on the chest while bowing down is the way people in the Grace continent worship the gods. This is how magicians worship the magic gods. For Andy, and the mathematicians in the Grace continent, Chen Luo is their god. Whether he is a man or a woman, young or old, a magic apprentice or a holy magician, it does not affect his identity as the god of mathematics. Chen Luo stood there and watched Andy and Caesar perform the salute of believers on him quietly. The humans of the Shannon continent pursue science and believe in gods, but the gods they believe in are not omnipotent. The god of magic does not need to have profound mathematical knowledge, and the god of mathematics does not need to have a very high level of magic. The magic gods taught the ancestors magic from scratch, and they are the gods believed in by magicians. Chen Luo packaged and presented mathematical knowledge that was 2,000 years ahead of the times in front of him, so he is the god believed in by mathematical scholars. The reason why he was not worshipped in the temple like the magic gods was because he appeared too late, and his behavior was essentially no different from that of the magic gods. Chen Luo used to disdain the identity of a god, but now it is different. He looked at Andy and said, "I come from another world and will guide you in the direction of mathematics and lead you to unlock the mysteries of geometry, algebra, number theory, topology, mathematical analysis, function theory, ordinary differential equations, partial differential equations, probability theory, mathematical statistics." Since he intends to appear as a god, a geometry is far from enough in Chen Luo's opinion. He himself does not understand the advanced mathematical theories, let alone teach them, but he can give them directions and enlightenment in most branches of mathematics. The magic gods taught the ancestors magic, and the perfection and improvement of magic theory is the result of the hard work of countless magicians. The future of mathematics still needs to be created by scholars on the mainland. Number theory, topology, mathematical analysis, function theory, ordinary differential equations, partial differential equations, probability theory, mathematical statistics. Even if Andy is the president of the Lauren Mathematical Association and a great scholar on the Shannon continent, he has never heard of these mathematical directions and branches. But he is not surprised at all, because the one standing opposite him is a god, and it is natural for gods to know areas that they don't know. Andy understood that soon, Lauren would become the world center of mathematics. As long as God was still in Lauren, no country could replace Lauren's position in mathematics. However, he always felt that something was missing. After thinking for a while, he finally figured out what Lauren was missing. He looked at Qianluo and said, "You should have a temple for all scholars to worship and admire." Qianluo swore that he just complained in his heart, and didn't think about being worshipped in a temple like the magic gods. That kind of thing was strange to think about. He shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. You must have a temple." This time, Andy did not obey Qianluo, but insisted, "All mathematicians are your believers. In order to prevent them from disturbing you, you need to give them a place to place their faith." Qianluo thought about it carefully, and felt that what he said made sense. It was better to let them worship the stone in the temple than to let them come to his house to worship him. He waved his hand and said, "It's up to you." Andy bowed his head and said, "Building your temple in Lauren is the glory of Lauren. I think His Majesty the King will be very happy to help you build the temple." Qianluo had no objection to this. It would cost a lot of money to build a temple. Letting Christine's family spend a little money would be a revenge for his beating. Finally, Qianluo looked at Andy and said, "Remember not to expose Blair's identity." Andy bowed his head and said, "Follow your instructions." Qianluo said, "There is one more thing." Andy looked at him and waited quietly for the next step. Qianluo finally asked the most concerned question, "Are there many high-level magicians in the Mathematics Association?" Andy thought for a moment and said, "Among the honorary scholars of mathematics in Luolan, there are dozens of high-level magicians and 3 great magicians. Although there is no magician in the Luolan Mathematics Association, the honorary president is the only great magician in the kingdom. There is only one great magician in the Luolan kingdom, who is Brittany's teacher, but she is not only the honorary president of the Mathematics Association, but also the honorary president of the Magic Association. What's more, she has been traveling, and it is unknown when she will come back." Qianluo didn't have much expectation for the strength of the Mathematics Association. After all, if you spend a lot of time on mathematics, no matter how good your magic talent is, you won't have much achievement in magic. In terms of the number and level of magicians, the Mathematics Association is still far from being comparable to the Magic Association. It seems that just a Mathematics Association is far from enough. In order to protect teacher Brittany, he needs more believers. Andy looked at him and asked, "Do you need a lot of high-level magicians?" Qianluo nodded and said, "I have an enemy. They are very powerful, and there are magicians at the level of magicians." Andy's face became solemn, and he said slowly, "The president of the Mathematical Association of the OS Empire is a magician. There is a great magician in the Far Empire. He is a good friend I made when I traveled. There are countless mathematical scholars above the senior magician in the Divine Grace continent. Who is your enemy?" He said in a solemn and crazy expression, "The blasphemer will be punished by death." Chapter 137. Qianluo finally understood that in the God's Grace continent, where people believe in the gods, whether they are magicians or scholars, they all have the genes of madmen in their bones. Calvin is usually amiable, but at that time, he really wanted to kill the Minister of Finance. The president of the Mathematics Association looked kind, but Qianluo had no doubt that as long as he said a word, the Stern family would face the blow of family destruction. God is their belief. For God, they can do anything. The belief here is a real belief, from the heart, from the soul. They are both scholars and believers, fanatical and crazy believers. This is the biggest difference between scholars in the God's Grace continent and scholars in another world. Qianluo waved to Andy and said, "It's not that serious yet. Don't worry about this matter. I will handle it myself." The Mathematics Association is just his backing, and a bargaining chip to face the Stern family head-on. His purpose is just to deter, not to really let the entire Stern family accept the punishment of death. He glanced at Andy and said, "Scholars should focus on academic research, not always fighting and killing." Andy said in panic, "Follow God's instructions." Until it is absolutely necessary, Qianluo still thinks that peace is the most valuable. If he can reason, he will reason. If he can't reason, it's not too late to fight. The identity that should be revealed has already shown that Qianluo did not stay in the Mathematical Association for long. Andy wanted to send him away, but he refused. Qianluo is Qianluo, Blair is Blair. The president of the Mathematical Association personally sent him out, which would inevitably attract the attention of those who are interested. When Chen Luo walked out of the Mathematical Association, Vic Stern had also returned to the Stern family. He walked into a spacious hall and said to a middle-aged man in a magic robe, "Father, I went to find Sister Brittany. She said she would not come back." The middle-aged man turned around, and there were 5 silver lines on the chest of his magic robe. Edward Stern looked out the window and said expressionlessly, "She is a descendant of God, and the blood of God flows in her body. She will come back sooner or later." A figure walked in from outside and said coldly, "Father, she has betrayed the family. Why do you want her to come back? From the moment she left the family, she is no longer a member of the Stern family." Seeing the young woman coming in, Vic showed a fearful expression on his face and subconsciously hid to the side. Edward looked at her and said, "Because of her talent? Because she is the most likely person in the family to become a holy mage, and the most likely person to lead the family back to the top." The young woman gritted her teeth and said, "The Stern family does not need traitors. I will surpass her. By then, you will know who is the first genius of the Stern family, and who can lead the family back to the top." After that, she turned around and walked out of the hall. Vic wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quietly slipped out of the hall long after the woman left. "Stop!" When he walked to the yard and was about to go back to his room, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Vic trembled, turned around, looked at the woman, and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Although the person opposite was his biological sister, she was also the most talented genius in the Stern family, except Brittany. At the age of 21, she successfully advanced to a senior magician, only 1 year later than Brittany. The most important thing is that she has been very strict with him since he was a child, whether it is magic or fighting. Helen is not only his sister, but also his teacher. Vic has been beaten by her since he was a child. In the family, what Vic fears most is not his father, who is the helmsman of the family, but his biological sister, Helen Stern. Helen Stern looked at him and asked, "What's the matter with the wound on your face?" Vic shook his head and said, "Nothing, I accidentally fell down." The people of the Stern family never admit defeat. When Vic was so angry just now, he wanted to find someone to help him get revenge. After calming down, he changed his mind. He should wash away the humiliation he suffered by himself. The face of that hateful man appeared in his mind. Vic gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and strode towards the fighting training room. After leaving the Mathematics Association and passing by the market, Chen Luo bought some daily necessities. When he returned home, he saw a woman standing at the door. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, but there were 3 silver lines on the chest of her magic robe. Another young high-level magician. As the capital of Lauren, the capital has countless geniuses. In just one day, Chen Luo met 2 young masters. Isabella stopped at the door, looked at the young woman, and said unceremoniously, "Go away, the Stern family is not welcome here." Helen Stern glanced at her indifferently and said, "Get out of the way, I want to see Brittany." Isabella did not retreat, and said coldly, "Teacher Brittany does not see people from the Stern family." Several solid fireballs suddenly emerged from the void and pressed towards Isabella. Isabella gritted her teeth and summoned a fire curtain, but lost control of the fire curtain the next moment. The fireballs merged into the fire curtain and continued to approach her. The high temperature that hit her made her face a little red. Just when she couldn't help but want to retreat, the fire curtain in front of her suddenly disappeared strangely, as if it was swallowed by something. Chen Luo walked to Isabella's side, looking at the strange woman opposite, while the woman was also looking at him. Helen Stern's face showed a solemn look, staring at Chen Luo, and asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, although she could still sense the fire element, no flame appeared. Her intuition told her that everything was because of the boy opposite. It was the first time she encountered such a thing. She could clearly feel the fire element, but she couldn't release the feeling of fire magic, which made her feel scared. Chen Luo looked at her and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it here." Helen Stern stood where she was, and didn't rush in like before. She looked at Chen Luo for a long time before she spoke. "Tell Brittany that since she has betrayed the family, she should never come back again." Chen Luo glanced at her and said, "Also tell your family not to come here again. You are not welcome here." After that, he grabbed Isabella's wrist, pulled her inside, and turned to close the door. Helen Stern stood outside the door, but she didn't break in after all. The weird boy just now made her very afraid. She looked back for the last time and turned to leave. In the yard, Isabella looked at Chen Luo and asked in confusion, "Blair, how did you do it just now?" Chen Luo asked, "What did you do?" Isabella asked. It's the trick that makes the fire magic disappear. What kind of magic is that? Shenluo looked at him and said, What's so strange about this? You just need to deprive her of the elemental control. Isabella glanced at her and said in disbelief, She is a high-level magician. Do you think you are a mage? Shenluo shook his head and said, This is a secret. Isabella said dissatisfiedly, What secret can't even be told to me? Shenluo continued to shake his head and said, This secret can only be told to my future wife. Stingy. Isabella glared at him and stopped asking questions. Instead, she asked, Blair, you are already an intermediate magician, right? Teacher Brittany told me. I was promoted accidentally. Shenluo nodded and said, Don't worry, if someone bullies you in the future, just tell me. Before I left, I promised the Lord of Austin that I would protect you. You don't need to protect me. Isabella snorted coldly and said, From today on, I will practice magic seriously. Isabella's decision was as expected by Shenluo. The magic genius praised by everyone in Yabo City came to the capital, and was nothing. Within one day, they met two senior magicians in their early 20s, both of whom were women. Even Natvik, who was only 2 years older than Shenluo and Isabella, was already an intermediate magician. According to Isabella's unyielding character, maybe the little universe in her heart had exploded. At this moment, Isabella suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Blair, did you tell Teacher Brittany about that secret? Chapter 138. Teacher Brittany. Shenluo thought for a moment and said, When I told Teacher Brittany, there was no such rule yet. Before Isabella could speak, he asked, What's wrong? You want to know my secret? Are you going to be my wife in the future? Dream on your dreams? Isabella glared at him fiercely and left. Shenluo watched Isabella walk away, shook his head, and walked towards the kitchen. It's not that he didn't believe Isabella. In this world, she and Teacher Brittany were the two people Shenluo trusted the most. It's just that in the Shin'en continent, being able to control impurity elements didn't sound like something that humans could do. Shenluo didn't want to leave an inhuman impression on Isabella. In the next few days, the Stern family never sent anyone again, as if they had given up on letting Teacher Brittany return to the family. No one disturbed him, so Shenluo seemed to be at peace. In the past few days, he and Isabella, led by Teacher Brittany, went to worship the temple, watched the opera in the Grand Theater, and watched the performance in the arena. It was not until Christine's arrival that their world of three people was broken. Christine stood in the yard, looking at Brittany, who was watering the flowers, and asked, Have the people of the Stern family made things difficult for you in the past few days? Brittany shook her head and said, No. With your talent, I don't think they will give up. Christine said, After you left, the Stern family used most of their resources on Helen Stern. She successfully advanced to a senior magician a year ago, but she was still a whole year later than you. Seeing Brittany watering the flowers seriously, and not seeming to care about this matter at all, Christine looked at her and said, You don't want to know about the Stern family, but you must be interested in this matter. Father has already summoned craftsmen. He wants to build a new temple in the capital. In the future, there will be 2 temples in the capital. Temple? Brittany looked at her and asked, What temple? There are only 4 kinds of temples in the Divine Grace continent. Lauren belongs to the OS Empire, and believes in the God of Earth. In the Kingdom of Lauren, there will only be the Temple of Earth, not the other 3 gods. Although scholars believe in the Goddess of Wisdom, the 4 empires, and their affiliated countries, do not have the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom. The second temple in Lauren is an incredible thing. I don't know why the God of Mathematics appeared in Lauren. Christine had an incredible look on her face, and said, President Andy of the Mathematics Association is confirming this matter with the mathematics associations of other countries. As long as they all recognize the status of the God of Mathematics, Lauren can build a new temple for him. Brittany glanced in a certain direction, and quickly retracted her eyes, and said, This is a good thing for Lauren. Not only Princess Christine, but everyone in the capital knew what the God of Mathematics appearance in Lauren meant to Lauren. As a small country on the edge of the OSS Empire, Lauren's national strength is not as good as most countries on the continent, but in terms of mathematical level, it can crush the entire continent. As long as the Temple of the God of Mathematics is built, Lauren will become a holy place in the hearts of all mathematical scholars, constantly attracting scholars from all over the world. By then, even the 4 major empires will have to re-examine Lauren. After all, mathematics is the foundation of most disciplines. Whether it is the Alchemy Association, the Astrology Association, or the Science Association, their foundations all need mathematics to support them. The strength of mathematics can drive the progress of various disciplines. Once Lauren becomes the world's academic center, and attracts talents from various countries on the continent. Perhaps in the distant future, the Fifth Empire will appear on the continent. In the yard, above Isabella's palm, a transparent water snake and a fire snake are constantly swimming. Since she awakened her talent for multitasking, her dual system magic has quickly gone from being raw to mature. Chen Luo originally thought that this talent could be mastered through acquired efforts, but apart from Isabella, he had not heard of anyone who had succeeded. After countless failures, even the Magic Association concluded that this talent, like magic talent, is innate and given by the gods, and cannot be acquired through acquired efforts. This conclusion of the Magic Association was overturned by Isabella. Isabella obviously hasn't realized the significance of this matter. In her own words, she was just lazy before. From childhood to adulthood, she has never failed in anything she wants to do. In order to prevent Isabella from being too proud and complacent, Chen Luo glanced at her and asked, "Can you control elemental impurities?" Isabella snorted and changed the subject. "Blair, do you think that Chen Luo is really a god?" Chen Luo said casually, "Hasn't the Mathematical Association already recognized him as the god of mathematics?" But Isabella's expression was a little confused, and she asked, "How can gods smell like lily?" Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps there is a goddess who likes lily perfume next to the god of mathematics. If the goddess changes to jasmine perfume one day, he will become Jasmine." Isabella rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you think gods are the same as us? How can gods use perfume?" Obviously, in Isabella's view, the so-called gods should be worshipped in the 4 major temples, high above. They can make the wind and clouds roll back and the sky and the earth change color with a wave of their hands. The holy magician is like an ant in front of them. But they are the magic gods. Humans have different beliefs and different gods. The magic world has its own gods, and the mathematics world also has its own gods. Just like people cannot ask the magic gods to know calculus, they cannot ask the god of mathematics to crush the holy magician with magic. Chen Luo spent a lot of time to explain this matter to Isabella. Isabella finally understood what he meant. After thinking for a while, she asked, "You mean that Chen Luo, the god of mathematics, may not be as good as me in magic?" "You think too much." Chen Luo glanced at her and said, "He can kill Baird. Can you deal with a high-level magician alone?" "That's because I didn't take it seriously." Isabella was unconvinced and said, "Just wait and see, at most in 2 years, I can become a high-level magician." Isabella is only 17 years old now. In 2 years, she will be promoted to a high-level magician. Even teacher Brittany's talent is not as good as hers. Chen Luo did not continue to attack her confidence. After coming to the capital, the proud Isabella has suffered enough blows. These days, she sleeps later than Chen Luo every day. They came to the capital a month earlier than the reporting time stipulated by the academy. At this time, there was still more than half a month before the start of school, so they were not in a hurry to report to the academy. A few days ago, they almost visited the entire capital. Even Isabella no longer felt novel about this place. She and Chen Luo practiced magic with peace of mind. After being promoted to an intermediate magician, teacher Brittany taught Chen Luo several intermediate variant magics. Before he completely mastered these magics, he did not need to go to the Magic Association for the time being. And Isabella seemed to be really stimulated. She made up her mind to practice magic hard. For a whole week, she locked herself in the room. Chen Luo could only see her when he ate every day. This situation continued for another 2 days. Chen Luo finally couldn't help it. He stood outside the door and knocked on the door of Isabella's room. Meditation is important, but you should also pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Excessive overdrawing of mental strength can kill people. However, before Chen Luo raised his finger, Isabella's door opened from the inside. She dragged Chen Luo into the room and said in a panic, "Blair, I will tell you a secret." Chen Luo looked at her and said in surprise, "You have been promoted to an intermediate magician?" Isabella bit her lip and said, I can control elemental impurities." Chapter 139. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then looked at Isabella and said, "What's wrong with controlling elemental impurities? Magicians can control elemental impurities." Isabella's face turned pale, and she shook her head. "No, I can control elemental impurities, like controlling magic elements. It's not that humans on the Shannon continent can't control elemental impurities, but if the difficulty of controlling magic elements is just to lift a fist-sized stone, then the difficulty of controlling elemental impurities is equivalent to shaking a mountain. People can only pick up stones on the mountain, but they can't move the mountain at all." Chen Luo looked at Isabella suspiciously and said, "Try to control the most elemental impurities in the air." As soon as he finished speaking, He felt that the nitrogen concentration in the surrounding air had changed. Isabella looked at Chenluo in panic and asked, "Blair, what's wrong with me?" Chenluo was stunned. He finally knew why Isabella was so scared. In the land of grace, even a great magician can only control a very small amount of elemental impurities with all his strength, which is of no use at all. Generally speaking, this is a racial talent that humans do not have at all. In the eyes of magicians in the land of grace, people who can control elemental impurities are more like superpowers, or mutants, and will be classified as aliens. In the hands of humans, the fate of aliens is often extremely miserable. Isabella was almost crying, and tremblingly said, "Blair, what should I do? Will they think I am a monster? What's the big deal?" Chenluo came back to his senses, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted her. "You are not the only one who can control elemental impurities. I can do it too." Isabella was stunned for a moment, raised her head suddenly, and said in surprise, "Really?" As soon as she finished speaking, she found that the elemental impurities she controlled were taken away by someone. She looked at Chenluo in a daze, obviously relieved, and murmured, "Great, great, it turns out that we are the same." Isabella was relieved, but Chenluo was in doubt. Since the magicians of Shan'en continent learned to use magic elements, they have not stopped studying elemental impurities, but thousands of years have passed, and no one can control elemental impurities as freely as he and Isabella. Based on this, it can be 100% confirmed that humans in Shan'en continent do not have this racial talent. Just like the people on Earth do not have the talent for magic, humans in Shan'en continent cannot use elemental impurities, that is, material elements. Although Chenluo's body belongs to Shan'en continent, his soul belongs to another world, which is different from the magicians here, so it is not surprising. Could it be that Isabella also? Chenluo looked at Isabella, and gave up this unrealistic idea. Isabella couldn't have a soul from another world like him, so was she mutated or did she awaken her special ability? After discovering that she was not the only one who could control elemental impurities, Isabella was not so scared anymore, and the fact that the person with the same ability as her was Chenluo made her feel relieved. She looked up at Chenluo and asked in confusion, "Why can we control elemental impurities? Moreover, elemental impurities are easier to control than magic elements. Neither spells nor gestures are required. It's just useless." "Who said that elemental impurities are useless?" Chenluo glanced at her and said, "Try to condense some of the second most abundant elemental impurities in the air. Don't condense them around you. See that tree? It's right there." Isabella followed his instructions, and condensed a ball of oxygen in the distance. After being promoted to a junior magician, their mental power has been greatly improved and can affect places a little further away. Chenluo said again, "Try to release a fireball spell and merge it with that elemental impurity." Isabella followed his instructions, and soon said in surprise, "Blair, why did my fireball turn blue?" Chenluo did not answer her question and continued, "Use the blue fireball to attack the tree." Isabella's mind moved, and the strange fireball fell on the trunk of the tree. Fireball is only the lowest level of apprentice magic, with limited power, and generally can only leave a little charred mark on the trunk. However, when the blue fireball fell on the tree, Isabella watched the tree turn into a pile of ash in an instant. She stepped back in fear, grabbed Chenluo's arm, and asked, "Blair, what's going on?" "This is the effect of elemental impurities." Chenluo looked at her and said, "Congratulations, Isabella, you have opened the door to a new world." Although the changes in Isabella made Chenluo feel strange, he was very happy in his heart. Who would like to be an alien in the eyes of others? Even if there is a companion like him, it can at least give him some psychological comfort. Isabella stared at the ashes in a daze. She had raised the power of the apprentice-level fireball to the level of advanced magic. If she released elementary magic, wouldn't it be equivalent to superclass magic after being fused with that kind of elemental impurities? Superclass magic at least requires a great magician to master it. Thinking of another thing, Isabella suddenly looked at Chenluo and asked, "Did you also use elemental impurities to make that woman's fireball disappear that day?" Chenluo nodded and said, "I teach you this later. Let's go find teacher Brittany first." Isabella was stunned for a moment and asked, "Can teacher Brittany also control elemental impurities?" "No." Chenluo shook his head and said, "At present, I know that only you and I can do it." Isabella heard the words. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, she straightened her chest slightly, and walked with bigger steps. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Blair, I think I know your secret." Chenluo looked at her and asked, "Then will you marry me?" Isabella shook off Chenluo and walked faster. Seeing Isabella release a blue fireball, Brittany also fell into deep thought. She thought for a long time before saying, I have checked the history of mainland magic. There has never been such a thing in the history of magic development. I guess that the ability to control elemental impurities is likely to be an extremely rare talent, even rarer than the talent of dual system magic. In addition, the awakening of this talent requires hard practice like Sasha. This theory can be explained, but Chen Luo always feels that it is not the case. Which magician has not tried to control elemental impurities? For thousands of years, even if you meet someone as stubborn as Isabella, you can find that elemental impurities are controllable, but the fact is that there is no one. Chen Luo thought about it and asked, is it possible to be a mutation? Brittany was stunned and asked, what is mutation? Mutation is? Chen Luo just remembered that biology has not even been enlightened here, and it is too troublesome to explain to them. He shook his head and said, anyway, this is a good thing for Isabella. Not only can she be immune to fire magic, she can even kill the great magician by surprise. Brittany looked at him and asked in confusion, immune? This is not important. Chen Luo shook his head and said, in short, fire magic has no effect on her. Chen Luo couldn't figure out the changes that happened to Isabella for a while. There are still many problems in the Divine Grace continent that he can't figure out. For example, what exactly are the magic gods? Are they imagined by our ancestors, or are they real higher life forms? If the gods really exist, are they dead or alive? And where are they now? What is the essence of magic spells and gestures? Why do humans need gestures and spells to cast magic, but animals don't? Also, why can't a talented teacher like Brittany control magic elements easily, but Chen Luo and Isabella can? It can't be that Isabella often slept in the same bed with him, and was infected by him. Thinking carefully, this possibility is not impossible. Bold assumptions and careful verification are the basic attitudes towards science. If some experiments can be done on others, at most half a year, the truth of this hypothesis can be verified. But this idea is not very realistic. There are only 3 of them here, and he can't let teacher Brittany warm her bed for half a year. Chapter 140. Chen Luo didn't have the courage to experiment with teacher Brittany in the end. Since Isabella could already control elemental impurities, Chen Luo immediately taught her the mutant fireball technique and the method of isolating the fire element. From a long time ago, he didn't treat Isabella as an outsider. If she meets someone like Baird again in the future, Isabella can handle it by herself. It's only a few days before school starts. Before school starts, he needs to help Isabella understand the various elements in the air and their uses. For example, the second most abundant substance in the air can be used to assist combustion and upgrade the fireball technique. The substance with the highest content in the air can isolate the fire element and restrain fire magic. The substance with the lowest content and the lightest mass in the air, combined with the upgraded version of the fireball technique, can exert the power of super-level magic. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. In addition, Chen Luo also popularized the importance of oxygen to people. Under special conditions, this is also their trump card. These days, they almost stayed indoors and didn't pay much attention to what happened in the capital. The school opening date was approaching, and the freshmen of the 5 major academies had already arrived in the capital from all over. Those young geniuses who came from remote cities were amazed at the grandeur and prosperity of the capital. After seeing more and better geniuses, they gradually felt pressure in their hearts. In their hometowns, they were all well-known geniuses, but in the capital, they were just ordinary people. If they didn't work hard, they would eventually become mediocre. Before they had even touched the barrier of junior magicians, about 1/3 of the freshmen of the capital's Magic Academy had already passed the junior magician certification before entering school. Among them, there are several who have been promoted to intermediate magicians. The former genius boy, after entering the royal capital, immediately became mediocre. During the time in the royal capital, Chen Luo also deeply realized how vast the world here is. He always thought that there was only one senior magician so young, teacher Brittany, but both Princess Christine and Helen Stern are only 22 years old, 22-year-old senior magicians. Of course, teacher Brittany was promoted a year earlier than them, and as far as Chen Luo knows, teacher Brittany seems to have reached the peak of senior magicians, only one step away from being a great magician. He is still curious about how teacher Brittany has reached this step in just 2 years without ever meditating. At this time, he and Isabella are on their way to report to the Royal Capital Magic Academy. Starting a few days ago, freshmen can report to the academy, but Chen Luo and Isabella delayed it until the last day because of their retreat. The Royal Capital Magic Academy is the best magic school in the Kingdom of Lauren, and naturally there are many differences from St. Donis. First, students have to study here for 4 years before they can graduate, not 3 years. Secondly, unlike St. Donis, all students here study the same subjects. Although the Royal Capital Magic Academy is mainly a magic department, it also has a fighting department, a mathematics department, a science department, etc. These relatively weaker departments will also recruit some students every year. Of course, in terms of the number of students, even if all these departments are added together, they are not as good as a magic department. In addition to the division of subjects, the Royal Capital Magic Academy is more scientific and systematic in the training of students. The magic department is just a big department, which is further divided into 5 small departments. According to the magician's major, the magic department is divided into fire department, water department, wind department, earth department, and the combination department that was just added this year. The combination department recruits talents with dual magic talents. Although Chenluo and Isabella both have this ability, they did not choose this department. Chenluo adheres to the principle of low profile. For this reason, after he was promoted to an intermediate magician, he did not go to the Magic Association for certification. Water magicians have never been valued, which is in line with his low-key purpose. As for Isabella, she felt that Chenluo was right. The capital is not like Yabo's city. The most important thing is to protect herself. She can use dual magic, control elemental impurities, and restrain fire magic. No one can tell except Blair and Brittany. Chenluo first accompanied Isabella to report to the fire department, and then the two went to the water department together. The college allocated dormitories for freshmen, but they could not use them. On the way home, Chenluo looked at Isabella and said, "I don't need to call you senior sister in the future." When they were in St. Donis, Isabella was 1 year older than him. Now that they were at the same starting point, their previous relationship would naturally be invalidated. Isabella said, "You call me senior sister because we are both students of teacher Brittany, and I am 1 month older than you. If you don't call me senior sister, are you betraying your teacher?" Chenluo nodded and said, "It seems to make sense." Isabella glanced at him and said, "Unless you don't recognize teacher Brittany as your teacher, otherwise. But teacher Brittany will become my senior sister in the future." Chenluo thought of something, looked at her, and said, "According to what you said, should I call you niece Isabella?" "Blair, dare you call me niece again?" At the Royal Capital Magic Academy, the freshmen who came to report were filled with emotion as they looked at the two figures chasing each other. This is indeed a place where magic geniuses gather. The two boys and girls who were seen casually are both junior magicians. Judging from the girl's proficiency in junior fire magic, it is obvious that she has been promoted for a long time. The boy who was being chased was releasing water curtain spells to block while running. Judging from the area of the water curtain, he did not look like a newly promoted junior magician. In the distance, under a teaching building, a girl looked at a figure flashing in front of her, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. After subconsciously chasing forward a few steps, her footsteps stopped again. She shook her head with a bit of amusement. Blair should be in St. Donatus now. He just entered the 3rd grade. How could he be here? Another girl caught up with her and asked curiously, "Alice, what's wrong with you? Did you see someone you know?" Alice shook her head and smiled. "I recognized the wrong person." The girl looked ahead in surprise, wondering who she had mistaken for someone who could make Alice, who had just arrived at the school a few days ago and had become famous, so excited. Although her magic talent can only be said to be good, her appearance and figure have attracted the attention of many boys. In the past few days, she has seen 3 people confessing to Alice, but whether it was the son of the Marquis or the grandson of the senior deacon of the Magic Association, they were all rejected by her. Alice looked at the direction where the figure disappeared, with a trace of deep regret and melancholy on her face, and said, "Let's go." The day after reporting was the first day of school. Because they didn't live on campus, Chenluo and Isabella got up very early and went to school together. The teaching buildings for the fire department and the water department were not the same. Chenluo and Isabella said goodbye under the fire department teaching building and continued to move forward. The magic department had 2 teaching buildings, one of which was occupied by the fire department, and the other 3 departments shared one. It's not that the academy didn't value the other 3 departments, but because there were too many students who chose the fire department. This time, the Magic Academy recruited 5 classes of freshmen in the fire department, and there was only 1 class in the water department. As far as Chenluo knew, there was only 1 class for the wind department and the earth department. He followed the signs, and soon came to the water department classroom. When he walked into the classroom, Chenluo stopped and was obviously stunned. There were dozens of students in the classroom, and he looked at them at a glance. They were all girls. He subconsciously thought he had walked into the wrong classroom, and went back to the door to look, and found that the sign on the wall did say that he was a freshman in the water department. Qianluo stood at the door, not knowing whether to step in. At the same time, as the only boy here, everyone in the classroom looked at him. Is he also from our water department? It's impossible. Are there any boys who choose the water department this year? Why doesn't he come in? While everyone was talking, a figure suddenly stood up in a corner of the classroom and said in surprise, "Brother Blair, it's really you."